Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Someone was heard announcing that he had died in the future, when suddenly the guy put his hand to his neck and exclaimed that he was in pain. Around him, the bodies of many wounded soldiers lay on the ground. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the fighter cried out indignantly. Blood was running down his arm, causing him to sigh heavily. The man with the knife in his head was trembling violently. A crowd of monsters appeared, and it was said that 3 years had passed since the zombies had appeared. The streets of the city were empty in an instant, and it turned out that now it was a ruined world. The young man leaned his hand on his knee. Tilting his head down, the survivor sighed heavily. A homeless man was hiding from monsters behind a pile of cardboard boxes. People with weapons tracked down enemies on the road, and the guy said in his mind that the greed of mankind led to murders and deaths. Standing in front of 2 citizens crawling towards him, the fighter realized that these were the last. Tightly wrapping his fingers around the hilt of the sword, the young man thought that the war between the 2 most cruel authorities had led to such an end. In the distance, a crowd of approaching zombies could be seen. Suddenly, the enraged monsters jumped on him. At the same moment, the survivor shifted his gaze to the side. Having made a crushing circular blow, the guy struck down several opponents at once. The limbs of one of the undead collapsed to the ground. After the attack, a bloody bite remained on the fighter's neck. After a moment, the young man opened his mouth wide in pain. The monster continued to bite him on the shoulder, and he remembered that he had survived with all his might for the past 3 years. A loud sound of an alarm clock was heard, when suddenly the hero opened his eyes slightly. The survivor jumped out of bed abruptly and thought that when he opened his eyes, he realized that he had traveled in time 6 months before the zombies appeared. Pressing her fingers on the doorbell, the girl invited the guy to enter. Stretching out her hand forward, the realtor said that this is a house that is most suitable for his wishes. The roof of the building was equipped with solar panels, and the assistant said that as he wanted, it had its own power generator. The house stood behind a high 2-level fence, and the lady said that it was surrounded by a high gate, and also had a fortified structure. In the distance, behind the dense forest, there were high-rise buildings, and the picker noticed that there were almost no people in the area, and then added that if you walked a little, you could find yourself in the center of the city. With enthusiastic rounding of her eyes, the girl explained that, if rumors were to be believed, some rich man had built this building to hide all his possessions in case war broke out. Smiling broadly, the realtor again pronounced the word war. Raising her hand up, the assistant clarified if it wasn't a little crazy. The guy held out his bank card forward and said that it was great. There was a view of the fenced estate, and the soldier said that he was taking this house. Holding on to the strap on his backpack, the survivor explained that he needed to prepare for war. Various coupons were scattered on the floor. The young man brought a crispy slice of pizza to his mouth, when suddenly he was told that the annual interest on such a loan amount would be 40%, after which they added that he had taken a loan from different banks before. Various food was scattered around the room, and the survivor stated that it made no difference to him, and then politely asked for an affordable amount. The hero was sitting on the couch during the conversation, and the interlocutor explained that, as he said earlier, they are the ones who will receive the money back even in the event of his death, even if it is necessary to revive his corpse or shake everything out of his relatives. A satisfied grin appeared on the guy's face. Wrapping his fingers around a slice of pizza, the fighter asked who it was that was going to die, and added that he was doing it all for the sake of survival. Suddenly, the young man furrowed his brows angrily. Pulling up on the simulator, the survivor sighed heavily. Drops of sweat were dripping all over his body, and it was the 5th of May, 2020. Bloody monsters were walking around the Eiffel Tower, and the guy said in his mind that in 4 months there would be zombies all over the world. The monster squeezed the citizen's neck with its teeth, and the fighter began to talk about what would happen if a person was bitten or scratched, or their blood got into his wound. Dark green veins appeared on the man's skin, and the young man explained that in this case he would die in agony while the insects tore his flesh and fed on it. The townsman stood in front of a crowd of monsters, and the survivor noticed that within 5 minutes he would turn into a zombie and rebel. The undead gathered in a huge pile of relatives on the road, and it turned out that their movements were limited, because they were not fast and not strong, but the main problem was their number. In the darkness, the silhouette of tall buildings could be seen, and it was said that the densely populated capital city had lost its function after only a month. Lifting the heavy dumbbells with his hand, the guy said in his mind that at first they were afraid of zombies. Suddenly, 26 missed call notifications appeared on the phone screen, and the fighter noticed that over time, they became afraid of people. A lot of water streamed from the shower head. Running his fingers through his hair, the young man reflected on the fact that in Korea, where laws had disappeared, murder, robbery, and other encroachments had become commonplace, and all his comrades, namely 20 teams, had been destroyed in 3 years. At the bottom of the stairs was the entrance to a haberdashery store, and the survivor wondered if it might have been just a dream, but he decided to risk it all and prepare for the end. Dissatisfied, the seller said that the purchase of this knife was illegal. At the same second, the guy put a wad of money on the table, to which the man said that if he needed this item, he could take it. The fighter looked straight ahead and thought about what would happen if the end did not come and his reality was destroyed. There were tin cans on the shelves in the store, and the young man decided that it would be 1,000 times better than being unprepared. The survivor was holding a piece of paper with a list of necessary things in his hand, which consisted of a shelter, weapons, food, household tools, and a car. Several citizens passed by the cafe. The hero was sitting inside at a small table. The plate was filled with noodles and other foods, and the survivor realized that in 4 months he would not be able to eat this traditional Asian dish either. Bringing food with chopsticks to his mouth, the guy recalled that earlier, when he was stressed because of work, he ate it when he returned home, and then all the tension disappeared. Suddenly, the man took a loud step forward. A crowd of people went inside the establishment, where they were joyfully greeted. Smiling broadly, the man called out to Johannes. The main character turned his head back in bewilderment. Folding his hands in his pockets, the interlocutor did not understand where he was hiding, and did not even answer the phone, to which he thought that these were his work colleagues. The man's pupils had noticeably shrunk in size, and he wondered if he knew that if he quit his job like this, the others would have a hard time. Looking down, the guy asked for forgiveness, and at the same time said in his mind that he was a freak. Songchul seemed to be pushing his comrades towards the zombies, and the fighter said that until he returned, he was only busy saving his life. Suddenly, the worker fell to the floor, and it turned out that he was sacrificing others and watching his colleagues turn into zombies. An employee of the company raised his eyebrows sadly, and the protagonist stated that even after joining the survivor camp, he revealed information about it to hostile forces in order to prolong its greedy existence again. I could see how the satisfied man put his hands on his side. The bodies of wounded soldiers were scattered on the ground, and it turned out that in the end all the people in the camp were brutally killed. Standing near the blue table, Songchul asked about what he had been doing lately, and what these bags were, to which Songchul thought that it was all because of this filthy garbage. Putting the backpack on his shoulder, Johannes announced that he was leaving. The man gritted his teeth as he smiled and asked if he was treating his boss like a passerby on the street because he had quit his job. Grabbing the main character by the sleeve, the employee shouted that he needed to stand where he was standing. Frowning angrily, the guy advised the boss not to touch him, after which he added that otherwise he could die. The interlocutor bulged his pupils in bewilderment. Raising one eyebrow in indignation, Xiangqiao didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, behind him, a zombie attacked a girl who began to scream loudly. Drops of blood splashed out of the neck of the townswoman. Rounding his eyes, the soldier was surprised that this was already happening. At the same moment, the young man began to take his sword out of his bag. The survivor tightly wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his weapon. The worker held out his hand in front of him in fright. Pushing the boss out of the way, the survivor attacked the enemy. With a devastating blow, Johann sliced the monster in half. The employee lowered her jaw in bewilderment. Drops of blood appeared on the face of the main character. The girl who received the infection was hiding behind the zombies. Suddenly, the food tray flipped over and fell. Clutching her head with her hands, the cafe worker began to scream loudly. Pointing his finger forward, the guest of the establishment shouted that he had just cut a man with a knife. The protagonist furrowed his brows angrily, when suddenly someone shouted that he needed to call the police quickly. The survivor drew attention to the fact that the monsters attacked people right on the road. Zombies bit the men, and they screamed in pain. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the young man did not understand what kind of madness this was. The enraged monsters bared their mouths. Johannes' hand twitched sharply with fear. Turning his head to the side, the main character did not understand why they appeared 4 months earlier. Closing his lips, the guy realized that everything was not going according to plan. Running forward, the fighter decided that first he needed to return to the shelter. On the news site, the reporter posted a photo of the undead and wrote that the entire metropolitan area is filled with unknown dead. A correspondent in a business suit appeared on the air of breaking news and said that at present, throughout the country, including in the Seoul metropolitan area, due to an unknown infection, infected people are losing their minds, showing signs of violence. The protagonist ran past the roadway. Cars overturned right on the way, and the survivor thought that judging by the situation, in 2 days the city would be completely paralyzed, or rather, it would cease to function. The monster quickly stretched out his hand towards the young man. Johannes furrowed his brows in alarm. The main character abruptly intercepted the limb of the evil spirits. Suddenly, the guy grabbed the girl by the sweater. Bending his torso down, the fighter threw it over himself. There was a view of the blue sky above the city, and a loud bang was heard. Stretching out her hand, the lady asked him to wait. Sitting on the body of the citizen, the protagonist noticed that it was Chomi. Gritting her teeth tightly in pain, the victim replied that it was her, after which she muttered that she had a headache, to which he thought that this was his colleague, with whom he was close at work. Lowering his jaw, the survivor asked what had happened. The young man squeezed the handle of the katana tightly with his fingers, and the interlocutor asked him to wait. Johannes abruptly pulled the weapon aside. Putting his hand out in front of him, the main character said that he had already said that he should not be touched. Shifting his gaze down, the guy explained that his body reacts automatically, after which he added that this is why he can even kill her. Chomi was silent with her palms on the ground, and Johannes wondered if there were any bites or scratches on her. With alarmed rounding of her eyes, the girl replied that she had nothing, and then added that she did not understand what was going on at all. Turning back, the main character said that he didn't know either, and there was no time to explain, when he suddenly clarified if she had anything to do with him. A colleague bit her lips in fright. Furrowing her brows angrily, the lady was indignant that the guy was so cold to her, although it seemed to her that they were quite close. Looking away, the fighter thought about the fact that, unfortunately, it was 4 years ago. Lowering his chin, the protagonist apologized to the interlocutor for being in a hurry, after which he added that if she had nothing more to say to him, he would go. Putting her palm forward, the lady shouted that she had one request. Looking at Chongmi, the survivor refused and explained that he was not in a state to listen to anyone's requests. The girl pressed her hands to her sides and said that she lived alone in Incheon, after which she suggested that he go together, only to her house, and would not ask him for anything else. Bending her trembling legs at the knees, the colleague admitted that she was scared, because in front of her was not the one she knew before, and then added that for some reason it seemed to her that she needed to go after him. Johans lowered the corners of his lips and thought that this lady was a person of common sense who was able to get out of any difficult situation. The interlocutor looked down in confusion, and the main character recalled that at work she was appreciated for her guesswork and responsibility, so she would be able to live another year at most. Turning his back on her, the guy said that he was going to Buchin, after which he added that even if she did not have time or got into trouble, he would not help her. Lowering the blade down, the fighter asked if she understood that he was only escorting her to Buchin, to which she replied in the affirmative. A view of the descent to the underground passage opened. Pulling the skin near the eye, the protagonist said that it was the temple. Pointing 2 fingers at his eyes, the survivor noticed that it was an eyeball. Turning his back to his partner, the young man showed her the cervical vertebrae. Holding out a knife in his hand, Johan said that the most effective way is to cut in these 3 parts, after which he added that if someone approaches, then you just need to cut with this object and move away. Standing in front of Chongmi, the protagonist explained that these creatures can move for about 30 seconds after being cut. The girl bulged her pupils in fright. Waving his hand, the guy said that he would not repeat it twice. The zombies drooled down their teeth, and the fighter noticed that the moment she thought they were human and doubt took over, she would experience hell. With his fingers firmly wrapped around the hilt of the blade, the protagonist advised her not to hesitate. Suddenly, a powerful bloody splash appeared. Grabbing the monster by the hair, the survivor said that he needed to cut. Swinging his sword, the young man remarked that he had to do it like this. Her colleague raised her eyebrows in alarm. Turning his head back, Johans reported that one was now behind her. At the same moment, the monster stretched out its hands to the lady's body. With her mouth wide open in fright, the close friend began to scream loudly. The blade of the knife sparkled brightly. When trying to attack, the weapon slipped off her hand. Suddenly, Chongmi collapsed on the asphalt with a crash. At the same moment, the monster clenched the girl's thigh with its jaws. Throwing her head back, the colleague began to call loudly to her friend. The main character brandished his sword, killing enemies, while his partner called him for help. The guy looked away. After a moment, the fighter turned away from her. The lady's pupils noticeably increased in size from anxiety. There was a memory of the soldier taking step after step down the street, and saying that even if she got into trouble, he would not help her. Resting her hands on the ground, Chongmi thought that while he was saying these words, he was serious. At the same time, the zombie continued to bite her leg. The girl abruptly grabbed the knife in her hand. Gritting her teeth tightly in pain, the colleague exclaimed that the crazy bastard would get it. Delivering many blows in succession to the head of the undead, the lady screamed. Suddenly, the lady touched the monster's face with her palm. Furiously bulging pupils, the evil spirits began to roar loudly. Drops of blood dripped down the zombie's teeth and lips. Her eyes were frightened, and her close friend remembered her temple. At the same moment, the monster closed its eyes. The blade gleamed brightly. A moment later, Chongmi thrust a knife into her opponent's head. Opening his mouth wide in pain, the undead shuddered. His blood began to flow onto the girl's body. The enemy fell on top of her, after which she breathed a sigh of relief. A colleague began to try to crawl along the road. A view of a public transport stop opened up, when suddenly loud screams were heard. The lady wiped her mouth with her sleeve. It seemed like Johans was killing zombies one by one. The main character dodged the attack of a disfigured man. Suddenly, the guy began to take sharp steps back. Swinging his sword, the fighter cut off his opponent's head. At the same moment, another monster attacked him from behind. The protagonist instantly punched him in the nose with the back of his katana. The survivor decided to twist the weapon between his fingers. A moment later, the young man stabbed directly into the undead's stomach. The main character slid his foot on the ground. Furrowing his brows angrily, the guy was preparing to attack. The wounded zombie opened his mouth wide in pain. With rounded eyes, Chongmi watched what was happening. Lowering her jaw, the girl did not understand what kind of person he was, because she had a feeling that he was born to kill these creatures. Jumping high above the ground, the protagonist killed opponents one by one. Rising to her feet, the colleague decided that in order to survive, she should hold on to him. A pole with road signs and traffic lights appeared. The survivor offered his partner wet wipes. Reaching forward, the lady thanked him hesitantly. The young man was sitting on 2 boxes of food. Sweat was dripping down his face from exhaustion, and he wondered if the zombie had bitten her. With frightened rounded eyes, a close friend replied that she did not know. Furrowing his brows angrily, Johannes asked if she was hurting anywhere. Clenching her jaw, Chongmi said nothing. Her legs appeared, and she reported that her hip hurt. Putting his hands on his feet, the main character asked to show her. The girl raised her eyebrows in alarm. Lowering his chin, the guy explained that if the infection was not detected in time, then not only the infected person, but also the people around him would be in danger. Her colleague's cheeks turned red with shame, and she said that she didn't understand how she could show him right there. Sitting on the boxes, the fighter noticed that this is not a situation in which he should be shy. Tightly grasping the hilt of the sword with his fingers, the protagonist stated that if she was not going to show, then here their paths would diverge. The lady turned her back on her interlocutor. Suddenly, a close friend snapped a button on her pants. At the same moment, Chongmi began to pull down her jeans. The girl turned her head back in embarrassment. His eyes widened. Johannes shouted that she should stop. The cheeks of the main character are noticeably red. Holding out her palms in front of her, a colleague asked why he had stood up. The guy abruptly tore the pants on his partner's leg. Touching the skin with his finger, the fighter said that there was a bite mark, but there was no blood, after which he added that fortunately she managed to avoid infection. Turning away from the lady, the protagonist noticed that when he told her to show the wound, he did not ask her to take off her pants, to which she clarified whether he wanted to die. A view of the deserted street of the city opened. Citizens passing by the heroes did not understand whether there was blood on them, after which they assumed that they were cosplayers. Standing near the yellow car, the man exclaimed that it was a taxi. Johannes suggested that Chongmi part ways here, to which she raised her head in disbelief. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that fortunately, the infected did not reach here, so she could get there alone, and then added that she needed to be careful anyway. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened with sadness, when suddenly she was asked if she had any acquaintances in Incheon. The little boy pointed his finger forward and told his mother that his uncle had a sword, to which she asked him not to look there. Her colleague's eyes shone brightly, and she replied that she had a family there, namely her mom, dad, and younger sister. Holding the sword in his hand, the guy said that it meant that there were those who were waiting for her, to which she asked if he had anyone. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, the soldier remained silent. A memory appeared in which a woman with red hair led her son by the hand. A little boy looked at his mother's silhouette through the falling snow. You could see large advertising signs in the city. In the past, the protagonist would look forward with his eyes widened. Passing next to the car, a girl with red hair called for her son. Smiling broadly, his mother asked if he was hungry, after which she added that she had cooked something delicious. The survivor drew attention to how family members held each other's hands. Suddenly, the young man spread his fingers wide. Johannes clenched his fist sharply. Tilting his head down, the main character replied that he had no one. Turning his back on the interlocutor, the guy said that here their paths diverge. With her eyes widened, Chongmi asked him to wait. Running up from behind, the girl asked if he could give her the address of the place he was going to so that he could receive her and her family. The back of the soldier's head appeared, and he replied that this could not be done. Frowning angrily, the colleague noticed that her partner was too harsh. Stretching out her hand, the lady asked if it would be possible to go together if they happened to meet again. The protagonist resolutely nodded his head. The interlocutor looked directly at the back of his head while he was thinking. Cars were driving along a busy street, when suddenly the survivor advised her not to talk to strangers and not to sign up anywhere, as well as to avoid crowded places, to which she asked him again, and he asked to listen to him carefully. Turning his head back, the young man explained that if many people gathered in one place, then there might be a wave of zombies, and if weak people began to gather among themselves in groups of more than 20 people, then they would all die, and then told her to avoid such gatherings. Monsters seemed to fill all the streets of the city, and Johannes revealed that the zombie wave is a phenomenon when a huge number of infected people gather in one place. The monsters simultaneously stretched their hands up, and the main character noticed that if several people lived together and did not move for a long time, then the flow of zombies there would become endless. Armed soldiers in special uniforms were visible, and the protagonist said that the maximum number of participants is 20, and among them more than 10 must have combat abilities. The infected girl opened her mouth wide in rage, and the survivor stated that it was an experience-based rule, and only 20 people could be gathered. Turning away from her interlocutor, Chongmi realized that the camps that ignored him would not be able to survive more than a month. A locked door to the room appeared. Suddenly, the handle went down. Stained with blood, the protagonist entered the house. Inside the room were many refrigerators and boxes of food. Near the cabinet with medicines there was a pile of bottles of water. There was a view of an elegant bedroom. Suddenly Johannes collapsed on the sofa. The main character spread his arms and legs wide to rest. The guy lifted his chin and thought that this would be the most difficult thing for Chongmi, who was used to relying on someone. At the same second, the fighter turned his head towards the panoramic windows when he heard loud screams. A towel hung around the protagonist's neck, and he was surprised that they had already made it here. Furrowing his brows angrily, the young man realized that at such a speed, not in 6 months, but now, he needed to start acting. Pressing his finger on the power button of the console, the survivor reflected that even so, in 3 months, people would already understand what methods could be used to survive. A zombie game screensaver appeared on the TV, and the main character decided that in this case he would go out and find a couple of people to unite in a group. Taking a gamepad in his hands, the guy thought that it doesn't matter what happens, but he needs to create an organization of survivors who will be stronger than monsters. Sitting on the couch, the fighter realized that this would be a group of the most brutal scum of society. Suddenly, the TV screen shattered into pieces. A memory of the muscular man standing on a tall rock appeared, and the protagonist mused that he had to do it before the Sole Survivors Alliance took action. In the 4th month after the start of the zombie apocalypse, loud screams were heard near the building of the shopping center. A bunch of monsters pounced on the man. Squinting his eyes, the guy began to make frightening sounds. With his mouth wide open in anger, his comrade called out to Sung-hyun. A pile of undead surrounded the young man. Furrowing his brows angrily, the soldier thought about the fact that they had to leave the basement out of despair, but he thinks that it was reckless. A group of allies stood in a row, and their captain realized that 3 of the 9 had already died. The girl with blue hair raised her eyebrows in sadness. The survivor turned his head to the side and shouted that they were not allowed to engage the zombies and follow them. Suddenly, the team rushed to run away from the store. Holding the knife firmly in his hand, the guy noticed the emergency exit and thought that it was great. 2 zombies came out from behind the rack with food. His mouth wide open in rage, the warrior ordered everyone to stop. With trembling fingers, the young man gripped the hilt of the blade. Stretching their limbs forward, the monsters began to advance, to which the man thought that he would not be able to fight alone with 3. Turning back, the survivor asked Siho to step aside. At the same second, the heroes noticed how the crowd of undead began to bite their girlfriend. It seemed as if the monster pulled the girl's skin with its teeth with a crack. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes. Between the shelves in the store, zombies were advancing from different directions. Tilting his head down, the fighter began to shout loudly. A moment later, he kicked his opponent hard in the stomach. The monster crashed to the floor. The team members lowered their jaws in bewilderment at what they saw. The young man climbed onto a high rack and shouted for his allies to get up faster. The comrade gripped the captain's hand tightly. Everyone who climbed up tried to help the last man. Suddenly, the evil spirits grabbed him by the ankle. The guy opened his mouth wide in fright. Raising its head up, the monster began to roar loudly. At the same second, the survivor made a cut on the enemy's wrist. The head of the team gritted his teeth tightly in anger. It seemed as if an empty rack was lying on the floor in the middle of the store. The wounded soldier finally climbed to the top of the regiment. Looking straight ahead, the survivors saw that many zombies were approaching them. Suddenly, the monsters began to stretch out their arms upwards. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. In the crowd of opponents, she noticed her infected friend. The guys lowered their heads in sadness. Furrowing her brows angrily, the lady shouted that she needed to shut up and not give vent to her emotions so as not to make each other cry. Biting her trembling fingers, the survivor admitted that she simply did not want to die in such a place. Sitting on the shelf, the young man asked his brother what they should do now. Closing his lips, the elder remained silent. The zombies scratched their fingers on the metal surface, and the head of the team announced that he would go down. Lowering their jaws in bewilderment, the partners were surprised by his words. Behind the monsters was a clean floor, and the guy asked if the others could see empty space, and then explained that he would lure these creatures there. A tall escalator appeared, and the soldier noticed that while he was distracting them, they would need to climb this loading dock. An anxious grin appeared on the face of the survivor, and he said that if he could not follow them, he would return to the basement again. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes, and he asked his brother not to say that, because it was the same as suicide. Embracing the body of the elder, the teenager offered to go together, and did not understand why he was doing this. His mouth wide open in anger, the brother shouted that he had already told them that he would go. Turning his head towards the exit, the young man explained that at least they should survive. Pointing her finger down, the girl noticed someone. Among the crowd of undead, a huge infected person stood out. At the same moment, the big man grabbed the survivor by the leg. The monsters pulled him towards them, when suddenly he began to call loudly for his brother. Sharply bulging his pupils, the survivor called out to the younger one. The partner tried to restrain the enraged fighter, while he asked to let him go. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the zombie's head. Many monsters and humans collapsed to the floor. The survivors watched in bewilderment. Johann stood on top of the shelf, holding a crossbow in his hands. Grinning, the main character said that he had found it. The guy was lying on the floor. Tears were streaming down his face. Suddenly, ferocious zombies appeared. A moment later, the young man crawled under one of them. The monster bared his teeth menacingly. The teenager opened his jaw in fear. The monsters leaned sharply to the floor. The survivor, standing on his hands, was confused. Suddenly, the undead rushed towards him. The arrow could be seen quickly cutting through the air. The projectile then pierced the zombie's head. A lot of bullets hit the monsters directly. Johannes held a crossbow in his hand. The guy raised his head in surprise. The main character began to take out his sword. A second later, the protagonist pushed off the shelf. It seemed as if the fighter hovered over the opponents. The survivor fiercely attacked the enemy. A moment later, the monster fell to the ground. Suddenly, one of the infected was behind Johannes. The protagonist's expression was serious. The protagonist quickly elbowed his opponent. Suddenly, the big man swung his palm. The guy was able to dodge the attack. Then the young man took out a sharp knife. The fighter slashed at the zombies. Blood was oozing from the wound of the undead. The monster clenched its jaw in bewilderment. The teenager frowned menacingly. After a moment, Johannes reached for his weapon. A second later, the main character got into a fighting stance. The protagonist ferociously attacked his opponent. Many deep wounds appeared on the monster's body. The guy continued to deliver powerful blows to the zombies. One of the opponents hit his knees on the floor. Sweat ran down the young man's face. Then the teenager lowered his eyebrows. On top of the shelves stood the guys. The survivors looked down in surprise. Turning around, the soldier asked what they were worth. Frowning seriously, Johannes told them to come down and fight. The look of the survivors was confused. The survivor, opening his mouth wide, invited them to come down. The bodies of the survivors were shaking with fear. The guy bit his lips thoughtfully. Suddenly the young man grabbed a sharp knife. A second later, the teenager went downstairs. He was attacked by a terrible zombie. The survivor stuck a weapon in his head. The expression on the face of the survivor was menacing. Then the fighter pulled the knife out of the monster's limb. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind him. A can suddenly flew into it. The guy turned his gaze to the side in surprise. His brother, his mouth wide open, addressed him. An arrow could be seen in the head of the undead. Suddenly, the main character took his projectile. Drops of blood dripped down the cartridge of the crossbow. Standing near the defeated enemy, the protagonist asked to follow him. There was a sign near the door. A view of the bright room opened. The soldier parted his lips. Pulling out his cleaver, Johannes ordered him to take off his clothes. The young man pointed his finger at himself, puzzled. The teenager could be seen blushing quickly. Opening her jaw, the survivor shouted that let him live. The survivor was surrounded by a crowd of zombies, and he exclaimed that he must survive. The main character raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. The survivor, looking ahead, said that at least he should survive. Through tears, the guy added that he should not dare to die. Smiling, the young man called him his friend. Then the doors slammed shut. An iron gate appeared. Sweat was dripping down the protagonist's body. There were dents from many knocks. The fighter's gaze was confused. A moment later, Johannes began to cry a lot. The survivor, raising the corners of his lips, thanked for the help, after which he gave his name, and also added that thanks to him, his younger brother avoided infection. The expression on the protagonist's face was pleased. Suddenly, the survivor raised his eyebrows in surprise. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that the first person he could trust with his life was him, and then explained that he had only escaped infection thanks to his luck. The teenager could be seen wiping away his tears, and the girl said that everything was fine, because such things happen in life, and at the same time, the fighter muttered that if it was as before, then he had to die. After introducing the survivors, Johannes reported that 4 months before he joined the camp, the survivors ran out of food. A huge store appeared, and the main character added that in search of food, they decided to go up from the basement to the 3rd floor of the loading dock. Many monsters tried to catch the guy, after which the protagonist explained that on the first attempt, the younger brother Khan was caught by a large zombie, and his body was torn apart by a group of infected. The guys looked down puzzled. The back of the young man's head was visible, and then the soldier added that seeing the imminent death of his brother, Cohn makes a rational but strange decision, namely, he decided to sacrifice his brother for the sake of the others. People ran quickly around the store, and Johannes said that when all the zombies' attention was focused on his brother, he decided to run with his colleagues to the emergency exit. Monsters suddenly attacked a group of survivors, and at the same time, the protagonist revealed that he had lost the others at the back entrance after stumbling upon a crowd of zombies. The guy went down the stairs, and the protagonist said that the only survivor left. He arrived at the camp on the 1st floor of the basement. Looking at the survivors, the fighter thought that this was what he had heard when he met Khan. Frowning seriously, Johannes muttered that there was something strange, because today's incident was supposed to happen in 2 months. Standing in front of the guys, the main character added that therefore he was in no hurry to come here, but the time of their departure to the loading area came much earlier. The young man, stretching out his palm, told the girl that he should go and greet him, to which she replied that she did not want to, because she was afraid, and the protagonist noted that he did not hear that they were among the survivors of the first sortie. Turning his gaze to the side, the fighter realized that now he could not predict what would happen in the future. Rubbing his dagger, Johannes asked if they lived in this building. The teenager, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that they lived on the 1st and 2nd floors of the basement. Smiling slightly, the protagonist thought that he was a fool because he was just as soft-hearted, and also added that they had argued a lot in their past life because of his gullibility. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist asked how much food they had left. Sweat ran down the survivor's cheek. Looking ahead, the survivor said that he wanted to ask a question before answering, since there had been an unpleasant incident recently. Holding his hand at his side, the fighter said that they could speak freely. Frowning seriously, the survivor decided to talk to him on an equal footing, since they were the same age, and then asked if he had a companion. Spreading his palms in different directions, Johannes replied that he was a loner. Opening his mouth, the guy clarified where he had lived until now. Smiling, the main character said that he lived at home because he had enough food supplies. The guys looked in his direction in bewilderment. The young man lowered his eyebrows sharply. The protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, noticed that it was his turn to ask questions, and then asked why they had left, although they still had supplies. The teenager's expression was confused. Putting his hands on his sides, the fighter explained that he would not hesitate to answer if there was no food. Holding his head, the survivor said that they had no choice because there was a loading dock in the parking lot on the 3rd floor, and so they were trying to get through the zombies. Touching his chin, Johann said that it was obvious that there was a lot of water and a box of ramen on the loading dock. The survivor frowned in bewilderment. Parting his lips, the main character said that he had inspected the entire building before coming here, but there were too many zombies, and the 2nd and 3rd floors, the parking lot, the emergency exit, everything was filled with monsters. After presenting a huge number of boxes, the protagonist added that it was impossible to carry food with such a small group. Sweat quickly flowed down the face of the survivor. Grinning, the fighter said that it was possible to destroy all the zombies in this building. The guy lowered his eyebrows in surprise. Holding a sharp knife in his hand, Johannes offered to clear the department store of zombies, and also added that he would help them do so if they allowed him to stay in the camp. Clenching his jaw, the young man exclaimed that he should not talk nonsense, because the monsters would catch up with them while they acted from within. Stretching out his fingers, the main character asked to listen carefully, after which he said that there are 3 entrances through which you can get into the department store, and they need to block them until the liquidation begins. A room with equipment appeared, and at the same time the protagonist said that he had already closed the door of entrance number 2 on the way here. Imagining a glass passage, the fighter said that it remained to close the main entrance door and the parking lot. The group of survivors rounded their eyes in surprise. The girl's expression was pleased. Then the lady winked and asked if she liked it. After a moment, Johannes turned his gaze to the side. I could see the guys going down the stairs. The guy, sharply opening his jaw, said that the total number of people in the camp was 33 people, after which he added that there were 16 men and 17 women. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man said that among them were 10 old men and 2 children who could not fight. Frowning seriously, Johannes remarked that this was too much. Suddenly, the teenager knocked on the door. The survivors were standing at the entrance, and then someone asked for a password. Looking down, the survivor said that it was a green sky. A moment later, the door opened. Smiling, the guy greeted the survivors and explained that this was their camp. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered his eyebrows. A wide room appeared. The protagonist looked around. The young man, turning to Khan, asked how it had gone. The teenager closed his eyes abruptly. The guys bowed their heads, and it was heard that they had lost 3 on the 1st floor, and the rest barely escaped. Parting his lips, the survivor was confused, which turned out to be so. The survivor, standing opposite his partner, clarified how the others were, and then received the answer that they had gathered near the food distribution point. Approaching the fighter, the survivor asked who he was. Khan, turning his head, said that he would explain in front of everyone, and also added that he had to go. Suddenly Johannes turned his gaze to the side. A table with information about the floors appeared. Stretching out his index finger, the guy said that here, on the 1st floor of the basement, clothes and furniture were stored, and if you walked through the row with clothes, you could go out to the row with furniture. A view of a wide room opened up, and at the same time, the young man said that the survivors now live here. The main character looked ahead in surprise. Noticing the barricade, the protagonist asked how they blocked the elevator. The teenager, raising his eyebrows, replied that it was he who blocked. In the past, people ran away from monsters, and the survivor revealed that at the time he was a department store employee working on the 1st floor, but as soon as he saw strange people jostling at the door, he immediately realized that they were zombies. Abruptly opening his jaw, the fighter asked if he understood immediately after he saw it. Through the sweat on his face, the survivor noticed that he was a zombie fan. The survivor remembered how the undead quickly caught up with him, after which he explained that this is why he blindly rushed to run, but there were too many of them at the exit, and therefore went down in the elevator. Frowning seriously, Johannes asked if they had gone downstairs to stock up on food and food first. The guy nodded his head and gave a positive answer. Looking down, the main character wondered if he was incredible. People went downstairs, following the young man, and he said that then he saw how they were bitten by zombies one by one. The guys were carrying heavy bollards, and at the same time, the teenager added that he stopped the elevator through the emergency stop, and told his colleagues to block the entrance with furniture so that no one could go down. Placing his palms on his face, the survivor said that although there were many people still alive, suddenly, the protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, said that he should not blame himself, because if he had not done so, then everyone would have died. Turning to the survivor, the soldier asked what was next, to which he received the answer that while they, the remaining people, were resting, they heard screams from the 2nd floor of the basement of the food department, and among the people who arrived there was one loaded. Looking at the barricade, Johannes understood why they had blocked both sides. Opening his mouth, the main character clarified how many zombies they killed. Closing his lips, the guy said nothing. Lowering his head, the young man said that he was a coward, because even here he could not stand on the front line, and was only hiding in the basement. The protagonist's gaze was serious. The teenager looked down thoughtfully. Then the fighter smiled slightly. Holding out his hand, Johannes explained that on the contrary, he wanted to congratulate him, and then asked if he had survived because he was a fan of zombies. The survivor raised his eyebrows happily. The survivors looked at each other. Suddenly, a view of a wide room opened up. The guys were standing in front of the group of survivors. Parting his lips, the main character greeted everyone and gave his name. People opened their mouths and asked if there were rescue services outside, where the soldiers were, what the government was doing, and if there were so many zombies outside. Frowning seriously, the protagonist replied that there was almost lawlessness there, and most of the soldiers had been captured. The guys bowed their heads sadly. Stretching out his palms, the fighter said that they must therefore be responsible for their own lives, and first of all, they must get to the surface and secure a supply route before they run out of food. Turning around abruptly, the survivors objected if he was telling them to get up and die again, after which they apologized and said that they would wait here for the rescue service because they did not want to die like dogs. The young man, raising his hands, asked them to wait, and at the same moment Johannes thought that they were in a difficult situation. Then only the main character and the girl remained in the room. The lady touched the protagonist and addressed him. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady called out her name and asked if he could spare her a minute, after which she said that there was something that Kohn had not told him. Sari frowned gravely and said that barbarians had invaded the area a week ago. Clenching his jaw in bewilderment, the soldier asked if there were invaders there, to which he received a positive answer. Sweat ran down Johannes' body. After introducing the formidable men, the protagonist wondered if this was really an alliance of soul survivors. There were zombies walking down the street, and at the same time the girl said that they were gangsters who had occupied a department store building on the opposite side of the road. Looking ahead, the protagonist clarified why they had come, and whether it could be because of the food. Parting her lips, the lady noticed that they, too, had thought at first that their purpose was food, but it turned out not to be so, and that they had taken 6 girls, among them her sister. Keeping his hands at his sides, the fighter thought that if at first everything was different, then the past could change. The guy, lowering his eyebrows, asked if they had weapons. Taking off her jacket, the survivor replied that there was not, and at the same time added that she would go straight to the point. Then the survivor closed her eyes. Opening his mouth wide, the young man asked what she was doing now, after which Sari said that she had seen him fight recently, and now she knew. Through the sweat on her face, the girl said that he was the only one who could save her sister. The lady, standing opposite the main character, began to talk about what would happen if he did it. Suddenly Johann struck her on the forehead. Holding her head, the survivor clarified why he did it, and then the protagonist explained that she deserved it. Turning his gaze to the side, the fighter said that even if the whole world is immersed in lawlessness, you need to take care of what is necessary. Spreading her hands in different directions, the survivor wondered if this meant that he would not save her sister, and if he was also afraid of those people. Shuffling his legs, the guy replied that he was not so much afraid, but not sure. Raising her eyebrows, Sari asked what it was. Frowning seriously, the young man said that the people from this camp had the right to live. Clenching her fingers, the girl noticed that he was a terrible person. Opening the door, Johannes explained that he was joking, and at the same time added that he would go and talk to Khan. Suddenly, the main character, sitting next to the survivor, asked if he had even thought of leaving this camp. Parting his lips, the survivor asked him again. Looking sideways, the protagonist asked if he wanted to form another camp with him, selecting only a few people. Smiling broadly, the survivor asked if he was joking. Then the fighter put his palm on his forehead. Turning to the guy, Johannes began to explain what they would do. After some time, it was seen how the guys were standing in front of a crowd of people. The old man, raising his hand, clarified what had happened, because they said that this was an emergency meeting. Stretching out his right palm, the young man explained that from now on, they would block the main gate on the first floor and kill all the zombies in the department store. The survivor, lowering his eyebrows, asked if this was nonsense again. Looking down, the teenager said that from now on, all the food received would be distributed only among the participants in the battle, 1 set per person. The survivors called him selfish, and then the man, opening his jaw, asked if he meant to say that everyone who is not able to fight must die. Frowning seriously, Kohn replied that he was talking about the need to fight in order to survive. The survivor waved his hand and remarked that Johannes, who had survived alone for 3 months outside, would teach them how to do so. The guy, looking sideways, was at a loss. Turning his head, the young man did not understand where the main character had gone. Suddenly, it seemed like the protagonist was holding the monster by the hair. The fighter threw the monster to the floor. In fear, the survivors opened their mouths and shouted that they were zombies. Placing his foot on the back of the undead, Johann said that he had brought the zombie to start right away, after which he asked who would be first, and also added that he had broken his chin, so they should not worry, because he did not bite. Looking in the direction of people, the main character asked if there was one, and then called them cowards. Sari, clenching her fist, exclaimed that she would do it, and clarified how to do it. Smiling, the protagonist said that she was the best among those present here. There were cardboard pipes on the floor, and at the same time, the fighter explained that first you need to put the gloves on your hand. The girl, taking an unusual product, asked what it was. Johannes, lifting the corners of his lips, asked to communicate with him on an equal footing, after which he said that it was a wristband, and added that he cut the boxes, glued them to the sleeves and wrapped them with tape. The lady raised her eyebrows in surprise. Frowning in bewilderment, the lady said that if you do this, your hands will stink just like your feet. Standing in a fighting stance, the main character said that the body should always be slightly turned diagonally, and the left leg should be put forward. The survivor, trying to repeat after him, asked if this was true. Grinning, the protagonist exclaimed that this was good, and added that it was not necessary to repeat it exactly. Standing in front of the monster, the fighter explained that during the fight with zombies, you need to tilt your upper body and move the center of gravity forward. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The undead clung to the guy's cardboard device. The young man pushed his opponent back. Holding his opponent, Johann said that he needed to move his back leg slightly so as not to fall due to the weight, and if he lost his balance, he could fall on him. Pinning the zombies against the door, the main character noticed that the weak point is the head, because it is difficult to determine the exact location of the heart, and also the best place in a face-to-face fight. Suddenly, the protagonist stuck a knife into the monster. Then the guy knocked him down. A second later, the monster hit the floor, and the young man explained that hitting the eyes was the most effective. Sitting on the back of the undead, the fighter said that when attacking from behind, it was enough to grab it by the head, lift it up and thrust it, holding the weapon vertically. A splash of blood appeared. Unexpectedly, people vomited. Johannes threw the weapon to the girl's knees. Smiling, the main character said that she bravely volunteered to do this, and now let her set an example, and then said that he would catch another one and come. A moment later, the door slammed shut. Sari's expression was confused. Suddenly, the zombie waved his hand. The protagonist quickly stabbed him in the neck. In a second, the monster fell down. A pistol could be seen in the holster. Lifting the corners of his lips, the soldier thought that this was very lucky. Suddenly, a huge amount of blood appeared. The lady opened her jaw in bewilderment. The guy, approaching her, exclaimed that she was great, and added that it was excellent. Standing in front of a crowd of people, the young man asked if there were only 7 people. With his hands at his sides, Johannes was glad that at least 7 had volunteered. Parting his lips, the main character said that before the start of the battle, it was necessary to divide into 2 teams of 4 people. The members of the first team were visible, and at the same time the protagonist called their names. Then the guys from the second team appeared. A diagram of the movement of the groups appeared, after which the protagonist said that starting from the emergency exit on the first floor, everyone would act with their team, and also added that the first team would go to the second floor and to the elevator on it, and the second team would go to the main entrance. The survivors tried to hold off the oncoming zombies, and the fighter said that as soon as they reached the main entrance, the one in the rear would have to close the door while the leader guarded him, and the other 2 would stand on the sides and guard from the side. Stretching out his thumb, Johannes explained that the leader of Hyuk should cover for his brother, who would close the door, as it was very dangerous, and the young man said that he understood him. After looking at Jongwon, the protagonist asked if he could not worry about him, since he was an expert in blocking the elevator, and then he answered positively. Then the protagonist touched the door handle. Frowning seriously, the fighter asked to survive. Sweat was dripping down the guy's cheek. The girl turned her gaze to the side. The teenager lowered his eyebrows sharply. His older brother bit his lips thoughtfully. A moment later, the door opened with a creak. Walking ahead of the others, Johannes noticed that then he could get down to business. Suddenly, a huge number of zombies appeared in front of the guys. A view of a tall building opened. After the monsters attacked, everything began to shake, and it could be heard that there were 2 on the left. A splash of blood could be seen. The frightened lady lay on the floor. The monster opened its mouth furiously. The main character, hitting him, exclaimed that let his ally get up. Cutting through the undead, the protagonist asked her to concentrate and fight. The old man attacked the opponent in the neck. Opening his mouth wide, the fighter shouted that Jongwon should duck his head. The guy quickly dodged the zombies. Johannes held a pistol in his hand. Then the main character took off. The protagonist jumped over the teenager. The fighter powerfully hit the monster on the head. The warrior rolled quickly on the floor. A second later, the soldier fired many bullets at his enemies. Suddenly Johannes turned his gaze to the side. The main character shot at the evil spirits near Sari. The protagonist, stretching out his palm, said that let the girl pull out a knife and go to him. Blushing sharply, the lady noticed that he was crazy, but very cool. Then the fighter shook off the dust from his palms. Jongwon said that everything was blocked, and at the same time, the guy, holding his hands at his sides, said that it was excellent, and also added that this was expected from the expert, and therefore he should be given the title of a human blocker, or a closer, and one of the partners asked if he was able to joke. Wiping the sweat from his face, Johann said that he thought that they had almost dealt with the zombies on the excavator's side, and now they needed to team up with the second team and deal with the monsters on the loading dock. A view of the cash registers opened. Opening his mouth wide, the main character clarified whether they had already coped. Waving his hand, Khan asked if they had done the same. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist remarked that they had a good conversation, but now it was time for them to hunt. Sweat ran down the young man's cheek. A second later, the teenager stood up. Looking at the fighter, the survivor said that he wanted to say something. A wound appeared on the hand of the survivor. Johan's eyes widened in bewilderment. The guys opened their jaws in surprise. Tilting his head, the main character asked to open his mouth. A moment later, the survivor parted his lips. The protagonist quickly shoved the rag between his teeth. Taking out a long knife, the fighter explained that Byunjin and Zhang Huan should hold Khan's hands. Johan's raised his weapon in the air, and the teenager asked what he was doing. Frowning seriously, the main character said that he needed to clench his teeth, and also added that it was better to find a way to survive than just die. The protagonist could be seen lowering his eyebrows. Suddenly, blood appeared on the end of the sword. The fighter cut off the guy's hand, causing him to scream loudly. Hyuk, his mouth wide open, was puzzled. The girl quickly averted her gaze. Then the warrior tied up the wounded limb of his partner. Johannes, stretching out his palms, asked if there was a doctor or nurse in the basement, to which he received a negative answer, after which he again asked if there was a first aid post, and then the lady exclaimed that there was a doctor or nurse in the customer service center. Pursing his lips, the main character thought that he had lost a lot of blood. Walking ahead of the survivors, the protagonist explained that first he needed to return to the basement, and let Minseo continue to press Khan's hand, and at the same moment added that he would lead the team, and Zhang Huan and the girls should follow him and keep up, and Seri on the right, the old man on the left, Hyuk and Pyonjin should chain the rear. Suddenly, a crowd of zombies appeared ahead. A view of tall buildings opened. The fighter stabbed the monster in the neck. The monster opened its jaw in pain. The survivor held a sharp knife tightly. After a moment, Johannes grabbed the door handle. On the back of the guy was a wounded teenager. Through the sweat on his face, the main character said that it was locked here. Lowering his eyebrows in bewilderment, the young man asked him again. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that someone had locked the door from the inside. As he stabbed her, Hyuk exclaimed that let those crazy bastards open her. Suddenly, the eyes of the survivor began to water, and then he loudly repeated his words. Placing his palm on the wall, the fighter asked him to calm down, and explained that otherwise the zombies would run in, after which he said that if they did not open the door, he would knock it down. A closed passage was visible, and there was a question if there were zombies or infected nearby, and someone also said that they could not open it immediately. Standing at the entrance, Johannes replied that there were none, and therefore let them open it. Menacingly clenching his jaw, the main character noticed that if they did not open the count of 3, he would knock it out and enter, and then deal with them, and it would not leave it so easily. A moment later, the door handle jerked. The men's expressions were confused. Hyuk lowered his eyebrows angrily. The guy pushed one of the survivors with his shoulder. Frowning seriously, the protagonist asked if they had closed the door. The survivor abruptly turned his head away. Parting his lips, the soldier said that he was right. Suddenly, Pyonjin struck the survivor the cheek. Falling off his feet, the man exclaimed that he had no choice, because if zombies got here, then everyone would die. Johann said that in this case, by closing the door, they did the right thing, which caused the survivor's pupils to shrink sharply. Stepping over the threshold, the main character noticed that there were almost no people inside who could fight, and therefore, if an infected person entered, the situation would become very deplorable, and closing the door and checking for infected people was a wise decision. The master's body was shaking with fear. After touching his hair, the protagonist asked to keep watching the door and also asked for his name, to which the survivor replied that his name was Sojin. Tilting the head of the survivor, the fighter said that he would remember, but let him remember, and at the same time added that as soon as he heard his voice, he should immediately open the door. The protagonist's gaze was creepy, and he said that if the man hesitated like now, he would tear him to pieces and feed the zombies. A wooden door appeared. On the bed lay Khan. Raising his eyebrows, Johannes called the old man agile, and the old man said that there was a lot to learn from living so long. Looking at Puck, the protagonist explained that they didn't know for sure, and therefore they couldn't get too close to him. The fighter then approached Hyuk. The boy's expression was sad. The survivor frowned seriously. After a moment, the survivor nodded his head. Moving his legs, Johannes asked Byunjin and Zhang Huan to follow him. On the door there was an inscription only for the staff. The main character opened one of the many lockers. Pushing aside the drawer, the protagonist said that he was somewhere here. Keys appeared inside, after which the fighter exclaimed that he had found it. Looking at the guys, the survivor said that from now on all food and products should be transferred here, and the survivor clarified why this was necessary. Holding his hand at his side, Johannes replied that they would control the materials so that no one would dare to touch them without permission. The survivors dragged bulky boxes. The man, with his mouth wide open, asked what they were doing now. Turning to him, the main character said that they were carrying materials to the warehouse, and then the master objected how they could so unceremoniously dispose of common things without warning the others, and also added that they might think that they wanted to appropriate all the food for themselves. Rounding his eyes, the protagonist noticed that it was so. The survivor raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. Stretching out his palm, the fighter explained that from now on they would control all the food from here, and give the minimum amount of food necessary for survival to everyone at the set time, and therefore let them follow the instructions so as not to be late and not suffer from hunger. The survivor, menacingly opening his jaw, asked who he was, and shouted that they had taken him homeless. Looking ahead, Johann said that from now on, those who did not follow his instructions would not be given anything, and therefore they could search for food as they wished, and soon they would restore order upstairs, and they would help with the corpses, and although they did not fight with them, everyone should participate except the children. Suddenly a white rag appeared. A piece of cloth flew into the main character. Then the protagonist closed his eyes. The woman, frowning maliciously, exclaimed that they did not need such a bandit spawn as him, and therefore let him leave. A second later, the soldier tilted his head. There was dirt inside the diaper. Stains appeared on the warrior's vest. At the same moment, the guy pursed his lips in displeasure. With her mouth wide open in rage, the survivor shouted for the man to get out of here immediately. At the same moment, Johannes furrowed his brows angrily. Raising his hands, the survivor shouted that they would throw him out, because he thought that they would obediently endure this. Suddenly, the survivors rushed at the main character. Suddenly, a slight grin appeared on the guy's face. A memory of people turning away from him appeared, and the fighter remembered that they trembled with fear when it was time to go hunt zombies. Taking a pistol out of his holster, the protagonist asked if they were afraid of the one who was hunting them. Spreading their arms to the sides, the survivors shouted that he had pulled something out, so we needed to catch him quickly. The shelves inside the store were filled with food products. The boys were frightened by the gunshot that left a hole in the floor, when suddenly Johannes assumed that they had misunderstood something. Grinning maliciously, the main character said that he was not a refugee who came here to ask for help, after which he added that he was not a volunteer. Putting his finger on the trigger of the weapon, the guy explained that, on the contrary, he looked more like an invader. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist told them to shut up and follow the rules. The pupils of the survivors instantly shrank in size from fright. Boxes filled with food were on the shelves. Holding a piece of paper in his hands, Pyongjin said that Haijong was a support staff because he did not participate in the hunt, so he would only receive 50%. The woman took a set of food in her hands. The assistant called out to the next person in line, while the protagonist stood with his hand on his side. There were bruises on the man's cheeks, and the young man said that Sojin was the staff of the department, so he needed to be given the full volume, and he didn't understand why this was so. Crossing his elbows, Johannes explained that controlling the door block was important for the safety of the camp. The survivor stood behind the manager and began to be indignant. Minso handed a set of food items to her partner. Drool flowed down the manager's lips. Furrowing his brows angrily, Sanbei said that he was joining the wrestling squad, so he would like to get a full portion. People stood in front of the food tables and began to make noise, asking if they could help in any way. A slight grin appeared on the protagonist's face. A view of the door to the warehouse opened up. Suddenly, the guy laid out 2 pistols on the surface. The protagonist put his fingers to his chin thoughtfully. Sitting on the chair, the young man began to sigh heavily. Resting his elbows on the table, Johann said that at first he thought of giving the weapon to Khan and making him the real leader of the camp. Remembering how the survivor lies in a hospital bed, the main character exclaimed that he was a scumbag who should not dare to die, and did not understand for whom he came here at all. Lowering the corners of his lips, the guy thought that he did not know if Khan would be able to get out of the shock, because now, even if he woke up, he would not be able to fight, and during this chaos, a leader who could not fight was useless. Silhouettes of the survivors appeared, and the protagonist mused that Park was too old, and Minseo and Pyongjin were indecisive. The young man with glasses furrowed his brows, and the leader said in his mind that although Zhang Huan had abilities, they were not enough to give him weapons and trust people's lives. Tears flowed from Hyuk's eyes, and the fighter noticed that this man was spiritually weak and too dependent on his brother. Sari could be seen blowing a kiss. Spreading his hands to the sides, the protagonist said that he had thought too much, so his mind was clouded. The girl turned sideways, and Johannes thought that she did not know where to go, and that an emotional leader was very dangerous. Grabbing the door handle with his fingers, the main character exclaimed that he would never let her in. Leaving the room, the guy asked what they were doing here, to which the partner replied that they were afraid that something could happen while he was resting, so they guarded him. Grinning, the soldier thanked them for their concerns, but advised the 2 of them to rest, because they also needed it. Furrowing her brows angrily, the lady was indignant that he didn't look at her when he spoke, and then asked if he was thinking anything bad when he was inside. Bulging his pupils in bewilderment, the young man remained silent. Lowering his jaw, the main character asked if Sari wrote well, to which she clarified whether he was changing the topic. Clenching her hands into fists, the girl shouted that she knew he was thinking about it. Holding out a sheet of paper and a marker, the guy asked her to take it and start writing. Her eyes were rounded in surprise, and she did not understand what it was. Lowering his hand, the protagonist explained that this is an alert that they will hang on the window of the store. Tilting his head down, Johannes dictated that he should write that if there was something to do, he should go to the parking lot, and if a window broke, or there was a noise, they would immediately shoot. The lady put the paper against the wall. At the same second, the survivor began to write letters on the sheet. Putting his fingers to his chin, the main character said thoughtfully that he did not want to talk about her abilities. Sari's cheeks turned red with shame, and she told him to shut up, because she knew it. Jongwon raised his eyebrows in disbelief and asked why they needed an alert on the window. Lowering his jaw, the guy asked him to listen carefully. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist stated that in the future, when they deal with the zombies, the most dangerous will be humans. Raising his head, the young man wanted to continue speaking. Smiling shyly, the girl presented them with the work she had done. Turning his head away from his teammates, Johannes exclaimed that she could never be a leader. A view of the buildings in the city under the night sky opened. The main character was lying on the floor, when suddenly someone clarified whether he was inside. Lifting his torso from the ground, the guy replied that he would come out now. Looking out of the crack in the doorway, the fighter asked if something had happened, to which Sari replied that she had been told that there was no water. Small rooms in the restroom appeared, and the lady exclaimed that she had checked, but there was no water in either the women's or the men's toilet. The young man ran his hand through his hair and noticed that the good days were over. Liquid tanks appeared, and the main character said that the reservoir on the roof was completely empty, after which he asked his assistant to tell everyone to get ready. The members of the group of survivors sat down on the floor. Tilting his head down, the guy asked where Hyuk was. The survivor looked up and replied that he did not even move, and then asked if he should be brought. Looking in the direction of the interlocutor, the fighter said to leave him, because he still needed someone to protect Khan. Patting the lady's head, the protagonist said that she had done a good job. A slight grin appeared on Sari's face. The young man looked sideways. Suddenly, Johannes furrowed his brows angrily. With frightened pupils bulging, the members of the group of survivors sat in complete silence. At the same second, the main character grabbed the handle of the weapon. Putting his sword into the sheath, the guy said that as they knew, the water supply was interrupted, and until they found a solution, they could not waste water, after which he added that everyone would wash with wet wipes or slightly moistened paper. Members of the group of survivors bit their lips sadly. Lowering his chin, the soldier asked if they were happy with what they had just been told. Putting the weapon in the bag, the protagonist asked everyone to listen carefully, and then added that if 4 months ago, given the situation, they had used the resources wisely, they would still be able to use clean water. A crossbow hung behind the young man, and he stated that his methods were harsh, but could help them survive even after all the food in the store ran out. Looking at his partners, Johann said that he would explain everything to them so that everyone would understand, and hoped to see everyone with less sad faces when they returned. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist suggested that Zhang Huan go if everything was ready. The setting sun could be seen in the sky over the city. Swinging his sword, the guy killed one zombie. Opening his mouth wide in fury, the soldier shouted that there were 2 on the right. The survivor tightly wrapped his hands around the sharpened wooden spear. He stabbed 2 monsters at once, causing them to scream loudly. Smirking, the protagonist exclaimed that it was very good. Rubbing his chin with the back of his hand, Zhang Huan asked if they were done. Turning around, the young man assumed that everything was over. Suddenly, Johann stabbed the metal rack with a knife. There were many household appliances in the middle of the room, and a loud sound was heard. The eyes of the undead behind the glass began to shine brightly. At the same second, a monster came out from behind the rack. The infected man opened his mouth wide in a rage. A moment later, an arrow pierced his head. Holding the crossbow above him, the main character said that he thought he had figured it out now. The members of the survivor team happily raised their hands in the air and shouted that they had done it. Smiling broadly, the guy noticed that it was a good job, and those who had recently joined were incredible, although for some reason they were still hiding. With his eyes rounded with delight, the survivor replied that it was true, but they could not have imagined that it would be so easy. Frowning in displeasure, the assistant was indignant at his words and shouted that it was all thanks to the leader, so the idiot should not be conceited. A slight grin appeared on Johannes' face. Taking hold of the door handle, the main character asked Zhang Huan to check the boys for wounds, and Sari for the girls, after which he added that he would go to check the situation in the parking lot himself. Smiling, the partners agreed. There was a view of the front door to the parking lot. The silhouette of a guy appeared in the crack in the door, and a loud creak was heard. Monsters walked between cars, and the protagonist thought that the number of zombies is large, and there are too many covers, so it is difficult to predict where they will jump out from. A descent was visible, and the soldier realized that, fortunately, there was only one exit, which could be blocked by 2 trucks. Hearing the creaking sound, the survivors turned their heads towards the door. The young man abruptly appeared in front of them. Stretching out his palm forward, Johannes told everyone to rest, after which he asked if there were any wounded. Lowering his chin, Zhang Huan replied in the negative. The girls were pasting sheets of paper on the glass, when suddenly the main character was asked how things were in the parking lot, to which he replied that it was not bad, but not good either. Putting his finger to his chin, the guy thought that if he blocked the entrance with a car, then its height should be sufficient, and the battery would not be discharged. But anyway, if they managed this time, then it would be easier further. Lowering his jaw, the fighter said that since they were out, he would like to do away with parking at the same time, and then asked if they still had the strength. The members of the survivors' team raised their eyebrows in fright. Putting his hands on his side, the protagonist asked them not to react as much as he suddenly asked if there were anyone here who could fix the car. Raising his palm up, the survivor exclaimed that he was a mechanic. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the young man clarified whether he was a car mechanic, and what his work experience was, to which he replied that he had been working for 4 years. Tilting his head down, Johannes remarked that this was great, because thanks to him one of the problems would be solved, after which he asked if the mechanic would be able to start the car without a key. Lowering his jaw, Ki-mun introduced himself and said that he didn't know much, but he hadn't tried it personally, and besides, it was not at all as easy as it was shown in the films. Frowning, the main character clarified whether in this case he knows how to charge or replace the battery on transport. Grinning, the survivor said that 2 cars were enough, when suddenly he asked what he was going to do with them. Tilting his head down, the guy began to grin. The members of the team of survivors distorted their faces in alarm. It seemed as if the survivors were trying to run away from the crowd of zombies with loud screams. Squeezing her eyes shut, the girl shouted that she had told them that this bastard was a psychopath with a cute face. Hiding behind the car, Johannes noticed that this was fine, and now they had to run. Suddenly, the main character pushed off the ground with his feet. The guys stood between 2 trucks and sighed heavily from fatigue. Looking straight ahead, the fighter reported that the transport team's mouth was to find the truck with the key and completely block the entrance, to which the subordinate exclaimed that he understood him. The protagonist began to carefully open the car door. At the same second, an enraged zombie rushed at him. The monster grabbed the young man's leg with both hands. A moment later, the undead crashed out of the car. The main character began to crush his head with his foot. Suddenly, the guy raised the knife high in his hand. Splashes of blood appeared near the truck. The survivors began to search the enemy's body. Gritting his teeth in anger, the soldier was indignant that there was nothing. At the same second, the protagonist began to climb inside the cabin. There was a key in the ignition. Smiling, the young man exclaimed that it was a good thing. Johannes asked Sanbei to sit down, and then added that when they found another truck, they would signal 2 or 3 times, then he would need to leave, to which Sanbei furrowed his brows and accepted the order. Lowering his chin, the main character explained that when he parked, he should not leave space between the wall and the truck. Gritting his teeth tightly, the survivor replied that he understood this. Looking at the guy lying under the car, the fighter asked how he was doing, to which he said that the battery charge was enough for indirect transmission. There were many different cars in the parking lot. The protagonist snapped the lock abruptly. A moment later, the survivor tried to break down the door. Standing next to the truck, the young man asked if there were any cars, to which he was told that this was the last truck, and all the others were closed. The back of Johannes' head appeared, and he noticed that since there were no large cars that would block the entrance horizontally anyway, he could search among the SUVs. The heroes approached one of the cars. Behind the tinted glass I could see the silhouette of a child. The main character abruptly opened the door. At the same time, his fingers gripped the handle of the knife tightly. Raising his hand up, the guy froze. The infected little girl tried to bite his palm. The protagonist pursed his lips in sadness. A moment later, blood began to pour out of the cabin onto the floor. Putting his head inside, the young man exclaimed that there were keys. There was a view of the bloody door of the car, and the main character clarified what was there with the battery, to which the mechanic replied that it was discharged. The entire parking lot was filled with various vehicles, and the guy asked about which car had the same battery as this one, to which he began to tell that he needed a car of the same model first, when suddenly he was interrupted and told to stop explaining and just say. White smoke could be seen from under the hood of the car. The soldier clenched his teeth tightly from the effort he was making. Ki-mun inspected the engine compartment, and said that it would be good enough, to which he was told that in this case he needed to remove the battery and return. Holding the battery in his hands, the mechanic tried to move quickly. Drops of sweat were dripping down the young man's face when suddenly he shouted that there was a zombie ahead. Stopping in front of a crowd of monsters, Johannes noticed that there were too many of them, and then asked how long it would take to install the battery. Hearing that his partner replied that he needed 5 minutes, the main character began to wave his arms back and forth and shouted that it was too much, to which he yelled that he could do it in 4, or even 3 minutes. The guys were surrounded by a crowd of undead in an instant. Furrowing his brows angrily, the fighter pondered that these zombies should be blocked so that they could neither move nor dodge, and then realized that this required incredible physical strength. In the distance, a powerful blood splash could be seen above the monsters. Brandishing his blades, the protagonist eliminated his opponents one by one. Standing with his feet on the bodies of the monsters, the young man sighed heavily. Suddenly, blood spilled from the zombie's neck. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, Johannes attacked his opponent. Having struck, the main character cut off the head of the enemy. As Kimon's face sweated with anxiety, his partner shouted at him to work faster. The wrench in the mechanic's hand trembled. The tool began to knock on the metal bolt. Suddenly, the auto mechanic relaxed his hand, causing the device to begin to fall down. At the same second, the repair tool collapsed on the asphalt with a ring. Zombies with glowing eyes closely surrounded the fighter. A moment later, the monster grabbed the protagonist by the shoulder. Drops of sweat ran down the young man's face, and he sighed heavily. Johannes sharply hit his opponent with his shoulder in the jaw. Frowning angrily, the main character asked how much more time the auto mechanic needed. Ki-mun rubbed his forehead with his hand and cried out that he had everything ready. With his mouth wide open in rage, the guy told him to get on the passenger car, because he would drive on his own. Jumping into the car, the fighter pushed the monster back. The headlights of the car began to glow brightly. The protagonist pressed the gas pedal sharply. The rear wheel spun rapidly, producing gray smoke. Moving forward, the survivors knocked down the creatures in their path. Driving into a turn, the car tilted sideways from high speed. Johann slammed his palm sharply on the steering wheel to make a whistle. Hearing the sound, Songbei turned his head to the side. Suddenly, the truck drove out of the parking space. Making great efforts, the driver turned left. Gray smoke could be seen under the wheels of the transport. At the same second, the car began to park in front of the exit. Smiling broadly, Kimon remarked that this guy was very good, to which the main character replied that he was the best driver. Frowning, the fighter advised his partner to hold on tight, because now he was going to show him the skills of playing Tetris. Raising one eyebrow in bewilderment, the experienced mechanic clarified whether he had confused this with driving skills. Tightly grasping the steering wheel with his fingers, the protagonist answered in the affirmative and asked the passenger to fasten his seat belt. The jeep drove through the crowd of zombies. The headlights on the front of the car were shining brightly. The young man turned sharply to the left. A flurry of smoke formed under the rapidly spinning wheels. Driving into a turn, the car hit the vehicle standing behind. Johann slammed the brake pedal sharply to the floor. The lights on the trunk of the car began to glow brightly red. The main character wrapped his hand around the gearbox. Turning around, the guy began to move back. Suddenly, the fighter lowered his chin. In front of him, he saw a crowd of zombies climbing the stairs. Drops of sweat ran down the auto mechanic's face, and he shouted that they could collide now. Gritting his teeth tightly, the young man exclaimed that he knew this, and advised the passenger to hold on tightly. At the same second, parts flew off the gray car in different directions. Driving up backwards, the jeep blocked the passage. Getting out of the car, Kimon talked about having a headache. Tilting his head forward, the experienced mechanic declared that their leader was a very cruel person. Standing between the two vehicles, the main character asked for forgiveness, after which he explained that he was a little overexcited. Giving a thumbs up, Songbei admitted that it was the first time the man had taken his breath away, to which the man replied that he hoped it was the last time. The guy abruptly raised his hand high above his head. Zhang Huan looked at his partners in the distance, and exclaimed that this was a success. Placing his hand on his side, the survivor suggested that the others begin in such a case. The guys killed the monsters below with sharp wooden spears. Suddenly, the soldier tightly wrapped his fingers around the handle of the knife. At the same moment, Johannes kicked off the ground with his foot. The main character dodged the monster's attack. The guy jumped up sharply. The fighter chopped off the head of the undead with one blow. The protagonist lowered his chin in confusion. A moment later, the young man swung his weapon. A stream of white smoke could be seen in the middle of the wrecked cars. Suddenly, Sari opened her eyelids. The girl was lying on the roof of the truck and said that now she could not even lift a finger. Rubbing his chin with the back of his hand, Zhang Wan asked how many they had already killed. Pyongjin put his hands on his feet and replied that he didn't know, because he had even lost count because he didn't know there would be so many of them. Stretching out his palm forward, the main character suggested that there would be fewer of them on the upper floors, judging by the fact that they did not appear even in such a noise, to which the partner clarified whether they were really done in this case. Smiling, the guy asked to call people from the basement, because they needed to get out. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the survivor began to carry out the order. In the middle of the room stood a mannequin in a dress. It seemed as if the man tightly grasped the handle of the hammer with his fingers. The strangers looked at each other. At the same second, the man waved his hand, when suddenly he was shouted to stop. Putting his hand on his side, Hyuk stated that if they didn't back down now, he wouldn't tell the others. Clenching his jaw in anger, the survivor asked if he was offended, and because of whom his older brother was in such a state now, and then shouted that it was all because Johannes took them to a place that was infested with zombies. The survivor noticed that his brother's hand had also been cut off by their leader, when suddenly the guy's pupils noticeably narrowed from fright. Grabbing the interlocutor by the clothes, the survivor ordered them to leave while he spoke to them in a good way. The blade of the knife in the fighter's hand shone brightly. Remembering how Khan was lying on the hospital bed and suffering, the younger brother thought about the man's words. At the same moment, the survivor furrowed his brows angrily. Members of the rescue team watched in bewilderment. Smiling broadly, the main character introduced the room to everyone. The girl rounded her eyes in confusion. Suddenly, the survivor turned away from him. Lowering his chin, the guy said that the one who vomited should clean up on his own. Sari stroked the lady's back and tried to protect her. Shifting his gaze to the side, the fighter asked Zhang Huan to take some guys and bring a platform cargo and container cart, to which he replied that he understood. Behind the protagonist, there were zombie corpses lying on the floor, and he stated that the others would be loading the carts and later they would burn them on the roof. Suddenly, Hyuk threw open the front door. Looking directly at the interlocutor, the young man clarified what was wrong with Khan, to which he was told that everything was the same. Suddenly, Johannes furrowed his brows angrily. Looking sideways, the teenager said nothing. Putting his hand on the shoulder of his partner, the main character said that although it was difficult, he needed to cheer up. Lowering his head, the survivor called out to the leader. The survivors looked at each other sharply, and Hugh said that he did not take offense at him. There was a glint of light in the guy's eyes. The interlocutor raised his eyebrows in sadness. Lowering his jaw, the fighter noticed that he might hate him. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist explained that it was his responsibility to be responsible for what happened to his older brother. Suddenly, the teenager's pupils noticeably decreased in size. The protagonist began to take steps towards the survivor. Dropping his hands, the young man asked about the names of those who came out with them and died. Grabbing his fingers on the other person's shoulder, Johans asked if Sung-hyun and Say what continued to appear in his nightmares. The teenager raised his eyebrows in sadness. Tilting his head down, the main character said that their number would grow, and no one could be forgotten. The survivor clenched his teeth tightly in pain when he was told that it was his duty. Looking angrily ahead, the young man explained that if he accepted it and was responsible, he would be able to lead people. Lowering his jaw, the protagonist said that it would be in this terrible world. The monster's hands stretched along the ground. The survivors transported the killed monsters in carts. The young man abruptly lifted the white cloth. In the warehouse there were pallets with a huge amount of food products. The survivors looked enthusiastically at the supplies. In the open box you could see delicious food. Reaching forward, Sari asked if they could hold out for another 2 or 3 months, even if they threw away anything that was no longer edible. Wrapping his fingers around the can, the guy exclaimed that it was beer. Grinning, Johans noticed that the food products would not run away, so they would come out first. A view of the parking lot on the roof of the shopping center opened. A girl ran between the 2 cars. Smiling broadly, the survivor shouted joyfully. Putting her hand to her forehead, the lady looked at the bright sun. With enthusiastic rounding of her eyes, the survivor exclaimed that the weather was very good. The main character stood in front of everyone with his hands folded. In the distance he could see tall houses in the streets of the city. The heroes walked to the edge of the roof together. Johans looked ahead. The sun's rays illuminated the glazed buildings, and the main character thought that even in the absence of a doctor, having at least medicines, it was possible to do a blood transfusion, because it would most likely help Kon. Placing his hands on the concrete fence, Jongwon noticed that there were a lot of zombies. Monsters crowded at the bottom of the mall, and the survivor explained that even if they acted in the morning and cleared up the riots by banishing everyone in the area, the world was already completely destroyed, after which he added that the world was already over, although the end of humanity had not yet come. Turning her head to the side, Sari assumed that humanity had already been completely destroyed. Crossing his fingers, the guy said that there are many more such survivors than it seems, and then clarified whether it is possible that in the backwoods there will be someone who has not yet seen zombies. Standing near the concrete fence, the fighter said that the time had come. A fire broke out at the end of a wooden stick. Members of the team of survivors began to burn the corpses of the monsters. Putting a rag to her mouth, the girl asked if it was necessary to burn it like this, to which the protagonist replied that if the corpses began to rot, the infection could return, so destroying them was the most reliable way. The flames grew higher and higher, and the survivor clarified what they would do if the people found them, since the smoke was so conspicuous, to which the boy remarked that if they could get through all these zombies, they would be able to help their camp. Furrowing her brows angrily, the lady clarified what would happen if they had bad intentions. Looking away, Johan said that in that case, of course, they would kill them. Members of the team of survivors sat on chairs in the middle of the room. 4 large lanterns stood side by side on the table. Banging the tin cans against each other, the survivors exclaimed that they were drinking for themselves. A group of survivors filled the room. Putting his foot on the sofa, the main character noticed that this camp was lucky, and although there was only 1 tank with water left, a whole car with it had already appeared, after which he admitted that he had already thought about how to solve this problem. Suddenly, Puck walked up to the guy and called out to him. Furrowing his brows, the old man announced that Kon had died. Lowering their jaws in bewilderment, the heroes were surprised at what they heard. The protagonist stared down. A guy with white skin lay humbly on a hospital bed. Johans covered his body with a cloth. Members of the team of survivors gathered around the deceased comrade. Lowering his eyebrows, Park explained that they prevented him from turning into a zombie, but the bleeding was serious. Closing his lips, the main character remained silent. Hyuk sat in a chair with his hands on his head. A tree with sparse foliage appeared. Small red wheels rolled on the floor. Coming out of the glass doors, the guy asked if the teenager was going to go alone. With a slight grin, Hyuk replied that he would bury his brother next to his parents and return. The protagonist closed his eyes sharply. Looking at the interlocutor, the fighter noticed that due to the fact that the sounds of gunshots were heard in the direction of the military unit all night, the zombies would not appear in that area in the near future, to which he said that he would go. At the same moment, the young man began to walk away. The members of the team of survivors followed their comrade with their eyes. A view of large houses on the streets of the city opened. With his mouth wide open, the survivor yawned. Ki-mun sat at the top of the construction tower and asked what they should see during the observation, since there was nothing but zombies, to which Johans asked if there were any survivors, and then asked to report to him a sharp increase in the number of zombies or broken glass. Putting his hands on his side, the main character explained that he was not telling him to look until he was exhausted, because they would still hear the sounds, to which he took the order. The guy turned his head back when he was called. Holding a tin of food in her hands, the girl said that she had cooked it from canned food that she did not use, and then asked if he wanted to try it. A memory of the survivor crawling on the ground appeared. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, Johannes asked if she had vomited then, to which she was indignant and loudly called her name. At the same second, the main character put the spoon in his mouth. Smiling, the guy exclaimed that it was delicious. Jai-hai embarrassedly straightened her hair with her fingers and asked if it was true. Putting the cutlery inside the can, the fighter assumed that she was good at cooking, to which she replied that cooking was her specialty. As he continued to eat, the protagonist thought about how the lady had gone from being the one who vomited to being a cook. Turning back, Kimon noticed that they also had a mouth, but the survivor could see no one but their leader, to which his partner shouted that the world was very unfair. Grinning maliciously, the young man advised the experienced mechanic to keep an eye on the street. Waving goodbye, Johann said that until he learned how to start a car without a key, he could assume that he did not have a name, to which the survivors were indignant. There was a view of the almost completely empty shelves in the store. It was as if the man reached for a tin can with his hand. The woman raised her eyebrows in alarm when she was asked what she was doing. Confused, the survivor stared at the falling goods. Cans of food rolled on the floor right at the feet of the main character. Suddenly, the guy furrowed his brows angrily. The trembling survivor huddled against the rack and muttered that her child had run out of powdered milk. Remembering how the same man shouted that they did not need such a bandit spawn, the fighter clenched his jaw and wondered if this was the woman who threw the diaper with excrement at him. Drops of sweat dripped down the face of the survivor. In the protagonist's eyes, there were bright glints of light. Lowering his chin, the young man said that milk powder was not yet on the control list, after which he added that he did not know if there was food, but it could be taken openly and fed. Pressing her hands to the shelves with food, the survivor was silent. Johannes began to walk away. The main character exclaimed loudly, which made the interlocutor shudder behind his back. Looking at the woman, the main character said that there was powdered milk on the loading dock, and then added that if they needed more, they would give it to them, and they could ask Zhang Huan to bring it. Tears flowed from the survivor's eyes, and she sincerely thanked the leader. Scratching the back of his head, the guy didn't know if he had gone too far the time he had scared her so much. Two guys were standing near the entrance to the room. Members of the survivors' team were sitting at a table, while Park explained that he had asked them to gather as there were some problems. Putting his chin to his palms, the protagonist asked what had happened. Looking straight ahead, the old man said that he had been informed that 3 had recently tried to abuse Jiha. The survivors opened their mouths wide in anger. Wrapping his fingers around the handle of the knife, the man noticed that they were also going to attack Sari, who ran when she heard the screams, and then added that she had cut the leg of one of the 3 with these objects. Furrowing his brows angrily, the soldier asked if he was dead. Lowering his jaw, Park explained that the problem was not the wound, but the virus, because she wounded him with the knife she used to hunt zombies. Approaching the table, the old man said that therefore they needed to talk about the actions of the 3 of them and Sari. Johannes pressed his fingers to his face. Stretching out his palm forward, the man asked what about the majority decision, when everyone would state their opinion and put it to a vote, and then added that there were 6 in total, so if the opinions of the 4 coincided, then their decision would be accepted. The main character shifted his gaze to the guy, who said that this was the easiest way, when suddenly someone called out to the elder. Spreading his fingers wide, the fighter said that now is not the world in which democracy is possible. Frowning angrily, Puck tried to object. Suddenly, the protagonist slapped his palms on the table. Tilting his head down, the young man said that he would make all decisions on his own, after which he added that during his absence, decisions would be made by the leader appointed by him. Looking ahead, Johannes noted that in an emergency, there would be no time to vote. The survivors looked at the captain in bewilderment. Infected and zombie humans will be killed. Rape, cruelty, murder and other similar actions that were previously prohibited will become possible if your life is in danger. All actions will be taken as self-defense. Essential food will be available to all, but will not be given to those who do not work. Bowing his head, Johann said that they would make these rules the main ones. Park frowned, calling the system quite dangerous. The protagonist glanced at him, asking the old man's opinion, who replied that now was not the time when it was most difficult to determine the veracity of evidence and witnesses. There could also be unjust victims. Throwing up his hands, Johannes told Park that he was right, but did he know why there could only be one leader now? It was because he would play the role of a strong deterrent, so he would make decisions about punishment and mercy. The protagonist frowned slightly, saying that this time the mercy is not for the culprit, the right to mercy will be for the victim. He is thinking of sparing them for violating the aforementioned rules. The old man was surprised, asking what would happen to the 3. Glancing at the office desk, the protagonist said that Sari was defending herself, and the 3 would be punished for their act. Everyone was looking at the guy who said that the 3 culprits would be expelled from this camp as punishment. Sojin suddenly jumped up, shouting that exile was like a death sentence, and it was too cruel. The young man narrowed his eyes, saying that if they were left behind, they could become a threat again. These 3 even tried to forcibly appropriate food from the warehouse. Park asked Johannes how he knew about it, to which Johannes replied that he learned everything from Hyuk. A group of people thought after the guy's words. While Puck was pulling up a chair, the protagonist decided to get to the point. The old man, sitting down at a chair, asked Johannes what other dangers might arise. The protagonist shifts his gaze to Puck, saying that a wave of zombies is possible due to the large crowd of people. Jongwon nodded silently, agreeing with the guy. After all, if a lot of people are in one place for a long time, there will be a wave of zombies. The beginning will be a group howl. The terrifying sound made by numerous zombies will fill all the streets. When the wave starts, the zombies will start to spread from one area. Not only will they speed up with each step, but they will also trample on other zombies and pounce on the prey. There were only 2 ways to complete the wave. The first was the disappearance of people in the place where the wave of zombies appeared. Alternatively, the mutated zombies that caused the wave will be destroyed. Pyongjin nervously dismissed the mutated zombies as fiction. The protagonist glanced at him, saying that he wouldn't believe it either until he saw it with his own eyes. Dropping his hands, Johann said that fortunately, there were not many mutants. They were aiming at the places with the largest concentration of survivors first, so it was better for them to keep less than 20 people in the camp. Hearing him, everyone nodded. Johann's lips parted as he said he was going to go out and check on people in the department store, as well as look for survivors in nearby hospitals. Everyone stared at the guy carefully as he began to appoint a deputy for the duration of his absence. Jonghwan was surprised when he was appointed deputy. Events take us a little ahead, to the same office. Jonghwan told Johansu about how when they isolated the suspected infected, the other 2 said they would try to cure him and went to see him. The protagonist stared at the door, determined to kill all 3. Jonghwan began to open the door. Immediately afterward, the 3 zombies burst out of the room. The young man swung his fist, ready for it. He punched the front zombie in the face. He leaned back, pinning down the other 2 and not allowing him to get out. Suddenly, the long-haired zombie roared angrily. He left the room and tried to grab the guy, but Johans ducked down and grabbed the zombie's back leg. And a moment later, he completely knocked over the zombie. At the same time, Jongwon took out a dagger. He gritted his teeth and plunged his dagger into the zombie's head. By this point, the young man's fist was already completely covered in blood. He did not stop hitting the zombies in the face. Soon the sounds of the struggle in the supermarket subsided. Standing up, the young man turned to Jongwon. The protagonist held out a revolver, asking Jongwon to take it. He was puzzled, asking why he needed a revolver. The young man frowned, saying that he was not giving him a weapon to kill zombies, but people. When Jongwon took the revolver, Johans asked him where Sari was. Nervous, the deputy said that the girl was isolated in a separate room. When the young man asked about the reason for this, Jongwon couldn't help but remember how the girl wanted to go and cut off some of the boy's things. Hearing this story, the protagonist became nervous. He covered his mouth and coughed, trying to forget what his deputy had said. Turning around, the protagonist told Jongwon to let Sari out after he left, as she could become hysterical in order to go with him. In the supermarket, Johans was heard screaming, scolding Jongwon for asking him to take him with him. Jongwon looked at the back of the commander who was walking alone. Events take us to a residential complex in the Gyeonggi district. Someone is fixed on the bungee. A moment later, the young man, using it, began to descend. He landed neatly on the roof. He was surprised to see the zombies fall into the wolf pits. They were pierced by spears and spikes. The young man pondered as he stood in front of the defended area. Events take us to the next day. In the boys' room, the sound of a shower was heard. The protagonist was taking a shower. He looked away, lost in thought. Soon he came out and stood in front of a table filled with various weapons. Taking the pistol in his hand, Johans thought that until that time he had only used a revolver, since it was convenient to carry it with him. But he had to fight people, so a pistol with a loading magazine was preferable. Checking the equipment, the protagonist mentally said that those people with whom they fought 3 months ago could not even dream of such a weapon. Looking out the window, the protagonist hoped that the bandits had not united with the Sole Survivors Alliance. Soon, the protagonist has already arrived in the city. He was near the underground entrance to the subway. His arrow pierced the head of one of the zombies. The young man, who was being followed by a crowd of zombies, snatched an arrow. Taking it out, he immediately rushed forward. At this time, the guy in the supermarket was just waking up. Suddenly, the door opened behind him. The young man grabbed him, greatly frightening him in the process. Soon they moved to another room. The young man stuck his head out, looking at the people talking. People lying on the ground were under the influence of pills. Even the corpses of the killed zombies lay unattended. These gangsters, although they did not know about sanitation, could fight, so if Johans revealed himself, the fight would be tiring for him. The young man turned around and thought. He stared at the vent. Looking at his net, he made a decision. Soon the young man was crawling inside the ventilation. He froze abruptly when he heard the man's voice. At this time in the room, the boss stood in front of the tethered guy, asking if it would be better for him to just listen to him, not to be stubborn. The young man, seeing the beaten guy, realized that he had been mocked so well. When the boss ordered to report to him, one of the guys threw up his hands, saying that they had killed 109 zombies as a result of the hunt, and had also lost 2 people during the hunt. The man frowned, reporting that they had not been able to determine the identity of the deceased, as they had just joined them. The boss frowned, calling the dead garbage, because weaklings had no right to live. Next, he looked at the beaten guy and said that it would be good if useful guys like him changed their minds. He chuckled, reminding the guy that if he wanted, he could give him as many women as he wanted, the same with the pills, although he probably wouldn't agree, because all his friends had died of an overdose. The beaten guy looked at the boss angrily. He began to rock the chair and began to moo. He even managed to knock down one of the guys by hitting them with his shoulder. He was quite surprised by the force of the blow. The boss clucked irritably when he saw this. A moment later, he kicked the guy in the stomach himself. Veins protruded from the force of the blow, and the pain he felt on the face of the chained man. Then he fell to the floor. Looking at the girl, the boss ordered him to be taken out and bring Seeing. Grinning, he said that there was no one better than Seeing herself. Standing up, the man reported the poor condition of Seeing. The boss, hearing him, scratched his head awkwardly. But a moment later, he frowned sharply. Then he hit his subordinate in the face. He began to kick and scold his subordinate for insubordination. The boss looked at the man angrily and cursed. He grabbed his ashtray abruptly. The rest of the guys were very frightened as they saw the blood from the ashtray blows begin to gush out. Soon the man's hand fell to the floor. Being bloodied, the boss smiled, ordering to remove the deceased. One of the guys, nervous, took the order. Glancing at his subordinates, the boss ordered them to go and collect tribute and take more people this time in order to take everyone from the department store. The protagonist, at this time, looking at the guys, called them scum, unable to fight back. Soon Johans crawled to the entrance to the ventilation. He carefully walked out of it, glad that the bandits had nothing to do with the Sole Survivors Alliance. Standing near the edge of the wall, the guy decided to deal with them, because later they could become a problem. While the young man was thinking about a possible plan, a man crept up behind him. He frightened Johans by asking if he had anything to do in the camp. The protagonist immediately looked back. A visitor appeared behind him saying that he seemed to have business in this camp. The protagonist immediately pointed the crossbow at the guest. The guy frowned when he saw this. With a kick, he threw the weapon away from him. The crossbow flew up. A young man standing in front of Johans asked why he was doing this without warning. The protagonist took out a pistol. He crouched, letting his opponent's attack pass. The young man kicked the guy on the leg. He fell to one knee. Johans picked up his opponent and dragged him away. The protagonist sat on the opponent. The guy in the mask was alert. He began to hit Johans in the face non-stop. The protagonist frowned, taking the blows. His opponent put his foot on his chest. Johans flew up. The protagonist jumped to the side. The guy wiped away the sweat. He spat out the blood. A drop of blood fell to the floor. The young man frowned at his opponent. The masked guy stood up. The protagonist deflected his blow. The fighter raised his knee. Johans blocked his knee with his hands. The protagonist lifted his leg. He struck a blow to the opponent's head. The cap fell to the floor. The guy closed his eyes and cried out in pain. Johans pointed his pistol at the enemy. Looking at the opponent standing in front of him, he said that if he moved, he would shoot. The young man, taking off his mask, said that he just wanted to talk, so why was he attacking so quickly? The protagonist, holding a gun, said that he approached too suspiciously. The guy smiled and said that walking silently had become a habit, and judging by the fact that he had searched every corner here, he had some business to do, and they could cooperate. Looking around the store, he said that he was the only survivor. Throwing up his hands, Swift introduced himself. Johans frowned, mentally saying that judging by his combat capability and reflexes, he was undoubtedly an A-level survivor. But in this situation, he couldn't trust his back to such a suspicious person. Johans surprised the guy across from him by asking if he had anything to say. The protagonist pulled the trigger. Frey's eyes widened in shock. He jumped abruptly from the floor. Regrouping, he jumped down to the lower floor. Raising his head, Frey screamed, saying that he was a crazy bastard. People standing below heard him shouting. They immediately ran up the stairs. Screams were heard in the shopping center. People tried to surround the two intruders. The protagonist was surrounded on both sides. Looking at the men in front of him, he wondered if he would be able to break through. The young man narrowed his eyes. He remembered the beaten Hajin. The guy dropped the weapon. The protagonist put his hands behind his head. Events take us to the office of the head of the gang. Johans and Swift were on their knees. Swift gritted his teeth and asked the boy why he had fired so suddenly. The protagonist, frowning, said that he had no guarantee that he was not with them. Clenching his jaw, the guy said that he didn't understand people at all. A person like him couldn't be associated with this bunch of thugs. The man swung for a blow. He hit the guy sharply in the face. Grabbing him by the hair, he said that they had not seen him for a long time. Had he told him that he would kill him if he came here again? Being grabbed by the hair, Swift asked if he would return if he had returned his thing when he had asked for it in a good way. The man frowned. He struck the prisoner. The subordinate approached the boss and asked the boss what they should do with this red-haired man. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. The boss grinned and ordered him to be killed. Taking a pistol in his hand, the subordinate said that the guy had a firearm. He handed the boss a gun, saying that he also had a silencer. Johans frowned at the boss of the gang. The man's eyebrows rose in surprise, he asked, not understanding why the young man did not resist. The protagonist, parting his lips, said that there were more than 50 opponents, and only 36 bullets. Frowning, the man asked what if there were more than 50 bullets. The young man narrowed his eyes, saying that he would shoot on the side where there were fewer people, and ran away. The boss raised his head and laughed. Glancing at the subordinate with the weapon, he told Jahans that he would die because his subordinates had a rifle. Closing his eyes, the man asked where he got the weapon. The guy replied by saying that he took it from a gun store near Buchan Station. Tilting his head, the boss asked if there were any weapons left there. The protagonist, frowning, said that it had only been 4 days since he had picked up the weapon, so there must still be a lot of it there, unless no one else had already taken it for themselves. The man rubbed his chin. Looking at the guy's face, he mentally said that this guy was too honest, and besides, he had no signs of fear of him, although he couldn't believe words so easily. But if he was of such a level that he was able to break through the zombies, his death would be a loss. The man, rubbing his chin, thought for a moment. Lowering his hand, he said that he would give him a chance to work under his guidance. Chuckling, Jahan said that at least he should give him second place on the team. The faces of the gang members contorted. The boss grabbed his stomach, and laughing, said that the young man was very self-confident. Yehans, on his knees, said that if he gave him a few people, he would test the weapon and show what he was capable of. The man objected, saying that first he had to check the veracity of his words. He chuckled, saying that if he did nonsense, he would die. The guy smiled, saying that in such a situation it made no sense for him to do so, but in his mind, Jahan said that this man was like a leader who leads the group in troubled times. Although the location of the gun store was given out by the young man correctly, the fact that there are weapons there is a lie. The shelves had long since been empty, there was nothing left in the store, and it had been 3 months since his last visit there. The protagonist frowned. He knew that it took about 3 hours to get from here to the store. Turning to his subordinates, the boss told one of them that he would stay, and the others would prepare weapons and tools, then follow him. Looking around the room, the subordinate asked if they should call the border guards. The boss replied, saying that this should not be done, they need to watch closely. Events in the shopping center continue. Swift smiled. Glancing at Yehans beside him, he asked if he really wanted to work here, who replied, telling him to calm down and try to understand the situation. The man sitting in front of them ordered them to stop talking. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. He clutched his stomach. As he left the room, he ordered him to sit quietly until he returned. The door closed. The protagonist immediately began to cut the fetters on his hands. Swift opened his mouth in amazement. Looking at the blade, he asked if there was a blade on the heel in the boots. Yehans, glancing at the table, asked why he was so surprised, or whether it was the first time he had seen someone running away in this way. The protagonist touched the blade with his finger. He carefully hid it. As he took out the fishing line, he said that this was a world in which there was nothing strange that could happen. Soon footsteps were heard outside the door. The man opened the door. Jahans, holding on to the ceiling, waited for the moment. He jumped down abruptly. The guy began to strangle the opponent with a fishing line. He overthrew the enemy. The man's face twisted in pain. His arm began to fall from lack of strength. When he lost consciousness, the protagonist loosened his grip. Swift, parting his lips, said that he had no need to kill. The young man took the walkie-talkie in his hand. As he approached the door, he said that from the moment he started brandishing the deadly weapon in front of him, all his actions would be considered defensive. Raising an eyebrow, Swift asked the boy if he had forgotten anything. The protagonist, turning around, said that he had not forgotten anything. Svive's indignant cry rang out in the room. Events take us to a gun store. The gang, led by the boss, went inside. The man gritted his teeth in anger. The subordinates, starting to look at each other, said that 2 had already died on the way here. One of them, approaching the boss, said that perhaps someone had already been here. The man wiped the dust on the shelf. Afterwards, he looked at his hand. The boss, looking at the dust on his hand, mentally said that this place had long been abandoned. He couldn't help remembering how Jahans had told him that only 4 days had passed. The man's eyes widened at the realization that they had been deceived. He smashed the window in front of him out of anger. The gang members behind him froze. Frowning, the man asked what he should do with this vile degenerate. The man took the walkie-talkie in his hands. He brought it to his mouth and asked if there were any problems with the other 2 targets. Interference was heard from the radio. The leader frowned in displeasure and repeated the question. An answer was heard from the speaker. The subordinate replied that everything was fine. On the floor lay the fragments of a shop window. The scoundrel looked down. He had a bad feeling. There was an advertisement on the wall. The villain offered to return to the department store as soon as possible. The sun went down behind the building, and someone announced that Mansak was dead. The officer sat down next to the corpse and added that the radio had been stolen. The leader of the group narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Foam was coming out of the worker's mouth. The boss realized that the killer was far from an amateur, because he managed to break his neck the first time. In the memory from the radio I heard that everything was in order. Johans knitted his eyebrows sternly. The man wondered what he wanted, and decided that this man had come here to find someone. The guards watched the hostages. Since they have weapons, they will never be able to resist with their bare hands. The leader took out a walkie-talkie and called out to his subordinate. Shin took the weapon in one hand and replied that he could hear it. The scoundrel frowned and asked what had happened. Looking at the radio, the deputy replied that nothing had happened, and asked if something had happened. Putting his hand in his pocket, the villain replied that the invaders had fled and most likely headed in their direction, and asked his comrade to take care of it. The leader of the group looked ahead from under his brow and realized that the enemy had not yet done what he had come here for, and was still inside the building. The boss flinched when a voice from the walkie-talkie reported that their target was on the roof. The man narrowed his eyes irritably and asked who was talking to him, because there were only 3 walkie-talkies. The device in his hands fell silent. The leader clenched it into a fist and broke it. Turning his head, the villain asked the leader of the group to take 5 guys and go to Shin's aid, and ordered the others to follow him to the roof. The villain kicked down the door. Armed men burst onto the roof. However, there was no one on it. The bandits went in different directions, holding their weapons at the ready. The leader of the group looked to the side and was convinced that it was a deceptive maneuver. A hissing walkie-talkie lay on the floor. The soldier came up to her. He took the device in his hand. The officer opened his mouth wide and shouted that he would kill the enemy with his own hands as soon as he caught him. Suddenly, someone hit him on the head. The axe shattered his skull and knocked him to the ground. The workers turned around and saw that the main character was standing over an iron door. Johann swung his axe. The weapon hit the mark and killed another bandit. The soldier pointed a crossbow at him. His colleague raised a pistol with a silencer. The guy dodged the arrow. He jumped forward. The young man landed on his feet. The soldier rushed to the side. Employees noticed that the enemy was trying to hide. Bags of concrete saved him from bullets. The survivor ran behind them when the workers were ready to attack him. The main character grabbed an axe. The frightened bandits dodged the attack. The weapon pierced the shooter's head. Johann swung another axe. He jumped off the crossbowman's shoulder. The guy frowned in displeasure. The young man jumped off the ground. The fighter jumped forward and appeared over the heads of the opponents. The survivor kicked one of them. The soldier fell to the ground. The warrior grabbed a knife. The main character put it in front of him and called the enemies to battle. The officer surrounded him on all sides and called him crazy. Johann struck hard. The worker clutched his face and screamed in pain. A member of the group tried to strike, but missed. The guy grabbed his wrist. The young man made a dash behind him. He plunged the knife directly into the heart of his opponent. The bandit swung a bat and wished him death. The soldier pushed him in the chest with his shoulder. The survivor turned sharply and slit the enemy's throat. The man pointed a gun at him. However, his subordinates did not allow him to aim and shoot. The soldier knocked one of the soldiers down. He fell on his back. The main character looked away. The corpse of the shooter lay nearby. Johannes dodged the knife and grabbed a machine gun. The guy landed on his feet and turned around. He put his finger on the trigger. The young man pointed his weapon forward and smiled. The officer shuddered in fright and threw up his hands. The fighters shot all the opponents. Then the survivor pointed his rifle to the side and finished off the remainder. The leader opened his mouth in shock. The warrior knitted his eyebrows sternly. The scoundrel grabbed his subordinate by the collar. The villain used it as a human shield to escape from bullets. The leader of the group made a dash to the side, but was still wounded. The boss ran out of the roof through the door. The warrior pulled the trigger, but the bullets ran out. The main character narrowed his eyes in irritation. At night, darkness thickened over the city. Johannes hung a crossbow on one shoulder and a rifle on the other. The corpses of bandits lay in front of him. The guy looked around and concluded that he could not leaving the weapon here. The young man looked sternly ahead and thought that the fact that the leader had survived was bothering him. The dead soldier lay on the ground. The soldier was outraged that his enemy was using him as a shield. In a flashback, Songchil did the same, grabbing the guys by the hair. The survivor frowned angrily and decided that he had to find and eliminate the fugitive. The wounded officer crawled up to him and begged for mercy. The warrior swung his dagger. Blood spurted into the air. The main character looked around when he heard some strange sounds. Johannes ran to the edge of the roof and realized that this could not be. The guy put his hands on the fence. A huge crowd of zombies gathered on the street. The young man rounded his eyes in fright and realized that the mutant was somewhere nearby. The red eyes of the monsters lit up, but due to the darkness, it was impossible to see them. The soldier nervously narrowed his eyes and wondered where their target was. The monsters approached the building on the roof of which he stood. The survivor looked at the house next door and thought that there were more than 30 people in the department store opposite, and more than 100. Running towards the exit, the warrior wished that this was the last place that the mutant would attack, and decided that he needed to leave it with those who were now in the store. Lowering his gaze, the main character wondered if he should kill the gang leader, and thought about the fact that people of this type like cockroaches would still flash before his eyes if they survived. There was a trail of blood running down the stairs, and Johannes wanted to check the place where the enemy might be hiding and leave immediately. The zombie bit the bandit on the neck. The monsters knocked him to the floor. The guy frowned sternly. He immediately turned away. Traces of blood led into the corridor and gradually decreased. The young man narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Blood was on the door handles. The soldier kicked her. In the room sat a man who was tied to a chair. The survivor looked to the side and realized that the villain had tricked him. The door closed by itself. The warrior looked at the hostage. His mouth was taped shut, and in a flashback, the villain wished that such useful people could change their minds. The main character frowned menacingly, and realized that this was the person whom the leader of the group wanted to persuade to his side. The stranger bowed his head. Johans realized that he would need someone he could trust if he managed to break through the zombies. The guy approached the hostage, and wondered what his reaction would be. The young man peeled off the tape. He put his hand on the shoulder of the lure, and asked him to come to his senses. Looking away, the soldier introduced himself and explained that the situation was urgent, so he didn't have time to be nice. The survivor asked if the stranger would now be able to fight the monsters that surrounded the department store. The man looked up and asked what about the Goldman people. Looking down at him, the warrior realized that it was the name of the gang, and reported that most of them had died, and the rest were unlikely to be able to get out of here. The soldier closed his eyes silently. Lowering the corners of his lips, the main character stated that they did not have time, and asked why he was being kept locked up. The hostage only frowned and remained silent. Johans narrowed his eyes and explained that he couldn't help if his ally wasn't honest with him. Hajin looked at the rescuer, and recounted how he and his colleagues had come to the grocery store in search of food and had been captured. His arms were well pumped. Standing in front of him, the guy asked if they could unite to escape from here together. The man replied that he had no other choice because his comrades were dead. The young man cut the rope. The soldier thanked him, and the soldier handed him a dagger. The taekwondo athlete squinted suspiciously and asked for another weapon. The survivor asked for forgiveness and explained that he did not entrust the weapon to a stranger for safety reasons. The soldier took the rifle and said that he released him only because the situation was very urgent. The athlete asked what they should do now. The protagonist attached a dagger to a machine gun and stated that they needed to move towards the underground parking lot through the emergency exit, because there they would be able to break through either the entrance or the exit. Clutching his weapon, Johans added that he would go first, and asked his friend to cover him from behind. A bright light was on in the mall. The guy stabbed the zombie's throat with a knife. The monsters pounced on him from behind. The young man hit one of them with a rifle, but the thug stood next to him with a dagger in his hands. The monster stretched out his hand. Hajin immediately beheaded him. The man swung his leg. A powerful blow knocked the revived dead man off his feet. The undead collapsed on the floor and broke the window. The soldier opened his mouth in surprise. The soldier looked around and smiled. The survivor stabbed the enemy in the chest and thought that his new comrade was a real beast. The zombies continued to arrive. The warrior thought that they would be able to break through to the emergency exit if they continued like this. Standing on the second floor, the leader of the gang pointed a gun at him. The scoundrel pulled the trigger. The main character gritted his teeth tensely. The shot hit him in the chest. Blood spurted from Johans's mouth. The villain frowned furiously. The guy grabbed the wound. The taekwondo athlete bent over him. The young man closed his eyes and lost consciousness. At the same time, a fierce battle continued in the parking lot of the supermarket. The monsters knocked one of the inhabitants of the city to the ground. Zhang Huan slit the monster's throat. The boy looked around and ordered his comrades to close the door immediately. The living dead began to break into the building. The door slammed shut. Kimin asked if they could leave their friend there. Songbei opened his mouth wide and reminded him that there was a whole army of undead there. The driver went down the stairs and said that first of all they needed to ask for help from the people below. Zombies were breaking into the windows of the department store. The monsters broke the windows and rushed into the room. Sitting at the table in the break room, the man asked what had happened. Pyongjin frowned furiously and ordered everyone to run to the basement. The monsters pounced on the old man at once. The revived dead bit the child's hand. The guys rounded their eyes in fright. The undead captured Mincio. The man opened his mouth wide and called out to her. He kicked the zombie in the face. The monster collapsed to the ground. The team member rose to his feet and looked forward. The monsters ran towards him. They were too fast. The girl grabbed her hand and asked her friend to act faster. The soldier looked around and thought that his friend was right. In a flashback, the main character asked the allies to go down to the basement if suddenly a wave of dead people suddenly began, and not to leave there. The fighter ran away and realized that there was no point in fighting the undead, because there were too many of them. The emergency exit door was open. The survivor grabbed the handle. The zombie squeezed through the crack. The characters gritted their teeth tensely. Songbei punched the monster in the face. The warrior raised his eyebrows in shock. A member of the team closed the door. The guys found themselves on the staircase. The monsters continued to break into the basement and growl. The guys knitted their eyebrows in fright. Park went up the stairs and asked what was going on. Looking around, Pyongjin replied that the glass on the first floor had broken and countless dead people had broken through, and added that they had lost the first floor of the department store again. The old man opened his mouth in amazement. The man assumed that the wave of undead that their comrade was talking about had begun. The heroes gathered in the hall with clothes. The soldier frowned and reported that there were currently 15 of them left, and that 13 more were missing. People looked down sadly. The fighter turned around and asked where Zhang Huan was. Kimun spread his arms and talked about how the zombies had broken into the underground parking lot, and that there were too many of them. The boy gritted his teeth and said that their friend could not go inside. The survivor covered his face with his hand and asked if he was dead. The mechanic threw up his hands and assumed that their ally had simply run to the other side. The warrior sternly knitted his eyebrows and remembered another member of the team. Sari was standing on the roof. Before that she said that she would be waiting for the leader there. Minso approached her companion and complained that she was dizzy. Pyeongjin hugged her and decided that she needed to rest. The girl's cheeks turned red. Civilians surrounded them. Park offered to build a barricade at the entrance so that everyone would be calmer. The man agreed and decided to start this immediately. The engineer approached his trembling friend and invited him to rest for a while. Songbei bared his fangs furiously and flashed his burning eyes. Ki-mun stared at him, frightened. The boy grabbed his neck with his teeth. The heroes rounded their eyes in shock. The zombie then pounced on the other person and bit him. The others rushed to the back room when the soldier ordered them to do so. The fighter looked away in horror and assumed that his girlfriend was also infected. The woman bit his hand. The survivor trembled with horror. The old man opened his mouth wide and called out to him. The monster frowned menacingly and bared his teeth. The main character opened his eyes and saw a man in front of him. Yohans immediately grabbed his knife. The guy struck a blow, but Hajin was able to dodge. The man smiled and said that his friend was good even in this state. The soldier looked ahead and concluded that he would have died if he hadn't had time to dodge. Scratching his head, the young man asked for forgiveness and explained that he thought it was a zombie. The taekwondo practitioner suggested that he managed to escape thanks to a bulletproof vest. Some time ago, the athlete dragged a friend to the store. They managed to survive, because several monsters were injured by bullets, and the sounds of gunshots separated them. The soldier narrowed his eyes suspiciously. A weapon lay on the floor. The survivor concluded that the ally had not abandoned it, and decided that it would be too dangerous to escape alone. The warrior covered his mouth with his hand and coughed. Blood remained on his glove. The main character unbuttoned his bulletproof vest. There was a large bruise on his side. Hajin approached him and asked what they should do next. Johans replied that they needed to look for another way out because somewhere there had to be a place where they could break through. Someone said they knew the way. The man shrugged his shoulders when the guy thought he had said something. A crash was heard from the ventilation behind them. Swift jumped out of it. The boy sat down on one knee and asked if his ally remembered. He smiled and offered to get out of here together. The young man narrowed his eyes and was surprised that his comrade was still alive. The mercenary gave a thumbs up and said that it was all because someone had killed the Gold Moon bandits. The taekwondo player approached him and asked why his comrade was still there. The soldier explained that there were too many zombies outside, and asked his friend to take him with him because he knew how to break through monsters. There was a rifle on the table. The soldier asked his ally to tell him where this place was. Swift clenched his fist and asked since when they communicated so informally. The boy scratched his head when the survivor claimed that he had started it first. The mercenary frowned and said that they would not be able to break through the ground exit, but there was a passage on the second floor of the basement that was connected to the subway. The monsters gathered at the station. The soldier said that his abilities were not enough to fight his way there alone, so they needed weapons. The warrior put his hands on his belt and decided that it was possible to take the weapon while he was unconscious. Swift looked to the side and declared that he would not like to fight this mountain of muscles. The main character was enveloped in flames when the boy explained that he prefers him because his shooting skills are admirable. The athlete took a rifle and offered to shoot him. Johans took the weapon and agreed to it. The heroes pointed machine guns at their comrade. The mercenary said that he would never steal their belongings. The guy turned away and thought that he didn't see anything wrong with working with him. The young man remembered their fight and suggested that it might be useful to him. The fighter frowned and asked what their plan was. Squinting, the soldier replied that he knew the approximate location, and suggested that he leave through the door and go down the escalator, which is located on the right. Putting his hands on his belt, the survivor reminded them that the gang leader was still alive, so it was dangerous to work in open space, and explained that they would not be able to do anything if they were attacked during a fight with zombies. The warrior suggested that everyone switch to informal communication. Hajin smiled and agreed. The main character hung the machine gun on his shoulder and offered to go to the center of the second floor, study the location of the monsters and only then start acting. Raising one eyebrow, Swift asked what this meant, and declared that in this way they would be open on all sides to the enemy's attack. Johans picked up another machine gun and said that all the shops in the center had glass doors, which could attract monsters. The heroes stared at him, puzzled. The guy smiled and asked them to follow him. There was no one on the balconies of the shopping center. Several bullets pierced the heads of the living dead. The boy ran up to his friend and asked him to save ammunition. The mercenary jumped forward. An axe flashed in his hand. The soldier swung it, and the blade sliced through the skull of the undead. Svife landed on his feet. He took the weapon out of the enemy's head. The young man watched his battle from the sidelines. The fighter narrowed his eyes and said that his friend was using a weapon that did not suit him at all. A member of the team picked up the axe and explained that it was his treasure. The survivor wondered what his comrade had been doing before. Continuing to fight the arriving zombies, the boy replied that he was an insurance agent. The warrior assumed that it was a joke. The mercenary grabbed the handle of the axe and replied that this was not the case at all. Grinning, the soldier told him that the agency that paid out insurance to his clients had gone bankrupt, and described himself as unemployed. Swift spread his arms and laughed. Hajin slit the monster's throat. The monster fell on its back and knocked down several more living dead. The main character smiled and decided that the guys at this party had great abilities, even by the standards of his past life. Screams were heard in the hall of the shopping center. The boy bowed his head and began to breathe heavily. Standing next to his allies, the team member noted that they were actually good fighters and asked if they felt that the more undead they killed, the more of them there became. Johannes opened the door of the shop and asked his companions to come in. The guys looked around and looked at him in surprise. The guy closed the door with a latch. The mercenary gritted his teeth and asked if they were going to hide here. Zombies surrounded the store. The soldier wondered if they looked like mice that were trapped. The monster put his hand to the glass. The man approached the window and concluded that it was about to break. The young man frowned and confirmed it. Clenching his fists, the insurance salesman asked what that meant, and reminded them that they had come here because they trusted him. The soldier raised his machine gun and said that he had already talked about it. Swift crouched as the survivor opened fire. Shots broke through the windows in neighboring stores. Turning his head, the survivor stated that he had opened the way for them and asked his friends to be careful not to touch the glass. The guys ran through one boutique to another. The boy looked away tensely. The zombies were standing behind the glass close to each other, so they would not be able to catch up with the heroes. The warrior stopped in front of the escalator. The protagonist turned around and asked if this was the ladder they wanted. The mercenary confirmed it. The team members stared at their comrade in amazement. Johannes inserted a new magazine into the machine and asked why they didn't come down. The soldier frowned and said that his ally looked very much like a villain. The guy smiled and replied that he was much worse than the villain. The guys ran down the escalator. The young man explained that he had a lot of experience and asked where the entrance that leads to the subway was. The insurance agent sternly knitted his eyebrows and said that it was his turn to lead them. Swift rushed towards the crowd of monsters. The boy swung his axe. He opened his mouth wide and shouted the name of his technique. The mercenary struck several blows at once. The heroes watched as their friend cut down monsters. They narrowed their eyes in displeasure. The young man sighed heavily. Blood splashed in the air. The soldier frowned angrily and asked if his comrade really had to shout all sorts of stupid things before beating him. Standing surrounded by corpses, the soldier called him cruel. The insurance agent looked to the side and asked what was the most important thing when a man was fighting. Swift ran forward. He jumped over the turnstiles. The boy hit his opponent in the face with his knee. The living dead flew back. The undead collapsed to the ground and crushed the other zombies with their bodies. The mercenary looked around and said that the most important thing was coolness. The survivor stared at him in surprise and sighed. Hajin raised one eyebrow and asked how such a person managed to survive at all. The warrior replied that he was worried about the same question. The main character looked thoughtfully ahead. Watching his comrades fight, Johannes decided that even if all the men from the camp were taken, they would not be able to reach the strength of these two. The soldier kicked the monster. The guy realized that everything would be fine if not for his frivolity. The doors of the train were open. Surrounded by corpses, the young man offered to get out of here through the subway. The heroes nodded affirmatively. The soldier opened the door and thought that he needed to return to the department store again. It was dark in the tunnel. The insurance agent illuminated the rails with a flashlight. Swift stopped and asked what it was. A black silhouette could be seen in the distance. The survivor approached his ally and asked him to shine a light forward. Two white eyes could be seen in the darkness. The boy raised the flashlight. The terrible monster smiled slyly. The soldier frowned and replied that it was locusts. The mercenary asked what it meant. Looking back, the main character said that he came up with this name himself, and said that this is a mutant who raised all this chaos. Johannes looked at the enemy and thought that it wasn't surprising that he couldn't find him on the surface, because the beast had been hiding and controlling zombies from the ground all this time. The mercenary raised an eyebrow and asked how this individual differed from the rest of the living dead. The guy frowned sternly and replied that they had many differences. The locust crouched down. This 2-meter-tall creature used all 4 limbs in battle and moved quickly. If you divided all the mutants according to the degree of danger, then it would have 5 out of 10. David opened his mouth wide. It was the most dangerous subspecies of zombie. The young man took out a machine gun. Hajin said that their enemy had a slightly creepy look. The monster's red eyes lit up. The man wondered why he wasn't moving. The lantern shone on his paws. The fighter concluded that they had not yet entered his territory. The survivor lowered the crossbow. After reloading the submachine gun, the warrior said that he had bad, good, and very good news, and asked which one to start with. The guys stared at him and chose good news. The main character looked to the side and explained that this monster is 10 times stronger than the usual living dead. The soldier opened his mouth wide and asked why it was necessary to ask their opinion at all. The taekwondo athlete asked what about the good news. Johannes threw something to him and informed him that the wave of undead would stop if they destroyed this beast. The athlete took the lantern and asked what very good news it was. The guy raised the machine gun and said that he knew how to deal with it. The locusts were standing on the rails. The insurance agent asked how his friend was going to confront him. The young man replied that there was a certain scheme, and asked his comrades to step back a little. The guys increased the distance between them. The warrior asked one of them to guard the rear, and the other to shine a light on the enemy. The main character pointed a pistol at the enemy, and asked his ally not to miss him. Swift raised his flashlight. Johannes opened fire. The bullets shattered the monster's skull. The monster opened its mouth furiously. The guy pulled the trigger. The mutant fell on all fours. A malevolent grin appeared on his face. The young man threw down the machine gun. He drew a second rifle from behind him. The fighter immediately pointed it at the enemy. The beast lifted its head and gritted its teeth. The zombie bared his teeth and shouted loudly. The bullet pierced through his head. The survivor took aim and continued shooting. The living dead dodged the bullet and jumped forward. The boy shone a light to the side. Then he shone a light on the ceiling. The mercenary frowned and asked where their opponent had gone. The warrior turned and asked him not to shake the flashlight. The locust climbed to the ceiling. The soldier shouted that the enemy was moving counterclockwise. The main character opened fire on him. The monster landed on its feet right in front of him. Johannes gritted his teeth. The monster bounced off the ground. The soldier shone ahead, but there was no one there. The guy narrowed his eyes suspiciously and tried to remain calm. The mutant was on the ceiling directly above him. At the same moment, the beast jumped down and knocked down the victim. The young man turned around and started shooting. Bullets cut off the zombie's arm. The revived dead climbed the wall again and screamed. Holding the flashlight in his hands, Hajin could not believe that he had managed to survive for the second time. The fighter turned around and warned him that there were undead behind him. The man saw a crowd of zombies heading towards him. The taekwondo practitioner took out a dagger and assumed that they had come when they heard the sounds of gunshots. The red eyes of the monsters lit up in the darkness. The athlete thought that Swift was helping their leader in the battle. The athlete ran forward and concluded that he had to stop them all alone. The thug hit one of the enemies in the face. He cut the other with a dagger. Hajin hit the next one with his fist. The boy knitted his eyebrows and shouted that there was something ahead. The survivor looked tensely to the side. Something was approaching from the tunnel. The warrior narrowed his eyes suspiciously. A crowd of monsters came out to meet him. The main character realized that they would get to them in 1 minute. The mercenary shone a flashlight at the mutant who was sitting near the ceiling. Johannes raised his head and counted to 4. The guy jumped back as the beast jumped down. The young man covered his face with his hand. He squeezed his eyes shut and concluded that something was wrong. The locust jumped off the ground. The soldier bowed his head and coughed. The soldier opened his mouth wide and asked him to come to his senses. Clutching the machine gun in his hands, the survivor decided that his friend had already understood the scheme, and realized that he would no longer be able to dodge. Holding the weapon in front of him, the warrior decided that he just had to hold out. The monster stretched its paw forward. The main character stabbed him with a dagger. After that, the monster fell on him with all its strength. Johannes' legs buckled. The mutant knocked him down and hovered over him. The guy gritted his teeth angrily. The beast furiously opened its mouth and roared. The young man turned his head and asked his friend to throw him an axe. The soldier obeyed and threw down his weapon. It fell next to the owner. The zombie bared its fangs and screamed furiously. The soldier rolled over on his side. He grabbed an axe. The survivor cut off the head of the revived dead. Green blood spurted from his neck. The warrior looked around and looked at the enemy. The undead swung their paws. The main character jumped back so as not to get hit. Johannes landed on his feet. With one blow, the guy chopped off his opponent's leg. The locust fell to the ground. The insurance agent frowned menacingly and warned his friend of the danger from behind. The zombie approached him from behind. The monster stretched out his hand. The young man dodged his attack. Blood spurted from the monster's mouth as it was struck in the face. The revived dead flew back and collapsed on his back. At that moment, the mutant jumped on his victim. The fighter swung his axe. The survivor cut the enemy in half. Different parts of his torso fell to the ground. The warrior took out a machine gun. He opened fire on all the undead that were approaching him. Bullets pierced the zombies' bodies. The main character resolutely looked ahead. Sui frowned stiffly. Johannes took the axe in his hands. The guy handed the weapon to his friend and invited him to join. The boy smiled confidently. The mercenary drew his weapon and said that he had been waiting for a long time for his comrade to tell him this. The soldier cut off the enemy's head. The young man watched his fight from the sidelines. The empty magazine fell to the floor. The soldier took a new one out of his pocket. He inserted it into his rifle. The sliced parts of the locust's body continued to move. The survivor opened fire on them. The light from the shots illuminated the dark tunnel. Finally, the warrior lowered his weapon. In front of him lay the remains of the enemy's body. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought about getting rid of the mutant's eyes and whiskers before engaging in close combat. In the flashback, the monster's head exploded. If this is not done, it will move and attack twice as fast. The monster knocked the victim to the floor. Johannes realized that his fighting style was not at the highest level, even among zombies. The guy held out his machine gun to the side and thought about how they fought. The insurance agent approached him and asked if everything was all right. The young man frowned and asked what had happened to the zombies. There were a pile of corpses on the tracks. Swift replied that he had destroyed everyone he saw, although there were not many of them. The fighter asked where their friend was. The guys looked around when they heard his voice. The boy shone his flashlight forward. Sitting on the rails, Hajin stated that he had cleaned the back side. The survivor smiled and complimented him on his excellent work. Standing in the tunnel, the warrior asked if anyone had scratches and suggested that they cleanse themselves of blood and move on. A lantern illuminated the walls of the tunnel. Walking forward, the man asked what kind of creature it was. Locusts. The main character looked around and replied that it was a mutant zombie, the main destroyer of the army and government system. Squinting in displeasure, the taekwondo athlete asked if a zombie was something like a virus, and explained that a person turns into a monster when bitten or cut because of this. Johannes looked up and replied that no one could know for sure. The guy began to climb to the exit. The athlete asked how such a creature could even appear from a scientific point of view. The young man swung his machine gun and wondered if the existence of the living dead could be explained with the help of science. The fighter began to beat the stones with the butt and explained that he was also interested in where all these damn zombies came from and how the mutation occurs in general. Continuing to hammer the wreckage, the survivor suggested that this was some kind of mistake on the part of some organization or government's experiment, and added that it could also be God's punishment aimed at the extermination of humanity. The stones scattered in different directions. The light made its way into the tunnel through a huge crack. The warrior looked around and said that there was something more important. The guys covered their eyes with their hands. Standing in the opening, the main character said that they need to stay alive in this world at all costs, just as they did before the apocalypse. Clouds floated over the city. The heroes walked along the destroyed street. Looking to the side, Johannes assumed that their paths diverged on this, and asked where his friends would go next. Skalf smiled and replied that he would continue to survive alone and asked if he had any suggestions. The guy turned to another comrade and asked what about him. Placing his hand on his belt, Hajin replied that he would seek refuge, and assumed that his ally had something to say if he asked such questions. The young man knitted his eyebrows confidently. Standing in front of his comrades in arms, the fighter invited them to join their camp and promised them a long life. The boy asked who he really was. The survivor raised his eyebrows and stated that he had already introduced himself before. Frowning, the mercenary concluded that this was not an ordinary person, and asked how he knew so much about zombies. The warrior missed a glance and said nothing. With a stern look at him, the soldier was surprised that his friend was fighting in short-sleeved clothes, not afraid of being scratched by a zombie, and wondered how he had so much confidence. The main character squinted slyly and replied that he was not afraid, because he had already died once. The insurance agent opened his mouth in displeasure and asked what it even meant. Johann said that it was not a joke. Swift raised his eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Putting his hands on his belt, the guy called him too naive and explained that he just had to go through a lot in such a short time. The heroes were left perplexed by him. Standing in the middle of the ruined city, the young man invited them to join him if they wanted to know all about his experience, and said that they would still have to learn about it, regardless of their wishes. The boy raised his hand and agreed. The guys looked at their comrade, and the fighter asked his opinion on this matter. With a stern knitting of his eyebrows, Hajin replied that he needed to know what they planned to do next, and stated that he had other things to do besides surviving day by day. The survivor narrowed his eyes and thought about how A-class people were actually different. Skyscrapers turned into ruins. The warrior said that he was going to create a local large-scale organization. The main character frowned and added that he wanted to gather all the residents, train effective specialists for them, and create an association of several camps, each of which has less than 20 people. People climbed the barricades. First of all, the organization was supposed to ensure the safety of civilians from zombies. The warehouses were full of goods, and secondly, Johannes was going to create a turnover to ensure supplies and independent existence. The guy introduced a man in armor and with a weapon and said that they needed to strengthen their forces to protect themselves from a group of intruders. Standing in front of him, the man asked if he was talking about Gold Moon. The young man replied that they would meet those who should not even be compared with them. The fighter sternly knitted his eyebrows and cited the example of a group that hunts other people and eats human meat. The guys gritted their teeth contemptuously. The survivor took up arms and decided to tell them about the camp on the way, since they decided to join it. The warrior turned around and asked the guys to remember something. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and warned them that he would chase them to the very end if they dared to betray their comrades. Clouds floated over the buildings. Johannes broke the window of the car with the butt of his machine gun. The car's headlights came on. The zombies immediately ran at the sound. The heroes rushed in the opposite direction. Suddenly the guy rounded his eyes in fright. The store sign fell down and burned down. The young man frowned sternly and concluded that this was not good. Hajin pushed the vending machines closer to the glass case. At that moment, the team members were inspecting the room. The monster noticed them and rushed to meet them. The soldier loaded the machine gun. The infected Haijong stretched out her hand forward and growled. The survivor's eyes widened. In a flashback, the woman pointed her finger at him and asked him to leave. The assistant pursed her lips tensely and reported that the powdered milk had run out. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she thanked her ally. In the past, she has protected children. The warrior stabbed her head with a dagger. Blood sprinkled his face. Swift asked what was happening. The main character knocked the monster to the ground and asked his companions to cover him and deal with the enemies. On the wall hung an emergency exit badge. There were many corpses on the floor. Johannes tugged at the doorknob. The guy lowered his head and asked his friend to give him an axe. He broke the lock with one blow. The cellar door opened. It was quite dark on the stairs. The guys went downstairs. Suddenly, the young man looked ahead in horror. The monster sat next to the corpse and ate it. The man shined a flashlight on him and asked what it was. It turned out that it was Minseo who was tearing the dead Pyonjin apart. The soldier frowned tensely. The heroes stood and silently watched as the girl ate their comrade. The boy knitted his eyebrows sadly and offered to do something. The taekwondo athlete raised his hand to stop him. The athlete closed his eyes and shook his head. The survivor pursed his lips and lowered his gaze. The warrior took a step forward. The living dead woman opened her mouth furiously. The main character hit her on the head. Johans looked away. Veins bulged on the face of the pale camp member. The guy plunged a dagger into his head and saved him from suffering. The mercenary frowned sternly. The young man stepped into a pool of blood. The guys came to the door. Drops of sweat ran down the soldier's cheeks. There were a huge number of dead bodies around him. The survivor continued to stand motionless. The zombie lying on the floor gritted his teeth. In a flashback, Ki-mun raised one eyebrow and called himself a mechanic. The monster that fell next to him rolled his eyes. In the past, Songbei gave a thumbs up and said that it was the first time he had taken his breath away because of a friend. The warrior straightened his shoulders. Dead people lay everywhere. The main character frowned and noticed that the number of people did not add up. Johans ran to the door and noticed that many of his friends were not among the corpses. The guy unlocked the door that led to the basement. The young man threw it open. Members of the camp were sitting on the floor. Puck smiled broadly when he saw his comrade. The soldier smiled back and was glad that they were all right. Jiha brought her hand to her chin and nodded. Standing in the doorway, the survivor reported that he had managed to deal with the zombies outside, so they could get out. Sojin confidently walked into the light. Lamps were burning in the store. The heroes went to the first floor. Pyonjin's torn body lay on the floor. The old man approached his ally and told him that this man, even when bitten by Minseo, blocked the infected, thanks to which they managed to evacuate to the warehouse. The warrior pursed his lips and said nothing. The main character looked up and asked where Sari and Jongwon were. The civilian replied that the boy could not get here from the parking lot, and the girl was probably on the roof now. Standing in the middle of the store, Johans decided to check it out and asked his comrades to deal with the corpses. The guy turned around and asked Swift to come with him and Hajin to protect everyone else. Puck asked who they all were. The guys stood behind their leader. The young man replied that these were their new allies. The sun was shining brightly outside. The mercenary cut off the zombie's head. The fighter cut the enemy's body with a dagger. Team members fought monsters in the parking lot. The soldier said he was embarrassed to bring up the issue. The survivor narrowed his eyes and suggested that in his opinion there were no capable people in the camp at all. The insurance agent struck with an axe. The warrior swung his blade and said that there were several good guys among the dead. The main character turned away and explained that the people who survived are endowed with something very important. Sui frowned and asked what he was talking about. Johan smiled and replied that it was luck. The boy narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The heroes climbed to the roof. The door was closed. The guy pulled the handle. His friend had a bad feeling. Suddenly, the door handle jerked from the other side. The young man raised his eyebrows in fright. Sari came out of the room. The soldier smiled and was glad that she managed to survive. The girl threw herself into his arms. The woman cried and said that she was very worried that they might never meet again. The mercenary squinted slyly and waved his little finger. The survivor gritted his teeth and blushed with embarrassment. A member of the team let him go. She frowned menacingly and asked who he was. Sweef parted his lips and said that he was such and such a guy. Sari, smiling at the protagonist, asked why he was so late, after which she turned away, saying that Jongwon was a fool. Jongwon, going out onto the roof, asked who said that he was a zombie or even an enemy. He smiled, telling Jahans that he was late. The guy smiled and asked how they hid here. After thinking about it, Jongwon said that the entrance in the parking lot was blocked, so he decided to hide in a warehouse with a cistern on the roof. Sneering, he said that as a result, he bumped into Sari here, and they hid together. The protagonist, resting his hand on his side, said that no matter what anyone says, as a fan, he is very lucky in this life. Frowning, the fat man said that he really thought he was going to die here. The young man patted him on the shoulder. Smiling, he told him that he had done a good job, now they should go down and eat. Soon they went down to the supermarket. The zombies' bodies were stacked in carts. Looking at the people in front of him, Jahan said that there were 13 survivors here. They would be divided into groups, 8 fighters and 5 professionals. Throwing up his hand, he said that medical, maintenance, and so on, those who did not have professional skills should receive military training, all without exception. The people nodded in agreement. The protagonist, shifting his gaze, told Jang Hwan, Park, and Sojung to take on the roles of curators. The trio nodded, accepting the task. The young man, frowning, said that he, Svif, and Hajin would be a search party. First of all, they would go look for survivors in the department store and finish off the remaining bandits. Sari raised her hand, asking to be taken into the group. The girl, parting her lips, said that she wanted to know if her sister was alive. The guy, closing his eyes, said that she could not go. Sweef hugged the young man, telling him to let her. After all, it is better than walking only 3. Then he asked Sari if she knew how to fight. Yihans, parting his lips, said that she barely reached the 2-decimal level of a human. Hajin turned to the boss and asked if it would be better if she was with them when they found the surviving girls. The protagonist frowned at him. Sari waved her hand and said that their search party would be back soon. Puck laughed, saying that as soon as the girl joined them, their aura became softer. Resting her hands on her hips, Sari said that the faces of these three were gangsters. The guys frowned, gritting their teeth at her words. Events take us to another part of the department store. A machine gun was placed on the table. The protagonist, standing in front of Jiangwan, told him that those survivors who, even after reading the announcement on the window, would rush through the main gate, he did not need to pay attention, he should shoot immediately. Parting his lips, the guy said that if they appeared from the side of the parking lot, he needed to check for weapons and wounds on his body. Only after that he could let them go, then he would give them food and isolate them, explaining the reason for this. Narrowing his eyes, Jahan said that if they refused to isolate, they should be killed. Jiangwan nodded. Events take us to a building nearby. Hajin kicked the zombie. He flew away and fell on his kinsman. Taking a dagger in his hand, Hajin said that after they got rid of the mutated one, the zombies became slow again. The young man turned around and told him not to be careless. Whether they were strong or weak, if they bite, he would die. Looking at the food collected aside, he said that first of all they needed to collect canned food, dry food, water in cans. Swift, picking up a bag of ramen, asked if they were taking ramen. Most of them had expired. Yihans, closing his eyes, replied, saying to take it, because in times of famine, even the garbage would become edible. Hajin, frowning, said that something was wrong here. Inspecting the zombie corpses, he said that there was no boss corpse here. If he died, he would have become a zombie. But no matter how much he checked, he did not meet him. The young man, moving his lips, said that this third-rate bastard lived too long. Suddenly, a zombie entered the hall. Yihans, drawing the blade from its scabbard, said that they could attack all at once. Sari's pupils dilated. She recognized her sister. The zombie approaching them was previously her sister. The protagonist grabbed the girl's hand. Holding her in place, he told her to calm down or else she would be bitten. Sweef and Hajin, who were standing aside, were surprised. The guy grabbed the zombie by the hair. Standing behind the monster, he told Sari that her sister was already dead, now she needed to deal with her. Bowing her head, the girl said that he just needed to kill her. Frowning, the protagonist told Sari to face the truth. The girl trembled. With trembling hands, she grabbed the dagger. A cry of pain rang out in the supermarket. The girl pierced her sister's head. The zombie fell to the floor. Looking at the corpse, Sari said that she actually saw zombies constantly entering the department store. Unable to hold back tears, she said that she had previously thought that she had already accepted it. Jahans, parting his lips, said that he could not give up until he had seen everything with his own eyes. He frowned, knowing that the best way to pay tribute to the dead was to retire at the hands of the one they loved. The girl shook the dust off her pants. She smiled at the protagonist, saying that he was a heartless psycho. The young man grinned, saying that since she knew this, then let her do what she had to do. Events in the department store continue. Hajin, approaching Yihans, called out to him. Moving his lips, he asked if the boss was dead. The protagonist, nodding, said that he was also worried about this. He would like to finish him off. But now this is impossible. First they need to strengthen the borders of the camp and patrol them periodically. At this time, Terramart, people were storing food in the parking lot. Swift, wiping away the sweat, said that they were finally done. The protagonist, lowering his eyelids, said that he was going to make this place the main supply camp. But even if they collected all the food from all parts of the city, it would not be enough. Glancing at Swift beside him, he said that they also needed an efficient way to burn corpses. The guy pointed to the map. Unfolding the map, he mentally said that he needed to expand the camp and get weapons. The best way to prevent zombies from invading the city was to block the roads, but that would require too many people. The protagonist frowned, realizing that many things were different from his previous life. Looking at the map, he asked if it was possible that in that case they would be able to gather enough survivors in this city. Sojin approached Jahansu and asked him to take a look at it. He glanced at his hand and said that he had found a slingshot. Afterwards, he told me that in the department store, in the ironworks department, there are a lot of bolts and things like that, and they have to guard the exits, and if they use arrows to do that, it will be a problem to get them back, so they can use the bolts and reinforce the boundaries on the parking lot side. The man pulled on the elastic of his slingshot. Bolt, hitting the zombie in the head, killed him. The monster fell to the ground. Glancing at the bolts, the man said that these creatures had a more fragile skull than an ordinary human, and therefore it was enough to resist zombies. The protagonist, smiling, told the man that he was incredible. The latter, looking away, said that there was nothing special about it, and now he would make 10 more slingshots. The protagonist smiled. Soon the guy entered the department store. He put down the box. The young man straightened up and sighed, knowing that the camp would be protected from zombies for a while. Squinting, the protagonist said that even if you count the search team, the number of people does not reach 20. Although the conditions are so bad that even assistants have to stand at the borders, the camp is becoming more and more organized. Jiha's exceptional cooking abilities boosted the morale of the survivors. Contrary to expectations, Sojun does an excellent job as a manager. Impressing with his skills, he can sit at the table for hours, calculating supplies. Grandma Chong, chosen as an assistant out of desperation, became a tailor, as she knew how to work with a sewing machine. The protagonist frowned when he heard the noise. To the side, a couple of people were trying to cook something. When he approached Zhangwan, he asked him what the sound was. If they wanted to gather all the zombies, he replied by telling him not to say such strange things. Pointing to the welded beams, he said that he had heard that the death of a certain boss had not been confirmed, so he thought it would be worth strengthening the entrance block. Jahans narrowed his eyes. He knew that the emergency exit door was easy to open by breaking the handle, but if welding was used, any unforeseen intrusions could be prevented. Pointing to the girl, he said that there was a welder in their camp. The guy smiled, saying that it was magnificent. The couple also smiled back at him. The protagonist looked at the top of the stairs. He, along with Zhangwan, began to climb. Frowning, the young man thought that they should check Puck next. The guy turned the door handle. The door opened. The old man, wiping away his sweat, greeted the guests. Under Puck, the earth was poured out. Before the zombie apocalypse, he was a farmer, and now he was trying to start growing all this on the roof. Yihans, approaching the old man, asked how the process of turning the roof into a vegetable garden was going. He replied, saying that they needed to look for more soil and fertilizer. Zhang Huan parted his lips and said that they would probably be able to find garden soil already mixed with fertilizer, when he was working in a department store, buying land in the surrounding area. Unfolding the map, Jahans asked for the exact location. Zhang Huan immediately pointed to the location on the map. The protagonist shifted his gaze and realized that it was not far from here. He could bring them back when they returned from reconnaissance. Puck, who was standing opposite him, said that they need to bring land and fertilizer separately. Depending on the crop, the percentage of the ratio should be different. Yihans, after thinking, said that if they bring the surviving animals here, they will try to organize a livestock farm. The old man smiled and said that it was a great idea. The guy, smiling broadly, said that they should also remove the cars. Zhang Huan, who was standing to the side, asked if he should try to free up space by using a forklift from the loading dock. The protagonist smiled, saying that they would take care of that later. They didn't have enough workers right now, while he needed to help the old man set up a garden on the roof. The guy nodded. The protagonist took out walkie-talkies. He handed the walkie-talkies to the guy. Picking up the walkie-talkies, the protagonist said that he had collected them here and there, and had found 4 of them. The search party would have to go further towards the hospital, so it would come in handy. He should give one to someone who was watching the border in the parking lot. Zhang Huan frowned and asked why they didn't go, leaving Sari, who replied by saying that she had volunteered herself. The young man, parting his lips, wanted to object. Yihans, smiling, interrupted him, telling him not to worry, because her abilities are already 3/10. Zhang Huan knitted his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose. The guy narrowed his eyes, realizing that his subordinates had quickly become closer. Suddenly, Swift's voice came from the radio in his hand, asking how long they had to wait for him. Jahans, turning around, said that the preparations were complete. They had to leave the department store on the other side. Zhang Huan frowned, becoming serious. The protagonist checked the equipment on his arm. He fastened the straps. After that, the young man put on elbow pads. The protagonist was frowning. Soon he found himself outside the department store. Looking at the approaching trio, he asked if they had a good time. Hajin smiled and said that they had found something for themselves. The protagonist, crossing his arms over his chest, told the guy that he was cool. He, pointing to his hairstyle, said that he had to make an effort for his hair. Swift also showed his hair, asking if he liked it, and Jahans quickly turned away without commenting on anything. The girl, adjusting her hair, said that this was the first time in a long time. Now she was definitely beautiful. Jahans upset the girl by saying that he would take her with him only if she took off these glasses. Soon the group found themselves in the parking lot. The protagonist, climbing onto the truck, said that their first goal was to gather food. The second goal was to form an alliance when they found survivors. Swift parted his lips and asked if they would agree to unite. The guy frowned and said that until they gained their trust, they would have to make some sacrifices. Swift, raising his eyebrows, asked what kind of victims. Jahans replied by saying that they would periodically share food with them. The trio twisted their faces, being dissatisfied. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that they would bring cadres here, promising them protection and food regardless of whether they were fighters or professional workers. Looking at the map, he said that their goal was to set up at least 10 camps in the area, with no more than 20 people each, and that the department store would be a supply hub for future survivor camps. Outstanding talents will be selected from each camp, thereby increasing the scale of the search group. It will not live in a particular camp. The task of this group is to control the camps, search for food or deliver it. Swift, frowning, said that he had previously thought it was a high position, but now someone's dog's life seems better. The protagonist in front of them said that all the camps would come together and become one big whole. Hajin, wary, told the guy opposite that the ties in this organization would be quite weak, who replied by saying that people would often move from camp to camp, so over time, their connection with each other would expand. The guy rubbed his chin and thought. Previously, Yihans wanted to use his hideout as a base for the search group. It will play the role of the last fortress. It is too early to reveal it. Events take us to another part of the city. Sari walked down the street with a smile on her face. She stepped on her eye. The girl screamed in fear. The zombie headed towards her. The dagger pierced the creature's forehead. Yihans, who was walking behind her, threw the dagger. The protagonist frowned, saying that if she caused trouble again, she would be expelled from the search party and returned to the camp. The girl nodded, accepting his terms. Soon the group was near the hospital. The corpses of people were lying on the floor. The protagonist was fighting a group of zombies. After killing everyone, he said that it was enough to check only the canteen and the convenience store, so Sari and he would go to the canteen, and Hajin and Swift to the store. The protagonist approached the door with the inscription, "Dining Room." The guy knocked on the door. Standing in front of the door, he said that he would share food with them, so they had better open the door. Sari frowned and said that there seemed to be no one here. The young man narrowed his eyes, saying that there was a survivor inside. The girl's eyes widened, she was surprised. Pulling on the doorknob, Jahan said that if they didn't open it, they would assume that there was no one and he would break down the door. Not a sound was heard outside the door. The protagonist took out a pistol. He raised his pistol sharply. The sounds of the gunshots spread throughout the hospital. Suddenly, a girl's voice was heard outside the door, telling them to come back. The protagonist smiled. Sari opened her mouth in shock. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he would leave some food under the door. The couple left, leaving the corridor empty. Various delicacies were placed on the floor. The door handle twitched. The girl carefully opened the door. Right in front of her, she saw sweets. Shaking her head, she tried to find the guests. Her hand reached for the box. At that moment, Yihans approached her abruptly. The nurse frowned and screamed. She grabbed a knife. The guy kicked the knife away. The knife rolled on the floor. The protagonist, frowning, took the pistol in his hand. The girl began to tremble as she looked at him. The young man stepped in her direction. Looking at the empty bottles and garbage in the dining room, he realized something. Shaking his head, he said that about 5 people lived here. Turning his gaze to the girl, he said that the others had probably gone to look for food. The nurse, terrified and trembling, asked who he was. The protagonist tried to calm her down, saying that he had no evil intentions, so she should not be afraid. The girl objected, saying that he was holding a gun and saying that he had no evil intentions. The guy, parting his lips, said that if he wanted to cause harm, he would shoot as soon as he saw it. The girl, frowning, said that there was no guarantee that he would control himself and not cause harm. Turning away, she said that he could well harass. At that moment, Jahans remembered Sari saying that their faces were just like bandits. He gritted his teeth, saying that although there was no guarantee, it was better for her to consider it a relief that he did not have such thoughts. Pulling up a chair, the guy said that they would be waiting for her allies. Pointing to a chair, he offered to talk. The nurse turned around and asked what to tell them. The young man, resting his hands on his hips, asked who her allies were, if there was a doctor among them. Jahans put the pistol back in his holster. Sweating with fear, the girl said that they had 1 doctor and 1 nurse. The protagonist smiled when he heard her. He asked the trembling student how long it had been since the food had run out, and she replied that it had been a week, that they had searched here and there, but had not found it. The guy, looking back, asked Sari to bring water and food. The girl stuck her head out, accepting the order. The student, seeing her, opened her mouth in shock. A faint light filtered through the curtains. The girl greedily and in a hurry ate sweets. The protagonist in front of Sari realized that her level had increased by 1/10. Frowning, the young man asked if there were anyone who could fight zombies. The girl grinned, saying that they had such fighters and they had already come. The man swung a pipe for a blow. Sari shouted excitedly, warning Yihans. He turned sharply and struck the man. Gapsu fell to the floor. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Gapsu gritted his teeth in pain. The protagonist, holding a gun in his hand, said that they were very lucky to have a gun in his hands. If it was a knife, then he would have already died. People involuntarily sweated with fear. The man lying on the floor asked the guy who he was, who replied that they started in the wrong order, but he would still introduce himself. Soon the dining room fell silent. Gapsu, frowning, asked if there were many survivors there. The guy across from him said they had a lot of people. Gapsu, after a moment's thought, asked if they had heard anything about the rescue service. Yihans, parting his lips, said that there was no rescue service. They should have understood 6 months in advance. The man frowned, saying that he didn't know why they had come here, but there was no food or anything to take away. Throwing up his hand, the young man said that since there was no food, it would be difficult for them to hold out. Gapsu shouted sharply, saying that it was none of their business. The guy rubbed his chin, realizing that the feeling of hostility did not subside. Straightening his hair, he asked if something had happened to it. Gapsu shuddered. His whole body trembled. Glancing at the tables to the side, the doctor told me to tell everything. When the man shuddered in surprise, the doctor said that the guests didn't look like bandits. Besides, didn't they need help? The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that the doctor had arrived. The man, putting his hand in his pocket, said that he would tell them everything. He abruptly opened the curtains. Pointing to the sign outside the window, he said that it happened less than 3 days ago. Yihans knitted his eyebrows to the bridge of his nose, becoming serious. It was written on the window in blood that this place was marked. Events take us 3 days back to the hospital. The empty canned food was thrown on the floor. Gloomy people sat on the floor. Gapsu, throwing up his hand, said that they should go out, and outside there should be a military unit or a shelter for the victims. The doctor looked at him and asked how they would break through the zombies in the hall. The man, pointing to the window, said that they could get out through the window. He would come out first and distract the zombies. Suddenly, they both shuddered, hearing a scream, someone calling for help. People immediately began to run up to the window. The men gritted their teeth at what they saw. A guy and a girl were running down the street. A bandit with a grin on his face was chasing them. The gang on motorcycles chased the couple, as if playing. The girl saw people gathered at the window. Gapsa gritted his teeth and, sweating, told them not to run in that direction. One of the motorcycles accelerated. The bandit hit the guy on the head. Gapsu, clenching his jaws, watched everything. The young man's legs were tied. After that, the man tied the guy to the bike and went with him. The people watching this trembled with fear. Suddenly, a zombie appeared right in front of their window. Everyone immediately stepped back from the window. Gaps pulled the curtain. He closed the window. People tried not to move out of fear and not to pay attention to the screams and pleas. The dining room became too quiet. None of the members of the group even moved. Gapsu turned his head. He walked carefully to the window. The man lifted the curtain. A smiling man and looked at him, saying that he had previously said that they were here. Gapsu trembled. A doctor standing near the protagonist said that these bandits immediately tried to break the glass and enter, but the zombies began to gather and they left. Later, when they were here, they saw these lines written by the severed hands and feet of the guy. Frowning, the protagonist asked why they didn't run away right away. The doctor, moving his lips, said that there were too many zombies behind the door, and breaking the window was tantamount to suicide, but fortunately, a few days ago, the zombies went somewhere. Pointing to the tables full of empty boxes, he said that they were going to finish off the rest of them and run away today. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that the zombies that were there were heading towards the department store due to the wave of zombies. The guy, after thinking about it, proposed to form an alliance with their camp. Gapsu, raising his hands, asked what they meant. Smiling, the protagonist said that they would clear the hospital of zombies and would continue to send food periodically, at the same time ensuring safety from those bandits. The man, raising his eyebrows, asked what they wanted from them then. The protagonist, after thinking about it, said that as a sign of the formation of an alliance, he would take the doctor. Gapsu objected, saying that if the doctor left, it would be uneasy here. Wouldn't it be better for them to go together? The young man narrowed his eyes, realizing that the man didn't know about the zombie wave rule. Smiling, the guy said that their camp could not accept many people. In return, he promised that if a sick person appeared here, the doctor would immediately visit them. Glancing at the doctor, the head of the squad said that even if that was the case, they couldn't send a doctor to a place they had no idea where they were. Frowning, the protagonist said that if he had other intentions and needed a doctor, he would just kill them all and kidnap the doctor, so much faster. Sweating, Gapsa said that his words were too cruel. The doctor, parting his lips, said that he would go. Throwing up his hand, he said that Nurse Zhang Huang is a very experienced worker. As long as he is gone, she will take care of them. A stifled cry was heard outside the door. Throwing up his hands, Gapsa said that there were many exits in this place, so there would be a lot of zombies in an instant. Even there were plenty of zombies in front of the door, so they would hardly be able to safely pick up the doctor. Looking back, Jahan said that they would start by cleaning, after which he told Sari to open the door. The girl calmly pulled the door handle. Gapsa and the men shouted, begging him not to do this. The door opened. Svif and Hajin, who had been collecting zombies, turned around. Skauf smiled and said that they were building a zombie turret here as a surprise. As he walked to the door, he told Jahans that he had opened the door without warning, which was disappointing. People were sweating with fear and embarrassment. The protagonist, smiling, said that he hoped that they had already played enough. Looking at the pile of corpses, he said that it was time for them to start. It was better for them not to go into dark places, to do everything slowly. The trio followed the boss. The members of the group opened their mouths, looking at them. Events in the hospital continue. Sweef was sweating. Looking at the corpses of the zombies, he said that there were so many critters here. If this continued, then he would die of suffocation. Following the members of the group, he said that there was not a moment of peace here. Some of the zombies have already rotted away. Suddenly, a zombie burst into the hall. Sweef swung his axe, saying that he hoped he was the last. The protagonist, smiling, said that there was a great way to check it. The young man fired. The guy, turning to him, said that the cartridges were a pity for such a thing. Yihins objected, saying that this was the best option for the search. A huge number of zombies came out into the corridor. The protagonist sighed. He slashed the monster. After chopping off his head, he said that he had previously thought that many had left because of the wave of zombies. But on the upper floors they remained isolated. The height of this hospital was 12 floors. Hajin struck. Zombies that suddenly ran out of the stairs between the corridors caused problems. Their number only grew. Looking at Sari, Yihins pondered, trying to figure out if she could handle all this with her back. The doors were closed with mops and extension cords. Looking at the corpses, the protagonist said that they would clear only the second floor, where the medical warehouse and operating room are located, and the third floor with the intensive care unit, where there are various medicines. On the floors above they had better just block the door for now. The members of the group nodded in agreement. Swift grabbed the door handles. He opened the door. Many zombie eyes lit up in the darkness. The guy frowned and cursed. A crowd of monsters rushed towards him. As he slashed the zombies, he asked why there were so many of them here. The creature's mouth approached the young man's face. The protagonist, taking aim, told his friend to duck. A moment later, he started shooting at the crowd of zombies. Hajin, seeing the zombies appear from behind, said that they should retreat, otherwise they would be surrounded from all sides. The guy gritted his teeth. They had to retreat, blocking the door of the third floor. This was the only way they could save the second floor. Suddenly, Gapsa burst into the hall and immediately killed a couple of zombies, saying that they would also help. The man, frowning, said to entrust them with the ladders. The guy smiled, saying that there was still hope. The trio rushed forward after receiving the order. Swift swept through the crowd of zombies, slashing them open. Soon, the sounds of the battle in the hospital died down. All the zombies on the second floor were killed. The people entered the 321st room. The door opened. A group of people fell wearily to the floor. Their weapons were covered in rotten flesh. The protagonist, looking at Gapsa, said that with their help, they were able to deal with the zombies without difficulty, who, after thinking about it, said that they also did not open the door of the upper floor. If they opened without knowing, they would get into big trouble. At this time, some, approaching Seri, praised her. The doctor began to examine the room. Looking at the nurse, he asked to check the training materials and also anti-inflammatory. Tetanus injections would be useful. The woman turned around and asked if they should bring them. The doctor nodded, asking to bring her. The protagonist, frowning, said that they had almost cleared this place, but since the zombies still remained, they should not relax. They had better lock the door tightly and take turns watching the border one by one. Pointing to the bags of food, he said that they were leaving all the food they had brought with them, so they had better try to hold out until tomorrow. Gapsa shook hands with the young man. Smiling, he thanked him. Jahan smiled. Glancing at the doctor, he said that it was time for them to go. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie in the guy's chest started working. Taking the walkie-talkie in his hand, the young man said that he was listening to him. Zhang Huan shouted, saying that the military had broken into their room. The guy's eyes widened in shock. Swift and the doctor frowned when Zhang Huan said that these people wanted to take all the food. The guy shifted his gaze, realizing that they were preparing a spoon for a ready-made dinner. Soon the group was outside. Hajin walked at the head of the group. Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot reverberated through the street. Swift, Seri, and Hajin turned around and asked Yihans where he was. The guy raised his pistol and said that they had better go back to camp. He would come back after making a circle. Frowning, Hajin asked to explain to them in more detail what was going on. Seri interrupted him, saying that their boss must be up to something. Jahans closed his eyes. The members of the group ran down the street. The guy opened his eyes. The zombies rushed towards him. A huge number of zombies surrounded the protagonist. The protagonist took out a walkie-talkie and ordered Zhang Huan to recall everyone from the parking lot. A moment later, he rushed forward, saying that there were a lot of zombies in the vicinity, and they were running after him, so he had to recall everyone. Soon all the people were in cover. Zhang Huan entered a room where the military were standing at the front of the group. Zhang Huan greeted Yansa excitedly. The latter, approaching him, praised Zhang Huan, while noticing the strange behavior of his comrade. The protagonist glanced away. He saw the military, assuming that these people were from the same platoon or squad. Standing in front of one, he introduced himself. The military man responded by introducing himself as a junior lieutenant from the Yak-Titan Reserve Company. They ran out of food, so they urgently replenished it through civilians and asked for cooperation with them. The protagonist, looking at them, pondered. He involuntarily imagined the building in which the reserve company lived, and realized that in the event of a fight, they would not be able to escape from their firepower. Turning serious, Jahans asked if the place belonged to Yak-Titan Company. The lieutenant fell into a stupor, looking at the protagonist puzzled. At this time, the young man glanced at the holster. The man looked away, saying that it had been a long time since they had left the army and started wandering here and there, so they were asking for help in a good way. The protagonist frowned as he looked at the other soldiers. He thought that the whole city was in chaos, and there was a department store and a large wholesale store in the area, but they had come here anyway, where there were survivors. The protagonist saw one of the soldiers holding a machine gun like a truncheon. His lips parted in amazement when he realized something. A moment later, his lips stretched into a smile, and he told the lieutenant that they had no ammunition, and that was why they had come here on purpose. The lieutenant flinched, shouting that if they didn't cooperate, they would continue even if they had to use force. Suddenly, a group of military men and a group of protagonists pointed their weapons at each other. Sojin frowned, pointing his machine gun at the military. The lieutenant was very nervous when he saw this. The protagonist frowned, realizing that judging by the way the lieutenant reacted, he was telling the truth. But even though they would defeat them in battle, it would be of no use. The military was shocked when Jahan said he would cooperate. The young man's people began to be indignant, but he did not pay attention to them, saying that he would have his own condition. Looking at the lieutenant, the protagonist demanded to answer his questions, because he was interested in many things. After calming down, the lieutenant said that if his questions did not contradict the regulations, they would answer. The young man immediately asked him if there was any contact with the higher authorities, if they had plans to destroy zombies or save the inhabitants. The soldier, hearing Yihans's questions, lowered his head. The protagonist immediately realized that there was no connection with others. Raising his head, the lieutenant said that it had not been long since orders from the division and military unit had ceased to arrive. Yihins, hearing him, asked how they got here, since many roads in the vicinity were paralyzed. Recalling the journey, the lieutenant said that this was why they ended up here. Only on the roads of Pyeongkan and Seonni it was free. The protagonist lowered his gaze, asking the military man how many people were in the unit, and if they were all from one. The lieutenant immediately frowned, saying that he could not give him an answer. The protagonist bit his lip, mentally complaining, because this was the most important question, but judging by the words and reaction, he realized that these soldiers were only stragglers and, even if they returned to the unit, they would only be met by zombies. It turned out that the zombie apocalypse destroyed the Ministry of Defense, divisions, brigades, and the Special Forces, mechanized brigade and troops with powerful firepower, which were in smaller numbers, held out until the very end, but as a result they were destroyed. And although in the past the protagonist could not find out the details, but now the darkness seemed to be crumbling, and he could say that the leadership was completely destroyed. Looking at the soldiers, Jahans, who had previously thought that it would be difficult to form an alliance with the army or the special forces, thought that the people in front of him were simply stragglers and he might not have brought them to a situation in which he would have to kill everyone. Jahans turned his head, asking how much food they needed. The lieutenant glanced at the young man, saying that they needed half. When the men in Yihin's group began to complain, one of the soldiers shouted angrily. Sari stepped forward, asking if they had seen a huge number of people here. That was the amount of food they needed. The soldier approached her and, swearing, decided to teach her a lesson. Suddenly, the young man grabbed the soldier by the jaw. The soldier tried to push the protagonist away with his hands, but could nothing. Jahans asked him how he dared to say such a thing to his man. He looked into the soldier's eyes, saying that if they started acting so unceremoniously again, they might leave, because there would be no cooperation. The soldier, writhing in pain, did not understand where the guy got such strength. A moment later, the lieutenant intervened, ordering the soldier to stop. The protagonist smiled as the lieutenant scolded the soldier. But even so, he knew that after hearing the people's indignation, the military did not lower their request. Smiling, Jahans finally understood why people think they have the advantage of seeing the kindness of others. Glancing at the warehouse, Jahans told the military to pick up the food. Sari and Jangwon immediately shouted, starting to be indignant. But the guy, standing with his back to them, assured them that everything was fine. People stopped screaming and began to watch in silence. Looking at the military men taking the supplies, Jahans thought that the supplies would soon expire. But even with food on the loading dock that the military didn't know about, losing half of the priceless food from such a large area was a crisis for them. After collecting food, the lieutenant thanked the guy for his cooperation. A moment later, the order of the lieutenant was heard in the hall, telling Sergeant Puck to take the guys and go to the parking lot. When they left, Sari and Jang-hwan asked the protagonist what he was thinking and why he gave the food. Lowering his head slightly, Jahans told them not to worry, because the military would not be able to move a single step with everything they had taken. People exclaimed, asking the reason for this. The young man frowned, reminding him of the zombies outside. Everyone in the hall fell silent, remembering this. The protagonist smiled maliciously, asking Swift to come up to him. He was involuntarily horrified when he felt that something was wrong. At this time, armed people were standing in the parking lot, guarding the cargo. They watched as the military walked along the corridor. One of them asked the commander if it was dangerous to take everything at once, because they could move everything in several passes. The lieutenant immediately glanced at him, saying that they did not know when people could change their minds. The soldier smiled, telling the soldier not to worry, because it was daytime and zombies were not so much. But a moment later he stopped abruptly. He saw a crowd of zombies outside. The military began to get very nervous, saying that when they came, there weren't many zombies. The lieutenant ordered the load to be reduced, after which he told the four to cover the others. Suddenly, one of the zombies glanced at them. He immediately rushed at them with a shout. One of the soldiers killed the zombie at the same moment by hitting him with a rifle, but suddenly, the blow wasn't enough, and the zombie jumped up. Another soldier cried out in fright. When the zombie fell to the ground, the other zombies took notice of the soldiers. The whole huge crowd rushed towards them. Soon, one of the soldiers was being devoured alive by zombies. The lieutenant angrily shouted the name of the private. A moment later, the lieutenant turned around and ordered the soldiers to drop everything and return to the parking lot. Another soldier who had fallen to the ground screamed, begging the commander to save him. But none of the soldiers turned, rushing away. The man ran without looking back. He saw 2 trucks blocking their road. He abruptly fell to his knees in front of them out of desperation. They didn't have time to ask for help. The zombies continued to approach as the lieutenant frantically contemplated a possible escape. Suddenly, a zombie appeared near the lieutenant. At the same moment, an arrow was fired. She pierced the zombie's head, throwing him back. Several people were standing on trucks, firing darts and stones. They began to hit the zombies' heads, killing them with a few shots. The soldiers were very surprised by this. The lieutenant almost cried, looking at the rescuers. Standing on the roof of the truck, the protagonist asked the lieutenant how they could have abandoned the valuable food they had given them. Looking despondently at the military, Jahans called it a waste of time. Crying, the lieutenant began to complain about the numerous zombies outside. The protagonist smiled predatorily, asking if they should help return the food. The soldiers immediately rejoiced, asking if they really could have done it. The protagonist's group's eyes lit up brightly as he said that they could do it, but instead they would only take 1/4 of the food, and as payment for it, they would receive additional information from them. The lieutenant was frightened and asked what additional information he was talking about. The protagonist, looking at the soldiers, ordered them to tell them the location of the unit in the area where the bullets could be obtained, but he was immediately refused. At this time, a bullet pierced the zombie's head. The lieutenant looked back in fright and thought. Holding a gun, the protagonist said that since they didn't want to, there was nothing they could do. A crowd of zombies appeared again and rushed towards the soldiers. The lieutenant shouted angrily, realizing that it was the young man who had gathered the crowd of zombies. Standing on the trucks with the group, Jahans recalled that they were the ones who had shown their excessive greed from the very beginning and they had only to obediently comply with their unjust demand. Looking at the zombies, among whom was a recent military man, the protagonist said that it would not be a big deal if they just returned the food to its place, because the corpses do not need food. Bowing his head, the lieutenant nevertheless agreed to tell everything. When the boy, Swift, and Hajin descended, Yehans ordered the passage to be opened. Swift frowned and rushed forward. He walked into the crowd of zombies and began to slash everyone with his axe. Hajin also rushed at the zombies, starting to slash them. The soldiers were greatly shocked by what they saw. The young man struck the lieutenant on the shoulder with the map. He smiled at him, asking him to mark the exact location of the unit and the ammunition depot on the map. He looked at the map with fear. After a while, all the zombies in the hallway were killed, and the newly arrived zombies crowded, trying to find a passage. The lieutenant put his pen down on the table. He became very disheartened, asking Yehans if they were finished, to which the protagonist replied that they hadn't. Jahans, looking at the soldiers, ordered them to leave all the weapons they had. They were very surprised at the young man's demand. The lieutenant immediately cried out about the impossibility of this. Yehans' eyes lit up as he said that the guns were security pay. The lieutenant gritted his teeth, saying that it was lawlessness. The soldiers lowered their heads when the young man said that there were not many guns in the unit that were not used, especially since there were no bullets now. Looking at the parking lot, the protagonist ordered Zhang Huan to give the soldiers 4 knives. Soon, the boys' group and soldiers exchanged their weapons for knives and machetes. Jahans grabbed one of the soldiers by the shoulder. Then, smiling, I told him not to frown, otherwise wrinkles would appear. Looking at the weapons, the guy said that they would protect them while they took the cargo. Next, the guy glanced at Hajin, ordering her to get ready. Yehans then approached Zhang Huan, asking him to join. Then the guy looked at the newcomers and asked them to wait. The newcomers smiled, rejoicing at this. Jiha's face turned slightly red as the guy turned to her. Smiling, the protagonist said that a new comrade doctor was next to him. He asked her to show him the camp and cook something delicious. The girl resolutely accepted the protagonist's order. Jahan smiled and turned to the doctor, saying that they would save the acquaintance for later. He smiled too, not offended by this. The guy ordered the parking group to wait for them near the entrance, and when he gave them a signal to go in the direction of the cars, and when they heard 3 shots, immediately move out. Soon 2 people were already near the entrance to the department store. The door of the department store opened, and Yehans came out of it. He walked straight towards the crowd of zombies. They looked at him and stopped devouring their prey. The protagonist pulled the bolt of his pistol, ready to fire. Jahans pulled the bolt of his pistol. Another dead man's head shattered to shreds. The rest of the dead turned at the sound of the gunshot. One head after another was torn apart by the shots. Ashes flew in the air. The military looked at what was happening in shock and said that it was impossible. They stared at the empty road that had been full of zombies before. The military man looked ahead nervously, thinking of a hero who dealt with zombies so easily, given the current situation in the world. Seri and Hajin approached the military. They demanded to take them to where the car was now parked. The military noticed that these people were not at all surprised. There was silence in the city. There was a pile of corpses on the road. Hajin hit one of the dead on the head. The dead man's face wrinkled from the blow. He fell a few meters from the guy. Hajin looked at the truck and said that they had found it. He opened his mouth in surprise. Yehans appeared from behind the truck. He asked if they had come earlier than he expected. Seri smiled, calling the hero an incredible person, which made the guy behind him look down in displeasure. The soldier looked at the hero in horror, trying to understand what kind of person he was. It was a sunny day. The military began to load the boxes into the truck. At the bottom of the body there were open packs of rations. The young man frowned, realizing that the military were only on dry rations. The soldier closed the door of the body. He saluted. The protagonist nodded silently, thinking that this was also fate. The truck spat out exhaust fumes and drove forward. The rest stood in a circle. Seri noticed that Swift was not visible. She asked where he went. Jahans thought for a moment, and suggested that the girl look at the car. Swift was sitting in the military car. Seri asked in fright what he was doing there. She looked at the hero and asked if Swift was going to kill everyone. Jahan smiled in response. He remembered asking the guy to come over to listen to his request. Swift looked at the hero in shock. They were in a warehouse. The young man put his hands on his belt and ordered the guy to go on a reconnaissance mission with the military. Swift asked if the hero really wanted to let them go alive. Jahans turned away angrily, saying that he didn't look crazy. He said that he was bothered by their gaze. Luck smiled on them. They survived, so he asked the guy to see if they could be good allies for them. He looked at the empty shelves of the warehouse and said that this task would be quite difficult to accomplish. Swift asked what to do if they were found to be dangerous. Jahans took out a walkie-talkie and told him to inform him on the radio in this case, and he would come in person. Swift then frowned, thinking that the hero was soft, despite his composure. Jahans was silent. Swift was sad to see how he took all the burden on himself. At the moment, he was smiling, realizing that since the hero had entrusted him with this task, it meant that he trusted him. He tried to stay on the roof of the truck and said aloud that he could not let the hero down. The truck slowed down. The military arrived at the appointed place. They began to unload the boxes. One of the soldiers asked if the children would be happy with so much food. Another soldier said that although there was little food, they would be able to hold out for a few days. The soldier smiled, told the children that the uncles had come. He threw the box on the ground. All the soldiers froze and looked at the pile of corpses lying in front of them. One of the corpses was tied to the planks and was already dead. The military began to panic and asked those lying on the ground what happened. Swift watched in shock from around the corner. He realized that this was not the work of zombies, but the traces of a brutal murder committed by man. He looked at the tire tracks on the ground. He realized that the killers were on motorcycles. Swift frowned, assuming it was them. He looked at the bloody inscription in the form of laughter, realized that it was the same inscription as in the hospital. He imagined a map. There was a department store between the hospital and this place. The guy asked himself if they could not notice him and pass by. Swift took out a walkie-talkie and said it was him. He asked if the hero could check the exterior wall of the department store. He fell silent, glaring angrily at the inscription. At this time in the department store, Jamwan looked at the hero in horror. The hero stood in front of a bloody inscription in the form of laughter. The young man could not keep a calm face. He turned to the guy. Jamwan responded, and Jahan said that they would keep it a secret from the others to begin with, as they should focus on preparing the battle group. Jamwan anxiously asked, could it be that they were preparing for battle? Yihans looked at the guy with a mad look and said of course, because they were surrounded by freaks, psychopaths and enemies. He looked at the inscription on the wall and thought that they did not attack, but only left this inscription, which means that there is a high probability that they know about the weapons they have. Jahan silently stared at the wall, thinking that if he had been in their place, he would have been hiding until the moment of the attack and would not have allowed them to prepare for it. And there are two explanations for the existence of this inscription. Either they are so stupid that they did not think about it. He turned away, assuming that the enemies did not take them seriously. He imagined his past life, where he had never lost to anyone, except for the DIA, and this time. Jahans looked confidently ahead. He decided that this time none of the enemies would win. At this time, there was a pile of supplies in the parking lot. The young man smiled as he looked at the man and asked how he liked the camp. He replied that he was really surprised that the heroes were able to maintain such an environment. He smiled, saying that there was great food, a lot of clothes and snacks. He was really surprised. The protagonist smiled, knowing that he would like it. He said that he was glad, and clarified that the man could use the first aid post alone to live. He imagined the space of the first aid post, said that it was a little annoying that they did not have it, but in the future they would need the help of a man, and Jahan's hoped for the future help of a doctor. At this time, in the meeting room, Yihans went into the room of the newcomers, said that they could not accept the newcomers without setting any conditions, except that they decided to join them. He asked if they agreed to follow the rules and prohibitions. Everyone smiled and immediately agreed. The hero thought that the man with a shaved hairstyle reminded him of someone. The man was in good physical shape. Jahans decided that he deserved to join the search group. The young man looked at him and said that Dong-sik should stay here and join the search party. He would send the rest to the hospital camp and they could live there. Dong-sik asked in surprise about the other camp. He looked at the hero anxiously and asked if it was safe there. After all, he is responsible for his sister and his two nephews. Jahan stood quietly and said that there was a lot of work there, but the place was safe, and he asked not to worry, because it took no more than 15 minutes from here, and they would be able to see their family every day. Everyone agreed. The young man clapped his hands contentedly. He suggested that everyone eat to their heart's content and rest today, because, judging by their faces, they were very tired. Night fell. Sari was handing out supplies. Jamwan approached the hero. Jahan seriously ordered the guy to keep an eye on the newcomers, but unbeknownst to them, the guy accepted the mission. The young man walked forward and asked how long it had been since Heck had left. Jamwan stopped and said that it was about a week. The protagonist looked at the supply depots, both men agreeing that a long time had passed. The night passed, and dawn came. The young man gave the order to the search group to get to work. Everyone was standing in front of a truck with a pile of supplies. Jahans looked around and said that he would visit the hospital today and leave food there, and at the same time he would take the people there, and then they would search every building starting from here. He looked at Dong-sik and said that he would now address you when he gave orders and asked him to understand. Dong-sik smiled knowingly, and said that it was fine. Hospital building. Empty corridors. Boxes and supply cabinets. The campers began to study the new supplies with a smile. One of the men looked at Yihan and said that, to be honest, he was worried that Jahans would not come again. Because now is the time when it is difficult to trust someone. Yihan said that he understands a man. He handed him a machine gun and offered him to take it. He said that he hoped for cooperation. The man gasped and asked why the hero was giving him such a precious thing. Jahan smiled and said that this was proof of their cooperation. He held out a revolver and told Gapsu to carry it with him at all times, as the leader of the camp. Gapsu could hardly hold back his tears and thanked the hero. The heroes chose an office for the meeting. The young man spread out a map on the table. He pointed to the drawn circle and said that starting from here they would expand in a circle. He ordered all the windows in the building to be dismantled and the doors to be broken. Hajin looked at the hero with displeasure and asked, "Why complicate everything so much? After all, you can only quickly conduct a search. While they break down the doors, they can attract the attention of zombies." The protagonist looked him in the eye and said that they could do everything slowly, even though it would be slow, but that way they would definitely be able to search the entire area. He clarified that a building without doors can no longer be used as a shelter. Everyone looked at him uncomprehendingly. Jahan smiled madly and said that meant they wouldn't allow anyone to crawl into their territory and live here. Everyone looked at the hero in shock, realizing that he was too cruel. The squad went to the next building with the department store. They broke down doors with axes. Sari was waving to the guy on the roof of the department store, and Yihans, who was standing next to him, noticed that the department store was in full view from here. Empty canned food was lying on the floor. The young man sat down on one knee and thought that there was no dust on the food, only on top, which indicated that someone had been here. He looked around sharply. He was called into another room. He ran. He carefully peeked around the corner and asked what had happened. He looked at the dead nailed to the wall. The dead man screamed furiously, attracting attention. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, recognizing the boss in the dead man. Everyone was looking at the zombies. Hajin asked if they had done it. The hero said that everything is possible. Dong-suk couldn't hold back the urge to gag. He bent over and fell, vomiting. 3 zombies were hanging on the wall, nailed to it with pieces of pipes, and Jahans remarked that if there were more than 2 groups doing such a thing, it would be a headache. He looked at the corpses with disgust. Without hesitation, Jahans took out a knife. Blood spurted. Night fell. Jahans was lying on the floor. There was a knock at the door of his room. The young man's eyes widened when he heard the noise of motorcycles. He sprang to his feet. He touched the doorknob. Then he ran down the stairs. He heard groans and fell silent. On the street, an unknown guy and a girl were kissing. Yihans watched in shock as a guy and a girl stuck to each other in the parking lot. The young man was embarrassed, thinking that there was love during the war. He entered the room and, looking at the wall, thought that he should still check the source of the sound of the motorcycle, because he could not deny, and asked the couple not to notice it. He looked at Zhang Huan, who had climbed the stairs towards him, and asked what the hero was doing here. Moans were heard from the street. The guy asked what these sounds were. Zhang Huan also blushed with embarrassment. The protagonist smiled. He realized that the sound of the motorcycle had disappeared, but suggested that they go down. The guy looked at the hero and asked if he really had an inclination. Zhang Huan frowned and said that no matter what Yihan's predilections were, he didn't think that the hero liked to spy on such a person. He said that no matter how you looked at it, he was disappointed. The young man turned to the guy. There was a loud bang on the stairs. Jahans dragged the knocked-out guy down and asked him not to talk nonsense. The day came. Hajin dodged the blow. He knocked the guy to the ground. The young man watched the training process. These guys have been driving around the department store for several nights. He imagined a horde of motorcycles at night, mentally comparing them to hyenas loitering around, holding the tastiest prey at gunpoint. Jahan silently thought about whether they should attack first or wait and counterattack. Jahan said that training was over for today. The young man looked at the men, ordered them to rest, and said that after lunch they would distribute weapons. He asked Hajin to take some people with him. Hajin looked at the hero and asked where they were going. Yihan said that for weapons. Hajin looked at the hero questioningly. Private house. A bunch of weapons were put in the bag. The protagonist threw it over his back. The motorcycle spat out the gas. He drove along the empty road and thought about how the survivors of the camp were preparing mentally and physically. Despite their lack of skills, everyone was doing their best and following him. Jahans looked ahead. He realized that from now on he didn't want to lose any of them. School building. The child ran out into the street. He was crying and calling for his military uncle. The military looked at the children in shock, surprised that they were all alive. They returned to the classroom. The military asked what had happened. The children cried and sat in front of the military. The girl said that a few days ago terrible people on motorcycles arrived and suddenly began to kill teachers and military uncles. The military asked if they had any goals. The girl said that she did not know this. She stuttered and, saying that when her uncle, a lieutenant colonel, said that they could not just go in, suddenly they began to kill everyone. The girl cried and said that those who escaped were killed. Women were torn off their clothes. After they killed everyone and were going to go into the classroom after that, they hid in all places. Sveif was eavesdropping in the hallway, and the girl said it was very scary. He walked further down the corridor. Adjusting his collar, the guy exhaled and said that it was an unpleasant feeling. He looked up the stairs, took out a walkie-talkie, and asked if Yihins had checked the information. The hero's voice came from the radio. He said that there was a message on the wall. Svi frowned, thinking that there was nothing that people on motorcycles were not involved in. He said that the military was guarding the students, and they were not a threat. He said that people on motorcycles had done their best here, and asked what they would do. Swift leaned against the wall. Jahans asked what he wanted to do. The guy replied that he would do as the head said, but the guy said that the one who saw everything with his own eyes should decide. The young man suggested that Swift decide whether to kill everyone, return or help. Swift said he understood. At this time in the department store, the protagonist called a meeting and explained something to everyone. The survivors listened angrily. An old man Puck asked what they should do. Jahans pointed at everyone with his hand and said that they hadn't had to fight humans before, even though they had destroyed countless zombies. Killing a human was a completely different matter. He said those guys couldn't be called human. Jahans clenched his fist and said that the moment they doubted whether to kill them or not, their knives would shred them. Everyone looked at the hero in silence. The young man was gloomy. He ordered everyone to be ready to kill people. The guy clarified that this does not apply to those who are not here now. Everyone was silent. Old Man Park smiled and said that he had to take up arms first to convince the others, although he no longer remembered when he went through the civil defense. Pingjin smiled and said that he was surprised when they were suddenly told that they would be given weapons. He understood what was going on. Jahans looked at everyone in surprise, thinking that the reaction of the people was different from what he had imagined. He thought that they would offer to think it over or would be against it at all, saying that they could not do so. Pingjin stood up and asked the hero to relax. He asked why he always walked alone with such a gloomy expression on his face. Jahans asked again in surprise, and the man told him that they were not going first with the desire to kill. They were going to fight back against those who attacked them. He asked if the hero really thought they would have objections. Pingjin began to tear a piece of paper out of his notebook and asked if the hero thought that they would submit to fate and wait for death. He put the paper to the hero's chest and said that they were who they were before. On the sheet of paper were the rules that Jahans had written. Pingjin smiled and said that they had distributed this sheet to all the people of their camp to carry with them, and now it was up to the hero to learn it. The protagonist smiled. The door opened. A large number of people entered the room. Pingjin smiled and told the head to hand out decrees because they believed in him. The guy looked at the large crowd in confusion. After a while, he was sitting at the table in front of the map. He leaned back, exhaling tiredly. He looked at the map, wondering if the unknown would really attack the department store. He tried to understand from which side it would happen and how brutal the attack would be. Jahans covered his face with his hand. He asked why they were doing this. He imagined an unknown person on a motorcycle, decided that it gave them pleasure in the way they destroyed people. They find survivors and loiter around their camp at first. He presented a message on the wall. Then they destroy them with one surprise attack. Why don't they set up a camp, but just hang around? Jahans was looking at the ceiling, trying to understand why they were always on the move. He decided that it would be safer to attack people with his own camp. There are still quite a few survivors. He slammed on the table. The young man looked ahead in shock, suggesting that they might know about the zombie wave. The guy hung gloomily. He thought that it was impossible to understand it in just 6 months. He realized it only after a year and a half, having lost many camps. The door was opened. Jahans shuddered and said that the girl had frightened him. Sari smiled and asked what Jahans was thinking so much that he was frightened about. The young man looked at the girl and asked what had happened. Sari replied that Jaihai had prepared a snack and so she offered to join, but the hero said that he would not do anything. Sari looked at the hero excitedly and told him not to do so and called him to eat, otherwise Jiho would be very upset. Jahans began to wave his hands. Sari put her arm around him and asked if Appa knew what he was really like. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise. Sari looked into his eyes. She said that he did nothing but work every day. She called him a real workaholic. She suggested that he rest for at least an hour. Yihins looked at Sari and asked for a snack. The girl said that there would be potato pancakes, to which the young man said that he hated them, because she was tasteless. He promised to rest and asked the girl to leave. Sari blushed and looked at the guy. She asked what happened then. Jahans was embarrassed. He ran like a robot to the exit, offered to eat potato pancakes. Sari looked after him with displeasure. He turned at the exit and said that you can't be so picky about food. The door closed. Sari grinned contentedly. The guy was holding a cup of potato pancakes in his hands. He ate them discontentedly. The young man looked at the sunset city. Twilight fell. Flashes of motorcycle headlights appeared on the streets of the city. The protagonist looked at them through binoculars with night vision. He put away the binoculars and realized that the attack would be carried out tonight. Meanwhile, in the hospital, everyone sat opposite the entrance. The men were silent and held weapons in their hands. At this time in the department store, everyone kept their weapons ready. The studs for puncture tires were raised. The men were lying in ambush in an underground parking lot. Sari kept in touch with the hero through the radio. She looked at the empty streets and said that so far nothing could be seen. The moon was rising in the sky. The young man looked at the city through the broken window. He turned around and said that an enemy who invaded the department store would not be able to avoid the bullets at the entrance. In case they decide to retreat, all ways back will be cut off. The hero's eyes sparkled. He ordered not to leave anyone alive and kill them all. Zhang Huan and Hajin nodded silently. The guy looked ahead. He thought, if they attack the hospital camp first. He remembered blocking the door. He ordered to wait at the emergency exit on the 3rd floor, and if they tried to break the emergency exit on the 1st floor, they would need to open that door and immediately run to the intensive care unit. On the 3rd floor, since they couldn't clear it, there are still many zombies. Their number is quite large, so he thought to deal with them as soon as the camp normalizes, but still it is a place full of zombies. They will become a living wall that will buy them time during the attack of the unknown on the camp, then they will strike them from behind. If the zombie wall lasted even 10 minutes, it would be enough to get rid of them. Jahans took out his pistol and wondered what would happen if they attacked from 2 sides or used a deceptive maneuver. He exhaled and realized that he had a headache. They shouted on the radio and said that the enemies had appeared at the hospital. The young man looked at the radio, thought that they had finally begun to move. Zombies were walking down the street. Jahans asked, "How many people?" The guy and his squad ran forward. He ordered to act according to the plan. They ran down the street forward. Jahan said they were going. The protagonist began to write down the message. On the run, he said that the enemies had appeared, and demanded to strengthen the protection of the border. Screams were coming from the hospital. The young man froze and saw a bunch of zombies inside the room. He decided that everything was going smoothly. 2 men were consumed in horror by the crowd of zombies. One shouted that there was someone on the street. His body was pierced by a gunshot. The guy raised a smoking pistol into the air. The body fell down next to the killers. They panicked. The heads and bodies of the killers were pierced by shots. The men fired. Jahans gave the order to save the bullets and shoot single shots. There was a wild noise near the hospital. Zombies from all over the area were gathering at the noise. Jahans turned around and thought that no more sounds of people could be heard. He ordered to enter the hospital, staying away from the zombies who came out at the sound of gunshots. Zhang Huan and Haji nodded silently. The noise at the hospital subsided. A dead man appeared in the doorway. The young man kicked him in the stomach. He fell to the floor. Zhang Huan locked the doors. He tied the doors in a knot. Then I tightened it. He showed that the crowd of zombies could not break into their room. Jahans thought that the guy really was a specialist in closing doors. The guy took the radio, said that they got rid of the invaders who invaded the hospital. He asked if there were any victims from this camp. He looked at the piles of corpses. It came from the radio that the invaders could not even open the door. Jahans walked forward with a flashlight. He thought that 9 corpses, even with those on the street, did not recruit even 15 people. He realized that this was too few. He pursed his lips, realized that this was a deceptive maneuver. The young man stopped and took out a walkie-talkie, asked what was the situation in the camp at the department store. From the radio they asked me to wait, saying that there was some noise on the roof. The guy fell silent. He knew that Dongsik and Seri were on the roof now. The protagonist became gloomy and asked, what happened? At this time, on the roof of a department store, unknown people tied Seri up. The radio lay aside, and Yihin's voice came from there. Blood flowed from the girl's mouth. The man in the leather jacket laughed, and said it was time to pick up the trophy. He licked his lips madly. There was silence in the hospital. Hajin and Zhang Huan caught up with the hero. The guy asked what happened to Seri. The guy replied that there was no answer, and most likely, something happened. Zhang Huan trembled and said that he had to go back quickly. The young man turned. From the radio I heard that the enemies were already on the 1st floor of the department store. The guy looked anxiously at the radio and asked how many. He was told that they did not know. Jahans turned to the men, told the radio that they would be there soon, and ordered them to act according to the plan. He reported that there was no answer from the watchman on the roof, and as soon as they sorted everything out, he asked to check on them. The sounds of battle began to be heard from the radio. The young man fell silent. His gaze was anxious. He remembered that the door on the roof was closed from the outside. They could not help but answer on the radio, except for a surprise attack. But the fact that they were suddenly attacked is even stranger. The department store is a 5-story building. If they didn't fall from the sky, did they climb the exterior wall of the department store? Jahan shook his head and thought it was impossible. His eyes widened, mentally asking what he would do if he had to. He would find a way to climb the wall. He became gloomy and ordered to move to the department store. The sky was covered with clouds. Pungjin took the walkie-talkie and said that they had killed 4 since they had dealt with them. The unknown did not come in anymore. He assumed that the others had escaped and asked if it was necessary to check it. Jahans was horrified. He realized that 4 people were too few. He froze, assuming that the enemies were waiting for them to come out to destroy them at once. He looked at the roof of the department store, told everyone to wait, and said he would be there soon. A bullet hit the asphalt next to the hero's leg. He turned sharply. The young man somersaulted, dodging another shot. He took off. Zhongwen's leg was shot. An arrow was sticking out of his leg, and he screamed. Jahans turned to see a glare in the night. He did another somersault, dodging the arrow. He looked back, shouted that the ambush was on the right side. He ordered Hajin to take Zhang Huan and hide behind the car. Hajin hid with the guy behind a car, the window of which was shattered by another shot. the hero ran to the car. He ran to meet the men, dodging arrows. He sat down next to him. Hajin asked what it was. Jahan said that the enemies were guarding the road. He turned around, thinking that this was not a deceptive maneuver or an attack from two sides. He looked at the broken windows opposite. He began to look around the street. The dead were approaching them. The protagonist realized that the enemies had set traps, realized that the enemies were waiting for them. The firecracker was lit. The man immediately threw her out the window. The protagonist was slightly surprised to see a firecracker landing nearby. It burned brightly, alarming Jahan's. Its sound and bright glow attracted the attention of the zombies. Seeing this, the protagonist cursed. The moment the man threw the firecracker, he was able to see 5 shadows. At the same time, Jangwon gritted his teeth and moaned in pain. Glancing at him, Jahans decided to go to the infirmary as soon as possible, pull out the arrow and treat Jangwon's wound. The roaring zombie interrupted his thoughts. Part of his head immediately turned into scraps. The protagonist who fired the gun stared at the fallen zombie, realizing that he did not have time. The young man began shelling zombies. Continuing to shoot, Yihans asked Hajin if he had seen a shattered window on the 2nd floor of the mall. After stopping shooting, the protagonist asked Hajin if he could pick up a firecracker and throw it there. Answering in the affirmative, Jahans glanced at the firecracker, saying that he would run out on the count of 3, and Hajin would immediately throw it out the window, and then he and Jangwon would head to the department store. Hajin was puzzled, asking what would happen to him. The protagonist did not answer him, starting to count. A moment later, he ran out of cover, rushing towards the enemy. The crescent moon lit up the night city during this fight. Events take us to the hospital 20 minutes ago. Seri and Dongsik were standing on the roof of the hospital. Dongsik was very puzzled as he looked at the road. He glanced at the girl, saying that he thought that since he had joined the safe camp, he wouldn't have to worry about dying anymore. Seri, without even looking at Dongsik, told him not to stop watching the road, because they were on a mission now. Scratching his head, Dongsik asked Seri if she was scared. Annoyed, Seri told him not to waste his energy on chatting, and then asked if he still understood the current situation. A nervous Dongsik said that he was taking his breath away, and if he had known that this would happen, he would have just stayed with his family. At this time, the 2 assassins began to sneak up on them from behind. Seri turned her head, asking Dongsik if he had heard anything. Dongsuk looked at her in bewilderment, asking what she was talking about. Seri, without answering him, simply took out a flashlight. She turned around and began to look around with him. Dongsik also began to look around. He frowned, saying that he could not see anything. But then he stood in a stupor, not understanding why the door was open. At that moment the killers had already approached him from behind. The sound of a bat hitting him on the head reverberated throughout the roof. Seri was horrified to see this. Next to her, Dongsik fell, over which her enemies were standing. As he took off his mask, one of them smiled, saying that Seri was beautiful and, as they had agreed, he would be the first. Seri's legs began to tremble, and she was terrified. She couldn't help but remember how Jangwon had handed her a revolver, telling her to use it when it was dangerous. The girl immediately took it out and pointed it at the enemies. Very nervous, Seri tried to calm down. The guys shuddered with fear when they saw her with a revolver. One of them managed to duck before the bullet hit him. They both rushed towards Seri, who had fired 2 more shots. But the girl still hit one of them in the stomach. Blood flowed out from under the mask, and he began to moan in pain. Gritting her teeth, Seri began to look for her second opponent. Suddenly, he appeared in front of her and hit her in the face. The girl fell to the ground from one blow. The revolver in her hand fell out. Cursing, the guy took the revolver, saying that it was different from what he had been told. Approaching his partner, he kicked him. Realizing that he was dead, he was indignant, because now no one could open the door on the 1st floor. Next, the guy looked back. He looked at the girl who had fallen down. Spitting on the face of his partner, the survivor said that the guys from below would figure it out themselves. On the roof of the hospital, the protagonist's question was heard, asking Seri about what was happening. As the guy sat and pinned Seri, the protagonist's voice came from the radio, asking about the situation on the roof. The bandit smiled, saying that it was time for him to take the trophy. He frowned heavily as he began to hum a song and said that he didn't know there were girls. Seri gritted her teeth as the guy who grabbed her asked her if she was interested in how they ended up on the roof. He pointed to his friend, saying that the one she shot was convicted of breaking into empty houses. He only had to climb the wall to the 2nd floor, and he could get anywhere inside the building. Holding Seri, the guy said that in general, they could have come in just by destroying everything, but his comrade said that it was safer, but in the end, he himself died. Seri struggled to get up, while the guy said that he didn't know she was so good when he looked at her through binoculars, even though his work should pay off. A moment later, the boy threw away Seri's dagger, and then he began to take off her clothes. She looked at him angrily, ordering him to remove her hands. Seri looked through the veil at the enemy, who said that although he had hit her weakly so that she would not die, she had surprisingly already woken up, after which he suggested that she have fun with him or die, leaving her body. Seri smiled, calling the guy crazy. After that, she spat out a blood clot. Looking at the blood, she admitted that the blow was indeed strong. The guy did not listen to her anymore and, putting his revolver, said that she would pass as a corpse. As she took off her glove, she asked for something to be laid. He was very surprised and lowered his revolver. When Sari rolled over on her stomach, the guy ducked, calling her obedient and quick-witted. Sari put her arm around her enemy's neck. He was perplexed when the girl grabbed his face. Sari grinned as she looked at her enemy. A moment later, she plunged her fingers into his eyes, making him scream. Next, she kicked, throwing the guy back. Using 2 legs, she threw it into the air. The guy, bleeding, screamed in pain. He miraculously managed to land on his feet. Sari glanced at the dagger. A moment later she took it in her hand. But suddenly, a bullet swept past his head, grazing his cheek. She looked angrily at the man who had done so. Her opponent, angry, pointed a gun at her, asking where she went. He screamed, asking where she was. Sari's hand holding the blade trembled. As her enemy tried non-stop to point a gun at her, the girl crouched, complaining that her hands still couldn't stop trembling. Sari frowned, trying to figure out what Yihins would do if he were in her place. She imagined the protagonist shouting at her to come to her senses and calm down. Sari ran sharply at the guy. She gritted her teeth, aiming her dagger. The guy who heard her footsteps was alert. He immediately grabbed her by the shoulder. He looked at the girl angrily. A second later, he pointed a gun at her. Next, he began to pull the trigger. Being calm, Sari told the guy that he had no bullets left. She immediately began to raise her dagger. She plunged the dagger into his throat, making him scream in pain again. The knife pierced the throat and reached the eye sockets. Sari frowned at the result. A second later, the boy's body fell to the ground. The girl stood, staring motionless at her enemy. Calming down, she said goodbye to the madman. Events bring us back to the present, at the time when the protagonist was finishing the countdown. Then, having finished the countdown, he rushed straight at the enemies. Hajin ran out of cover as Jahans ran forward. He grabbed a firecracker, intending to throw it. Hajin swung his sight, taking aim. Suddenly, he shouted sharply as he threw a firecracker. Like a rocket, she rushed through the window. At this time, the guy holding the crossbow was aiming at Yihins. A second later, he fired. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. In a second, the arrow was already in front of him. The young man was greatly shocked by this. At one point, he was even frightened as he looked at the arrow in front of his face. But at the last moment he turned his head, managing to dodge. The arrow hit the asphalt, but their enemy could not dodge, and the firecracker hit him in the head. The protagonist stood in a stupor, looking at the arrow. Hajin was also very surprised, asking how he was able to dodge. The young man, without answering, shouted sharply, ordering him to run. Hajin immediately ran up to Jianhuan, but he was very nervous, remembering the movement of Jahans. At this time, bullets pierced the heads of the zombies. The other zombies looked at the person who had done this in puzzlement. But a moment later, Jahans shot at these zombies as well. Suddenly, all the zombies rushed towards the protagonist. At this time, Hajin, wielding a dagger, was cutting the zombies' throats. He fought his way through the crowd, holding Jianhuan on his back. His face was tense, sweat was actively dripping from him. He knew that now they had the only chance to leave this place. When all the zombies rushed towards Yihins, Hajin was able to walk calmly. The protagonist frowned, remembering how time stopped around him for a moment. He looked down, thinking that he must have just made a mistake, because at the moment of death, when he was trying to save his life, his reactions simply improved. Looking at his hand and feeling a tingling sensation, the protagonist realized that this was the usual alarm signal at a critical moment. The young man glanced out the window when he heard people screaming from there, trying to put out the fire. The light in the window burned for a few seconds. Suddenly, the light went out completely. At the same moment, the zombies screamed loudly. The young man took out his dagger seeing this. In one movement, he chopped off the zombie's head. Suddenly, someone began to descend the stairs, alarming Jahans. The boys ran down the hallway, screaming and asking where Jahans had gone. As they came out, they began to look around, realizing that the sounds were coming from here. Suddenly, a bullet pierced the chest of one of them. Before his death, he managed to look back. But a moment later, Jahans shot his comrades without giving them a chance. The muzzle of the pistol was smoking due to numerous shots. Soon the sounds of gunshots ceased to be heard in the street. The young man put the dead man's hand through the doorknob. He then cut his clothes. The young man tied it on the door. Thanks to this, the zombies were stuck in the passage, unable to enter. They growled, trying to get through the crack. But the dead man's hand restrained them. As he left, Yihins knew that no one could lock the door, since they had removed all the chains that were there. Glancing at the stairs, Jahans realized that his enemies were on the second floor. As he began to rise, the protagonist felt like a man walking into the jaws of a monster. He threw the empty magazine. The guy took a new one, thinking that his enemies have their own hierarchy and there are those who are strong. Loading the pistol, the protagonist thought about the fact that they even had those who were dexterous enough to wield a crossbow, and their combat tactics were excellent. Going up to the second floor, Jahans realized that there was a high probability that those who were there were the main members of the organization. Standing in front of the door, Jahans thought about fighting, because as soon as the door opened, a fight to the death would begin. Looking at the trembling hand, Jahans frowned. He even thought for a moment that if he left the camp and escaped alone, he would be able to escape danger. The young man bowed his head, mentally telling himself that he was not obliged to save and be responsible for them. Looking at the hole in the door, he sighed. Standing motionless, Jahan said that everything was repeating itself, and although he had told himself so many times that he would not put his life on the line for the sake of his comrades again, everything was repeating itself. Remembering his colleagues, the protagonist said that this time would be different. The young man frowned heavily. He imagined his comrades, saying that he was fighting precisely because they were his comrades, and not because he had become attached to them. His lips parted, and he told himself that he just didn't like the change in the plan. Thinking back to Kohn, Jahans knew that if he became attached to someone, their loss would be a pain for him. Making up his mind, Jahans opened the door. Opening it, Jahans decided to reduce the danger, because everything was not going according to plan. A moment later, the bat rushed at Jahans. He was able to move away and dodge the enemy's blow. The young man immediately raised his hand and began to shoot. The bullet hit the opponent's chest, making him scream in pain. At this time, someone shot him in the back with a crossbow. Using the man as a shield, the protagonist was able to protect himself from the arrow. Hiding behind the body of a man, he immediately began to shoot. He hit the two hidden guys in the chest. The young man was unusually calm, telling himself that he should think only of one thing. He looked at his enemies resolutely, determined to kill them all. The young man kicked the table, causing him to move backwards. Because of this, his enemies flew out of the window. The young man glanced at the window, from outside which he could hear screams. The young man looked at the tingling hand again. Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind him with a scream. He immediately grabbed it and began to bite his shoulder. The young man became nervous as blood gushed out of his shoulder. However, it turned out to be the blood of a zombie who failed to bite through the armor. The young man, realizing this, immediately hit him in the face with his elbow. The protagonist was very surprised to see a crowd of zombies behind the door. He gritted his teeth and swung his fist. He began to beat up the zombies. After he pushed them away, he grabbed the door. Then he completely slammed it shut. The young man kicked the leg of the table. Soon he barricaded the door with things. The protagonist turned his head, sensing danger. He was able to dodge a sudden arrow. She cut part of his arm. The young man raised his hand and began shooting, trying to hit the enemy. Soon, one of the bullets hit him in the head, forcing him to scream. The young man pulled the trigger, but there was no shot. Realizing that the store was empty, Jahans frowned. At the same moment, someone stood up and pointed the crossbow at the protagonist. The young man threw the pistol, hitting the enemy in the head. Looking at the man clutching his head, Jahans understood something. He did not stop looking at the alleged head of the group. The young man rushed straight at him. He jumped into the air. The guy kicked the man in the chest. He was able to put out his hand and block the shot. The man immediately grabbed a huge meat knife. He swung it, deciding to hit Yansa with it. The protagonist managed to block the knife with his handcuff. The cleaver was able to cut through the bracers. The young man did not become dumb, and kicked the man and threw him back. He fell to the floor after a kick. He began to get up, groaning. The young man took out his knife. He stood up, ready to fight. Standing up, the man said that he did not think that Jahans would cause them so much trouble, after which he asked about the condition of his shoulder, while offering a truce. Raising his tingling hand, Yehans thought that after a zombie bite, death awaited anyone. His shoulder was covered in zombie blood, but the transformation process had not yet begun. The young man knew this feeling very well. After all, he had already been bitten by a zombie. Looking at the man, Yehans decided not to take his eyes off him, for he had been waiting for this. The room heard Jahan's question, asked the man how he knew everything. Pointing his knife at him, Jahans asked how he knew that their camp had formed an alliance, that he was the leader, and that they were planning a surprise attack. The man grinned, deciding whether to tell him or not. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he had already given him a chance. The man turned his leg, calling Jahans impatient. A moment later he turned on the radio. From there, Sari's voice was heard, asking about the current state of Yehans. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he saw a walkie-talkie of the same model as the one he had borrowed from City Hall. Remembering the radios, Jahans realized that although he had adjusted the channel and frequency, the radios that were used in the same place had the same frequency range. The young man frowned, thinking that if he knew a little about communication equipment, he could intercept the channel and start listening. In the past, in the battle with the Alliance, that was what had caused them problems. Without moving, Jahans admitted that this time the mistake was made by him, due to his carelessness. The man's eyes widened as he said that they weren't their target before. After all, a few weeks ago, they had been tracking down a group of gangsters from a department store. When they arrived there, they saw only corpses. The young man lowered his hands slightly when he heard that the man, hearing the sound of gunshots from their department store, decided to take the weapon, but he did not expect that they would resist so much. Scratching his chin, the man decided to ask something. He lowered his hand, asking if Jahans had heard of the Soul Survivors Alliance. The protagonist suddenly shouted without answering. He rushed at the man like a demon. He was able to dodge Jahans' lunge. He gripped the cleaver tighter. He stabbed the protagonist with it, knocking him out of his hand. The The protagonist looked at this in surprise. The guy did not stop attacking, he kicked the man in the stomach. Next, he kicked his knee on the throat. The young man, gritting his teeth, managed to knock the man over using his leg. He fell to the floor with a crash. The young man screamed furiously and began to beat him, causing his blood to splatter all over the room. After beating him, Jahan stopped beating him. The protagonist stared at the battered face of his enemy. He gritted his teeth as he looked at him angrily. He would never forget him even if he died. The young man took off his enemy's mask. The young man remembered the image of the foreman of the second team of soul survivors. Jiansu was smiling despite his wounds. Jiansu, as the head of a subgroup from the DIA, ranked 10th in cruelty. The protagonist gritted his teeth when he saw the face of the enemy. Jiansu began to laugh when he realized that Jahans had also heard that broadcast on the radio. Remembering the radio, Youngso said that a world where the strong devour the weak, a world where you are treated according to your abilities, a place where there is no threat from zombies, this is the DIA. Youngsu smiled, saying that they were now forming an alliance of soul survivors. The protagonist was very nervous, realizing everything. The reason why they did not give up and even acting like this in the midst of chaos, were able to stay alive was to take the place of the DIA. If the protagonist hadn't settled in this department store, these guys would first destroy the people from that department store, after which they would go to Seoul and join the DIA. The protagonist remembered the past and realized something. Before his rebirth, when he came to the department store, which was then the third camp, the people in the department store didn't mention the gangsters who broke in, and his memoirs didn't even mention those gangsters. The present has changed because he killed the gangsters. Before being reborn, Jansu killed all the residents of department store and took the weapons and headed to Seoul, so he became the leader of the DIA subgroup and ruined many lives. He beat and killed even his subordinates, not caring for their lives, and left alive only those whom he selected. Young-soo was smiling as he was responsible for many deaths. The young man clenched his fist. He was very angry, looking at the enemy and realizing that if he left him alive, there would be even more victims. Grabbing Jiansu by the jacket, Jahans decided to kill him. The young man's pupils dilated with the desire to kill Jiansu. He spat blood out of his mouth because of Yihan's actions. The protagonist shouted furiously, demanding Jiansu's death. He stared angrily at Jiansu as he cut off his closest friend's arm and threw him into the zombie pit. Grabbing his girlfriend and throwing him into the pit, Jiansu enjoyed the suffering of the girl, who cried as she looked at her boyfriend being torn to shreds, and on her knees begged to be saved, promising to do anything. Jiansu really took advantage of this. The protagonist glanced at the knife to the side. Angry at Jiansu's act, he reached out for the knife. He opened his eyes abruptly when he saw the knife. He grabbed the back of Yihan's head abruptly, pushing his head off his own. The protagonist swayed slightly, receiving a strong blow. Jiansu grabbed his head and slammed his face into the floor. The protagonist screamed in pain. Gritting his teeth, he called Jiansu a madman, enjoying people's death screams. The young man threw his arm back to Jiansu and jumped to the side, grabbing a knife, remembering how among his comrades who died at the hands of Youngsu were a girl whom he had cherished as a real little sister, and an old man whom he treated like a father. Jiansu turned around abruptly and ran away. He jumped out the window, trying to escape. The young man who was bleeding from his face decided to get rid of Youngsu, otherwise he would become a huge threat in the future. A moment later, the protagonist ran after the enemy. He landed on the ground, causing her to tremble. Ignoring the blood, Yihans decided to kill Jiansu. He glanced at the back of the fleeing target, followed by the street, and then began to break through between the zombies, killing them with his knife. Jiansu ran around the corner. The young man, who was being chased by a crowd of zombies, saw this and ran after him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes as soon as his head poked around the corner. Jiansu swung his stick, attacking him. The young man immediately picked up the bloody knife and cut the stick, greatly surprising Jiansu. After all, in addition to the stick, Jahans also cut the man's head. But Jahans did not stop there. Looking resolutely at the enemy, he grabbed his knife more comfortably and slashed Jiansu in the chest. The young man, not expressing emotion, looked at Jiansu. He grabbed him by the head and slammed him into the wall with all his strength. At that moment, Jiansu passed out. The protagonist grabbed the man by the jacket, suddenly shouted angrily and threw him into the crowd of zombies. Immediately, blood spurted in the alley. Zombies devoured the enemy alive, fighting each other for every piece of flesh. While they were doing this, Jahan stood motionless, watching everything. A faint smile appeared on his face after what he had done. The door of the room opened. The wounded Seri looked around. Hajin approached her, and was glad that she was all right. Dong-sik lay unconscious on the ground. Sitting next to her, the girl explained that she did not have the strength to go downstairs and asked how the invaders were. The man asked her not to worry about anything, because they were all destroyed. On the wall hung the sign of the Customer Satisfaction Center. Bloody bandages and an arrow lay on an iron pallet. Standing in front of the patient, the doctor wiped his forehead. The woman opened her mouth in fright when she saw her friend. Jong-hwan smiled and asked her to speak to him on a first-name basis. The survivor grabbed his hand and asked if he hit his head. The boy replied that everything was fine. A member of the team grabbed her sleeve. The taekwondo athlete put his hand on his shoulder and suggested that they talk later, because they needed to be cured. On the table were folders with documents. Dong-suk was bandaged and was expected to wake up in a few hours. Holding the tray in his hands, the doctor said that the patient's wounds were very serious. Sari asked him to tie her up and only then start treatment. The girl frowned and said that she had not received this wound because of a fight with zombies, but the leader of the camp ordered that patients be tied up during treatment. The rescuer looked away. The athlete tied his girlfriend to the bed. Frowning in displeasure, the woman said that it was too tight, and wondered if her friend was holding a grudge against her for something. Hajin smiled and asked why she was talking to him so formally. The survivor scratched her head awkwardly and thought that he did not look his age at all. Sitting on the bed, Sari asked where their leader was and was indignant when everyone was silent. The man looked down and asked her to rest first. The girl frowned furiously. She grabbed the walkie-talkie in her hand. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked if her ally could hear. The survivor squatted down, but her hand was tied to the bed. The team member immediately fell on her back. Sari opened her mouth wide and asked her companion to untie her because she needed to go looking. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the taekwondo said that she needed to be cured, and promised to take people with him and go in search. Squinting contemptuously, the girl was indignant that her friend was still here and said that she needed to go there on her own. The doctor put his hand to her forehead. Leaning on the bed, the doctor explained that she needed an injection for high fever, and added that wounds and bruises needed to be disinfected. Smiling, the rescuer promised to let her ally go in half an hour, when the medicine had taken effect, and asked her not to worry, because their leader would definitely be fine. The woman closed her eyes and asked her friend to leave the cartridges for her. The athlete nodded. The survivor said that she would go after them as soon as the treatment was over. Night fell outside. The door of the ward opened. The team member was asleep, leaning against the wall. Hajin entered the room and was surprised that only a couple of minutes had passed. The doctor assumed that she was very tired, since she fell asleep in such an uncomfortable position. The man closed his eyes and nodded. There were many products on the shelves of the store. The taekwondo practitioner narrowed his eyes and thought about how the reconnaissance team had been divided. Swift was not there, Johans was missing, and everyone else had been wounded. Watching his comrades at work, the athlete realized that all these inexperienced beginners would be in danger if they were taken with them on such a dark night. With his eyebrows knitted sternly, the survivor felt more anxious the more time passed, and realized that he owed his life to the man. Standing on the roof of the bus, a member of the squad decided that going there alone was tantamount to suicide. Hajin jumped to the ground. The man ran forward, cutting his way through, and concluded that he was the only one who was able to do so. Wires stretched between the buildings. The blade severed the zombie's arm. The monster bared its teeth furiously. Holding onto the pipe, the main character fought off a whole crowd of monsters. Blood was running down his face. Looking at the street full of the living dead, Johans realized that this was a failure, and thought that he didn't even have the opportunity to ask for help because he didn't have a walkie-talkie. Casting a stern glance ahead, the young man did not know how much time had passed. The undead continued to arrive. The young man squeezed the pipe hard. The zombies stretched their hands towards him. Their white eyes glowed in the darkness. The fighter wondered if he would be able to survive if he continued to cut off their hands. His wrist trembled. The survivor felt his muscles ache as if they were being torn apart. The monsters crawled on top of each other to reach him. The warrior wondered how long he would be able to hold on, and whether he should surrender. The main character gritted his teeth, and thought that he should not give up. A torn corpse lay on the ground, and Johans wondered if Jiansu taunted him even after death. Suddenly, the shield on which the guy was leaning fell down. The young man opened his mouth in fright and hung in the air. Holding the knife in his hands, the fighter felt that his body was no longer moving. A shadow hid his face, and heavy breathing was heard. The survivor looked at the sunset, and wondered if his death would be like this. Remembering the store full of food, the warrior realized that he would not save and would eat to his heart's content if he knew about it, and he was indignant that he did not even have time to enjoy life. Closing his eyes, the main character decided that he should not regret his choice, and suggested that he would wake up when everything was over, as soon as he closed his eyes. Johans loosened his grip. Suddenly, the guy looked to the side when he heard someone's voice. Hyuk opened his mouth wide and asked if he was okay. The guys cut their way through the crowd of zombies. The boy hit one of them with a bat. The young man smiled and said that his friend had come just in time, and had not let him die. The sun had set behind the city. Clouds floated over the store. The soldier came to his senses and opened his eyes. Sari fell asleep in his hospital bed. The survivor got up from the bed and looked at her. The girl looked up and shuddered. She immediately rushed to hug her friend. The woman put her head on his shoulder and cried. The warrior patted her on the head. There were clothes in the windows. People crowded at the door. Raising his hand, Sojin asked if they were all in the circus and asked everyone to leave. Holding a bowl in her hands, Jiha shouted that she had cooked porridge and that it should be handed over to the patient. The cook cried when the manager asked her to leave the porridge and leave. The main character lowered the corners of his lips and asked why everyone was so worried about him. Because his wounds were not serious. Johans looked at the guys standing in the doorway. The guy put his hand to his head and wondered what was wrong with the atmosphere here. The heroes looked at him with a smile. The doctor approached his friend and told him that he had an ordinary faint. Raising his eyebrows, Hajin revealed that he had been unconscious for about 2 days, and added that Hyuk had brought him here. There were medicines on the cart. It turned out that there were no casualties. The young man closed his eyes and thought that the first time there were no casualties, despite the fierce struggle against the invaders. In the memory, corpses lay on the ruins, the injured and dead were always present, despite the fact that it was a struggle between people and people or a wave of zombies. Smiling broadly, the soldier concluded that either they were very lucky, or they were helped by unity, and was glad that they were able to save everyone. The camp members looked at him happily. Puck put his hand on his comrade's shoulder, and was surprised that such a robot could also show its feelings. The old man patted him on the back and praised him for his good work. The survivor lowered his head. The warrior looked to the side and offered to get down to business. People frowned in displeasure, and mentally called him a monster. Clenching her fists, Sari shouted that he needed to rest, and called him a psycho who was obsessed with work. Sitting on the bed, the main character stated that 2 days of sleep was enough, and asked how things were going with the number of people. Swift replied that he had brought the guys from the reserve camp. Leaning over, Johans realized that there were too many people and said that they needed to create a third camp as soon as possible. The boy put his hands on his shoulders and asked him not to worry. The mercenary smiled and told him that they had already set up a camp and sent the newcomers there. The soldier raised his eyebrows and remembered that his comrade had said that it would be nice to set up camp at Sanil High School. Frowning, the young man was surprised that his ally remembered this, and asked what about the supplies. Holding the documents in his hands, Sojung said that they had given the newcomers supplies for 3 days, and said that he had written everything in the protocol so that the leader could look at it after restoration. The young man smiled and agreed. The hospital room was empty. Sitting with a bandage on his head, the fighter asked if his friend had seen Khan off on his last journey. Hyuk had a pendant with ashes hanging on her chest. He confirmed it. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the boy said that he was very surprised that day when he heard a familiar voice as he was returning to the camp, and added that he could not imagine that his comrade would be surrounded by zombies. Lying in bed, the survivor asked who had come with him. The soldier replied that 4 of the new arrivals were his comrades from the National University, and the rest he met by chance. There were medicines in the closet. The warrior asked if they could be trusted. His comrade in arms replied that it was obvious, because they helped save him without unnecessary questions. The main character narrowed his eyes and mentally called them selfless fools. Hyuk nodded when Johans gave him command of Scout Group No. 2 and asked him not to trust the newcomers too much. There were folders with documents on the table. The guy ordered his comrade to call Swift here. The boy headed for the exit from the ward. The soldier said that he would carry out rescue operations. The young man looked after him and agreed. His associate frowned sternly and said that he wanted the rescue of people to be a priority. The fighter raised his eyebrows and thought about how even though he didn't like the actions of an ally, strong determination played an important role in survival, but it all depended on how long he had it. The next bunk was empty. The survivor decided that time and experience would show everything, and asked his friend to leave. The door of the room opened. Hajin entered the room and explained that he was only there for a short time because he had something to say about it. The man looked down and told him that it had happened the night before, when the leader was unconscious and Swift had come with people from the reserve camp. That day, the boy was covered in blood from head to toe. On the way to the camp he was attacked by people on bikes. The military gritted their teeth in fright, something strange in their behavior, so the taekwondo athlete asked what had happened. The mercenary fought with a mad smile on his face. The lieutenant was not sure if he was a human at all, and had never met such people even in a special squad. The soldier's eyes widened. The members of the squad were confused and could neither help nor escape. The athlete frowned and explained that the guys felt as if all this was happening in a dream. The warrior scratched his chin and realized that he had also once had such a feeling. In a flashback, the insurance agent dodged a bullet. The main character concluded that his friend is not just very agile and dexterous. Hajin knitted his eyebrows menacingly and remembered the day they had fought the bikers. Then Johans easily dodged the shots. The man narrowed his eyes and admitted that he had the same feeling at that moment. The guy gave him a stern look and said nothing. There were medical supplies on the shelves. The young man opened his mouth silently. The soldier remembered how he was shot and decided that it was just the body's reaction to a critical situation. The survivor looked ahead and suggested that to the person who was watching him from the sidelines, this might have seemed strange. Slapping him on the shoulder, the taekwondo athlete asked his friend to forget about it, and said that the leader should be aware of everything that was happening. Putting his hand to his shoulder, the warrior appreciated his strength and thanked his comrade. A bright light was burning in the ward. The main character asked how the battle went. Waving his arms, Swift recounted how he had beaten the villains and declared that he had finished them off quickly so that they could not take the children hostage. Johan scratched his chin. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked what was wrong. The guy replied that everything was fine and asked him to leave. Frowning sternly, the young man thought that his ally had exceptional abilities, and realized that he would hardly be able to defeat him in a duel. Sitting in bed, the fighter realized that he did not know anything about his past, but concluded that he was an amazing person. Holding a notebook in his hands, the survivor decided that he needed to be looked after. The warrior drew a plan for organizing an alliance of camps and thought about the fact that they already had 4 camps with 50 people. With a crossed-out inscription on the paper, the protagonist wanted to move Zhang Huan, the leader of the camp at the department store, to the search group, despite the fact that this role is performed by Sojin. Johan straightened his hair and concluded that the association was still empty. There were many bruises on his back. There was no unity and consciousness in the association. The strength and skills of each individual left much to be desired. The guy fastened his belt and thought that even though they had managed to repel the enemy, they still needed to continue to work on rallying the people in the camps and training them. The urn was full of bloody bandages. The heroes gathered at the truck. Sari frowned and asked if her friend didn't know what rest was at all. The young man looked at her and promised to rest in the new camp of the search group. Hajin raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Smirking, the fighter said that they would know everything when they arrived, and decided that they would definitely be surprised. In the hands of the man was the camp charter and the habits of zombies. The military approached the ally and asked if he would really help them if they were in the alliance. The survivor confirmed this and asked for cooperation. The lieutenant looked down and thought that even if the main part had been completely destroyed, they were still part of the state organization. The soldier imagined a warehouse full of supplies, and decided that the advantages of strength and food were already a reason to come under his command. In a flashback, the warrior left the house. The squad member concluded that he had no other choice, because this person felt incredible strength. Frowning, the commander asked if he could go with him, and said that it would be wrong to send a team there without a leader. Looking at him from under his brow, the protagonist asked for forgiveness and explained that he wanted to keep him in charge of this place because one quick-witted and brave warrior would be enough for them. The military man pressed the tablet to his side and asked him to promise that no one would treat them like superiors treat their subordinates, and that their internal system would be preserved. The lieutenant raised his eyebrows and said that if they crossed paths with the main unit, then they would prioritize the order of the state, and they would follow it. Johan smiled and thought that the reason these people were still alive wasn't just because of their luck. The heroes shook hands. The guy agreed to his conditions and warned that from time to time people would move from one camp to another to unite. An picked up the box when he was hailed. The girl smiled and asked if it was him. The corporal knitted his eyebrows sternly and confirmed it. His face turned red as the guys surrounded him and started asking questions. Waving his hand, the young man asked them to stop playing and wished his friend good luck. After saluting, the soldier thanked him and apologized for being late in gratitude. The soldier smiled confidently. Clouds floated over the city. The trucks drove along the highway. The streets were empty. The survivor ordered the cars to stop and asked the guys to be more careful. As he stepped outside, the warrior thought that he had not come here to make a camp out of a shelter, and realized that he had no intention of staying here for long. The houses were in the woods, a place far from the camp alliance, but it was convenient for search operations. Important points appeared on the map. The new camp had a view of the new apartment complex near Sangdang Station and pleased with the department store, hospital and high school diamond shape, which is a safe composition. The guys got out of the cars. The main character ordered the first team to pull the car, and the second to guard them. The man fell into the hole. Johans asked them to watch their feet, because there are many traps with huge nails. Armed members of the squad approached him. The guy explained that he had drawn a line between the trees, so it was better for them not to go there. The boy looked at the thin thread in surprise. The young man added that he had covered it with glass powder, which is why even a slight touch can leave a deep wound. The zombies opened their mouths furiously. The fighter asked his friends to beware of them. The monster fell dead. The soldier asked if it was all for sure. The heroes looked at the building and asked what kind of house it was. The door opened. There were a lot of supplies inside, and the guys immediately began to examine them. Watching them from the second floor, Hajin reported that there was even more food in the basement, and noticed that the food here was more varied than in the department store. Sari opened her mouth in surprise. Pointing his hand to the side, the survivor suggested that his comrades in arms first swim, and told that there was a shower room on the second floor, and that any clothes could be taken from the closet. A light came on in the room. A loud cry was heard. Covering her body with a towel, the girl was glad that there was warm water here, and promised to forgive her friend for any of his nasty thoughts about it. The warrior squeezed his eyes shut and asked her to shut up and continue to wash. The guys were sitting at the computer. The main character asked what they were doing, and reminded that there was no internet here. Suive put his hands on his belt and explained that his subordinates should be aware of their boss's preferences and what kind of collection he had. Johans pursed his lips in displeasure. The boy leaned over the screen and was surprised that there was nothing on the computer at all. Zhang Huan raised his index finger and told them that their leader was very fond of peeping. Members of the squad began digging through their belongings for a hard drive. The guy gritted his teeth in irritation. His scream could be heard even outside the building. A dark sky hung over the camp. Bacon was frying in a frying pan. The heroes hovered over him impatiently. The young man approached them and asked them to have a good rest, because tomorrow they would return to their usual routine. The women smiled happily and agreed. There were empty plates on the table. On one of them lay a bitten slice of pizza. The guys were sitting in the hall and talking. Some of them were playing a console. At this time, Sari was drying her hair after a shower. The girl picked up the phone and asked her friend to say something on camera. The fighter shook the can of soda and said that it would be a little long. A member of the squad raised his hand and called his boss a grumbler. The survivor rose from his chair. The warrior stepped forward and reminded him that the world had been destroyed. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and stated that they were still alive and that they had managed to save a piece of the former civilization. Frowning, Johann said that their goal was to stay alive, but there were obstacles such as zombies, invaders, food shortages, and despair. The guys were distracted from the game and looked at him. The guy explained that he needed their help and that all those who were here should unite to destroy the monsters and defeat the villains. Swift knitted his eyebrows sternly. The young man added that they should stand on the most dangerous front line, solve food problems, and give people hope. The women looked around. The fighter said that he expected that all his comrades were stronger and braver than everyone else, and that those who decided to retreat or betray them would not be able to work with him in the same team. Hyuk looked at him attentively. The survivor asked those who were not ready to fight to say so now and stated that he would expel them from the search group. Standing in front of his allies, the warrior reminded them that those who had come against their will were also present, and promised those who remained on the search team an appropriate reward. Throwing up his hand, the member of the squad introduced himself and asked what kind of reward he was talking about. Pointing to the boxes, the protagonist explained that they would live in the best environment and that they would have the best equipment, and stated that even if the people from the camp were starving, the search party would be the first to receive food. Johannes lowered the corners of his lips and added that no one would dare to go against them. The soldier nodded confidently. Frowning, the guy decided that they shouldn't know about the second hideout, which was hiding outside the city, and thought that someone might spill the beans if they were taken hostage or tortured. Standing at the table, the boy asked since when the boss began to prepare this place. The young man looked at him and replied that it had started a long time ago. A member of the squad asked if he knew that this would happen. The fighter sternly knitted his eyebrows and called himself a messenger of a god who had come to prevent the end of humanity. The guys opened their mouths in shock. The survivor narrowed his eyes. Closing his eyes, the warrior said that it was a joke and explained that he had started setting up the place when he heard about martial law due to zombies. The soldier raised his eyebrows and said that he had no more questions. The main character understood that he should not reveal all his cards right now. Sari filmed it on her phone. Johannes warned that depending on the skills of the search group, there may be a recruitment of new members or, conversely, a reduction. The girl looked up when the guy called out to her and asked her to send this video to each camp so that all members of the alliance could see him. The room was filled with food. The young man said that this place would be used as a base for only a few days and that the building was too far from the department store, so it was not suitable for a camp. Standing at the reserves, the fighter said that from tomorrow they would go out on reconnaissance over long distances, and offered to take weapons and bullets from the military unit and set up a camp in the Sanong area. Eri pointed a finger at herself as the survivor called out to her. The warrior turned to Jongwon. Kim frowned sternly. The main character explained that he took him because of his incredible skills, and asked his friends to stay here and help him move the solar panels. There were crutches against the wall. The boy said that he also wanted to go on a mission, but Johannes asked him not to do it, because his wounds had not yet healed. The soldier looked down and agreed. The guy looked sternly ahead and thought that the wound was also a good cause, but in fact, only this person could be fully trusted with the food here. The young man looked around and asked his comrades in arms to finish their meals and prepare for tomorrow's operation, because they must be in better shape, because he did not want them to die a stupid death. The soldier climbed the stairs to the second floor. The surprised heroes followed him with their eyes. Sari leaned on her arm and assumed that their leader was an outcast at school. Swift choked on his soda with laughter. The mercenary fell to the floor and began to laugh loudly. A blue sky hung over the city. Members of the squad carried boxes into a truck. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, the survivor asked to report on the condition in the camps, starting with the department store. A voice came from the speaker, and Sojin reported that there was no problem at the department store. Then the other camps said the same. Trucks were parked on the street. The soldier ordered to strengthen the security and report immediately if something happened. Clouds floated high above the ground. The main character watched the camp with binoculars. He was standing on the edge of the bridge. Johannes looked ahead and thought that this was the largest military unit in the vicinity, and where there were bullets. Zombies surrounded the area. The guy noticed that the defense was destroyed from the inside, which meant that the wave of monsters was not the main problem. Holding binoculars in his hands, the young man said that they had been attacked for the second time, and that the camp had fallen because of a monster that had appeared in the interior. The fighter looked to the side and concluded that the large number of people caused the second wave. Hajin gritted his teeth and asked if they had joined the zombie wave. The heroes were standing on the bridge. The shadow of the clouds fell on the military unit. The survivor suggested that it was from there that the wave of monsters began, and stated that people hid there to save themselves. The warrior frowned and decided that all the conditions had been created for the start of a wave of monsters. The living dead flooded the city. Most likely it was a large-scale wave. The undead walked with ease. The main character concluded that they are like fish that are close to the shore at high tide, but which leave with the tide. Johannes drew a plan. Holding it forward, the guy explained that he had created this diagram based on what the lieutenant had told him, and asked everyone else to draw it for themselves. The guys began to draw a map. The young man said that they needed to get to 3 places: to the ammunition depot, to the supply depot, and to the barracks. Sari looked around and asked what it was. There were a bunch of bright lines on her sheet of paper. The fighter was surprised that his girlfriend could neither write nor draw. The girl asked what a barracks was. Smiling, the survivor replied that this was the place where the military was sleeping, and explained that there were bullets there too, so they should take as many supplies as possible. The warrior turned to his comrade and suggested that they divide into 3 groups. Some would have to go for weapons, others for bullets, and still others should become bait. Swift said that he got goosebumps just from this word. The boy's eyes widened in shock when the protagonist called him the leader of the decoy group, and asked if he didn't think the boss always assigned him only the most difficult missions. An sternly knitted his eyebrows and agreed to go with the leader for ammunition. A group of people stood behind Hawk, and Johans asked them to go into the barracks and bring all the usable bullets. There was a ladder from the bridge. The guy ordered the decoys to make a few shots a little further from here and run towards the mountains. The sounds of a burst of automatic fire swept over the military unit. Barbed wire stretched along the fence. The broken lock fell to the ground. The young man stood in front of the door with wire cutters in his hands. Frowning, the soldier made sure that the defense line had been destroyed first, and realized that the process of supplying bullets was confusing, so the people could not distribute the Kai in time. The door of the warehouse opened. The heroes went inside. The woman exclaimed in surprise. The corporal explained that this place is the training ground of 10 military units of the city of Buchin. The survivor called it winning the lottery. Looking around, the warrior realized that with such firepower, they would be able to resist the enemy alliance, and asked if there were no hand grenades in the back of the warehouse. Smiling, the military replied that each warehouse has a checklist that purchases basic materials, and added that they have recently used the 413th list. The main character said that he did not understand anything. There were boxes of ammunition in the boxes. Johans asked if it wasn't strange that a military unit had fallen to zombies, even with such a huge firepower. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that after successfully overcoming the crisis, the small forces of the military units continued to resist. The people were holding machine guns in their hands. Even after the wave of monsters appeared, they had recovered a small area just like the 8th group that the young man had been in his previous life. The boxes fell on top of each other. The soldier rubbed his forehead and offered to rest for a while before heading back. The soldier admitted that he thought he would no longer have to carry boxes of ammunition. The survivor sat down on one of them and said that he also thought so when he finished his service in the anti-aircraft missile forces. Smiling broadly, An asked if his leader wasn't supposed to study well and called him quite intelligent. Frowning, the soldier replied that he did not have the opportunity, and added that he regretted not joining the tank troops. Hugh reported that they had collected almost all the bullets. Taking out the walkie-talkie, the main character praised him and explained that it would take them much longer, so they would have to work together. Clouds floated across the sky. The zombie bared his teeth furiously. Johans approached his friend and asked what had happened to this monster. The monsters crowded around the wall. The boy replied that he did not know why there were so many of them on this side. The guy narrowed his eyes and noticed that there were about 300 of them here. There were machine guns on the carts. The soldier asked if they should shoot them. The young man said that if they had a shooting party, they would have to fight all the zombies in the area. The soldier peeked out from behind the bushes and thought that he could not leave here and leave all his weapons. Putting his hand in his backpack, the survivor was glad that he had taken something for such an eventuality, and asked his comrades to leave the filled carts and take the empty ones with them. A member of the squad raised his eyebrows and asked how they were going to break through there. The warrior took out a grenade and said that it would be more than enough to distract the living dead. The main character threw the projectile far forward. The grenade crashed into the ground and exploded. The undead immediately looked away. The zombies rushed to the place where the explosion was heard. The guys watched them in bewilderment. Looking around, Johans asked why they were standing and reminded them to open the warehouse door as soon as possible. The crowbar tore off the hinges of the door. The boy pushed it aside and asked what the pungent smell was. He covered his face with his hands. The guy opened his mouth in shock. 3 people were sitting on the floor. The young man was surprised that they managed to survive. The fighter frowned sternly and thought that there had never been such a thing that after a wave of zombies someone managed to survive. The stranger trembled and asked if it was a group of rescuers. There were bloody clothes on the floor. The survivor answered in the negative and asked how long they had spent here. The heroes entered the room with weapons in their hands. The men bowed their heads, and the warrior asked if they had served here before. The main character squinted suspiciously, not waiting for an answer. He took a step forward. Johans touched the door handle and asked what was there. The man asked him not to open this room. The soldier covered himself with sweat and explained that there was a toilet. The guy turned the knob. Suddenly, the zombie pounced on him. The young man immediately shot him. Hyuk opened his mouth in fright and called out to his friend. The soldier looked dumbfounded at his infected comrade. His body trembled as the fighter pointed a gun at him. Suddenly someone grabbed him by the muzzle. The boy took the weapon aside and asked what his comrade was doing. A dead body lay in the toilet. Gritting his teeth, the survivor explained that these scoundrels had eaten a man and asked his companion to step aside. Throwing up his hands, the stranger replied that it was not them, and begged for mercy. A member of the squad raised one eyebrow and suggested that they stop and listen to them. The zombies were heading towards the warehouse. The warrior frowned menacingly and once again asked his ally to move away. Hyuk grabbed him by the collar and refused. He grinned angrily and declared that he would never leave. The others silently watched their conflict from the sidelines. The main character tripped him up. Such a blow knocked the boy down. The shot hit the man's head. A member of the squad fell to the floor. The corpse lay in a pool of blood. Johan speculated that these soldiers didn't even think about fighting and locked themselves in here, eating their comrades, and added that they should have wiped the blood from their mouths before lying. Looking down, the guy asked if his friend considered cannibalism to be a normal practice, and wondered what he would do if the camp ended and someone else made the same choice. Hyuk frowned sternly and said that he couldn't put up with such behavior. Looking at him menacingly, the young man reminded him that the use of violence against those who were not members of the camp was self-defense against possible danger, and asked if his comrade had forgotten the rules of the camp. The fighter narrowed his eyes and asked him to leave if he couldn't come to terms with the rules for everyone's safety. The boy pursed his lips tensely. The guys stared dumbfounded at the leader. The survivor explained that the current world is different from the past, and said that he knew the reason why his comrade wanted to save everyone. Standing in front of a bright light, the warrior said that he would not tolerate the fact that the entire team could suffer because of his unnecessary emotions. The protagonist looked around and asked his ally to stand up because it was time for them to go back. It was dark in the room. A voice from the radio asked when they would finish. Holding it in his hands, Johans replied that they had almost done everything and asked what had happened. Swift replied that the zombies had started acting strangely and had stopped chasing them. The guy looked down tensely. He had a bad feeling. Suddenly, a terrifying scream was heard from the street. The young man gritted his teeth and realized that a wave of monsters had begun. Standing in the warehouse, the fighter concluded that they had only 20 people from the search group, and remembered that the wave should have ended by the time they arrived here. The survivor's eyes widened and wondered why this was happening. In a flashback, the monsters were loitering around the military unit. The warrior realized that the wave would not end until all the people were killed. But there were soldiers sitting in the warehouse. The revived dead continued to walk around the military unit, because they were still alive. The doors were closed. The warrior speculated that the hunt could not continue because the warehouse was locked, and that the undead were waiting for them to come out or die. The zombies headed towards the building. The main character concluded that the wave could go into standby mode. The squad began to fight the monsters. Johans thought that the wave could stop and continue at any moment. The monsters ran forward. The guy decided that they were nearby and were watching the situation. With his mouth wide open, the young man ordered everyone to enter the warehouse and lock the doors, and stated that they would not be able to cope with so many enemies. The heroes ran to the door as the monsters approached them. The door slammed shut. The guys forcefully piled on it to prevent the living dead from getting inside. Sari frowned and asked what they were going to do now. The soldier opened his mouth in amazement and said nothing. In the corner of the room was a small room. Swift asked if everything was all right. Hyuk chopped off the hands of the undead. The survivor reported that they had an emergency. The boy reported that they had no enemies, and assumed that they had all gone to the base. Closing his eyes, the warrior decided that the military unit was the territory of the monster wave, and decided that they needed to find a way out with the help of the people outside. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that fighting the mutant who made this wave was impossible, and realized that he would like to avoid this battle in such a terrible situation. The huge monster bared its fangs, and Johans remembered that it was incredibly difficult to fight such an opponent during the day. The members of the squad continued to hold back the onslaught. The guy realized that he had not faced such a terrible situation even in his past life. Turning his head, the young man concluded that he should not show his emotions, and asked his friends not to worry, because there was definitely a way out. The guys nodded affirmatively. Dust was falling from the ceiling. The soldier thought that first they needed to get out of isolation and get to the ammunition depot, and suggested that this could change the situation in their favor. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, the survivor reported that now a group of Bates was their way to the exit, and asked where they were now. The screen lit up. The mercenary asked the boss to address his saviors a little more politely. Frowning, the warrior was indignant that his comrade was joking in such a situation, and repeated the question. White clouds hung in the sky. Standing on the hill, the soldier reported that they were near the supply depot. The protagonist explained that the zombies would begin to gather around him, and asked where the toolbox was. Dong-suk picked it up. The insurance salesman said they had everything except a nailer and a chainsaw. Johan said they would only need pliers and a drag. The military unit was surrounded by a bar. The guy asked his comrade to cut it and go inside. Swift asked what to do next. There was a hill behind the base. The young man asked his allies to go to the ammunition depot and inform them if they suddenly came across a mutant. The boy adjusted his hood and asked if everyone understood everything. Holding an axe in his hands, the mercenary said that it was time for them to go. Screams could be heard near the buildings. The fighter put on glasses and a mask. The guys held the door to prevent the zombies from getting inside. Their faces were covered with sweat. Hyuk knitted his eyebrows. Suddenly, one of the monsters entered the room. The monster immediately rushed to the survivor. The warrior looked at him from under his brow. The living dead man opened his mouth wide. The main character cut it in half. After that, a few more zombies broke through. Johannes looked around and ordered everyone to put on their masks. Suddenly there was an explosion. The warehouse was protected by a high fence with barbed wire. There were boxes of ammunition inside. The guy asked his comrades to get hand grenades and cartridges. The monsters crowded around a small building. The young man ordered an attack on them, and explained that the explosion of the grenade would be enough to create a way for retreat. The heroes were standing near the bushes. The soldier said that they would run out of the warehouse as soon as the fifth grenade exploded, and asked his comrades in arms to cover them. Looking at the radio, the survivor stated that they would have to provide them with a safe way to the cart in the west, and added that they needed to throw grenades in the opposite direction to distract the enemies. In the memory, clouds floated across the sky. Dong-sik and Hajin picked up their shells, and Swift began the countdown. The explosion tore the monsters' bodies into small pieces. Next to the backpack were bags with masks. The monster bared its teeth furiously. The warrior struck him several blows. The revived dead collapsed to the floor. The main character explained that due to the explosion, the remains of the undead could be in the air outside. The guys frowned sternly. Johann said that they had a risk of getting infected through their eyes. The guy ran to the door. He kicked her out. There was a crowd of zombies in front. The young man ordered his comrades to follow him. A cloud of dust rose above the ground. Explosions occurred every now and then at the military base. The soldier cut off the enemy's head. Blood gushed from the wounds on the monster's body. Jongwon raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if his friends could see their leader fighting. The monsters surrounded the survivor from all sides. The warrior jumped up. The boy called it a real art. The monster lay in a pool of its own blood. She soiled the glasses of the main character. By the road there was a cart with machine guns. Johannes approached her and asked Sari to take her away while the others guarded her. Suddenly the guy looked away. A silhouette appeared in the cloud of smoke. The young man took off his glasses. The living dead rushed to attack. The undead were approaching the squad. The fighter almost forgot that a wave was coming right now. Several shots hit the zombies. The survivor frowned sternly. Swift continued to fire his machine gun and shouted that it was his turn to show himself. The cart was filled with weapons. The warrior ordered the others to take them and load them with a spare magazine while the distracting group bought them time. The soldier inserted the magazine into the rifle. Members of the squad opened fire on the arriving monsters. The main character took aim and thought that even if there are about several thousand monsters in the unit, they will still come to an end sooner or later. The warehouse was full of boxes. Johannes assumed that these supplies would be enough to fight off 3 waves. The living dead were scattered into pieces. The guy ordered to concentrate and shoot more carefully, because they do not have many interchangeable magazines. Bullets pierced the heads of the undead. An knelt down on one knee and took aim. The corporal knitted his eyebrows sternly, and the young man concluded that the lieutenant had sent the best rifleman as well. Looking ahead, the soldier noticed that his percentage of hits was much higher than his, and decided that if they made it to the ammunition depot safely, they would be able to survive the wave with ease with such talents. Continuing to shoot, the survivor concluded that the only problem was the mutant, and ordered his comrades to go to the warehouse. Suddenly, something knocked the soldier off his feet. A member of the squad fell dead to the ground. The warrior took off his mask and ordered his friend to duck. Swift was able to dodge the blow. The boy looked at the shell and asked what it was. The main character saw a silhouette on the roof of a neighboring building. His shocked face was covered with sweat. The mutant, less than 1 meter tall, stood in a cloud of dust. His green body was covered in armor. The monster's eyes lit up, and Johannes noticed that its forelimbs were significantly longer than its hind limbs. The guy opened his eyes wide and realized that this was the strongest mutated zombie before his rebirth, David. The monster bared its teeth and roared loudly. The revived dead gritted his teeth in displeasure. The undead spat out the stone. Turning around, the young man asked his comrades to take care of their heads and doubted that they would be able to dodge. The mercenary jumped to the side. Hyuk dragged his dead friend aside. The fighter warned that he could be infected. The survivor raised his assault rifle. Bullets could not penetrate the thick armor and skin of the monster. His eyes turned red and began to emit a haze. The guys rushed to run. The soldier asked an ally to guard the rear and ordered everyone else to move towards the ammunition depot. The monster scratched the roof. The zombie came to the edge of the roof. The main character decided that only 2 of them could dodge his projectiles. David swung a piece of iron. Johannes jumped up to dodge. The guy landed on his feet and concluded that it needed to be done as soon as possible. The soldier was fighting the ordinary living dead. The young man shouted that it was time for them to leave. The undead grinned angrily. As he ran away, the fighter thought about the fact that they had a little time between attacks, and realized that this was the only thing he could predict from his behavior. Several explosions occurred near the heroes. The door of the building slammed shut. The insurance agent leaned on his knees and began to breathe heavily. Hyuk put a bandage on the wounded ally's head. Sari approached the leader and asked what kind of creature it was. Frowning, the survivor decided to explain everything briefly and told him that this is the only mutant who fights in ranged combat. Putting his hands on his belt, the warrior said that this monster attacks with crumpled pieces of iron, and asked his companions to avoid it, because it is very difficult to dodge these throws. Frowning sternly, the protagonist added that this wave would not end as long as the enemy was alive, and stated that he was also capable of summoning other mutants. The guys opened their mouths in shock. In a flashback, the monster grabbed the man's head, and Johans explained that they did not have time and that if they delayed, the main gate would be destroyed. Zombies have flooded the military base. The guy reminded that they will also have to fight with them, because they can easily tear the iron bars. With her eyebrows knitted sternly, the girl was indignant that even bullets couldn't take this enemy, and asked if it wasn't a balance disorder. Frowning, Hajin said that their leader had already fought a creature like this and asked what its weaknesses were. The young man smiled nervously and replied that he did not know this, because the camp where David appeared had been completely destroyed. The members of the squad stared at him silently. There was a crash. Dust fell from the ceiling. The man narrowed his eyes and asked how his friend managed to survive. The soldier pursed his lips and thought that he had to escape. In the flashback, the survivor left in the midst of the battle, while others sacrificed their lives to defend the camp. A backpack hung on his back. The warrior realized that escape was the only way for him to survive during the apocalypse. The soldier smiled and asked what his comrade would do if he remained the only living person in this world. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and realized that this was the case until they met Noah at Yudo camp. The guys entered into a knife fight. This man showed Johans what support is, and taught him a lot. In the past, a member of the squad was shot in the head and became a zombie. Sitting at the computer, the guy could not find any information about him before the apocalypse. The young man lowered his gaze and thought that they would meet again if the future hadn't changed much. The heroes stared at him in surprise. The fighter smiled and asked if there was anyone among them who was willing to stay here and sacrifice themselves to become bait. The guys looked down tensely and said nothing. The survivor decided that then they would fight. Hajin approached him and asked if they knew how to fight him, suggested trying to use a grenade launcher, and suggested that there should be an anti-tank heavy weapon. The warrior closed his eyes and asked if there was anyone among them who knew how to use such weapons. Looking to the side, the protagonist explained that they did not know what was in this warehouse, so finding the right weapon could be dangerous, and added that only a career employee could open the bolt of the grenade launcher. Johan said that he would try to stop David by any means. The man raised his eyebrows and asked how. Approaching the allies, the guy offered to split up and ordered Swift and the others to block the main gate so that Goliath could not break it. The boy smiled confidently. The young man warned that this zombie could move even after losing his head, so his body needed to be cut open completely. Hyuk knitted his eyebrows sternly. The fighter asked his team to kill the monsters that surrounded the ammunition depots so that they could not get close to the others. The survivor then approached Seri and ordered her to collect everything except the bullet clips because they shouldn't have a situation where there wasn't enough ammunition to keep firing. The warrior looked at Hajin and asked him for help in fighting the monster. Squinting, the main character thought that during the battle a large number of people would only interfere, and concluded that only one person would be enough to cover from the rear. The man stretched his knuckles and declared that it was his time to go on stage. Johans mentally called him the strongest of all the members of the squad, not counting Swift. The living dead stood in a cloud of smoke. The guy remembered that he had never been able to defeat him in his previous life. The young man tugged at the doorknob. The undead immediately burst into the warehouse. The fighter looked menacingly at his enemies. Crowds of zombies crushed each other, trying to get into the room. Members of the detachment opened fire. The monsters opened their mouths wide. The survivor turned his head and gave an order. The guys took wooden pallets in their hands. They began to press the enemies with their help. The heroes were able to push the monsters out of the building. The warrior ordered Team Swift to go to the left, and shouted that they would go to the right. People went out into the street and began to fight off the living dead. Frowning, the protagonist realized that a long-range attack against David was hopeless, and thought about the high probability that they would be able to break through the main gate. The mutant was standing on the roof. Johan suggested that the enemy must be weak in close combat. Ash rose into the air. The red eyes of the undead lit up. The explosion tore his head to pieces. Standing to the side, the boy shouted that it was a great blow. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and concluded that Hyuk had been able to climb up quickly in the camp due to his skill. Bullets pierced the zombies. The soldier asked his comrades to take care of the bullets. The insurance agent cut the opponent's body with an axe. Dead monsters lay on the ground. Sweef put his foot on one of them, called the boss great, and said that they were able to get out safe and sound thanks to him. An explosion rang out in front of the building where the monster was. The boy began to worry about whether their leader would be able to cope. The mercenary saw the living dead in the air and asked if they had learned to fly. The undead landed on their feet. The corporal noticed that someone was throwing them from there. The soldier smiled and decided that this was Goliath. The mutant took the zombie by the head. The insurance agent ran forward and asked his allies to cover him and dodge the deadly attacks. The guys opened their mouths in shock. Swift leaped forward. The boy pushed off the wall of the building. It caught on its roof. The mercenary was able to climb up. The heroes looked at him dumbfounded. The thug stood surrounded by ordinary monsters. The soldier took out a grenade and wanted to know how strong his opponent was. A powerful explosion rang out near the military unit. Ash surrounded the steel grate. The insurance agent put his hand to his forehead and realized that it was not so easy to break such an enemy. The explosion tore the monster's head apart, but it was still on its feet. Sui frowned and noticed that he was not alone. A crowd of the living dead with a few more giants was approaching the base. Looking at them from the side, the boy realized that he could no longer use grenades due to the remains in the air, and thought about the fact that the main gate might break. The mercenary took out a machine gun and concluded that this opponent was much weaker than David, so he would succeed. Bullets pierced the body of the living dead, but he did not care. The soldier narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Goliath threw the undead at him. The insurance agent dodged the attack. Looking away, Swift realized that the mutant was fighting rudely and ignorantly, and stated that he only liked graceful fights. Standing on the ground, the soldier asked if everything was okay. The boy asked for help, because shooting the zombies turned out to be more difficult than expected. The mercenary walked to the edge of the roof and asked the others to attend to the flying and falling monsters. He was covered in sweat and asked how he could get to the roof. The soldier asked him to run as fast as possible and climb the wall. Clouds floated over the barbed wire, and the corporal noticed that there was a rope here. He managed to climb the building. Outside the base, there was a huge cluster of monsters. The military asked if they were going to die here. The insurance agent immediately slapped him on the head. The thug moved slowly forward. Swift asked his friend to pierce his foot with bullets. Taking aim, the shooter said that the target was not visible, and offered to wait for the giant to swing to throw the revived dead. Several bullets pierced the giant's shin. The boy asked his comrade to shoot until his foot fell off. Suddenly, the giant threw the undead at them. The mercenary grabbed the zombie by the collar. The monster's legs soared into the air. The soldier lifted it above him. He threw the enemy back behind the fence. An opened his mouth in amazement. Smiling, the insurance agent asked him not to worry and promised to protect him. A rumble was heard within the walls of the military unit. There were cartridges on the ground. A member of the squad inserted them into the store. Sari took off her jacket and complained about the unbearable heat. The guys turned around and looked at her. Raising her eyebrows, the girl was indignant that they thought about such a thing even in a dangerous situation, and asked if they really had so much free time. The heroes turned away and answered in the negative. The woman asked them to stop looking around and get down to business. Jai-Hai closed her eyes and smiled. There were boxes of ammunition on the shelves. A bullet flew out of the muzzle of the machine gun. The shells pierced the zombies' bodies. The gunner pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Standing at the barricade, a member of the squad said that he had run out of bullets and promised to replace his rifle and return. There were weapons in the cart. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it meant. He looked around and wondered where his friend had gone. The commander bandaged Myung-jong and asked him to stay there. The wire that bound him was broken. The infected man attacked his comrade. Sari looked around when she heard a scream. The monster bit the soldier on the neck. The girl ran out into the street. The monster opened its mouth wide. The knife pierced the back of his head. The revived dead fell dead. Danu cried and said that he did not want to die like this. The guys surrounded him. The shooter continued to repeat the same thing. Hyuk continued to shoot without turning around. Jiha brought her hand to her chin tensely. The boy began to turn into a zombie. Blood splashed in the air. The squad member's hand fell to the ground. The woman knitted her eyebrows sadly. Holding a gun in her hands, the survivor said that she was very sorry. A cloud of smoke rose. Someone shouted that he had no more bullets. There was a sign on the fence. Hajin raised his shield in front of him to escape the attack. David waved his hand. The guys hid behind a truck. The main character offered to leave their luggage here and continue the battle light. The backpack fell to the ground. The man looked down and asked what was so heavy there. Johans replied that he had collected only the most necessary things. Something was wrapped in newspaper. The guy said that it was a knife that had never been used, which he brought as a backup. The taekwondo athlete raised one eyebrow and suggested that he needed the weapon in order to cut off the infected part of the body. The young man looked around and asked if his friend knew how to set up Claymore. Smoke enveloped the car. The athlete replied that he had seen such a mine when he was on duty, but had never personally installed it. The monster covered his mouth with his hand. The fighter explained that first he needed to be driven into a narrow space, then find out his melee fighting style, find weaknesses and attack. Crouching, the survivor added that they needed to put safety first, and asked his comrade to retreat if he felt he couldn't do it. Hajin replied that he wouldn't get in the way, and asked how they were going to lure the enemy. Frowning, the warrior suggested that he act according to the situation and realized that first he needed to understand the style of his close combat. White clouds were floating in the sky. The man asked if he needed to distract the enemy. The main character confirmed this and asked to report if suddenly the monster moved to another building or the situation worsened. Half-dead zombies crawled on the ground. An iron ball flew in the air. The shell destroyed the wooden shield. In a flashback, Johans looked around and said that in order to dodge, you need to move your legs, not your torso, and trust your instincts, not your reason. The man opened his mouth furiously and shouted that it wasn't that easy. The taekwondo athlete jumped aside. The mine was tied to a vending machine. The guy walked into the room and looked at her. The young man narrowed his eyes and wondered if this was really the right strategy. A voice was heard from the radio on his belt. The first team reported that their front was in danger, and that they were beginning to be oppressed. The second team promised to send reinforcements. Frowning sternly, the fighter realized that he didn't have time to hesitate, and concluded that he might miss a good chance if he didn't believe himself. Taking out the radio, the survivor reported that all preparations had been completed and asked his friend how things were going. The athlete replied that he had already attracted enough attention of the enemy. There was a detonator on the field. The warrior asked his comrade to throw a grenade at the enemy on the count of 3 and warned that everything would be fine if he missed. A crash was heard on the stairs. The main character began the countdown. An explosion rang out on the battlefield. A dense cloud of dust and smoke rose. Johannes raised his submachine gun and thought that the grenade had confused the enemy and thereby revealed his weak point. Slowly moving forward, the guy wondered where David was and suggested that the zombie could have escaped. Standing nearby, the mutant waved his hand. The monster threw an iron ball forward. The young man jumped to the side to avoid the attack. Gritting his teeth, the fighter realized that the enemy had cleared the way for himself to attack, and decided that he had to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. The monster clung to the roof of the building. The survivor took aim and thought that the best way to do this was to prevent the projectiles from feeding. The revived dead violently opened its mouth. A bullet pierced his head. The undead gritted their teeth in displeasure. Lowering his weapon, the warrior assumed that for the first time he was being silenced with a bullet, and wondered what the enemy would do now. Liquid was dripping from the zombie's mouth. Suddenly, he raised his head and roared in fury. David bent his knees. Johannes carefully watched what the zombie would do. David soared in a leap. The main character was surprised to see how quickly the monster was approaching. The guy jumped away, thinking that now the real fight was already beginning. A grenade fell to the floor. David looked with surprise at the shell that was smoking. Suddenly, the zombie was in the epicenter of the explosion. At this time, Johannes quickly ran away. David lost the usual color of his body from the explosion. Johannes jumped, taking aim. He put the muzzle of the machine gun in David's mouth, thinking that he had caught him. The main character pulled the trigger, and at the same moment, David clenched his teeth and bit the muzzle of the machine gun. In the same second, the machine exploded in the hands of the guy. David waved his clawed paw. At the same moment, he hit the guy in the face, causing him to fly a few meters back. Johannes managed to break and get to his feet. He kicked the zombie. The blow hit the kneecap, and Johannes thought that this zombie had an iron body. He dodged again, walking away from David's steel hand. Cracks remained on the ground from a strong blow. The protagonist, standing nearby, suddenly realized that the zombie was using ranged attacks not because he was weak in close combat, but because he was enjoying the hunt. David's eyes flashed. Suddenly, something exploded near Johannes and spurted blood. It turned out that Hajin shot the zombie who fought. Johannes thanked him, to which he told him not to worry about them and to focus on the monster. David prepared for another attack. The main character blocked the monster's stab with a knife, which caused sparks. Suddenly, David pinned Johannes to the wall. The guy gritted his teeth and angrily thought that the difference in strength was huge. A man's hand at this time raised a jackhammer. The hammer hit David on the head. Hajin, seeing the result, said with surprise that the zombie did not even move. David turned his head on him. He struck Hajin with all his strength. From such a blow, blood flowed from the guy's mouth. He flew many meters back, as he could not break. Hajin flew into the supplies at high speed. He squeezed his eyes shut in pain. At that moment, a zombie without legs crawled towards him. A zombie loomed over the guy. Hajin immediately jumped up and screamed loudly, but at that moment, the monster bit him. Johannes, seeing this, shouted the name of Hajin. It turned out that the zombie had bitten off 2 of his fingers. David, ignoring the scene, attacked again. Johannes evaded. Cold sweat poured down his face as he thought that only after dealing with him would he be able to find out what was wrong with Hajin. But he didn't know how to do it. David's muscles suddenly trembled. Suddenly, they increased in size. A huge monster loomed over the guy who thought he didn't know what he needed to do to defeat him. David exhaled steam from his mouth. Johannes, seeing this, frowned tensely. At the same moment, an explosion rang out, raising a column of sand and stone into the sky. David raised his hands with clenched fists for another attack. It struck the ground so swiftly and hard that a pillar of earth shot up into the air. The guy jumped away, trying to dodge the shockwave. He turned his head away so that the stones would not hit him in the face. Stones continued to fly in all directions, flying into the building. The main character quickly went to cover. While the guy was going down the stairs, David was approaching the open entrance. Johannes gritted his teeth and cursed to himself. The zombie broke through the passage to the building with one blow. Dust rose in clouds into the clear sky. Several bullets hit the zombie in the head. Hajin stood over the corpse with a bloody hand. He looked at the 2 missing fingers and thought about being bitten by a zombie. Blood was flowing from his bitten fingers, and he thought that if he did not take action now, he would definitely become infected. Hajin turned around and saw a broken passage into the building. Downstairs it was empty and quiet. Johannes ran with all his strength among the shelves. He did not stop, thinking that David's attacks were more dangerous one after another and unpredictable, and even if this method did not work, then he did not know what to do next. Suddenly, someone struck the wall near him. David broke through the topic a step away from Johannes. A couple of meters remained before the mines. He jumped to the detonators lying on the floor, since there would be no next time. Johannes flew through the 2 racks to which the mines were attached, grabbing the detonators as David approached him. The mines were in the place where the guy left them. David was in the very epicenter of a huge explosion. Everything around was covered with smoke and sparks. Johannes took a step forward. The outline of David's body was visible through the dust, when the guy thought that the body had shrunk again, which meant that there was an effect from the mines, and perhaps the strength of the body was weakened from receiving a direct blow from the mine. He looked into the zombie's eyes and swung his knife. He thought that his eyes were especially weak, after which he immediately stabbed them with a knife. Johannes continued to hold the zombie with a knife in his eye, and with his other hand he put a hand grenade in his mouth. He then kicked David on the head. The zombie reflexively swallowed the grenade. From the explosion, David began to swell. The protagonist covered his head with his hands, thinking that he acted instinctively, but it worked. The truck was still in the same place. On the floor are available medicines that were previously left here. Sweat dripped from the man's face as he concentrated on holding the machete in his hands, thinking that the infected fingers needed to be cut off. At first, Hajin tried on the hand, but he knew that he would have to cut everything below the elbow. Tears flowed from Hajin's eyes in despair, and he cursed. A few seconds later, the air shook with a painful scream from the truck. The whole room was covered with smoke. After the explosion, only bones remained of David, on which muscles hung in fragments. Johannes looked at David, who already had no arms, and thought about how the zombie still hadn't fainted, and he was worse than the monsters. With these thoughts in mind, he took out a grenade and added that he would try to use it again. The zombie roared and the remaining eye began to glow red. The zombie's movements suddenly became incredibly fast. In the next moment, he was behind Johannes, who was surprised at such speed. David sharply bit him on the shoulder and tore out part of the flesh. The main character turned around sharply. He put the grenade in David's mouth again. Johannes clenched his fist and swung for a blow. He punched the zombie in the jaw, forcing him to close his mouth, asking him to die. David flew a few meters up from the blow. The explosion rang out already from the ceiling. Everything was covered with smoke, and immediately a green liquid began to drip from the ceiling. Johannes stood in the rain of what was left of David. He suddenly smiled and asked himself if people would believe him that he had fought against this monster. After this question, the guy staggered, feeling a tremor in his legs. A moment later, he fell to the floor and thought about the fact that he had taken a zombie shower. Blood was gushing from the guy's wound, and he thought that the infection should happen in 5 minutes. Johannes stared at the ceiling, thinking in disappointment that the shoulder could not even be cut off. The space began to be covered with a black haze. Johannes closed his eyes and thought that more importantly, he did not even have the strength to die. In his first life, the main character stood with his back to the military who killed zombies, and thought that all living creatures try to avoid even the smallest threat, since they live in a world where you can lose everything because of one mistake. Imagining a man who began to turn into a zombie after being bitten, he asked himself why he decided to fight such a dangerous opponent, sacrificing his life. Asking himself, Johannes remembered how huge David was. After introducing all his comrades, he wondered whether it was for the sake of the comrades he wanted to protect or for the sake of recognition. He would like to know the answer to this. Johannes remembered the last blow to the monster and thought about what pushed him and what he wanted to protect. In order to find out the reason for his action, he must survive. Suddenly, the image of a girl glowing and stretching out her hands to him broke through his mind. Johannes opened his eyes abruptly. He saw the familiar ceiling and decided that he had gone back in time again. However, this was not the case, as there was a building in front of him that had been destroyed by the recent battle. The main character sharply looked at the wound. He pushed back his glove and checked the time, as it had been 2 hours since they began to act. He remembered that he had definitely been bitten by a zombie, and besides, he had been in their blood enough. Johannes looked at himself in the mirror and thought that no matter what, he had not been infected. He suddenly remembered how he had been bitten by a zombie in his previous life, so he thought that he might have acquired immunity. But neither in this nor in his previous life was there such a thing as immunity to infections, and besides, in his previous life, he died precisely because of infection. Johannes stared at his reflection in surprise, not understanding what had happened then. The building at that time was still empty and quiet. The main character was walking down the corridor and thought that there was a possibility that even with the bite of David, a mutated zombie, infection occurs, or he was lucky and this time there was no infection. Suddenly he remembered his past death again and said to himself that he had considered it luck last time, and besides, if you think about it, he had been bitten here in the past, so he thought that he had honey smeared here. Johannes put his hand on his shoulder and thought that he had too many thoughts, so it was wrong for bad fate or luck to repeat it over and over again. He went out into the street, thinking that someone wanted him dead and someone was trying to save him. There was a truck in front. Bandages, medicines and gender were covered in blood. Hajin was lying on the floor of the truck with his severed arm, bleeding. Johannes stared with shock in his eyes at the man who had cut off his own arm and prevented infection. Hajin wheezed in pain when Johannes thought he was really incredibly tough. The sky was blue. The territory was covered with smoke. The guys were unloading the corpses into one pile. One of them suddenly rested his hands on his hips and complained that they were cleaning everything, and there was no end to the monsters. Jaeho, hearing the question about where the others were, looked away in surprise. When he saw the protagonist, He was glad that Johans was alive, after which he saw an injured Hajin, but Johans interrupted him, ordering him to report on the situation, and then Jiho quickly reported that Goliath had appeared in the southeast and destroyed the gate, and now everyone went there and repaired it. Johans immediately asked about the dead and looked at the two corpses with their heads covered, as Jiho explained that only 2 of their comrades were killed, but everyone else was able to survive thanks to Swift being able to come to the rescue in time. The protagonist frowned and thought about realizing that the zombie wave was over as soon as he came to his senses. He looked around the area and thought that the howl had disappeared, which left tension in the air. There wasn't a shred of fear in the guy's eyes as he thought about how sure he was sure that the last Goliath had also been destroyed, and surely they were now completing the cleansing. He then picked up the radio and called to Swift, to which Swift asked why he had not answered for so long, as he thought he had died. Johans watched the people try to help Hajin and said that his fight had dragged on, after which it was immediately heard from the radio that the main thing was that he was alive, since command was not for him. Johans frowned at the radio and thought that for some reason he thought Swift thought otherwise, but then he pulled himself back, as he must have thought of all sorts of things. Swift knitted his eyebrows tensely when he heard from the walkie-talkie that the protagonist already knew about the destroyed gate, so he replied that they were almost finished, since he thought that Goliath was a pile of sand, but he was indeed a mutated zombie, and he also thought that Goliath would count his spine when he approached. His comrades at this time crowded around the butchered body of Goliath, and suddenly a request was heard from the radio to hurry, because Hajin was seriously injured, to which Swift immediately replied that they would come soon. The rays of the sun illuminated the roof of the house. There was a bike behind the yard. The main character asked Zhang Huan, who was wiping the sweat from his face, to bring a doctor from the hideout as soon as possible, to which the guy immediately asked who was injured. The guys installing the solar panels heard that Hajin had cut off his arm, so let the doctor bring everything needed for first aid, to which Zhang Huan said that he understood everything. A full moon rose over the camp. People slept wherever they could. The guys were snoring, lying on the pillows. Swift slept with his mouth open. The doors to one of the rooms were tightly closed. There was blood in special bags and a syringe. Hajin lay unconscious on the couch while the doctor's voice rang out that he was worried about the loss of blood and shock. He looked at Johans carefully and said that thanks to the transfusion of the blood of his comrades, they avoided a critical condition, to which the guy said that the doctor did a great job. Johans, bandaged, came out of the makeshift room and breathed a sigh of relief. He went into the warehouse and thought that it was a new beginning in the camp, which had been obtained thanks to the lives of 2, perhaps 3 men. The protagonist looked at the boxes stacked on top of each other and thought that the death of the search team was a huge loss, but thanks to them, they were able to survive the wave of zombies and cope with the mutated ones. Johans took a step forward and thought that there was something more important. After drawing a man with a bat on his shoulder in his head, he added that for now, they have the power to fight against the Soul Survivors Association. Water was slowly dripping from the tap. Johans looked at himself in the mirror and thought that the wound from the bite on his shoulder had healed, and this proved that he was immune. He carefully examined the bite and thought that it was better not to tell the others about it until he was completely sure that it was immunity, so he would not reassure them, otherwise they might be in danger. Johans thought about the fact that people would not be able to abandon their comrades even after being bitten, thinking that perhaps they would not become infected, and would keep him close to them until the infected breathed. However, it may be too late when they realize if he is infected or not, and then the zombie will scream at their necks. Johans frowned and thought that until he was sure, he would keep it a secret. The sun rose over the camp and there was a cry that it was time to get up and go to work. Sari stood up in frustration and said that these few days had been so calm, so could anyone take this workaholic away? Swift crawled out from under the blanket and expressed complete agreement with the girl, to which she was surprised when he managed to come. Swift looked at the girl, after which he apologized, addressed her as a lady and explained that he had nowhere to sleep, to which Sari reasonably remarked that there was a lot of space in the living room, and in general, how did he end up here? After which she asked not to call her a lady anymore, to which Swift asked if the address of the Ani would be suitable. Sari tensed, not understanding why she was so disgusted, to which the guy said that it was too much. Everything in the room was in its place, when suddenly her angry cry was heard to quickly sweep it away. Johans stood in front of the people and said that today they would move food and ammunition to the new shelter, and they would have to go back and forth several times, so they had to hurry up to finish before sunset, after which he asked Swift, John and Jiho to stay to protect the shelter, the rest should follow him. The weather on this day was beautiful. The new shelter looked magnificent. People were inspecting the huge house when Johan said that they would use the 4th floor to store ammunition, and the basement as the main warehouse and bunker. He looked around the room and suggested that the boys should be accommodated in rooms of 4 on the 3rd and 4th floors, and asked the girls to use room 301. One of the guys raised his eyebrows slightly and asked what the 1st and 2nd floors would be used for. Then the main character looked at Jeho and explained that the 1st floor would be shared. They would leave the first 200 for those who came. Then the guy asked what they would do with the 202nd. Johans frowned and explained that this was his room. The guys, hearing this, laughed quietly. The sun was setting over the old shelter. Everyone gathered on the first floor when the protagonist said that what they didn't have time to finish today would finish tomorrow. When the doctor came over and said that Hajin had woken up, Johannes immediately ran to his friend. He opened the door abruptly, and his face was clearly agitated. Hajin, exhausted and pale, sat on the couch. Seeing his friend, Johannes smiled and asked the man how he was doing. Hajin smiled in response and replied that he had met with his dead parents and returned. There were many different medicines on the table. When the man jokingly said that he thought that everything was fine with him, Johannes lowered his head after these words. He looked at the bandaged stump of his arm and said that he thought he wouldn't make it this time, as Hajin's life had become more complicated since they met. Without raising his head, the main character apologized for putting the man in danger all the time, to which he asked not to be so serious, because if not for him, he died a long time ago. Besides, now there is nothing safer than a shelter. Johannes did not know what to say to this, so he did not look at his comrade. Hajin suddenly knitted his eyebrows and told them not to worry about him, as he respected him, and he didn't know how much he believed in him, but he would continue to follow him. He then looked at the injured arm with a smirk and added, although it would hardly help with such an arm. Johannes thought that he would probably not find any more noble people like Hajin, when he suddenly turned around when he heard a knock on the door and allowed the doctor to enter. The man came into the room and said that he had come to help Hajin. He showed a sketch of the glove and explained that in this state it would be difficult for him to keep his balance, which could make his life very difficult, and there were good prostheses in the rehabilitation center, and if he chose one, then Chebam would help with the installation. A phrase was heard that a prosthetic hook was the most suitable for use in everyday life, to which Hajin turned a blind eye and said that he didn't care, as long as he could hold a weapon to fight. The doctor, hearing this, looked at the man with surprise and warned that it would be dangerous and also uncomfortable. Then Hajin frowned and said that it was all right, since the main thing was that he could fight. Johannes turned to the doctor and asked if Mr. Kim was a jack of all trades and whether he could be asked to create a prosthesis, to which the doctor wanted to object. However, Johannes, frowning, interrupted him and said that he would provide everything he needed. His interlocutor closed his eyes, frowned, after which he replied that he would talk to Mr. Kim, but in return, Hajin should not move for a while, as there was a possibility of severe bleeding. Hajin listened with a smile that if there was an opportunity, it was better to go to the hospital and check everything. Johannes approached him and asked him not to overwork himself, and take care of his body, to which Hajin thanked him. 2 months later, clouds floated across the blue sky in front of the Nanming Bank building. People ran somewhere at breakneck speed. The guys ran into a wall of cars and one of them got angry that the road was blocked, to which the second offered to climb over. Suddenly, someone took out a red megaphone. Swift brought it to his mouth and spoke, checking the megaphone that the approaching people should drop their weapons, climb over and put their hands behind their heads. One of the guys took out a gun and wanted to be indignant about who Swift was, but the second suggested climbing over first, and Swift immediately asked them not to complicate the situation, since there were no zombies behind the wall, so let them leave their weapons there and climb over. Swift stared at the strangers and said that he had warned them, and if they did not obey, he would kill them. One of the guys suddenly started shooting at him, telling him to shut up, and then asked if he didn't see that he had a gun. At the same second, with one aimed shot, his head was pierced through, and his comrade immediately screamed in horror, asking what it was just now. He raised his pistol and began firing randomly, asking where the enemy was, not knowing that he himself was in the sniper's sights. A shot rang out, and the head of the second guy exploded. The guy who shot took his head away from the sight and said that everything was clean. Sweef held the walkie-talkie in his hand, and replied that the corporal was excellent as always. Corporal On was sitting in the building, leaning against the wall and saying that killing people is different from killing zombies, to which Swift's voice came from the walkie-talkie, saying that it was true, but let him remember the last attack by the SWAT soldiers. The corporal looked at the rifle and heard that if Johannes hadn't taken action in time, they would all have been killed, and On wouldn't have had his weapon of choice. Swife suddenly saw a motorcycle with the guys. The wheels squeaked and the motorcycle stopped. Sari got off the motorcycle and asked Swift where the main character was, to which he asked in response if he had gone to expand the western borderline, to which the girl replied in frustration that she had come to the wrong place and why he did not answer the radio, and then asked Swift to come to the Sapith library after 2 hours. The guy shouted that he had forgotten that it was a meeting, and Sari put her hands on her hips and asked why she had to look for the two of them every time and remind them. Clouds were floating in the blue sky, and the girl asked the guy not to be late, and then turned to Zhonghwan so that they drove on. On the borderline in the west, the fight against zombies was in full swing. Johann slashed the zombie with one blow. He exhaled and straightened up, assessing the situation. Shifting his gaze, he thought about the fact that 2 months had passed since the battle with David. His people were fighting monsters at that time, and he thought about the fact that there had been many battles since then, and new people had joined, organized 5 camps and 3 reconnaissance groups. The entire city was empty, but if they expanded that boundary, they would have a safe city. And while he was thinking about it, his comrades on a motorcycle drove up to him from behind. The girl frowned and indignantly said that it was already hot, and he made her sweat more. Johans turned to her and asked why she had come, to which Sari was surprised, saying why. Because it was already 2 o'clock and the time had come. At this time, the excavator was pushing apart the wall of rusty cars, and Sari asked why the guy's radio was turned off, to which he replied that he did not turn it off, but it was just noisy, so he did not hear. Besides, zombies suddenly appeared. The protagonist then looked at his companion and asked why he was with Sari. Then the guy frowned and replied that he had free time. Johan stared at his friend and thought that Zhang Huan was still in a bad mood after the previous distribution of teams, and then asked himself if it was because of Swift, who had become the commander of the search team, or if it was something else. Suddenly, another wave of zombies began. Sari, seeing the monsters, shouted loudly that the zombies were behind. Suddenly, someone stabbed the zombie's temple with one blow. The man smiled contentedly and said that Johans had lost his grip while he was gone, and how could he lose his vigilance? If he didn't want to become a zombie, then he had to take care of himself. Seeing their friend, the guys smiled broadly. Hajin stood with a new prosthesis with a blade sticking out of it, and said that he had returned from hell. Sari raised her eyebrows and happily asked what was wrong with his hand and was surprised that there was such a thing in their country. Hajin pathetically sat down on one knee and, banging his prosthesis on the asphalt, said that this was Mr. Kim's creation, and that it was made of improvised materials, so it was a little heavy. Hajin adjusted the prosthesis and said that Mr. Kim promised to improve it. Showing the automatic blade again, Hajin smiled broadly and asked if it wasn't cool, and the guys noticed that he was glowing with happiness. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The rays of the sun illuminated the library. The main character was walking through a corridor of guards. He opened the door and entered the room. The people sitting in the room immediately jumped up from their seats. Johans waved his hand and asked them to sit down. He pulled a chair closer to him, thinking that Heck had gone on a reconnaissance mission. The guy sat at the head of the table and apologized for being late, to which the men said that he was the busiest of them and asked about how the expansion of the boundaries was progressing. Johans looked at those present and replied that they had almost fulfilled the plan, and he was thinking that the day after tomorrow would be finished, to which the man said that they had done a good job. Then the main character began to go through the documents, asking along the way what was the first thing on their agenda, and immediately he was interested in the item about the name of the union, which annoyed him a lot, since they brought it up for discussion again, although last time they decided to leave everything as it was. Sojin, the camp head at the department store, pointed his finger down and said that the name of the union is an important matter because doesn't the sense of belonging start with the organization itself, which is why he made such nameplates. Johans closed his eyes in exasperation, thinking that Sojin was right, but the problem was that there were no proper names, especially he was confused by the name 5 camps. The protagonist read the rest of the sentences like Buchan Alliance, Survivor Alliance, Saviors, after which he thought that it was more like the names of idol groups. He crossed out almost all the sentences in turn. Then the guy raised his head and told to announce it to each camp, let them propose their names, and after collecting all the options, he would make a decision. Johans thought of the amber bottles and said that as a reward he would give away a Hornet alcoholic drink that the search team had brought back from a brewery that had been stored for a very long time. At what they heard, those present opened their mouths. The main character bent over the papers again when he said that the next were those who wanted to get into the search group, of which there were 3, after which he decided that they would check them on the daily morning rounds of the search group. He turned to Swift, asking him to choose the most normal one, to which the guy saluted and replied that he would carry out the order. After that, the main character read that the next thing was the need to expand the territory of free movement and allow free movement between camps. Johan suddenly frowned and angrily said that he rejected the idea. Gapsu, the head of the camp at the hospital, threw up his hands and retorted that it was somehow safe inside the borders, and couldn't people live more freely now? Johan stared at the man and asked if he had forgotten that he was talking about the zombie wave, and if they gave up in control once, it could turn into a huge problem, and as long as they knew who, where, and how much they were, they could prevent a disaster. Gapsu raised his eyebrows in surprise and replied that they didn't know exactly what radius the zombie wave was coming from, and then asked where Johans got the 20 human rule in the camp. The main character knitted his eyebrows after these words and thought that Gapsu had never seen what a wave of zombies was, and he did not know all the horror of this wave, and therefore asked such questions. He folded his hands in front of him, after which he explained that in his experience, not a single camp with fewer than 20 people had encountered a wave, so hence such a figure, to which Gapsu said that this meant, and there was no guarantee that it would definitely happen either. The main character, in whose eyes there was not a drop of doubt, firmly replied that if they did what Gapsu wanted, but a wave of zombies appeared, would the man be able to stop it, or the living conditions were more important to him? Gapsu, having received such a question, silently lowered his head. After a short pause, the guy abruptly raised his head and told them not to raise such issues again, and if this happened again after that, then they would already be thinking about changing the leader. Marco, the head of the Pakun camp, was trembling nervously. Sweat rolled down his face as he thought about being there the night the previous head was banished for stealing food and resisting the leader. Then Johans chased the ex-head and killed him. Marco's eyes filled with horror and fear as he thought that their leader was a very cruel person. Johannes continued to flip through the papers when he saw an inscription saying that it would be good if people were not mixed from one camp to another, and then asked who had written it. Lieutenant N, the camp leader at the reserve corps, looked at the boss and replied that it was his record. Then the main character of the opera went hand in hand and thought about the fact that most of the rules of the camp are directly related to survival, or created to manage the camps. He put 2 fingers on his temple and thought that if the same people lived in the same place every time, it would certainly lead to the fact that they would unite into factions and begin to divide into friends and foes, which would lead to the fact that the alliance would not be united and would fall apart into small pieces. Surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he thought that they would become a burden that would only run to everything ready from the search party. Those present stared intently at Johannes, who silently considered that this was not proposed by the camp members themselves, but a personal proposal from Lieutenant An and the other leaders, and if people changed every time, they would not forget that they were part of the camp, and besides, it was too expensive to train new people every time. After these thoughts, he looked up and realized that they had become greedy. The lieutenant, nervous, heard that his offer had been rejected. In the hall, there were paintings on the wall, and the main character saw a proposal to increase water for industry and energy, and approved it, saying that it was a good proposal, after which he asked if the hospital and the reserve building had run out of water. The lieutenant, who had a drop of cold sweat running down his face, explained that it was over, but they could stretch the drinking water, saving here and there, but there was little water left for daily needs, to which Gapsu replied that it was the same in the hospital. Then the boss introduced the river and said that if they held out for a while, they would soon make a road to the Gulpotion River and provide them with water with the help of a water carrier. But until then, let them use the remaining water. After that, Johannes leaned back in his chair and thought about the next thing to watch. The 6th point was the proposal to store food not in the department store, but to divide it into camps and give the right to distribute it independently. And there were reasons that if all the food was stored in one place, then there was no complete guarantee of a fair distribution of food, and in the event of an attack on the department store this could turn into a huge problem. After reading this, the main character frowned and thought about how it sounds good on paper, but their true intentions are to strengthen their status in the camp. He imagined the warehouse and said to himself that at the moment it might seem that the food was being distributed by someone from the department store, but he personally controlled the distribution according to the degree of contribution of the survivors. Shifting his gaze, the guy added that since food is a resource of power, and people's lives depend on it, and he is not going to entrust it to others. He looked at those present and realized that he was now being asked to share power with them under the pretext of joint control, since the possession of food is equivalent to the possession of human lives, and it is also a way to lure other people to his side. Displeasure appeared in his eyes, and he thought that he had appointed them to the most advantageous places to work hard for the good of the camp, and now they wanted to take away his power. The camp leaders looked at the leader with fear in their eyes when he thought that this did not mean that they could not trust each other, since now they seemed to be ardent followers and supporters in front of him. But as soon as they gathered among themselves, they would begin to fight for profit or for a higher position, so now everything was clear to him. Thinking of this, he imagined men who were ready to pounce on each other. After these thoughts, Johannes smiled and asked if the leaders were too well settled. He stared at them and added that they just sat in their chair, got enough food, did not participate in battles, and did not risk their lives. In the eyes of those present from these words, surprise appeared when they heard that now the main character is talking to them in a good way. Gapsa and Lieutenant An were staring at the leader when they were suddenly ordered to stop fighting for food. Johannes frowned in displeasure and finished until he took her completely. Everyone was looking at him as he thought about how the leaders must understand once and for all that the one who protects them, the one who gives them food, and the one who controls them is him. Good weather has settled over the city. At night, the shelter was plunged into darkness. Swift looked at the protagonist and said that he looked tired. Johannes was sitting at the table writing something when he said that he was very exhausted. The guy was filling out the meeting log. Swift suddenly began to laugh loudly. He suddenly slammed the book shut and asked the leader to relax, otherwise the wrinkles would appear, to which Johannes angrily replied that he was jealous of his relaxation. Swift leaned back in his chair and pulled his leg towards him as he said that if the leader didn't want the enemy to be among his own, then he should create an enemy from the outside, and Johannes asked him to explain, to which the guy said that he was not saying that the leader's policy was wrong. He smirked and explained that his rationality was in line with the current situation, which is why this alliance now exists, as if he were an experienced politician. Then he put his hand into the bag of food and added that if the water slowly accumulates in one place, it will eventually begin to deteriorate. He put the nut in his mouth and said that there was a folk wisdom that when a person was full and warm, he began to do things that he should not do, to which Johannes could not remember such wisdom. As he chewed his food, Swift suggested that we go with them once outside the safe zone, and if they saw it with their own eyes, they would not resist again. The main character looked carefully at the guy and thought that his words make sense, but this could impose the importance of the search group, which would jeopardize its true purpose. Besides, the loss of valuable personnel should not be allowed. At this time, his interlocutor twisted the cap on the receiver and said that if the leader did not want to, then he should not do it. As soon as he withdrew his hand, the radio came with an offer to come to the Association of Rural Survivors. The radio kept broadcasting that this was a bunker where people would be safe from zombies and satiated. Every day at 3 o'clock in the afternoon they would be waiting for them at the Yongsan Station Customer Center. When Swift propped his head on his hand and said that everything was the same, he suddenly turned to Johannes and said that another camp had appeared nearby. They looked at the receiver, from which a voice continued to come explaining that they were looking for the surviving girls in the Ikian area, every day at noon at Pupengakan Station near the building of the Organization for Women. The main character looked at the device and said to himself that this voice seemed familiar to him. When the radio continued to talk about the need to stand with minimal weapons and hold something white, then the repetition began. Johannes frowned, trying to remember where he had heard the voice. He suddenly remembered the girl who raised her hand and asked to accompany her to Ikian. Leaving his memories, the guy smirked and happily thought that Chomi was alive. Swift approached his friend and became interested in the girl, and Johannes explained that they had been working with her until the apocalypse. The guy raised his eyebrows slightly and asked if he was going to meet her. The protagonist looked away and thought about how this camp that was looking for survivors didn't look safe, and to be honest, it couldn't be safe. And although he didn't know what they were thinking, if they were thinking about the safety of the camp, they wouldn't have done this. He looked at the receiver on the bedside table. After imagining the gathering place, he said to himself that it was completely different from the DIA. The place where the DIA was called was not their main base, and they had many subgroups. After introducing Chomi, the protagonist added that although he was not sure if they really wanted to help, if it had not changed, then their goal was clear. But if it was a self-sufficient camp that could accept more people, and also consisted only of women, then it could become a tidbit for bandits. Thinking about it, the guy imagined several people watching the building from the shadows. After leaving his memories, the protagonist turned to a comrade who asked him if he would go. Then Johannes shook his head and thought that he could only hope that no one had heard and that they would not do such stupid things again. Turning away, he added that they had their own way, and Swift commented that he knew their boss was heartless. After a short pause, the guy walked over to the map and asked him to look at Yangjiangdo's map. The map was crossed with red lines, and Johannes said that if this was the place they were targeting, wouldn't it be more logical to go across that road? And Swift guessed that it was the second refuge he had spoken of last time. Swift looked carefully at the map and said that it was far away, so it would be difficult to get there, since the road was blocked by cars, so they would have to walk for 2 whole days without respite. The main character looked at his friend and explained that it was not urgent. Later it would be possible to clear the right path. Besides, it was not yet known what composition they would go with. Swift smiled and said that the leader was indeed cool, and thought to himself what that meant. He was going to leave those who were causing trouble. There was kindness and honesty in his eyes, with which he said to himself that no matter how heartless the leader is, it is difficult to put aside all feelings, especially after spending so much time in such a position. So he is indeed a terrible person, but even he has not completely seized power over the camp, but the entire search team is his spear and shield, and his authority in the camp is absolute. Therefore, if he only wants to, he can solve all problems by force or intimidation, but he did not do so. Thinking about it, he imagined the main character and his people standing in front of ordinary residents. After leaving his performances, Swift looked at the notebook with the rules of the camp and thought that Johannes had written it down and that he was the one who judged and punished those who violated them. Introducing his leader again, he said to himself that when the time comes, he abandons those who do not meet his criteria, and people who need to be saved and who should be abandoned. Even among the saved, he divides them into friends and not his own. The guy looked at the leader and thought that all this could only be understood when he managed to become his man, and he thought that they had to owe each other their lives to become closer. After a short pause, the protagonist handed the papers to his friend and said that from now on, they should focus on this road, since there was no longer any need to expand the boundaries, so they would break through the road with construction machines and then they could get there in 2 hours on the same road. Swift took the papers and asked if he needed to tell others about the road, to which he replied that they would suffice. Everything in the room was in its place, and Swift said that this road passed through the place that had recently been announced on the radio, to which Johannes replied that he did not care, as they had to follow the plan. Clouds floated across the blue sky, and the search group began their morning round. Jianghuan ran up to Sari and offered to go together, to which the girl replied that he had been on duty yesterday, so why not rest? The guy smiled and explained that he wanted to study, to which she wondered where they had so much hard work. Frowning, she looked at the guy and thought that he was just like the main character. The rays of the sun fell on Tiaramart. Sari raised her hand and greeted Chaihong, who was on watch, and joked about how the girl was getting plumper and plumper every day. Sari, hearing this, showed him an indecent gesture, called him names and wished him death. There were a lot of things in the store, when suddenly there was an exclamation that Sari had come. People immediately ran out to meet her. She handed Jiha a newspaper about the news of the search party. Afterwards she handed a love letter from Jones. Jiha immediately turned away in embarrassment, when the girl suggested that she seize the moment, and take advantage of it. The wheels of the car began to move. The guys wished Sari a good day when she was sitting in the truck. They drove through a quiet and empty city. The girl looked out the window and thought that the atmosphere in Pakun was a little depressing. After a while, they began to unload the boxes. The girl who was with them stretched out her hand and turned to Seri, and she thought that she was very beautiful. The girl cried and said that she had a request. Clouds floated across the blue sky, and the voice of the protagonist came from the radio, ordering the members of the search party to return to the camp immediately. When everyone had gathered, he said that he was starting a meeting on the fact that Hek and the second search party that had gone out to search had been captured. Hajin, hearing this, frowned and immediately asked who had captured them. Johans folded his arms over his chest and explained that their camp was in the Harmony Church at Kolpashan Station, and the number was between 20 and 30, and there was no information about the strength and targets. Only 2 of the search team returned, and they said 4 were taken hostage and 2 were released. Hajin's face twisted into a grimace of rage and he exclaimed, asking if they had just let him go, maybe to find out where their camp was, and then asked if they had been followed. The main character frowned and replied that as soon as he found out about it, he immediately checked the area, but there were no suspicious movements, but they don't know for sure. Then Hajin clenched his hands into fists and said that the 2 were fools as they were immediately released, but Johan said that there was nothing to be done, since in their place anyone would think about saving Hek. With his eyebrows furrowed in displeasure, he suddenly thought that he hadn't expected anything from the support members of the group anyway, since they were just lucky to have returned alive after facing the zombies. After these thoughts, he opened his mouth and said that according to the returnees, their leader was called the Messiah, and everyone blindly trusted him. The people in the room heard this and opened their mouths in surprise. Only Swift raised his hand and asked if there were also pseudo-believers. There was not a drop of fear in the eyes of the main character as he thought about the guy being right about the fake religious organization. He suddenly remembered that before his rebirth, pseudo-religious organizations were everywhere, since religion is the most effective method of controlling people, but it is not easy to make people blindly follow with ordinary faith. Apparently he has incredible charisma, or he is an outstanding master. Thinking of this, he imagined an old man with a long beard. Mad people with axes at the ready ran to attack, faith and fear, as well as hope, and whatever the source, it would not be easy to fight against the blind. Swift was looking at his friend when he suddenly asked what they would do. Johans looked around the group. He took a step forward. The main character knitted his eyebrows and firmly said that they were going to the Kolpashan station. Swift, hearing this, smiled and thought that for the sake of the members of the search party, he used the main forces of the camp, which was not like him. Johans looked at his friend and asked him to remember that their main target was not the second group. Rage suddenly appeared in the eyes of the main character, and he angrily said that it was necessary to punish those who dared to touch their camp, and even if they held Hex group hostage, and then let them go, still let them destroy everyone. Having calmed down a little, he continued to look at his comrades, saying that if everyone agreed, then he had to leave, but if at least one was against it, then they would stay. Seri looked at the leader, who asked if anyone was against it. After no one answered, he asked Dong-sik to take his juniors who didn't come and let them guard the camp, to which he raised his head and replied that it would be done. Suddenly Seri raised her hand and exclaimed that the younger ones were not allowed. She clenched her fists and explained that Jinho's not-so-good person had abused the powers of the military search team and demanded Suhi's body. She remembered the girl tearfully telling her that Jinho had threatened her that if she didn't get close to him, he wouldn't give her any supplies, and after Suhi refused, they wouldn't give her food under various pretexts. Seri frowned angrily as she talked about how she didn't know what else they would do if they left things as they were. From what he heard, the main character clenched his fists in fury, thinking that there was not a single quiet day in this camp, and every day there was a new problem, so they should be punished as an example, since his patience was already at the limit. His veins bulged with anger as he wondered if he should stir them all up. Having calmed down, he rested his hand on his side and asked if the witness had given testimony and whether they had checked it. Seri raised her eyebrows in confusion and replied that she hadn't checked, but Suhi had nothing to lie about, as there was no reason to do so. After these words, surprise appeared in his eyes. He rubbed his chin and thought that Suhi didn't seem like someone who liked to exaggerate, but still there were doubts. He suddenly drew an image of Jinsu in his head and said to himself that he was the very first to stand out in Pakshuan, and he trained harder than anyone else for several weeks to become a member of the search group. Lowering his hand, the protagonist doubtfully said that Jinsu got into the group with such difficulty, and in a few days he does something that somehow does not get together, and he knows that he still needs time to fully integrate into the reconnaissance group. After these words, the guy turned to Seri and addressed her. He looked at her attentively and said that in the current situation, like the apocalypse, one cannot immediately believe the words of others, since the weak are not always victims. Seri, hearing this, raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if it was really necessary to ask both of them, to which the guy replied that not now, and if the girl's words were true, then it could have a negative effect on the victim. Then he looked at those present and said that Jeho would stay and he would take the younger ones and interrogate them, and let Dong-sik find out the details for the time being. Dong-suk looked at the leader and listened as he said that Jin-su and Suhi were from the same camp, and they didn't need to ask in person yet, but just needed to gather information outside the camp. Outside the windows, you could see a quiet city when Johann said that everyone should get ready, and he also went out. A gray sky hung over the city. A group of people from the camp moved quietly through the streets. Johann suddenly asked the guy in front of him why they were not walking along the main road, but moving along the alleys, to which he turned around and replied that it was because that road was cut off. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned and asked what the road was blocked, to which he replied that the bridge and the ground road were destroyed. After these words, Yehans, not taking his eyes off the interlocutor, thought that this road was to get to the second shelter, but if it was cut off, it would be difficult, so he said aloud that he needed to check it. When they arrived, it turned out that the road had indeed been destroyed. Johann stood on the bridge and silently looked down. Swift abruptly rose to him, asking what had happened. It turned out that there was a whole army of zombies behind the bridge. Drops were dripping from the dirty ceiling at this time. They fell right on the back of the guy's head. He suddenly grunted indignantly, as his mouth was bandaged with a rag. He saw the people in his group in the same deplorable state. Suddenly, a growling zombie head appeared in front of his face. It turned out that a zombie was tied in front of each of the groups so that the chain was enough for exactly the minimum distance between the zombie himself and the detainee. Heck frowned tensely and asked himself where he had gone wrong. Some time ago, over the city, over which clouds are gathering, it sounded that it was better for them to return. Then Heck frowned and said to himself that it was the 4th day of reconnaissance, and this time he definitely had to find the survivors and take them to the camp, and said aloud that he needed a little more time. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard, and the guys opened their mouths in surprise. They suddenly rushed at the sound. Heck slashed the zombie with a single blow. There were corpses around them, and Heck said that it seemed to be the sound coming from there. They were standing near a church that seemed to have survivors. Pulling the doorknob, the guy realized that the door was closed. Then his companion turned to him and asked if it needed to be broken. But suddenly the door opened. An eye appeared from the darkness, and a voice asked what was the noise near the temple. Heck smiled happily as he thought he had found a survivor, and then told the man to be calm since they were a group of rescuers, and then asked for permission to speak to their leader. The man looked out from behind the door and replied that the Messiah was now fasting prayer, to which Heck asked if this was the name of their leader, and realized that it was a pseudonym. The guy suddenly opened his eyes wide and replied that this was not a pseudonym, but a real Messiah, the last hope that he would save this world, and now was the last chance. If you endured the ordeal and prayed fervently, the Messiah would open the door to heaven. The guys felt embarrassed, and one of the guys asked what kind of nonsense it was. Heck quickly covered his mouth with his hand and told him that he was an atheist, and that they should not pay attention to him, after which he said that they could wait inside until the Messiah finished praying, as they would like to talk to him. The guy opened the door and replied that he could wait in the temple, but he could not carry a weapon. The clouds over the city grew blacker, and Heck said that he understood, after which he called Jones with him, and asked the others to wait outside. They were brought tea and cookies. The girls smiled and asked if they needed anything else, and called them brothers. The boys raised their hands and said they didn't need anything, and Heck thought he was being rescued. Then he looked at the people who seemed happy here. Knitting his eyebrows, Heck suddenly asked the guy who released them where they got the food from, to which he replied that the Messiah and the pastor had received it personally from God. Hearing this, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the guy's face, and he thought that no matter how much he heard, he could not get used to his pseudonym, and it all seemed strange. The girl, raising her hands, led the choir, which sang that this is the place where the Messiah helps believers who have not been called to ascend, and when the Messiah receives an answer from God, he will select those who will be ascended. Heck looked at the stranger and wanted to ask about ascension, what would happen to those who ascended, and whether they would stay here. Upon receiving such a question, the guy suddenly grinned. Suddenly, his face twisted into a mad grimace, and he laughed loudly. Everyone present began to stand up and laugh madly. This caused shock and horror in the eyes of Heck and his comrade. The guy who let them in looked at them with a mad expression on his face and mockingly asked if they were joking. After all, how could someone who ascended stay here? After all, of course, they would go to heaven. The rays of the sun got inside through the stained glass window, and finally the Messiah arrived. He was surrounded by many guards. One of the girls folded her hands and reverently addressed the Messiah. Heck watched the man, wondering if he was the Messiah. The man raised his hand and said that he had received an answer from heaven, so they would start selecting right now. The air trembled with the jubilation of the people in the church. The Messiah raised his hand in the air and said that as it is said, for nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. All this is the beginning of various diseases and famines, and all this is foretold, and therefore all who do not have enough faith will be tormented in the abyss, without the possibility of living or dying. Heck, hearing this, knitted his eyebrows and thought that he was talking about the end of the world, although there were mistakes, but his sermon gave hope. The Messiah raised both hands and said that many brothers had already ascended and were now with their Father, and he was the proof of salvation, and let them pray and believe that they would go to paradise, and then receive salvation. The girls near the Messiah were smiling broadly, smiling. People jumped up from their seats and started shouting that they believed. Heck's eyes grew incredulous, and then he said to himself that the more they listened, the more addictive it became, and he wondered how he had captivated them. People were reaching out to the Messiah, and when the guy saw this, he thought that when he heard the prayer of these people, he had a strange feeling. He turned to the guy sitting behind him and asked where the men's toilet was, to which he replied that it was on the second floor. The sign painted the image of a man. As Heck walked into the bathroom, he thought about the need to find out for himself what had happened to the people who had been selected. He looked out into the corridor, and saw that above the fourth floor everyone was under guard. Then he silently looked at the elevator. A few minutes later, the guy climbed into the elevator shaft and began to climb the wall. A few minutes later, the elevator door opened. Heck climbed out of the mine and sat down on the floor. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly when he heard a loud scream. A crowd of zombies attacked people and tore them to shreds. Heck looked out the window, thinking that a man had just fallen. But suddenly, he turned around abruptly when he heard a cry for help. The girl was lying on the floor, shouting that two men should not approach her, to which they ordered her not to move, otherwise she would be thrown out. The man smiled nastily when Heck appeared in the doorway. He immediately grabbed the bat. At the same second, the guy hit the man on the head with all his strength. At that time, a fire was burning behind Johan's, the flames of which were higher than the bridge, and he said that hell was the same there, that it was the same, so he ordered everyone to hurry. Heck was suddenly doused with water. He could barely make out the outline of the Messiah, who said he sent a man to their camp, and he is surprised at how huge he is. The man bent down and, with a maniac smile, asked how many people were in the camp and whether they had weapons. Heck spat at it and told the demon to shut up. The Messiah wiped his face with a handkerchief and said that Heck was stubborn, and maybe then he should try something different. He grabbed the girl's head and said that if Heck didn't answer, something might happen to this little sister. The guy, unable to get up, began to swear and threaten that he would kill him. The Messiah, hearing such a reaction, smiled madly and asked what they should do, because he likes to look at the torment of others. Suddenly, there was a crash outside the room. Messiah looked back at the subordinate and asked what had happened, to which he replied that they had been attacked, and then he understood. The subordinate frowned and confirmed his guess that it seemed that they had started. The Messiah, hearing this, raised one eyebrow in surprise and said to himself that he had released two of them to find out the location of their camp. He turned to look at the prisoner and thought that he had 4 hostages after all, so why did they act since he was going to attack them at night, after learning of their strength? There were a lot of washing machines in the room, when suddenly the Messiah said that it seemed to be their leader in white, so you need to take him and follow him. He walked slowly forward. The entire corridor was covered in corpses when the Messiah asked himself what had happened here. She looked at Heck out of the corner of her eye and thought that his men had the weapons they had taken from the prisoners, so they were probably fighting back now, and if he threatened to take hostages, he could suppress them. The door to the hall opened. The people of Johans took the Messiah hostage to the people. The men knelt down and looked hopefully at their leader. To the side of them lay the corpses of the guards. Messiah looked at this with surprise in his eyes and did not understand what had happened and asked himself how they were killed so quickly. The main character looked at him with burning eyes, after which he asked if he was the Messiah. The man brought Heck to his knees and his assistant put a machine gun bayonet to his temple when the Messiah said that he was causing a riot in the sacred place, after which he asked if he was afraid of the wrath of heaven, after which he ordered to drop the weapon, otherwise he would kill Heck. At the same moment, a bullet hit the temple of the Messiah's assistant. The man fell dead to the floor. The main character smiled ominously, holding a smoking gun in his hands, and said that he was interested in the Messiah who takes hostages. From this picture, drops of cold sweat appeared on the man's face. His servant's submachine gun was lying next to the corpse. Suddenly, the Messiah quickly ran towards him. He had only to take a step towards the weapon when the bullet went through his leg. The Messiah fell, and another bullet wounded his arm. Johans lowered his gun and asked Zhonghuan to collect the weapon, and Sari to free Hyuk. Then, with hatred in his eyes, he looked at the guy and told him to get ready to answer for this situation. Heck bowed his head and agreed. The Messiah trembled and groaned in pain. The protagonist walked up to him with a cold expression on his face and thought about how it had ended too easily, as they had either underestimated them or the camp members had overestimated them. He remembered that because of a single smoke bomb, their formation had been broken, and everyone had died without even being able to aim. Johan's eyes lit up, and he thought that perhaps this was the first time they were facing a real battle, and then asked the Messiah where the others were. The man smiled and ordered them to burn in hell since he was immortal. Then Johans grabbed him by the breasts and said that it was good, since he would see to it that the Messiah begged for mercy, so let him not die so quickly. The Messiah raised his hand with the scar and asked if he would believe if he showed him the proof. From what he saw, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character. He abruptly tore the man's shirt in the same second. The girls put their hands in a lock and were very surprised. The Messiah spread his hands to the sides, showing his scarred body and telling the unbelievers to watch, and then asked if even now their faith was weak. His followers raised their hands in the air, shouting that they believed. Johan stared at the man intensely and thought that he now understood how the man manipulated people with the help of pseudo-religion. Keeping his eyes on the Messiah, he said that if the man did not answer the questions asked within 3 seconds, he would be held accountable as he would cut off one limb at a time, and the first question was about what kind of wounds they were. Messiah tilted his head and with a smile on his face, replied that he had been bitten by a zombie and had not been infected, and insignificant creatures and puppets would not be able to harm a spiritual creation like him. Immediately after that, Johannes abruptly grabbed the man's hand and pulled it to the floor. He cut off his fingers in one motion. The people, seeing this, were horrified. The Messiah opened his mouth and cried out in pain. The main character, without any emotions on his face, looked at the man and said that he was once again asking where he got these wounds. The man, writhing in pain with bulging eyes, replied that he had been bitten by zombies. Then the main character hit the Messiah in the face. The man grabbed his sore cheek when he heard the order not to scream. Bitterness and pain appeared in his eyes, and he quietly replied that he understood him. Johannes immediately hit him again. The Messiah shook in pain and desperately asked why he was hit this time, to which the guy replied that he did not dare to poke him. Magina, hearing this, closed his eyes. Even the people of the camp were surprised at such cruelty. Tears flowed from the Messiah's eyes and he asked why he was being treated like this, to which Johannes ordered him to answer. The Messiah was covered in blood when he agreed to answer, but he swore to himself. He looked at the floor and thought that there was no living place left on him and he was about to faint. Looking up at his offender, he added that he was still conscious because of fear. The main character, without a drop of regret in his eyes, looked at the Messiah and asked where his comrades were. The man knitted his eyebrows and immediately reported that they were all on the 6th floor in the laundry room, and all 3 were alive. After receiving the information, Johannes turned to his men with glowing eyes and ordered Zhangguan to check his words. The guy immediately rushed to search, thinking that he was scared. Messiah was on all fours when Johannes said he was asking the following question about why he had released the 2 hostages and what he was going to do if he found them, to which the man replied that he wanted to check the location of the camp. The girls from the flock looked with surprise in their eyes at their leader, who was about to take the weapons and food, as he did not think that they would take revenge, since he had hostages, and he did not know that their camp was so big. Hearing this, the protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought about how he hadn't intended to let the 2 go from the beginning, but anyone who saw fully armed soldiers on the border wouldn't have rashly attacked. He thought of Hajin, who was standing with glowing eyes nearby, and added that his appearance also mattered. Inside, everything was brightly lit. After his thoughts, the guy hit the Messiah again. The man, unable to get up, again asked why he was being beaten, to which he replied that he was just him off, after which he asked what he was doing before the apocalypse. The Messiah hesitated, but then, standing up, he replied that he had been in prison. Johannes did not take his eyes off the victim and sarcastically said that he had succeeded since the sinner played the role of the Messiah, after which he asked why he was imprisoned. The girls' expressions changed as they listened to their Messiah go to jail for cheating on a large scale, to which the boy replied that he still couldn't give up his old habit. Johannes stood in front of the man and ordered him to tell everything useful that he knew, to which the Messiah repeated about the useful information. The main character suddenly pointed a gun at him and started counting down, to which the Messiah shouted that he had useful information that if they walked from here for 20 minutes, they would find a camp full of girls. Hearing this, the guy turned away and said that he knew it, after which he called Swift. The guy held the zombie's head, saying that he had caught one on the street in advance. Johannes put his hands on his hips and said that Swift was savvy, and Sari asked why they needed zombies, to which he explained that it was to check if he had actually been bitten by a zombie and had not been infected. The Messiah put his hands in a lock and asked for salvation, because they promised not to kill if he answered the questions. Then the main character looked at the man and replied that he did not say that he would let go. The zombie attacked the Messiah in the same second. Blood spurted in all directions. A few minutes later, Johannes stabbed the zombie's spine. Swift walked over to the corpse of the Messiah and asked if the man had died, to which his friend replied that he didn't care, as he would have killed him anyway, but he needed to check if the Messiah had turned into a zombie or not. Svi frowned and looked at the man, saying that he was sorry, since he wanted to finish off this fake with his own hands, to which Johannes asked him to explain. Svith folded his hands over his chest in the form of a cross and said that in truth, he was an honest Christian. The main character looked at his friend with a cold expression on his face and said that he had never seen him pray, to which he replied that he would pray for all the days. In the hall, the rays of the sun fell through the stained glass window. The guys looked at the Messiah and decided to wait a little longer. The main character looked at the man and said that everyone gets infected differently, so he leaves it to Swift. Then he looked at the hostages. All of them had their hands behind their heads while the guy thought that this was a strange organization, since the number of women was quite large. Then the main character turned to his comrades and asked Jean 1 and Jones to collect weapons and supplies. After that, he looked behind his back and ordered to kill all the people who were in the temple. Heck immediately approached him and tried to stop him, but he was adamant. Johannes frowned and thought that Heck would surely say that they were only victims and innocent people. Heck furrowed his eyebrows excitedly and said that these people were victims, and they had only been deceived by pseudo-religion. Hearing these words, the protagonist lowered his head slightly and explained that usually, in such false churches, there are those among the faithful who incite them from within, and at the moment they will not be able to figure him out, and they have no guarantee that they will not be in danger and will not lose their lives because of them. Then Heck spread his hands in different directions and asked about the real innocent victims, to which his interlocutor asked in response if he had forgotten that it was because of such actions that he put his comrades at risk. Hearing this, the guy lowered his head as he had nothing to answer, and Johan said that Heck had been dismissed as the head of the search team, so let him return to the first group, and the second group would be led by Hajin. Heck suddenly raised his hand and said that he understood everything and would accept any punishment, but he still pegged for these people. The girls began to cry. The protagonist looked down and thought about people whose true faith was shattered, and they shed tears not because they are afraid that they are about to lose their lives, but these are the tears of those who believe that tears would help them survive the sadness for relatives and friends who are no longer alive. With these thoughts, he closed his eyes. Johans remembered how a crowd of zombies had bitten his friend. I remembered that strange smile of Khan. Leaving his memories, he said that he must survive and never die. Heck, hearing this, raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was talking about, to which the guy explained that Khan had said these words to him before he died, and now he would say this. Suddenly, shock appeared in the guy's eyes. The main character furrowed his eyebrows in anger and said that humanity, mercy and frankness are not the most important thing, only survival is more important than that. Sari also frowned and said dissatisfied, that this guy had not yet come to his senses, and she needed to hit him once. Hajin smiled and said that he still respected him, since it was not easy to have such a kind heart in such a difficult time, but that did not mean that he was right. Johans turned to the prisoners and said that they would now choose worthy and useful ones. Everyone stood up, holding their hands behind their heads. Johans looked at the hostages and ordered those who matched his words to lower their hands, after which he named the doctors and nurses. Then the girls heard about engineers, electricians, mechanics and builders, but there were none, after which the main character asked if there were at least those who could fight 10 zombies alone. Finally, someone raised his hand. Johans immediately asked about his skills, to which the guy, without lowering his hand, replied that he was a manga artist. Sari started taking him somewhere, and the guy immediately asked what she was doing, to which she asked if they were not taking him, and then he asked what they would do with the manga artist. Then the girl raised her eyebrows and replied that she would ask him to draw something. Johans, hearing this, put his hand on his head. After a short pause, he asked Sari to check on the girls, and he would check on the rest of the guys, including the manga artist, and they immediately looked at each other tensely. Sari began to examine the girls. Suddenly, several guys were shot. The girl turned around in shock and asked what he was. Then the main character raised the gun and asked them to continue. Waving his hand, he explained that the 2 men he shot were spies, to which Heck asked how he understood this. The guy lowered his head slightly and explained that you can have a weapon in church. Then he took a step forward and said that the others should be locked up and watched, and tomorrow they would leave. Heck raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked if he would take them to the camp, since he did not want them to die, but he could not take them with him to the camp either. Johan stopped and replied that he would not do it, to which he was asked why he needed it then. Then the leader looked at the subordinate out of the corner of his eye and replied that they were using them. From these words, surprise appeared in the guy's eyes. The main character frowned and thought that he was not going to kill them all from the very beginning, he just wanted to intimidate that he would kill them. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he could not accept them or ignore them now, so he had to solve this problem as soon as possible. Night fell over the church when Johans ordered everyone to be called. In one of the rooms, there was a warehouse with food. The leader put his hand on his side and said that there was more food than he thought, so they needed to take away the most necessary things, and since the sun had set, they would spend the night here. Then he turned to his subordinates and ordered the reconnaissance groups of the first and second to remain in the night watch, and the third group to watch for the survivors. After that, he looked at the Messiah, who was still lying on the floor, and thought that he hadn't turned into a zombie after all, which meant that there was probably immunity. Turning away, the guy thought that if the man did not turn after the first bite, then the second bite would not become a zombie, and he would not mutate even if he was bitten by a zombie. Continuing to look at the dead man, the main character turned to his subordinates and told them to clean everything here, and asked not to talk about immunity until other examples appeared, since from that day on, if one of his comrades was bitten, they would isolate him. After such news, everyone smiled broadly. Johan suddenly frowned and thought that he had to wait to find out what would happen in the future. There was no one in the church at that time. In the office, everything was in its place. Jinna knitted his eyebrows in surprise and spoke of the injustice. Then the leader folded his hands on his chest and asked what the injustice was, to which the guy replied that they barely knew her. The office was brightly lit, and Johans asked what was the reason why she was against him, to which the guy replied that it wasn't that he had done anything to her, but that she was among those who were against him being in the search party. Johans continued to demand an answer when his interlocutor looked away and admitted with difficulty that he didn't know the reason either, but it seemed that they hated the leader. Hearing this, the protagonist folded his hands into a lock, thinking that the camp at Pakun was on the verge of death from starvation, due to the raids of bandits, but why did they hate it? Looking up at the guy, he thought that one of them was lying, and he somehow needed to find out the truth. Then Johannes closed his eyes and thought that he was not a court or a judge, but just the leader of a group of survivors, and during the apocalypse, choosing one of the sides was a difficult decision. After these thoughts, he put his head on his hands and added that the victim who did nothing but take ready-made food, hiding in a warm camp, or a suspect who fought to the death on the battlefield with her. Jinsu looked at the leader with confusion in his eyes as he thought about whom to choose. Dawn was rising over the city. Zhang looked at the leader and said that he got up early, after which he asked if he had a good rest, to which Johannes replied yes, adding that he also tried his best to keep watch. Zhang raised his eyebrows and said that the leader looked tired, to which the leader waved it off and said that he was thinking about this and that. They stood on the roof and looked out over the city. Zhang turned to the leader and awkwardly called out to him, to which the protagonist asked him to speak. Stammering, the guy excitedly knitted his eyebrows and asked if he could express his attitude towards Sari more accurately. Johannes continued to look at the city without any emotion on his face. After a short pause, he suddenly opened his mouth and turned to his subordinate. Then Johannes turned to his friend and asked him not to interfere with his feelings, since this matter concerned only him and the man whose heart he wanted to win. Zhang, hearing this, remained silent. The protagonist frowned and added that his position would always be the same, as he wished for everyone's wishes to come true, as long as it did not harm the camp, and especially if it was the wish of a search group he trusted. Zhang smiled happily at these words. The leader looked at his comrade with kindness in his eyes and thought that it wasn't because he didn't like Sari or because he didn't want Zhang relationship. But at a time like this, love was a luxury, and there could be no romance. After these thoughts, he was about to leave, but at parting, he said that Zhang would pull himself together and wake up the others. The guy immediately ran to carry out the order, and his leader asked himself whether Zhang would be able to have an affair or not. The bright rays of the sun fell on the roof of the church. They got inside through a stained glass window, and orders were given in the hall that Zhang, Jiangsu, and Jung should contact the camp while the radio was catching, and then let them return here and wait. Then the main character approached the hostages and said that they would send them to another camp, so let them free the first group. Looking at them, he thought that there was another camp nearby. Drawing a large building in his head, where there is Kami, his former colleague, he remembered that they periodically make announcements, thereby putting himself at risk, so he needs to check their plans. He suddenly remembered the radio on which the announcement was made, and so he thought that since all the women were alive, it was worth checking with them, and if the camp turned out to be a trap, then he would be able to get rid of the prisoners without getting his hands dirty, and under this pretext, he would attack Kami's camp. After leaving his performances, Johannes looked at the women who had their hands behind their heads and thought that if their goal was really to help, then he would just leave them to them and finish the job by making a simple alliance with Kami. After these thoughts, he averted his gaze and said loudly that although he wanted to kill them here, he would give them one last chance and send them to the camp, where their new life would begin. Suif, hearing this, grinned and thought that this was how it had all turned out. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Girls under guard went to the camp. Johannes walked ahead and thought about how although there were so many people in one place, the zombie wave did not happen. He suddenly remembered the fire they had started and asked himself if it was due to the locked zombies. Suddenly, Swift called out to him, causing him to turn around. The guy smirked and said that their leader, as he thought, was the real devil. Hearing this, the main character smiled in response and replied that the guy was savvy. After a while, they reached the right place. Johannes held out a signal pistol and said that if they waited at that gate, a rescue party would come, and if something happened, they should shoot it into the air. One of the girls accepted the pistol and agreed with the order. The rays of the sun illuminated the city, and the leader began to give orders on the radio that the survivors were in place, so the first group waited with him outside the building, and the second group watched the survivors from the back of the park, and the third group watched from the administration building. Johannes looked at the walkie-talkie and thought that it would be better if nothing happened, but if the radio broadcast turned out to be a trap, then there was a high probability that there was an armed army in the women's protection building. He looked at the building with many signs. After a while, he and his men were walking along the corridors. Suddenly the main character raised his hand. Everyone slowly approached the door. The leader carefully opened one of them. There was no one in the room, only traces of a recent stay. From what he saw, tension appeared in the guy's eyes and he asked himself why he did not leave the feeling of anxiety. He suddenly hid behind the wall, as someone was walking along the corridor. The stranger immediately received a butt in the face. The man immediately grabbed his face and began to shout loudly. Johannes immediately hit him again. The enemy collapsed to the floor, and the protagonist ordered Heck to tie him up. Immediately after that, the leader opened fire in the depths of the corridor. From there, return fire began. Johannes hid behind a wall and thought that it was an armed group. He realized that this was a trap. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes, because he realized that this was a trap. Clenching his jaw, Johannes muttered that he knew it was a trap. Shots could be seen in the distance, and the main character thought that, judging by the explosions, they were in the minority, and at least two, and at most three. Taking sharp aim, the protagonist realized that he could completely destroy them. Suddenly, a bullet hit one of the bandits. the shell flew into the enemy's head. Looking around the corner, the fighter wondered if there was another one. Defeated opponents lay on the floor. Taking out a walkie-talkie, the guy said that armed men were found in the building of the center, and they had weapons, and therefore they should be careful during the round, and if they could not resist, then let them report and retreat. A class sign appeared. Suddenly, the young man kicked down the door. Then Johannes opened fire. Turning his head, the main character exclaimed that he needed to dodge. The guys jumped sideways. A warrior in a helmet was visible. Frowning seriously, the protagonist asked if it was a bulletproof vest. A moment later, the soldier took out an axe. The enemy tried to attack the guy. The soldier sharply reached for the knife. The guy slashed at the opponent. Standing in a fighting stance, the young man said that he should watch the formation, and they would figure it out themselves. The enemy, approaching the main character, said that it was too late. Unexpectedly, it seemed as if the villain took Sari hostage. Through the sweat on his face, Johannes couldn't tell if they had planned it in advance. The protagonist imagined how the table flew across the room, after which he muttered that while one, swiftly attacking, destroyed their formation in front of him and distracted attention, the second, having received a bullet in his bulletproof vest, pretended to be dead and hid behind an open door, and then attacked not Sari. Baring his teeth, the young man added that although their ignorance of the area was in their favor, they were also well-trained fighters. The bandit ordered them to drop the weapon and surrender, to which the young man, drawing a knife, refused, and noted that they also had a hostage, and then explained to Hyuk that if he touched even Sari's hair, he could shoot. The criminal explained that they didn't care about the hostages, and Johannes, parting his lips, said that they did too, and also told the girl that he had fun working with her, and therefore he would avenge her. The lady opened her jaw in bewilderment. Squinting, the opponent thought that he was very daring. A table was lying on the floor, and at the same time the bandit asked what they would do, and whether they could kill the hostages and start again, after which the main character said that if he threw down the weapon, he would spare their lives. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized that he would not be able to take him with one blow, and besides, Sari was being held hostage. Suddenly, a walkie-talkie appeared, and it was clarified whether he could hear. The guy was holding a dagger in his hand, and then it was heard that judging by the fact that there was no answer, the situation was not easy, but they caught the one who called himself the leader. Standing opposite the enemy, the young man noticed that this was a great move, and he said that it was nonsense. The villain frowned in surprise, and at the same moment it was said that if the grandfather did not want to die, then he should tell his friends to lower the weapon, and if he tried to bite off his tongue, he would plug his mouth with his own pepper, and also luck was not on their side. Smiling, the soldier asked why he was standing still, after which he ordered to lay down his arms. The man, opening his mouth wide, asked if they would give up so easily, and only because they had caught the old man. Suddenly, the helmet hit the floor. The warrior, through the sweat on his face, asked him to lower his weapon, explaining that if his grandfather died, he would finish him off. Then Sari stepped on the robber's foot. The survivor, leaning down, screamed in pain. Putting a gun to his head, the girl asked how he dared to touch her with dirty hands, and whether he wanted to die. Clenching his jaw, the survivor called her a creature. Johannes grinned contentedly. The lady, frowning menacingly, repeated the words of the main character. The protagonist's pupils narrowed sharply, and then he apologized to her. Furiously opening her jaw, the lady shouted that she should pray that she would not be captured, because she would also pay them to kill him. A dark corridor was visible. At the same time, the guy tied up the hostages. The bandit, turning around, said that the blood would not circulate this way, to which he received the answer that if it began to rot, he would cut it off himself. Taking out the radio, the young man asked Hajin to team up with the first team, and added that from here they would go together to the administration building. The daytime sky appeared. A view of a tall building opened. Raising his thumb, the soldier noticed that although he did not see, he was gorgeous. Swift lifted the corners of his lips and said that he was always the best, but those bastards were good too. There were soldiers in the room, and the survivor added that thanks to his brother's reliable plan, they were able to take them, after which Johannes ordered everyone to be tied up. Frowning seriously, the protagonist thought that almost all of them were fully armed, and a well-trained group at that. Looking down, the protagonist clarified who they are, and what they have to do with the organization of helping women. The guy was standing in front of the villains. Turning his gaze to the side, the fighter realized that they would not say, and therefore he had to start with the leader. The young man held a rope in his hand. Suddenly, the old man waved his hand. The leader, sitting on the floor, asked if he wanted to tie him up in front of the guys and bring him to his knees, and then explained that it was very embarrassing, and also added that he had not been taught that it was necessary to respect the elders. Grinning, the warrior asked Xiaogu where Dansu was, to which he replied that he was dead. Lowering his eyebrows, the soldier said that the 3 dead were bad luck. The pupils of the main character shone brightly, and he asked to stop idle chatter. The man, looking at the protagonist, said that he had killed 3 of his people, and therefore they would stop there, and then clarified why they were against them, because they were the ones who broke in, to which he ordered to answer the question. Johannes tilted his head. Suddenly, the guy reached for the knife, and at the same time thought that if he did not want to speak in a good way, then he would have to do a bad thing. On the old man's shoulder there was a walkie-talkie, and on it they asked if the grandfather was there. The young man narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Suddenly, the fighter snatched the means of communication. Smiling, Johannes noticed that they had not been heard for a long time. Chongmi widened her eyes in surprise and recognized him, and then said that she had heard about him from newcomers, and also asked if Grandpa was okay. Clenching his jaw, the bandit asked if they knew each other. Putting his hand on his side, the main character replied that he was fine, and the girl offered to talk, and added that she would come to them. The protagonist's assistants were watching the hostages, and at the same time he explained that if she was not alone, he would kill everyone who was there. The daytime sky was visible. After a while, a lady appeared. Looking ahead, the guy noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time, but he could not say that he was glad, because the situation did not allow it. Raising her eyebrows, Chongmi said that she was glad. Suddenly, Hajin drew his weapon. Standing behind his subordinate, the soldier reported that everything was fine. A moment later, the survivor, smiling slightly, thanked the protagonist, and at the same moment he asked for what exactly, to which he received the answer that thanks to the advice he gave her after the rescue, she was able to survive. Parting his lips, Johann said that there was no need to thank him, because the one who was destined to die would have died in any case. The girl, looking at the guy, asked why they attacked them first, after which he explained that now they live in a situation where they attack first, if the enemy is armed. Opening his mouth, the protagonist added that he heard her radio message and came, and also thought that they had set a trap here. Tied-up soldiers appeared, and then the young man said that this place was a camp that sincerely provided assistance to the victims. But these armed men were waiting in the buildings, and asked if it was not suspicious. Suddenly, the old man, sitting on the floor, said that he would explain, and at the same moment said that they were mercenaries. Lowering his eyebrows, the warrior said that he and Miss Kim had made a deal, and innocent survivors were not to be touched, but they had to prevent the invasion of scum like them. The fighter, standing next to the big man, asked about the fee, after which he noticed that he did not pronounce words, and it was obvious that the fee was not small, but precious metal, food, weapons, and so on. Grinning, the man added that this time 2 people died, and therefore they should not forget about the additional fee. Biting his lips, Johannes thought that it was impossible for mercenaries to provide strength in exchange for food. After introducing armed bandits, the protagonist muttered that these are relationships that cannot exist during the apocalypse, and stronger groups attack the weaker ones, and there can be no deals between them, since with the help of force and cruelty, they will be able to take away everything they have. Turning his head, the protagonist asked what was the reason why they didn't take over Chongmi's camp and made a deal, to which he was told that the fact that they wouldn't bother them was only part of the deal. Looking ahead, the old man said that thanks to the information about the zombie wave received from the girl, they survived, and in return, she asked not to threaten the camp, and no matter how you look at it, he puts trust before life. In the past, the guy had frowned seriously and said that if many people were in one place, then a wave of zombies might begin, and therefore gatherings of more than 20 people should be avoided. The young man understood why she was thanking him, and then the soldier, putting his palms on his knees, offered to choose a mutually good path, and then the soldier said that they had killed their comrade, and they would certainly want to avenge him, but did not do anything that would cause regret in the future. Lowering his eyebrows, Johannes decided that he had to kill them all. Raising the corners of his lips, the warrior said that it meant in its entirety, from beginning to end, and added that they did not deal with such trifles as revenge, and also asked if he thought that his proposal was made only out of fear of death, and at the same time explained that now the world had changed, and people were dying like flies. The man, looking at the main character, noticed that they, on the contrary, are glad that they survived thanks to this, and promises that they will not take revenge or the like if they pay for the lives of their comrades. Squinting, the protagonist thought that this was a tempting offer, and if he let them go and was able to establish friendships, he would be able to increase his influence and power by another step. Frowning seriously, the guy wondered since when he had softened so much, after all, the old one would have killed them all. His assistant turned around abruptly, and the young man asked what they were up to before the apocalypse, after which the old man replied that they were an EOD special police squad, and were well versed in explosives, and some of them were junior to him. Lowering his eyebrows, Johannes muttered that these were only the most necessary specialists, and also added that his head was splitting. Turning around, the main character said that he would decide when to inspect the camp, and then the fighter called him reasonable. The walls of the room could be seen, and it was heard that Swift, Hajin, and Hyuk should follow him, while the others were to search the prisoners and keep a close eye on them. The daytime sky appeared. The man furiously sliced through the zombies. The soldier, smiling, noticed that his subordinates fought well, and harmoniously, as if as a single whole, and the protagonist explained that they were not subordinates. Raising his eyebrows, the warrior said that he was treating them like subordinates, but that being the case, they had been caught off guard by the attack, and of course the newly arrived survivors had distracted them, which was a very good strategy. Walking down the street, the guy clarified how many people were in the conference room, to which the big man asked if he was listening to him at all, and at the same moment said that there were 3 of them, and therefore there was no need to waste time and go, because there was a walkie-talkie, and therefore it was safe. The old man clenched his jaw angrily. Looking ahead, the man thought that this Sweeth was an interesting teenager. The soldier held an axe in his hand, and the soldier muttered that with the help of a smoke bomb he had made his way through the squad of soldiers to him with lightning speed and taken him hostage, as if he knew that he was the leader. A bullet could be seen hitting the warrior's forehead, after which the survivor noticed that they had an excellent sniper and saw such an organized invasion for the first time. Frowning seriously, the old man said what he thought, that he began to suffer from senile dementia. Looking at the back of the main character, the big man whispered that he felt sorry for the dead subordinates, but he was imbued with respect for him as a leader. After a while, low plants appeared, and it was heard that they had arrived, and here, although in small quantities, they received fresh vegetables from their garden. There was a huge amount of rice in the warehouse, and at the same time, Chomi said that it was collected by an organization for the poor. The girl added that thanks to this, they always had enough food, and at the same second, Johannes, looking at the gardeners, did not know that they had such a system, and this was amazing. Moving his legs, the protagonist thought that Chomi had chosen a good camp, and suddenly they greeted the lady, calling her the head of the association. Holding her cheeks, the lady explained that this was just a title and nothing more, and also added that she was very ashamed. Smiling slightly, the guy noticed that this was a good camp. Blushing sharply, the girl said that it was all thanks to him. Her grandfather frowned in bewilderment. A view of a tall building opened up, and the lady offered to see the gym, and said that there were people whom he had sent. Chickens could be seen behind the bars. Parting his lips, the young man said that he thought that they had enough working hands, but why then were they engaged in such a dangerous business? Turning his head, the head of the association replied that a lot had happened since that time, and something that even he could not imagine, and therefore began to gather survivors so that there would be no more victims like her. The fighter's expression was thoughtful. After a while, a crowd of people appeared. Chomi, turning her gaze sideways, said that there were people who had joined in the last week, and she was worried that there would be many of them. Suddenly Johannes looked at the girl in the red shirt in surprise. Then the main character clenched his fist. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist did not know that he would meet her here, and then called her impudent and disgusting. The lady sat on the floor, and the guy muttered that she was a member of the Soul Survivors Alliance, and the leader's second mistress, as well as a venomous snake named Seowa. In the past, the lady held a bloody knife in her hand, and at the same moment the young man said that with the help of an innocent face, he infiltrated the camp, and destroyed it from the inside, and therefore the most suitable villain for such missions. The man grabbed his neck in pain, after which the fighter added that it kills both children and the elderly, without hesitation, and uses various methods, namely tearing off limbs, poisoning and more. Introducing the armed man, Johannes explained that she was one of the first men of that scoundrel, and never acted alone. Squinting, the protagonist realized that an alliance of soul survivors would come here. Looking at the head of the association, the protagonist wondered why they made it to Incheon so quickly, and also whispered that it was from a Chomi because she was supposed to be in Seoul, but survived. She established a camp here, and with the help of a radio message, led the Soul Survivors Alliance. Lifting the corners of his lips, the guy did not know that saving her would turn out to be a chance for him, because after killing Jiangsu, he cut off the Alliance's arm, but now even Seowa was in his hands. At the same time, the girl was slyly grinning, and the young man thought that he was the same viper who was all in anticipation of destroying a successful camp. Frowning contentedly, the fighter realized that this was his best chance to destroy the Soul Survivors Alliance. Looking towards the lady, Johannes muttered that speed was the most important thing right now, because the Alliance would think that the power of this place was small and therefore would soon invade here. The lady's expression was serious, and at the same time, the protagonist said that there were two ways to prepare, and the first was to report information about Seowa and the Alliance to Chomi's camp, and fight by joining forces. The lady looked thoughtfully to the side, and then the protagonist added that the second way was to hide Seowa and set a trap, use the camp as bait, and when the Alliance invaded, attack them from the rear. Pursing his lips, the guy noticed that his choice was of course the last one, and if this camp survived the attack, then he could unite with the survivors. Survivors were visible, after which the young man whispered that people were forgetful, and they would grab the lifeboat that was in front of their eyes, forgetting about the previous pain. A fighter appeared from afar, and he explained that the survivors would not see them as enemies, but on the contrary, they would be grateful for saving them. Frowning seriously, Johannes knew that this was a cruel plan, but he did not doubt his decision. The protagonist thought that he wouldn't recognize himself because he wanted this old man to survive, and then it was best to share the information, when suddenly Chomi, with her mouth open, turned to him and said that she thought he was in a bad mood, and then asked what was wrong with him. Smiling slightly, the protagonist replied that he was a little worried about the long separation. The head of the association quickly looked away, and the warrior said that he was running into trouble. A view of the stands opened up, and at the same moment the guy said that he would like to talk alone with the old man. After a while, a small room appeared, and the question was heard whether he had changed his mind. Sitting at the table, the young man said that he would release all the hostages, after which the man called him kind. Johannes added that they must pay for their lives, and then the fighter frowned angrily and clarified what he was saying. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character explained that this will reduce the risks for them, and they must pay. Tilting his head, the old man noticed that he thought he had what he wanted. A view of the pieces of furniture opened, and at the same time the protagonist said that he would entrust him with a task, and the soldier asked what it was, to which he received the answer that there was a camp nearby that was hostile to them, and they should help destroy them. A huge number of boxes could be seen, and at the same moment the guy said that the payment would be 500 kilograms of well-preserved food, important information about zombies and the life of the hostages. Raising his eyebrows, the military man thought that the price would be only the lives of the hostages, and he offered a good reward. Crossing his arms, the fighter noticed that judging by the fee, this was a dangerous task, and then the young man said that there could be even more victims. Sitting opposite the main character, the big man agreed with him and said that he would change one of the awards in return. Frowning seriously, the old man announced that he was interested in his information and asked if he had known about the zombie waves since the beginning of the commotion, as well as who he was. Grinning, Johans replied that it was not an equal exchange because information about him was expensive. The protagonist added that he would detain them as a pledge, and at the same moment, the soldier, baring his teeth, called him a scoundrel, because he says whatever he wants. The guy clarified that during the deal, isn't pleasing the employer the basis of the basics, after which the military, clenching his fists, exclaimed that he understood him, and added that he was a capricious employer. Looking ahead, the young man thought that he would protect him under this pretext. There was a view of the chairs in the room, and it could be heard that this deal was worth the lives of the 3 who had fallen in battle with them. After a while, a tall structure appeared. A lot of fighters were visible. Opening his mouth wide, the man said that the deal had already been concluded, and therefore they should not talk too much. Chalga's expression was serious. Stretching out his palm towards Hajin, Johan said that the old man would act with them and join the operation, and they should follow the guy's instructions. The mercenary, lowering his eyebrows, objected that they would not listen to orders from others, and called the main character a small rich employer. Parting his lips, the protagonist wondered if he was Jialgu, and then realized that he was second in the group, and also clarified that they would not give orders, but they would act on their own, and would report the old man's instructions. After a moment, the soldiers nodded their heads. At night, a high grate was visible. A black cloth hung on the barbed wire. Suddenly the guy pushed off the ground. The young man, opening his mouth, whispered that Sokwa would be in the most remote place, because that way she would be able to keep an eye on the survivors. The doors of the room appeared. There were survivors in the gymnasium. Suddenly, the teenager turned on the flashlight. Johans folded 2 fingers into a circle. Swift held an orange sack in his hands. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. The lady tried to stick a sharp object into the protagonist's partner. The guy quickly repelled her attack. The protagonist hit the lady on the head. Then Sealwa lost consciousness and leaned down. Smiling slightly, the fighter quietly said that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. A dark corridor was visible. Swift carried the girl on his shoulder, and Johans thought that he had taken everything that could be her belongings. There was bed linen on the floor, and then the main character muttered that others would think that she herself left under the cover of night, stealing food. A view of the night sky opened up. A descent into the basement appeared. The guy threw the lady to the ground. Sealwa's eyes were closed, and the young man said that she was heavier than she looked. The protagonist, biting his lips, said that he looked like a princess kidnapped by a villain, but many victims died being deceived by this appearance. The candle burned brightly, and at the same moment the soldier asked to wake the girl. Looking at the protagonist, Swift reported that she was not waking up, to which he explained that she was pretending to be asleep and watching them, after which the guy clarified if it meant that she had learned enough. Then the young man poured water on the lady. The lady, baring her teeth, asked who they were, and whether they thought they could survive after this. The teenager noticed that she was not really asleep, and then asked if she could use a gag, and Johans, putting the weapon on the table, replied that she would not die by biting off her tongue, because she was the one who wanted to live the most. Opening her mouth wide, Sokwa clarified why they were doing this to her, and added that she would do whatever they wanted, so let her go. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl muttered that naturally these 2 men wanted her body. Clenching her jaw, the lady thought that a little more and they would take over this camp, and whispered that she would kill them in the most brutal way. Swift, looking at her, said that it was very scary, and at the same moment asked if he saw how her face changed, and also called her an actress, after which the protagonist said that she was like this before. Frowning menacingly, the lady shouted that let them talk already. Squinting, the fighter said that he was glad to meet Sealwa from the Seoul Survivors Association. Approaching her, the survivor said that he thought that she had already killed about 20 or 40 people, and the girl could not understand who he was. Holding a knife to her neck, Johans explained that he would not torture her, so he did not have to worry, but he should not think that he would leave here alive. Opening her jaw sharply, the lady exclaimed that if she killed this guy, he would do anything he wanted, such as a girl, money, or even murder, anything he asked, but he had to kill him and set her free. Swift, raising the corners of his lips, noticed that she was really a viper, and the main character said that now it was nothing, but the way she killed people was a terrible sight. Through the sweat on her face, the lady asked to let her go and added that she would answer all the questions, and then asked what he wanted to know. Looking in her direction, the protagonist replied that it was not now, and he understood that at this moment it was dangerous to listen to her, and he needed to drive her into a dead end so that she would not dare to lie. Having extinguished the candle, the guy said that she should not cry and not call, that she was scared. A moment later, the door slammed shut. The young man turned the key in the lock. A view of a small park opened. The fighter, holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, heard that it was Jiang Wan. Parting his lips, Johannes asked how the camp was, to which his assistant said that it was nothing special, that girls, so he told everyone that she had been sexually harassed. But they still took Jin's side. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist wondered if rumors were spread before he made a decision, and if he took advantage of his absence, and also did not know what the reason was, but the goal was clear. A loading machine appeared, and the guy explained that because of this, he could not make the rounds of the camp and distribute food, and Dong-suk no longer knew what to do, and at the same time clarified what they should do. Looking out the window, the fighter replied that they should distribute food as much as it was last week according to the schedule, and the young man asked if everything would be all right, to which he said that everything was fine, and they could act. A view of the houses in the city opened, and Jiang said that he would do anything, after which Johannes asked him to try and added that the camp could be attacked, so they should block all the doors and take good care of the food and weapons warehouse. Behind the main character stood an old man. Smiling, the mercenary noticed that the power of his radio was low, and probably uncomfortable. Tilting his head down, the soldier said that they had 2 military walkie-talkies, and then the protagonist asked what he wanted for them. The soldier's hand was handcuffed to a pipe. Frowning seriously, the big man asked to let him go and asked if he was a dog, to which the guy apologized and refused. Suddenly the man, opening his jaw, began to protest loudly. After a while, the walls of the basement appeared. A rag was removed from the girl's mouth. Lowering her eyebrows, Sokwa exclaimed that even animals do not do this. The young man, standing beside her, said that she was even worse than the animal, and at the same moment asked how her lover was doing. Looking in his direction, the lady asked who he was. Turning around, the fighter said that it was still early, when suddenly the lady asked him to stop. Then the door quickly slammed shut. After a while, a ray of light appeared. Swift, covering his nose from the horrible smell, said it was terrible. Sokva, lying on the floor, asked to be killed. Parting his lips, the guy replied that he wanted to too, and knew that he would treat a stranger rather cruelly. Looking down, the young man muttered that his actions were not considered good or bad, and there were only comrades and enemies now, and he was the one who would not hesitate to become a villain to the enemy. Clenching his fingers, the protagonist's assistant added that he had become more merciless after meeting this woman, and therefore the slightest hesitation could lead to danger, but excessive cruelty could become a mutual sword and harm himself. Squinting his eyes, Sweef whispered that it would be nice if he was half like Hyuk, but his role was important. In the past, the guy was sitting on the couch, after which he said that the head cares about Hyuk, and although he talked about revenge and destroying the danger, he actually wanted to save him. The protagonist was seen giving the weapon to the teenager, and the young man then explained that Hyuk had become the boss's stabilizer and safety device, and therefore it was only a moment from the hero to the tyrant. Opening the water bottle, the fighter added that if others recognized him as such, then more and more people would start rebelling against him. Bringing the container of liquid to the girl's mouth, Swift said that the leader would soon come, and this was her last chance, and when he came, she would tell everything, and if he hesitated even a little, he would not listen and would kill her. Opening her jaw, Sokwa replied that she understood him. After a while, the entrance to the basement appeared. Suddenly the door creaked ajar. Bulging her eyes, the lady shouted that there were 68 people in the Seoul Survivors Alliance. Johannes, approaching her, asked her to tell him the names, the location of the leaders and how armed they were. The expression on the protagonist's face was stern. Suddenly, the protagonist placed his palm on the map. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that the number of the enemy was 9 people, and their place was the S-Auto Center, and they were fully armed and well trained. The old man, holding his hands at his sides, asked if the leader was 9, to which he received the answer that it was best to end with the least number of victims. Swift parted his lips and asked if they were leaving right away. Turning his gaze to the side, the soldier explained that there was no need to delay this, and tomorrow before sunrise they would surround the area, and at dawn they would attack. The orange sun appeared. A human silhouette could be seen on the roof of the building. Suddenly, a bullet flew into the bandit's head. A sniper was looking out of the window, and he reported that the guard on the roof had been killed. Pressing the radio, Johannes praised him and added that one was finished, and now he could attack. The soldiers were armed. Holding a machine gun in his hand, the protagonist explained that Swift and Hyuk were coming with him, and the others were covering outside. The glass shattered from many shots. A splash of blood appeared. Opening his jaw in pain, the villain screamed loudly. The protagonist slashed at him. The enemy rolled down the stairs. The defeated soldiers lay on the floor. The fighter, tilting his head, muttered that although they were outnumbered, he was still very glad that they finished without casualties. Johannes thought that they were better than the Seoul Survivors Alliance now, and then Chalga smiled and noticed that it was somehow boring. Looking at the dead enemies, the main character noticed that there were 8 of them, and realized that one was missing. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist reported that one was missing, and at the same moment, the mercenary asked if he could escape, and also added that they were now searching the workshop next to the building. The guy could be seen going down the stairs. Looking down, the young man muttered that he had a bad feeling. The soldier, taking hold of the gate, said that he would pick it up, and asked his comrade to hold it, and then they said on the radio that one zombie was going in their direction. A terrible monster appeared next to the fighter, and it was heard that he had broken through the blind spot. Suddenly, the monster's head was pierced through. Chalga's expression was pleased. A moment later, the military raised the gate. The pupils of the main character dilated sharply. After pushing Hyuk, the protagonist shouted that everyone should dodge and go back. The guys hid behind the car. There was a machine gun in the enemy's hand. Suddenly, the enemy furiously shot the body of the soldier. Clenching his jaw, Johans realized that he had pierced the bulletproof vest, which meant it was an armor-piercing shell. Squinting, the fighter wondered if he had separated from the others, and then decided that he was the leader. In the past, Sokwa had opened her mouth wide and said that she didn't know the name of the head of the second search group either, and so they just called him the head of the second group. The big man frowned seriously, and at the same time, the guy thought that he had taken the place of Jungsu, whom he had killed. A huge number of undead appeared from afar, and the radio reported that the zombies, hearing the sounds of gunshots, were heading towards them, but they would not be able to hold them back because there were too many of them. The bullets pierced through the bodies of the monsters. Johans, looking back, muttered that he only shoots at those zombies that come close to him so that they get out from behind the car, running away from them. The warrior, clutching his neck, called for help. Then the enemy opened fire on him. The fighter's limbs flew in different directions. The main character, holding a communication device in his hand, heard the question if he was okay. Sitting behind the car, the protagonist said that for now, and asked the corporal to take care of the guy in the garage with the machine gun, to which he replied that it was difficult to get there. The guy abruptly stuck a knife into the monster. Lifting the corners of his lips, Swift noticed that he was about to get into trouble, and then added that there were too many zombies, and besides, they could not fight at full height. The young man, looking towards the undead, said that he should be patient, because the zombies turn around at the sound of a machine gun, and when he runs out of bullets, he will hide in the garage. Placing his palm on the asphalt, Johans thought that he had to hold out, and then they would have a chance, and also either the corporal would kill him, or he would run out of bullets, so he just had to hold out. The monsters quickly ran forward, and the main character added that it was necessary to hold out by any means. A view of a tall building opened. The corporal clutched his head. Through the sweat on his face, the sniper realized that there were no more orders, but he had to remove the one who had become an obstacle for the 3 comrades. There were a huge number of evil spirits on the street, and at the same moment, the shooter muttered that it was easy to say, but there was nowhere for an apple to fall outside, because there were zombies everywhere, and with the weapon and dagger he had, it was simply impossible. The guy then looked down and sighed. The young man noticed an underground passage. Looking out the window, the corporal wondered how they were going to get out of there, even if he somehow managed the task. A moment later, the soldier clenched his jaw. Going down the stairs, the sniper realized that he had no choice, and he would think about the rest later, because now he had to save them. The gunner reached for the door handle. His palm was shaking violently, and screams could be heard outside. Through the sweat on his face, the guy whispered that before that, all they did was praise for him, so he did not understand how important protection from enemies was. The young man pressed his elbows sharply. The corporal's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that he could come out. A moment later, the sniper opened the door. The shooter noticed the head of the group, Hajin. The jock, smiling, said that he had heard on the radio, and therefore he had to hurry. The fighter stuck his weapon in the neck of the zombie. The warrior furiously brandished his sharp knives. The guy was trying to make his way through the crowd of undead. Clenching his fingers, the corporal noticed that he was fast, and it was difficult even to walk with him step by step. Suddenly, the big man opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly. Around him lay the corpses of monsters. The sniper was seen climbing onto the roof of the underpass. The commander abruptly rushed from his place. The gunner, turned to him. Lowering his eyebrows, the soldier asked not to be distracted and to focus on shooting. The corporal obeyed the request, after which the jock got into a fighting stance. The guy quickly cut through his opponents. It seemed as if the sniper put his finger on the trigger. Lying on the glass, the shooter tried to concentrate. The young man shot at one of the zombies. Aiming at the enemy, the corporal hoped to hit. The soldier sighed heavily. Through the sweat on his face, the teenager wondered what he should do if he missed. Sharply opening his jaw, the soldier shouted that he should shoot. The bullet quickly flew out of the rifle. The cartridge pierced the enemy's head through. From the blow, the villain opened his mouth wide. Then the man fell off his feet. Clenching his jaw, the corporal realized that he had hit. You could see how the guys were fighting off zombies, and on the radio they reported that he had died. Suddenly Johans pushed the monster with his knee. In a second, the main character rushed from his place. The protagonist quickly grabbed a machine gun. The fighter opened fire on the undead. The shells pierced the limbs of the monsters. The soldier, frowning seriously, shouted that he had been removed, and therefore they could go out. From afar, it seemed as if the soldiers were fighting off the enemy. A view of abandoned buildings opened. The boss was standing near the defeated zombies. A huge walkie-talkie lay on the floor. Johannes, putting it on his shoulder, muttered that he finally got a radio with a wide range of action, after which he warned that the zombies were advancing, and therefore he had to leave. I could see tall buildings. The old man, raising his eyebrows, asked what it was. The soldiers' clothes were covered with blood. Sitting on a chair, the big man clarified that there were 8 enemies against his 25, and 10 of them had died. The main character, approaching him, offered his condolences, and then the military noted that he had heard that it was not his fault. The man, turning his gaze to the side, said that the deal was fulfilled, and asked the protagonist to fulfill his promise. The guy, looking at the mercenary, replied that he would send the food immediately, and would convey detailed information about the zombies in writing. Introducing a 2-wheeled vehicle, the young man added that there are several motorcycles in the car service, and after the zombies leave, they can use them. Parting his lips, the old man was slightly surprised. Looking down, Johannes thought that those 10 shouldn't have died now, and this battle was just the beginning, and in the real one against the Sole Survivors Alliance, they were supposed to be a shield. The protagonist's expression was calm, and at the same moment he muttered that it was even more offensive that they died only because of one member of the Union, but the information from Seilwa was useful. Imagining how a huge number of bullets passed through the soldier, the protagonist added that although he did not know about armor-piercing weapons, there were no lies in her words. Inside the room there were many folders. The guy, looking at the sniper, said that everyone did well, especially the corporal, because they survived thanks to him. Through the sweat on his face, the gunner said that it was actually the commander. Suddenly, Hajin gave a thumbs up. Scratching his head, the teenager noticed that he was not worthy of gratitude. Closing his eyes, Johann said that everyone could go to rest, and also asked Swift to step aside for a minute. The roofs of buildings were visible, and at the same time the assistant of the main character asked if he would go to Sokwa, to which he received a positive answer. The young man, shuffling his legs, said that he should rest first, because he was not a robot, after which his boss said that there were more victims than he thought, and therefore he needed to plan the next battle better. Parting his lips, the protagonist added that they did not know how long Sokwa would last, and at the same moment the guy said that at dawn he gave water and food, but did not promise that it would be adequate, but he was alive. Lowering his eyebrows, the soldier noticed that he had said that he was ruthless, after which he asked that giving empty hope was not worse. Swift smiled and asked what he was talking about, and then said that it was his plan that had made her speak. Narrowing his eyes, Johannes thought that he was right, because this idea was suggested by Swift, namely to play a scene. In the past, the girl opened her jaw in bewilderment. It was seen how the guy gave the lady water, and the main character muttered that one would bring despair, and the second ray of hope. It seemed as if Sokwa was eating bread, and at the same moment the protagonist added that by mixing the feeling of fear of death and hope for life, make her look for a way to survive. Frowning seriously, the soldier noticed that she had told everything she knew, and then said that no matter what, she would not be able to get out of here alive. The young man, holding his hands behind his head, replied that he was only following the words of his boss, and Johannes explained that if he wanted to keep her alive, he should tell her, and he did not know about the others, but he would think about his request. Raising the corners of his lips, the teenager was surprised at such an honor, and also remembered that at their first meeting, this guy pointed a gun at him. Swift, looking ahead, muttered that after being on the verge of death together several times, he had begun to trust him, which was not a bad feeling. Looking at the back of the protagonist, his assistant did not know why he decided to follow him, and thought that if you describe it in words, it feels like they are similar. The guy noticed that he had a charm that attracted other people, and the protagonist, turning his gaze, asked if he was coming. Tearing his leg off the asphalt, the young man whispered that he was ready to put his life on the line for his purposes. A view of the bright office opened. The survivor, looking away, wondered if it was dangerous, and if that girl said something wrong, then wouldn't they be in danger? The fighter, sitting next to his assistant, replied that he did not think she would act so rashly, since her life was at stake, and he said that they would come again anyway, and then asked that it would not be better to pretend that they did not know about it and take them by surprise. Closing his eyes, Johann said that it was necessary to deal with their leader as soon as possible, and added that he had his own ways of gathering power, and therefore it was dangerous to give him time. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that he still did not want to return to Seoul, filled with zombies, and attack them, and this time he had to finish them off on his territory. Frowning seriously, the protagonist muttered that in this world he was the one who bothered him, and therefore he had to destroy it, and only by removing them, there would be hope for the future. The guy, putting his palms on his knees, asked what they would say to Sokwa, and then the soldier said that first they would say that the advance group was destroyed and they were stronger, and that they needed additional forces, and since there are now 58 of them, then they need at least 30. Raising his hand, the young man remarked that it was possible that their leader would not come in person, and then Johannes explained that since most of his people would be involved, he would come out in person. The teenager thoughtfully took his chin, and the main character realized that they needed to kill their head with the least strength, and the more people were involved, the higher the danger would be. Taking the map, the protagonist whispered that most likely they would not send many people here. Certain places were marked on paper, and at the same moment the soldier said that if we consider that there will be a maximum of 40 of them, then the best place for an ambush will be in these 2 locations. Parting his lips, the survivor added that an ambush would be set up in these 2 places, and the rest would be mined, and attack suddenly, using all the bullets. Swift could be seen nodding his head. After some time, a view of the walls of the basement opened. Holding the phone in his hand, Johans repeated that if she didn't say what they wanted, she would die. Sweat ran down Soka's cheek. Closing her eyes, the girl said her name. The man asked how she was doing, which made the lady's eyes widen in surprise. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist realized that this was the voice of the head, and there would be no reason for it. The protagonist was holding a means of communication to the lady's ear, and then a question was heard why she was calling, as well as where the commander of the second group was, to which she said that he was dead and the advance group was destroyed. Sealwa's hands were tied, and she added that they were stronger than they thought, and therefore it was worth sending more people. The walls of the room were visible, after which the gentleman specified how many of them there were, and the girl said that if you count those who have weapons, then more than 20, and she thinks that more than 40 should be sent to be on the safe side. The head replied positively, and then the lady, turning her gaze to the side, asked when he would send. The man said that he would call again, and therefore let him wait, and at the same moment the lady, parting her lips, said that she understood him. Frowning seriously, Johans muttered that he hadn't expected such a reaction, and then wondered why he hadn't asked anything. It seemed as if the gentleman was holding the means of communication to his ear. Suddenly, the big man grinned. After a second, the head opened his mouth wide and laughed loudly. Blood was flowing from the guy's mouth. The girl was lying on the bed unconscious. The assistant, approaching the boss, asked what had happened, to which he replied that it was interesting, and the servant clarified what he was talking about. Looking away, the man explained that the viper had betrayed them. Through the sweat on his face, the henchman wondered if it was Mrs. Sokwa. Parting his lips, the gentleman repeated his question. Suddenly, the head grabbed him by the hair. The boss then slammed him to the floor. The guys rounded their eyes in fear. Splashes of blood were visible. Smiling, the big man asked what he should do with this traitor. The main character had a phone in his hand. Turning his head, the protagonist reported that he had guessed. The fighter added that otherwise he wouldn't have left it so easy, which made Swift look down in bewilderment. Turning his gaze to the side, Johans noticed that it was possible that the commander of the second group had reported before his death that he had lost contact with Solwa. Holding his fists on his sides, the main character said that after that, she reports the destruction of the forward team, and naturally, he guessed that it was a trap. Frowning seriously, the protagonist thought that he had sensed something was wrong when he learned that Sealwa was alive and the group had been destroyed, and then added that he had already come up with a few excuses just in case, but they were useless. Suddenly the girl opened her jaw. The fighter lowered his eyebrows angrily. Johans put the phone to the lady's ear, and at the same moment she was addressed. The man asked to convey something to the person next to him, which made the lady's eyes bulge out in surprise. Sweat was dripping down the hostage's body. Parting his lips, the main character muttered that he knew how to surprise even before his rebirth. Smiling, the protagonist asked to speak. The gentleman, grinning menacingly, asked what it was like for him to steal from him, and whether he was satisfied. Looking to the side, the fighter replied that he wouldn't say that because he would only be satisfied with his death, so let him come in person, otherwise this woman's body would become dinner for zombies. There was a view of the gray walls of the room, and then the head called the guy brave, and he explained that if he did not come, they would follow him. Looking ahead, Sokwa was puzzled to hear that she should do as she wanted, because if she came here, she would personally cut his stomach, and would be grateful if she filmed the last minutes of the traitor's life. The man clarified if it would be exciting, as well as whether to send them a camera, and then Swift, lowering his eyebrows, said that he was a crazy bastard. Smiling evilly, the thug admitted that he was pleased, but hoped that they would not meet again. Putting the communication device to his ear, the guy asked his partner to tell everyone that they needed to get ready urgently. Standing behind the leader, the survivor did not understand what was happening. Furrowing his brows angrily, Johans announced that the enemy was coming. Dropping his hands, Swift noticed that he had just been interrupted by the main character and said that the leader of the gang had pretended not to come, but would come, because now he was already gathering people, so they should go out to them soon. The fighter's eyes were hidden in the shadow of his hair, and he thought that the enemy was misleading the others. This was how their head acted, and besides, he would think that he had read the minds. Looking down at the radio, the protagonist realized that the villain did not take into account one thing, after which he said in his mind that he knew better than him. Turning his head back, the young man asked how long it would take to get from the base here, to which Sealwa replied that it was 2 or 3 hours on the motorcycle. Lowering his chin, the main character said that it was great, and then invited his partner to go. Suddenly, the girl collapsed with the chair to the floor with a crash and shouted for them to stop. Her mouth wide open in anger, the leader's second mistress shouted that he must protect her, after which she added that it was better to kill her now than to fall into his hands. The guy handcuffed the hostage to the door. Turning his gaze back, the fighter said that if she wanted to, he would kill her, but he would not give it to him. Leaving the lady to sit alone, the protagonist began to leave. Brown smoke could be seen through the crack of the slammed door. A view of a small building on the street of the city opened. Members of the team of survivors sat at small tables opposite the leader. Wrapping his fingers around the radio, Johans asked Zhang Huan when he would arrive, to which Zhang Huan replied that he was almost there. An empty street appeared. Suddenly, the door began to open. Guys with backpacks on their shoulders entered the room. Jiho and his friend were rolling a cart with boxes. Swift walked over to the table and informed the boss that everyone was here, including the 8 elite warriors of the camp. The main character noticed how another survivor entered the room last. Frowning angrily, the fighter said that this morning they attacked the front line of the DIA and lost 8. The survivor raised his head and asked what the DIA was, to which his partner replied that they were those who introduced themselves on the radio as an alliance of soul survivors. Putting his thumbs to his chin, the protagonist explained that this is a group that completely destroys the camps that he has noticed, after which he added that it would be almost impossible to get rid of them once they were contacted. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, and the leader noticed that the group consisted only of the scum of society, but their leader was the worst of them. It seemed like the villain was holding a man's head in his hand, and the main character said that if he was captured, their death would be worse than that of a dog, but if a woman was caught, the end would be harsher. Gritting their teeth in fury, the survivors remained silent. Closing his eyes, the fighter realized that this was their only chance, so he needed to finish them off now before they became even more powerful. There were cars on the roadway, and the protagonist said that there were 2 ways to get here, after which he added that the combat team, food and additional food would come this way. A military installation appeared on a stand, and the young man said that bombs should be planted in these 2 places, and after the explosion finished them off with bullets. The soldiers were standing in front of the blown-up house, and Johans remarked that a few might stay to join the guerrillas, but if the DI attacked the camp, they would betray themselves. Putting his hands on his side, the protagonist stated that the head of the 3rd group would be Swift, and then added that the 2nd group would include Hajin, Dong-suk, Chex, Eri, Jong-un, and Jien, to which everyone agreed. Turning his head to the side, the fighter revealed that the 1st group was coming with him, and its members were Hyuk, Seri, Jaeho, Jaenguk, Jin-soo, Jiansu, and Edi. Pointing his finger at his face, Zhang Huan asked what about him. Furrowing his brows angrily, Johans ordered him to go to the camp at once and gather the men in a search party and hide there, after which he added that even if he was spotted, there was no need to go out, because their food was there, so he had to hold on until help arrived. Looking straight ahead, the main character decided that it would still be better to take people out of the camp just in case. Standing in front of the leader, the guy clarified how they should deal with the wave of zombies if they gathered everyone, to which he replied that nothing would happen in a day, and even if it did, it was impossible to go out, and the zombies themselves would delay the DIA. A memory of entering the warehouse appeared, and the soldier asked his partner to go into the underground warehouse, lock the door well and not go out, and then added that he needed to gather everyone to a single one, and if they were against it, then he could use force. Lowering his chin, the survivor remembered that usually, when someone disobeyed the leader, he left them to their fate, but for the first time he heard him say to gather every single one. Shifting his gaze to the side, the protagonist noticed that if they rejected the order or resisted, they could be killed on the spot. Beads of sweat ran down his cheeks from anxiety, while Johans explained that he would become dangerous if he was captured and revealed information about the camp. Raising his eyebrows in bewilderment, the survivor understood why he had been told to do so. Small windows were visible in the wall of the room, when suddenly the main character spoke about his office, but abruptly asked to forget about it. Furrowing his brows angrily, the fighter stated that the enemy was strong, and then added that this would most likely be the fiercest battle. Jaeho pursed his lips in confusion and thought about the fact that this was the first time that their leader had used the phrase, strong enemy, although before he had only spoken of David in this way. The members of the team of survivors stood up from the tables, after which the protagonist explained that if they won this battle, they would be able to live in an even safer area and start a new life, and then added that he hoped that no one would die and everyone would return alive. Lowering his jaw, Hyuk wondered if they should tell the soldiers of the women's camp about this. Grinning, Johan said in his mind that this was what made him himself, when suddenly he allowed him to tell them to strengthen their strength. Nodding his head, the guy began to carry out the order, and the leader asked to bring one radio as a means of communication. His eyes bulging in alarm, the young man asked his interlocutor again. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character explained that since they give something, they should receive in return, after which he added that if he fails to take a walkie-talkie, then it is not worth joining, and it is better to just stay there to live. At the same moment, Hyuk raised his eyebrows in sadness. The soldier asked if anyone had any more questions, when suddenly someone raised his hand up and asked for a minute of attention. Hajin furrowed his brows angrily, and said that he believed in him this time as well. Tilting his head down, the protagonist stated that these were empty words. Looking at the interlocutor, the survivor said that before, and this time and after, they believed in him and trusted him with their lives, and then added that now is probably the time to say, because everyone knows that he is hiding something. The leader of the group rounded his eyes in alarm and remained silent. Lowering his chin, the young man realized that they were going into battle and blindly believed his words, so they must know the truth. While the survivors looked directly at the protagonist, he confessed that he had always been grateful to them, and whether they believed it or not, he would tell everything after this battle. Smiling, the fighter told them not to dare to die and defeat everyone. An endless blue sky was visible. A crowd of angry zombies ran down the street and shouted loudly. People on motorcycles were rapidly driving away from the monsters. An evil smile appeared on the face of the head of the Soul Survivors Alliance. Running between the houses, the man sighed heavily. A crowd of monsters was chasing Zhang Huan when he suddenly said that if the camp leaders heard him, they should answer. The survivor wrapped his fingers around the radio, and Sojun told him that he could hear everything. Drops of sweat were running down the guy's face, and he said that he was now heading to the camp, after which he added that the interlocutor needed to gather everyone without exception in the store. There was a view of the road littered with stones, and the manager clarified whether absolutely everyone should be collected, to which he received the answer that everyone must be there, because this is an order from Johans. The building of the shopping center appeared. Putting his hand to his knee from exhaustion, the survivor asked if everyone was there. Lowering his jaw, the manager explained that they were busy now, and then added that they had said to explain what had happened first. His mouth wide open in anger, Jangwon shouted that there was no time for this, and that he needed to tell everyone to come out. Raising his palm, Puck asked the guy to calm down, after which he added that the leader said that if everyone was gathered, a wave of zombies would begin, so it was better to explain what happened first. Rounding his cheeks, the survivor exhaled heavily and realized that there was still time. There were many cars in the large parking lot. Stretching out his hand, the young man began to tell everything that had happened. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, Marco asked if that meant they were in this position because they had attacked the DIA first, and then resented that he allowed himself to act so insanely when he should have thought about the people in the camp. The suddenly escaped man furrowed his brows angrily. Turning his gaze to the side, the head of the Packtown camp said that in this case it was necessary to move the food as soon as possible, to which he was told that there was no time for this, and there was food in the camp of the reconnaissance group, so it was necessary to leave as soon as possible, gathering the people from the Papakan camp. With his eyes bulging in bewilderment, the man asked if they wanted to leave so much food here. Furiously lowering his eyebrows, Zhang Huan said that they do not leave, but save people in the first place. The survivors began to look at each other. Holding out his hand in front of him, Marco apologized and admitted that he didn't think it was the best solution, and then added that since they were going to hide, it was better to be where there was food, and if they were found, they would fight. While a smile appeared on the man's face, his partners said they agreed with him. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the guy explained that this was an order from Johans, so everyone should go to the camp of the reconnaissance team, and then added that if they did not agree, he would use force. With his jaw wide open, the head of the camp, Papakan, shouted to be listened to. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man did not understand whether this man had any right to express his opinion on food, and although they had contributed as border guards, the reconnaissance group had obtained all the food. Zhang Huan thought that this was the man who didn't dare to make a sound in front of Johans, when Johans suddenly put his hands on his sides and said that it would be better for them to stay in the mall, because they couldn't leave the food they had barely obtained. Suddenly, a gun was held to his forehead. Sojin furrowed his brows in displeasure and told him to close his mouth and do as they say, because there must be a reason for such an order, and then asked if he had already forgotten who made them all still alive. Putting his hand with the weapon forward, the manager noted that he did not know about the rest, but he could not reject the leader's orders. Smiling anxiously, Marco asked if the man had just put a gun on his forehead. At the same moment, the fighter raised his weapon. A moment later, another warrior put his finger on the trigger. The assistants pointed their sights at Sojin, and Marco thought that he would not even be able to shoot. Suddenly, the manager turned his head back. Gritting his teeth in anger, Jamwon began to resent what was happening here. Bulging his pupils, the guy shouted for everyone to gather here, because now is not the time for this. Narrowing his eyes, Marco thought that he could destroy the manager, since he was the same leader, but the survivor who arrived was one of those whom Johans cherished. Remembering how the main character cut a man's back with a katana, the head of the Packtown camp realized that coming face to face with him was a terrible thing, and as Soichi said, as long as public opinion was not on his side, it was worth turning a blind eye. At the same second, the man gestured to lower the weapon. Raising his hand, the survivor asked everyone to listen to the fact that the leader had given such an order, as he wanted to protect them all, after which he added that those they were fighting against were murderers. There was a view of a pile of food in the warehouse, and the young man explained that if they grazed, they would rip open their stomachs and feed the zombies, and even if they lost food, Johans would be able to deal with them. But they didn't have time, so they had to move. Lowering his chin, Marco sighed heavily and replied that he understood everything and would bring his men now. The man turned his head back when Seojun suggested that he go with him, because he would need help. There was a view of the endless blue sky above the houses. folding her hands in displeasure, so he exclaimed that she didn't want to go, and then said that she didn't understand what the difference was here or there, so they would stay. The head of the Pakakun camp took the girl's hand and began to explain something, and Zhang Huan said in his mind that up to this point he had thought that his commander was cruel, but he was surprised that he hadn't shot everyone yet. With his eyes widened in confusion, the guy asked if his partner had seen Ian, to which she replied that she had seen him in the morning. The survivor clarified who was missing, to which the other spread his hands to the sides and said that there was no student who had come during the previous mixing of camp members from the camp with reserve troops. Wrapping his fingers around his wristwatch, the young man pondered. The survivor remembered how Johans looked at him and asked him to gather every single one. The lady's pupils bulged in alarm when the fighter said that he would look for her, and they needed to go to the camp of the reconnaissance group and not go anywhere. Raising his palm, the guy advised everyone to be as quiet as possible for a few days, and if they heard sounds outside, they would need to go to the basement, after which he told Sojun to escort them. Clouds could be seen in the endless blue sky, when suddenly the survivor clarified what Zhang Huan would do, to which he replied that he would find Ian and immediately follow them. Road signs hung on a high pole. Running forward along the street, the man sighed heavily. A tall staircase appeared in front of him. Putting his palms to his knees in exhaustion, the guy exclaimed that it him off, and then wondered where she had even gone. Looking at his wrist, the survivor realized that there were about 15 minutes left before the enemies arrived, and he didn't know whether to leave her just like that. Suddenly, he saw the silhouette of a man on the playground. Coming up from behind, the young man called out to Aang. With his mouth wide open in anger, the survivor indignantly asked what she was doing there. With her eyes rounded in confusion, the schoolgirl quietly called out to her uncle. I could see rose petals flying in the sky. Zhang Huan's cheeks visibly flushed with embarrassment. A long road was laid along the city buildings. A man in gloves hid an explosive device in the leaves. There were many corpses lying on the asphalt. Hyuk climbed under the bottom of the bus and reported that the laying of mines was completed. Holding the communication devices in his hands, the leader complimented him before calling out to Swift. Frowning angrily, the captain of the team asked about the situation. Looking at the man who planted the bomb, the guy replied that there was no problem. A large building appeared, from which one could hear someone asking if the mercenaries could hear it. The old man raised one eyebrow and said that everything was heard, and then asked if they should give a raise. After all, they were preparing for war without a single explanation. Closing his eyes, Johans explained that even if there were no them, this place would still be drawn into battle. In the past, Sokwa grinned evilly, and the main character said in his mind that she had already made her way here. Remembering how people tied by the hands walked forward, the fighter noted that the mercenaries would have been killed by the DIA, and the rest would have been taken as enemies. Tilting his head down, the protagonist wondered if Zhang Huan was coping there. Standing by the window, the young man thought that although he was gentle, he had never made a mistake in carrying out an order, so even if there were unforeseen circumstances, he would cope. Standing on the roof, the soldier watched what was happening through binoculars. Suddenly, the soldier lowered his jaw in alarm. In the distance, he saw a group of people approaching. The subordinate reported that they had appeared, and that there were only 10 of them, and the latter had a trunk in his motorcycle, to which he closed his lips and thought that it was a supply team that had arrived faster than he thought. The wheel of the vehicle was spinning rapidly. A man appeared with a red scarf around his neck. Raising his hand up, the leader ordered everyone to stop. Taking the radio in his hand, Johans was surprised that they stopped, after which he asked everyone from the first group to switch to personal channels. Blood stains could be seen under the man's feet. Taking a step forward, the survivor noticed that there were traces of blood, but no corpse. Through the binoculars, he could see his subordinates bowing to him. Biting his lips in alarm, the main character realized this. The man's eyes shone brightly, and it was said that despite his cute appearance, he was one of the longest-serving members of the DIA. A quiver with a weapon hung behind the bandit's back, and it turned out that the protagonist does not know who he was before the apocalypse, but when he shoots from a compound bow, his arrow flies accurately and powerfully. Shifting his gaze to the side, the soldier said that they were heading here, after which he asked to turn off the sound of the radio and not to show up until the signal. A view of the abandoned room opened. The man in the boots took a few steps forward. The fighter in the green bandana looked to the side and did not understand what could be here. Johans watched the strangers through the cracks in the blinds. With his chin down, the protagonist mused that everyone was sitting in ambush where they were told, and unless Hyuk was caught under the bus, they would never notice them. Suddenly, a drop of sweat ran down the guy's cheek. The bandit kicked the chair and exclaimed that there was nothing here. Closing his eyes, the fighter breathed a sigh of relief. Gray smoke suddenly flew out of the exhaust pipe of the motorcycle. Members of the Soul Survivors Alliance continued to drive down the road. Rounding his eyes, the protagonist realized that they had succeeded. At the same moment, the young man knocked out the iron bars in the window. The villains were frightened when they noticed that they were being shot at. Hyuk tried to activate the traps in confusion. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred behind the big man. Lying on the asphalt, people shouted loudly. The main character resolutely moved towards the enemies. A thug in a green bandana reached for the communication device with a trembling hand. The fighter shot sharply directly into his head. Bringing the radio to his face, the guy told the others to shoot all together. The villains with burnt faces raised their eyes up. The survivors instantly began to fire shots from machine guns. Suddenly, blood spattered from the bodies of the thugs. The big man gritted his teeth in alarm. At the same moment, a member of the Sole Survivors Alliance threw his head back and began to shout loudly. The young man pointed the barrel of the pistol directly at the back of his head. The man looked up, and Johann said that he was glad to meet him, after which he mocked the face he had before he died. The main character's eyes began to glow brightly, and he declared that he would kill everyone just like they did. Looking at the enemy, the young man explained that this was the only way his rebirth would make sense. Suddenly, the bandit drew the string of his bow. At the same moment, the villain removed his fingers from the arrow. It seemed as if the shell fell to the ground, not reaching the protagonist. A moment later, members of the surviving team shot the opponent. The space in front of the bus was filled with gray smoke, when suddenly the leader ordered to stop shooting. The enraged zombies opened their jaws wide. Wrapping his fingers around the radio, the protagonist reported that the first group had finished, after which he added that they had eliminated 16, and they had no fatalities. There was a view of the abandoned buildings in the city, and Johann said that they were now switching to a common channel. Sif grinned and remarked that it was excellent. Standing on the roof of the house, the survivor said that this meant that their leader would come here. Licking his lip with his tongue, the warrior admitted that he was excited. I heard someone clarifying whether it was clear what was happening, to which An, lying on the roof, replied that there was nothing. Frowning angrily, the guy thought that they were late. The ear of the survivor appeared, who heard the sound. Through the sight of the weapon, people could be seen moving along the road, and the young man reported that he heard the sounds of motorcycles, when suddenly the sniper exclaimed that there were about 10 motorcyclists riding there. Squinting his eyes, the survivor realized that they had come. Sowa was standing behind the big man, and Swift thought that there were only 8 people in charge of the DIA, but 3 of them were dead, so there were 5 left. The man in the hat grinned evilly, and the survivor revealed that it was one Jean, nicknamed Dog Nose. In the past, Johannes had put his hands on his side and explained that the man was a genius in persecution, but not very dangerous. The knight tightly wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his sword, and the guy said that those who should be feared are Mad Dog Zhongguan, who has covered his entire body with armor and fights with a katana, so he is a master of short-range combat, and then added that he is very strong, so you should not approach him. The bandit was standing with a machine gun in his hands, and it was said that, as his nickname implied, he was 160 centimeters tall, so he could be noticed immediately. But if you couldn't shoot him as soon as you saw him, then it was worth retreating. The backpack was filled to the brim with live shells, and the protagonist said that he had a grenade launcher, and he carried hand grenades on his back, after which he added that if he used them, it would be a problem. The silhouette of a man in a jacket appeared, and the young man said that he was the wife and right hand of the head, who acted as the strategist of the DIA, and then added that although he was one of those who used the head, he was also very good in battle, so he would take it upon himself so that others would not worry about him. To which he replied that this is true, because his tastes are not limited by gender. Gritting his teeth in disgust, the guy said that this meant that he was taking out the intestines in several ways. A wide smile was visible on the man's face, and the leader of the group of survivors said that this is the last killer, who is a dog catcher, has a height of almost 2 meters, and also kills people with whatever comes to his hand, after which he added that he fights well, but can also seriously break his brain, so you should be on the lookout. The guy was holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, when suddenly he was told that they had stopped, and there was no one at a distance of 2 kilometers. Lowering his jaw, the survivor was surprised that the leader was gone. A man in a bandana could be seen through the sight of his weapon, and the corporal shouted that they had moved inside into the scattered room, as if they were looking for something. Numbers and letters were visible on the screen of the comm device, when Hajin suddenly noticed that he thought they had detected an ambush, and then asked what they would do. Furrowing his brows, Swift thought that this was strange, since Johannes had said for sure that everyone had died, and then said that there was nothing he could do about it. Hugh was lying under the bottom of the bus, and suddenly he was ordered to immediately detonate if anyone entered the grenade zone. There were doors behind the truck, and the survivor said what they would show them, after which he added that the guy needed to hide in the car immediately after the explosion. Looking at the road from the rooftop, the survivor mused that if the zombies gathered at the sound of the explosion, they would have no choice but to enter the building. Pulling the sleeve of his robe up, the young man realized that the one who waited would be in a better position than the one who entered, and was also confident in hand-to-hand combat. Electric wires were laid over the bright truck. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred behind the car. Gray smoke enveloped Hugh's silhouette, and he reported that the grenade had exploded and 2 were killed, and then clarified the situation outside. A lot of monsters opened their mouths wide, and the corporal shouted that the zombies were getting ready, so they had to leave first. The soldier jumped into the back of the car and was told that 2 members of the Sole Survivors Alliance were heading towards him, and his vision was limited, so he should be careful. Hajin took hold of the doorknob when suddenly he was asked if he should worry about his one-armed brother, to which he replied that he should take care of himself. The survivor exclaimed that it was fine, and that everyone should not fight, but just wait inside, after which he asked on to guard Hajin, to which he, lying on the roof, replied positively. A view of a tall abandoned house opened. A man in a black hood walked to the door. The masked bandits moved along the corridor one after another. Suddenly, the guy turned his gaze to his partner's legs. Passing by the entrance to the room, the villains heard a sound. Looking at the castle, Swift did not know if it was a grenade. At the same moment, the door to the room swung open abruptly. The guy resolutely chopped off the enemy's hand. The remaining thugs clenched their teeth tightly in fright. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred in the corridor. Turning back, the survivor ordered everyone to move away from the door. A bright flame could be seen through a small crack. The burned man opened his mouth wide in pain and began to scream loudly. Rounding his eyes in alarm, the bully shouted that they were inside, after which he ordered everyone to get out. Members of the Sole Survivors Alliance ran through the gray smoke. Furrowing his brows angrily, Swift did not know if his opponent wanted to enter his territory. Grinning maliciously, the guy thought that he was fearless. Suddenly, the survivor kicked off the ground with his foot. At the same second, the fighter jumped down on the bandit from above. The thug's machine gun was aimed directly at his body. The villain fired a shot that hit his partner. The bully lowered his jaw in bewilderment. His pupils reflected the silhouette of the survivor. A moment later, the fighter cut off the enemy's head. A crushing blow pierced the stomach of the other thug. The subordinate of the leader of the DIA opened his mouth wide in pain. As he advanced, Swift wounded each of his rivals. Falling to his knees, the bandit screamed loudly. The bodies of the villains lay humbly in the middle of the corridor. Pressing his hand to his neck, the killer muttered that it was impossible. Turning back, the fighter greeted his opponents in hell. Suddenly, the young man stuck his tongue out of his mouth with satisfaction. After a while, the hooligan collapsed to the ground with a crash. Members of the Sole Survivors Alliance stood on the roof of a rusty car. Through a wide smile, I could see the snow-white teeth of a man who noticed that this was very interesting. The back of the leader's head appeared, and he exclaimed that he did not know that there was such a huge camp here. Standing next to each other, the bandits grinned maliciously. The enraged villains fired a series of shots. The body of the truck was instantly covered with holes. Hajin lay humbly under a pile of boxes. Gritting his teeth tightly, the survivor said in his mind that he had survived thanks to the mercenary armor. Suddenly, the car doors began to open. Looking at the cardboard boxes, the hooligans asked if this would be enough, and if he could be seen. At the same second, the fighter raised his torso up. A moment later, the bodies of the enemies were lying on the asphalt. The survivor resolutely jumped out of the car. Blood was visible on the man's pants, and he wondered if his leg had been hit, but realized that the wound was not deep. The opponent sharply put the muzzle of the pistol to the back of the head of the survivor. Hajin raised his hands in the air, and was ordered to lower his weapon and hands behind his head, to which he began to speculate that there were actually 3 of them, and the corporal had let one person pass. Touching the iron hand with his fingers, the bandit noticed that he turned out to be one-armed, and then asked where his radio was, and ordered him to immediately report to his men to stop the attack. Suddenly, the survivor swiped his finger across the metal. At the same moment, the villain threw his head back. The fighter grabbed his opponent by the jacket. A moment later, the survivor threw the hooligan over his back. Both opponents abruptly began to fall to the ground. The sharp metal claw was covered in blood. Rubbing his forehead with the back of his hand, Hajin said that he almost went to heaven, and then added that it was very stupid to leave a prisoner in such a situation. Furrowing his brows angrily, the survivor realized that Corporal An wouldn't be able to check the area in the blind spot, so he had to be careful as well. The survivor tightly wrapped his fingers around the walkie-talkie, when suddenly it was reported through it that the enemies had entered the first floor of the mall, and help was needed, after which the message was interrupted, and he remembered that it was the voice of Jae-hee from Dongsik's team. Abruptly taking off from the spot, the fighter exclaimed that he was going to the shopping center, and then added that he hoped for the help of a sniper. A view of an empty street in the city opened. Bleeding bodies of people lay on the tiled floor. Zhongquan grabbed the guy's head, who was quietly calling out to the head of the team. His eyes bulging in fright, Hajin remained silent. Raising his hand, Swift noticed the samurai's brother, after which he asked to let his comrade go. Suddenly, the bandit ran the blade of the knife along the young man's neck. Dongsik collapsed to the ground with a crash. Bleeding, the survivor grunted in pain. The master of combat smiled broadly at a short distance. Gritting his teeth furiously, the soldier began to speak. Putting the pistol forward, the survivor shouted for him to get it. The swordsman began to cover his face with his hand. A dark silhouette could be seen in the shadows. Furrowing his brows angrily, the guy was indignant in his thoughts that not only did he have strong armor, but he was also hiding from direct attacks in the dark because he wanted to be approached. With their jaws wide open, the infected people began to scream loudly. Suddenly, the survivor swung his axe. Drops of blood dripped down the blade, and he thought that if he wanted it, he had to get it. Hajin's iron hand turned into a sharp blade. Swift raised his palm sharply. Turning away from his partner, the young man said that he would go on his own, so he should not interfere. The survivor's hair fluttered in the air. His eyes began to glow brightly, and he stated that the enemy could believe that he was already dead, and then shouted that he had greatly enraged him. There was a view of the glazed balcony in the house 20 minutes before the start of the battle of the search group. Panoramic windows were visible inside the room. So-hee folded her hands in displeasure and asked what it was, after which she noticed that they themselves lived in such a cool place, although this was wrong. Pulling his hand aside, Sojin exclaimed that no one should linger and that they should quickly go to the underground shelter. The survivors followed the manager down the stairs while he thought that it was difficult to find the entrance. Suddenly, the man put his fingers on the light switch. At the same moment, the lamp began to glow. Looking at the boxes of provisions near the wall, the manager thought that this was Johan's style, since the entrance was difficult to find, and besides, it was equipped with double protection. Thick metal doors appeared, and Sojin said in his mind that no matter how hard they drilled the heavy iron door, if they didn't open it from the inside, it wouldn't work. Looking up, the manager reflected on the fact that there might not be enough air. The frightened survivors spread their arms to the sides, and the man realized that for 100 people this room would be small, although it would be a little uncomfortable than dead. Frowning angrily, the survivor asked what to do with the toilet. Turning their heads back, the manager asked them to come up with something on their own, such as emptying cardboard boxes of food and doing their business there, to which the girl asked if they would sleep there. Opening his mouth wide in anger, Sojun told them to stop talking too much, and then told them to just wait quietly if they hadn't forgotten what Johans was talking about. Spreading his hands to the sides, the military noted that it still seemed to him that this place was not safe, to which the manager said that the leader ordered them to wait here for at least a few hours, and a maximum of several days, so they could be patient. Looking at his interlocutor, the soldier said that he might think that there were about 40 people here who had completed military training, and there would hardly be more than 40 enemies. There was a view of the deserted street, and the warrior said that it would be safer to fight inside the building than to stop here, because no matter how many of them there were, they would be able to fight back. Other buildings could be seen through the glass, and the soldier noticed that in an emergency, they would be able to escape through the broken windows, and if they hid, they would trap themselves. The manager lowered his jaw in bewilderment, and the interlocutor said that if the enemy set fire to the building, they would die before they could do anything. The soldier looked straight ahead and exclaimed that they should fight. Waving his hand, the man replied that they shouldn't do that, and then shouted that they should do as Johan said without further ado. With his mouth wide open, the warrior called out loudly to Lord Sojin. With his hands folded in displeasure, the manager clarified when he had his voice, when suddenly another survivor asked them to calm down. Spreading his hands to the sides, the survivor admitted that he also thought that it was not safe here, after which he offered to do as the junior lieutenant had said, because they already had experience from the previous battle with the enemy. Marco raised one eyebrow and said that he also agreed with the military man, and asked if they could defeat them, since they were the same people, and he thought that he was very annoying, so it would weaken his influence here. Smirking in bewilderment, Sajin was surprised by their words. The manager looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand when Jongwon asked if the evacuation had been completed, to which Jongwon replied that everything was ready and clarified how Ayan was. Hiding behind the curtain, the guy said that he had found her, but now he heard the sounds of motorcycles, after which he exclaimed that they had come. An air duct appeared under the ceiling of the room, and the survivor shouted that, as he had said earlier, no one should leave the basement. Putting his hand forward, the man asked if everyone had heard what had just been said. Furiously furious, the soldier declared that they had to take a comfortable position because they had to be above the enemy. Putting his hands on his sides in displeasure, the manager shouted that if he wanted to die so much, he could do it alone, when suddenly Marco was indignant at his rudeness and declared that they were both leaders. Stretching out his palm forward, the soldier asked the ordinary citizen if they would have a better chance of surviving if they stayed here or went out to fight, after which he added that if they set fire to the building, they would die. Crossing his elbows, the survivor wondered if it was safer here, to which his companion replied that it was dangerous here. Closing his eyes, Seojun said that this was great, and they would make sure that only the battle team would go to fight and the artisan team would stay here. Holding out his palms in front of him, the manager noticed that those who went upstairs, even if they lost, should not go back downstairs, because he would close the door and not open, and then ask them to leave quickly. Gritting his teeth tightly with anger, the man was indignant in his thoughts that in front of Johans and the search party they could only do what they could do with nodding their heads, and now they came out against him. Lowering his head, the manager thought about the fact that they considered him a rival. There were cardboard boxes with food products on the floor. Stretching out his palm to the side, Seojun remarked that if someone needed it urgently, they could do things here, because it was still better than nothing. A view of the endless blue sky opened up. The bloody bodies of soldiers lay on the floor. A bright trace of the impact remained in the air. Flashes of red and blue abruptly appeared in space. Swift resolutely drew his hand back. Suddenly, Zhongquan leaned to the side to avoid the attack. The swordsman's eyes began to radiate a glow. Rounding his eyes, the survivor thought that it was impossible to have such speed with such heavy armor. At the same second, the opponent's weapons crossed each other. The iron armor on the fighter's arm reflected the light. Gritting his teeth tightly, the survivor did not understand what kind of force it was. The soldier abruptly wrapped his fingers around the handle of the knife. The guy furrowed his brows angrily and decided that if so, then he should use another weapon and clear the way. A moment later, Swift jumped back. From the cut on the battlemaster's robes, many pills rained down at a short distance. Suddenly, an evil grin appeared on the survivor's face. Medications were lying on the floor, and the young man noticed that these were anabolic steroids, so his enemy was a substance abuser. At the same moment, drool flowed from the villain's mouth. Closing his lips, the survivor thought. A moment later, a sharp blade pierced Jiangquan's head. The swordsman collapsed to the ground with a crash, when suddenly Swift asked what Hajin had done, for he could have done it himself. Bending his arm at the elbow, the survivor asked his partner not to be capricious, and the interlocutor clarified whether the third could get into a fair fight one-on-one. The fighter abruptly lowered his hand and replied that he had violated the rules. His eyes widened in alarm, and he said that he agreed. Grinning, the survivor thanked his comrade for his help. The victims of the apocalypse banged their fists against each other. A view of the grocery racks opened up, and someone was heard saying that it was time for them to team up with the boss, after which he asked Corporal An, Jaiwan, and Jonisa to come down to check on the bodies. The blue sky was practically devoid of clouds. The survivors were sitting on the floor in the basement. Suddenly, people began to shiver from the cold. At the same moment, Sojin appeared at the entrance to the premises. The manager abruptly turned his head back when he heard a loud scream. The soldier shouted to be rescued and the door opened, to which the man lowered his jaw in alarm and stated that it would be better if he died, and did not understand how he could have come here and revealed their location. With frightened eyes, the woman began to call out to Marco. A moment later, the manager pointed a gun at the citizens and shouted that no one should open the door if they did not want to die. Stretching out her hand, the lady asked to listen to her, and then shouted that the leader of their camp was there, and her son was there. Raising one eyebrow, Seojun noticed that they had lost miserably, and then yelled for everyone to shut their mouths, because it was worth stopping them before that. An iron handle was visible on the door, and the young man asked to open the door for him so that he would not be killed, because there was no one around. People attacked the manager with shouts. The survivors simultaneously reached for the lock at the entrance. Through the crack I could see the silhouette of the wounded Marco. Sitting on the floor, the man told them to close the door quickly. Waving his palm, the survivor asked his comrade to come in quickly. It seemed as if the other two soldiers were slowly descending the stairs. Suddenly, pieces of stone flew off from the top of the doorway, which frightened the survivors. A sharp axe appeared through the crack. Smiling broadly, the bandit in the balaclava exclaimed that he had found them. At the same second, members of the Soul Survivors Alliance burst into the basement. Sojin gritted his teeth tightly in anger. Smiling broadly, the leader of the gang said that it was surprising, after which he added that he did not know that there was such a large camp here. Jeannie looked away and noticed that this was not a women's camp, and judging by its size, it was a camp of the local residents. Lowering his jaw, the assistant offered to search the settlement. Clenching his jaws, the dog catcher asked how long it would take, since there was not even an ant in sight, and then said that they did not have time. The top of the iron fence was covered with barbed wire, and the man asked to look at the shape of the fence, which was square, and said that it was very effective and well designed. Looking at them all, the dog catcher advised him to pay attention to those buildings, after which he added that if they built a camp here, they would be able to deal with food and observation at the same time. Smiling wickedly, the strategist of the Soul Survivors Alliance said that they only needed to capture 4 buildings. Suddenly, his lover put his fingers to his chin. There was a view of an abandoned street, and the leader said that it was great, so they would split into 4 groups, when suddenly he asked where Wenjin was, to which he was told that he said that he smelled a woman and went ahead. A large white house appeared, and the head said that no matter how hard he searched, there were no survivors in sight, so they probably left food and fled. The lovers stood next to each other, and the dog catcher explained that if they were not there, they would go to the women's camp. Suddenly, the grenade launcher began to fire shots. A hole appeared in the window, and loud screams were heard. The members of the Soul Survivors Alliance gritted their teeth into a grinning grit. Behind Marco, there was a powerful explosion. Rounding his eyes, the bandit in the balaclava exclaimed that everyone was there. All the survivors fell sharply to the floor. The thugs began to pull the wounded soldiers out of the basement. The survivors gritted their teeth in alarm. Putting his lips forward, the leader of the gang sighed loudly, and in his thoughts he was surprised that there was a lot of food and people here. Folding his hands in front of him, the man said that he was glad to meet him, after which he clarified whether he should start with a greeting, and said that their comrades had killed 2 of his allies, so he would also kill 2 of them. Throwing the bat over his shoulder, the dog catcher asked if they agreed that this was a merciful decision. It was as if a member of the Soul Survivors Alliance had let go of his hands from the enemy's body. The soldier clenched his teeth tightly in pain, and someone was heard saying that the second lieutenant was the best fighter here, because he had killed the 2 whom he personally trained, also with a pistol. The dog catcher held his hand near the soldier's mouth and noticed that he was magnificent. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that spitting is a very old cliché. Suddenly, his weapon crashed to the ground. Holding out the machine gun forward, the gang leader asked whether he should die from the weapon, since he was a fighter. Metal pipes were visible under the ceiling. At the same second, the leader of the Soul Survivors Alliance dealt a devastating blow to the enemy. The man clenched his jaw tightly in anger. The handle of the shooting item was covered in the blood of a survivor. Tears flowed from the military's eyes, when suddenly he began to loudly call for the lieutenant. A pool of blood spread under the soldier's hand. The villain sharply pressed his palm to the container with cartridges. A moment later, the back of the dog catcher appeared. With frightened pupils bulging, the survivors screamed loudly. Turning his head in their direction, the thug asked if they agreed that killing a person with a weapon was a pleasure, after which he noticed that the last one remained, and began to search among the crowd for a volunteer. The survivors sat on their knees in front of the enemy while he wondered if there would be anybody, and then asked who was the next leader, because there must be at least one. The man asked if he should just shoot everyone, when suddenly the girl jumped to her feet and asked him to wait. Pointing her hand at Sejun, the lady shouted that this person was the leader here. Suddenly, the leader of the gang grabbed the hair of the survivor. Smiling broadly, the dog catcher did not understand whether the leader could hide like that. The manager furrowed his brows angrily and stated that Johans would kill him, to which Johans said that he liked the look of his opponent. At the same second, the thug slammed his head on the floor. The back of the villain's head appeared, who asked him not to talk nonsense, because they would see who killed whom. Shifting his gaze to the side, the man explained that they were all just dogs who followed the orders of the owner, after which he added that he himself was a dog catcher. The two survivors began to tremble with fear, and Baek Jong put his hands on his side and noticed that they weren't happy about the welcome party, and then clarified if it was true that ending like this wouldn't be interesting. Marco lowered his jaw in alarm, and the gang leader told him to bring a woman to suit his tastes, and if he didn't, he would punch a hole in his head. Suddenly, the leader of the Papakan camp grabbed the girl by the wrist. With her mouth wide open, Jai-hai didn't know what he was doing. Wrapping his fingers around the face of the survivor, the thug said that this beauty would suit him perfectly. Clenching their teeth tightly in anger, the guys thought that Marco was a piece of garbage. The cook pressed her palms to her body when the leader of the Soul Survivors Alliance suddenly announced that he was very good-natured, so if she obeyed, no one would harm her, after which he clarified why she was standing when she had to undress. Falling to the floor, the girl began to cry loudly, when suddenly the bandit ordered his subordinate to kill any person every 30 seconds until she undressed. Covering her eyes with her hands, the lady promised to do so and take off her clothes. Suddenly, Park got back on his feet, to which Baekjong asked what he was doing, although he was not told to get up. Frowning menacingly, the survivor suggested that he stop. At the same moment the dog catcher hit him in the face. The elderly man fell on his back. Smiling broadly, the bandit said that dogs that did not obey should be killed. Looking out from behind the wall, Genie asked his lover to look at it, to which he replied that he was having fun in the basement, so he would show it later. Looking ahead, the head of the Soul Survivors Alliance thought that his assistant had never been so excited. The crowd of survivors began to tremble with fear, when suddenly the villain told the dogs to wait for him here. An open door to one of the rooms appeared. Books and documents were scattered on the floor. Holding the notebook forward, the strategist reported that this was what they had found in Johan's room. There were long notes on the paper, and the villain explained that it was written the names of their crew members, their characteristics, and even the places they planned to team up with, after which he added that there were even their spies in the camps, although Sokwa could not have known all of this. Gritting his teeth in anger, Baekjong mused that Johan seemed to know what was going to happen in the future, and then said that he didn't know who he was. Turning back, the leader of the Soul Survivors Alliance asked if they had been contacted by members of the supply team, to which he was told in the negative. Huge red eyes appeared behind the dog catcher. Suddenly, the man grabbed the communication device with his hand and asked if anyone could hear him. Shifting his gaze to the side, the bandit ordered the main character to answer, and then said that he was speaking from the camp that he wanted to hide so much, and there were about 100 people in the basement. But given that 10 were killed, it was already a little short of 100. With his mouth wide open in rage, Baekjong shouted that his loyal man had kept repeating his name and that was why he had his head punched, and began to laugh loudly. Almost all the windows in the house were broken, and the head of the assassination team told the bastard to talk about how he found out. At the same time, the protagonist and his partners were moving forward on motorcycles. After a moment, the fighter furrowed his brows angrily. Johans raced his motorcycle, wondering why he had already been conquered. He recalled that if you close the door in the basement and use food as a barricade, you can hold out for at least an hour. The young man frowned, and continued to muse that there was no problem when Zhang Huan reported that everyone had entered the basement, but they were still caught, and he didn't understand how. The protagonist was looking at the road, and it occurred to him that someone had violated an order, and didn't they even realize that it was actually his order? The survivor grew more and more gloomy as he thought that there were valuable workers there who could not be lost. Dr. Park JBM and Old Man Park, Chef Jai-hai and Mechanic Kim. The motorcycle made a sharp turn and the guy figured that if they huddled in a shelter, and the strong guys stood at the door and held out for 30 minutes, the reconnaissance squad would catch the movement of the enemies and come to the rescue. The fighter clenched his teeth, mentally annoyed that they couldn't stand it for only 30 minutes. He didn't expect much from them, but they turned out to be so stupid. Johans picked up the radio and contacted the old man. And speeding up the motorcycle, he said that he wanted to make another deal. At this time at the base, Jamwan looked out the window and repeated into the radio that everyone should be in the basement and not come out. But then the young man heard that the survivors were arguing whether to listen to him. Some believed that they should be above the enemies and take a comfortable position. The soldier frowned at the radio, trying to understand why they were fighting, if he said to wait until the reconnaissance group arrived. The survivor looked out the window again, and saw that the motorcycles were right under his nose, and whispered into the walkie-talkie that it was a basement. Vaughn Jean stopped and asked the escort if this was the right place, and the guy realized that this was the place where he and Ian had just been, wondering how they had found this place. Jiang Huan noticed the Doberman, and decided that it was him, but the villain sucked in the air with his nose, and when the assistant reported that Mr. Genie had ordered him to return, he demanded to shut up, as he felt that there was a woman here. The man threw up his hands, and admitted that he only smelled the smell of a rotting corpse, to which the genius demanded that he shut up, after which he asked his dog where the people who were there were. The survivor hid behind bars, and remembered the leader's words that even if he ran, nothing would work. The next moment, the girl hugged him by the waist, and the young man panicked. The trembling schoolgirl admitted that she was scared, and the guy scolded himself for unnecessary thoughts in such a situation. He exhaled noisily, and reminded himself that this was not the time. The fighter turned back to the window, wondering if he could handle the two men and the dog. The young man remembered the face of the main character, who asked not to belittle himself, because he did the best here, and he believes in him. John Won frowned, and decided that he could, no, he had to. While Dog's nose was beating his assistant, the survivor figured that he was of a higher rank, so he had to remove him first. The fighter pointed his revolver at the villain, reminding himself that he had to hit the first time. If he missed, it would be a 2-on-1 battle. The young man aimed at the man. The shot fell next to the frightened dog. The survivor opened his mouth, not believing that he had succeeded. Again the face of Johannes appeared before my eyes, who told his friend not to worry. In a real battle the one who is calm wins. The guy pointed his gun at the fleeing second man, and thought that now he should only think about what he had to do. He stared intently at the bandit's back, and with a second shot he hit him right in the stomach. Jiang Huan shot a third time, thinking that he had only one dog left to kill. He shot in the head, so he was sure that the enemy was dead. The guy raised his fist. He looked down in disbelief, inwardly exulting in his victory. The survivor's eyes widened as he realized that it was the first time he had won a battle alone. He looked at the blue sky, and decided that he wanted to show it to the leader. The bullet pierced the bandit's head. He fell next to the bodies of his comrades. Johannes picked up the radio and praised on, ordering the scouts to stay in place and keep an eye on the third area. The young man looked out the window and thought that they should have started moving by now. From the radio came the voice of the villain, who admitted that he had participated in many battles, but for the first time he had encountered such a nasty enemy, and then clarified whether the kid was really going to attack, even knowing how many prisoners were now in his hands. The protagonist took the walkie-talkie and demanded to drop the weapon and surrender, then he would spare him. But in response he heard laughter. Baekjong smirked, and when he heard from the fighter that he would not repeat twice, he said that his jokes crossed all boundaries, although he did not know how he knew about him. The scoundrel grinned, and remarked that apparently he was useful, so he was ready to give him the opportunity to work for him, offered to come, bend the knee and lick his shoes, then he would not touch him. The survivor arched an eyebrow, and with a chuckle, remarked that the enemy had not changed, to which he stated that he would send him corpses every 5 minutes. The guy calmly suggested that he do so. Johan's face turned gloomy and to Baekjong's surprise said that he could just kill everyone, and even that one would, he wouldn't spare any of the bandits. The protagonist looked at the walkie-talkie with hatred, and added that he would chase them every night, so they would not even be able to sleep. The villain's face twisted with anger as the young man continued that he would be there until he rotted. The soldier grinned and asked him to remember that his enemy would definitely die the most painful death. The man flinched when the call was cut off. The tube flew into the wall. The villain rushed down the stairs. With his foot he threw open the door of the cellar. The hostages cowered in fear. Baekjong, with a face twisted with anger, scolded the main character. The leader turned to one of his fighters and ordered 10 hostages to slit the throats and put their heads on the terrace, so that the opponents knew who they were dealing against. The guy immediately pointed his machine gun at the nearest prisoners, but then they hit the muzzle of the weapon with a fan, and asked to wait. The scoundrel was furious, demanding to know what he wanted. Genie handed the man a folder, and said that there was no need to kill the hostages. The villain snatched the folder from his wife's hands, and asked what it was. They had already checked them. The hostages looked at the kidnappers with fear when the assistant reminded them that if this was true, then let them see how many people were here. A wave of zombies could begin. And besides, unlike this place, there were no doors. If a massacre began, they would not break through. Genie looked at the dead man lying on the floor and asked him to be patient. There was no need to hurry. Baekjong arched an eyebrow and reminded them that if a wave of zombies started and a mutated one appeared, they would be better off. And besides, they were not sure if it was true or not. My wife opened the fan and said that this was not important. He squinted over the accessory and explained that the more important thing was that they believed in it. They would have no choice but to enter here first. While Jaboom was treating Old Man Park's wounds, the assistant added that that was why there was no point in killing these worthless slaves. The scoundrel grabbed the nearest hostage by the hair. Then he dragged the girl to the exit, stating that it was still worth showing a place to the dog who did not obey the owner. The man dragged the victim to the roof. The woman's legs were trembling. She grabbed the slit throat, wheezing. The rest of the survivors were horrified. The villain kicked the bleeding hostage. The poor guy flew down from the roof, a body that fell on the asphalt, raising clouds of dust. The doctor rushed forward, held by Swift's hand, shouting that the gang leader was crazy. The young man held his friend, seething with anger, urging him to calm down until the order came from the leader, while he cursed through clenched teeth. Sari looked at the radio, from which the order came to wait in their seats. The main character was looking out of the window. Johans lowered his gaze, calculating that if his enemies were watching his notes, they should have realized that they were now in an advantageous position. The guy clenched his fist, persuading himself not to hurry, to wait, but he would have to go in there, as the scoundrel wanted. The radio lit up, and a familiar voice rang out. The protagonist smiled upon learning that Zhang Huan had survived, and Zhang Huan asked where he was. The soldier replied that his friend should approach the parking lot of Area S. Soon the comrades met. When a girl peeked out over the shoulder of the survivor, the leader realized what was causing the problems. The survivor clenched his fists and exclaimed that the woman Suhi was the real villain, and Johans asked him to slow down and speak quietly. Zhang Huan frowned and explained that the woman was the real ruler of Pecan. The previous leader, Michael, who was exiled for stealing food, and the current leader, Marco, were both her lovers. In front of others, the villain pretended to be weak and defenseless, but in the shadows, she manipulated leaders and wielded enormous influence. According to Ian, she held a grudge against the protagonist for killing the previous leader, but fearing retribution, she did not approach him or his entourage. Instead, she targeted the stupid and easily manipulated, slandered the leader, lured to her side, and increased her influence. In addition, she said bad things about the young man and forced him to spread it among others. Gradually, they began to put even more pressure on her, so Ian began to avoid Suha so as not to be seen. The soldier covered his eyes with bangs. Then he patted the younger one on the shoulder, praised him for his good work, and sent him back to his post. First he had to end the war. The survivor turned around and walked away, persuading himself to end the battle first. Soon the sunset fell on the city. Johans looked at the captured building, and he frowned as he thought that they did not know when the enemies might attack, and expressed the hope that the psycho would not do anything to the people. At that moment, one of the walkie-talkies lit up, and an old man's voice was heard, saying that they had arrived in the vicinity of Sanduk Station. The young man replied that they were waiting, let them come, and he would send people now. In the box were several night vision goggles. The protagonist looked at the man and asked where the others were, and he replied that he had not found it yet, and these were asked to be brought first. The veteran looked around and noted with a smile that the camp was spacious, good, and the soldier agreed, there were so many people in the women's camp, so they could come here. The survivor frowned when he was called a heartless kid and wondered where the interlocutor wanted to use people. The old man smirked and said that he would do it to the mercenaries and squeeze all the sweat out of them. After all, he was very good at training the newcomers. The man rested his hands on his hips, and clarified whether his help was definitely not needed, and the guy said that everything was fine. Johans narrowed his eyes, and thought that it was not worthwhile to remain in their debt, otherwise they might want to join the camp. The young man frowned at the veteran, and decided that they must end this war themselves. Swift, Hajin, Hyuk, and An turned around as the leader addressed them. While the sunset was burning outside, the protagonist ordered to prepare for today's assault. Soon night fell. Gasoline poured on the grass. The soldiers secretly poured fuel around the building. A lighter clicked. One of the stormtroopers set fire to a Molotov cocktail. The leader said that there was a solar panel system in the camp of the reconnaissance group, so there was its own electricity inside. And most likely, the enemies did not expect the blackout at all, which means they will be confused. The survivor handed Hajin binoculars and asked her to burn that distributor box. There would be an explosion, but she had to try to keep things as quiet as possible. The corporal stretched out as the guide turned to him, asking him to protect the saboteur, and when the others proceeded with the plan, he knew what to do, draw their attention to the street. The burning bottle flew towards its target. The fire broke out as soon as the glass broke. The switchboard sparkled. One of the fighters stared inside the building, praying that everything would work out the first time, and the light inside went out. The guys immediately went on an assault. The bandits fell from the shots one after another in the dark. While the survivors were shooting the enemies, they, as expected, were concentrated at the entrance. Hajin turned to Swift, giving him an order. The guy chopped down the nearest opponent with an axe. The fighter turned back and asked the boss to go and not worry. Footsteps rang out on the stairs. One of the scoundrels shone a flashlight and asked what was outside. Immediately a shooter appeared from around the corner, immediately hitting him in the head. The bandits continued to fight back with shouts. The hostages were frightened by the bright light. Jabum looked inside and ordered everyone to get out, run to the building opposite, and quietly. People rushed to the exit. Against the night sky, the houses were darkening. The guys continued to shoot back. When the survivors ran outside, the order was given to cease fire. Old Man Park was the last to get out, carrying Sojun on his back, and reported that there was no one else inside. The protagonist arched an eyebrow, noting that these people were different from those who fled only to save their own lives. The entire building was in smoke when the end of the evacuation was announced. Suddenly, Shorty jumped down the stairs and threw grenades at the attackers. Johannes followed them with his eyes, and it seemed to him that time had slowed down again. He grabbed his closest comrade by the bulletproof vest, and all three rushed to the exit. There was a loud explosion. The guys managed to fall on the grass, covering each other. The lighter clicked again. The canisters of gasoline were knocked over with a kick. Swift threw the lighter into the fuel before rushing after his friends. The entire building was engulfed in flames. The main character looked back when he heard a danger signal and ordered his fighters to lie down. An even more powerful explosion knocked the guys off their feet. The figure of a burning man jumped out of the building with a wild scream, and the explosion rang out again. The soldier clenched his teeth as he was burned by the burning debris. Bottles burst again and again. Hajin continued to throw Molotov cocktails one after another. The remaining villains tried to escape from the flames. One of the fighters' eyes widened. A gloved palm slammed Genie's head into the concrete. Baekjong grabbed his dead assistant by the head. Then he raised his body above him and tore his head off it. His opponents watched in horror, realizing that the scoundrel had extinguished the fire on himself with the blood of his own ally. After that, the man covered with burns moved in their direction. He clenched his teeth with rage, and called the guys dogs. A rifle was shaking in On's hands. It seemed to him that he was not a person. The corporal shuddered when the order to cease fire came from the radio. Johannes ran ahead of everyone. The villain's eyes widened. The protagonist struck a crushing blow to the burned face. Baekjong rolled on the asphalt, and spat out the blood. The young man looked at the enemy with hatred, and announced that the time had come for the death of the dog catcher. Blows rained down on the face of the bandit leader one after another. The fighter did not spare his enemy. The man clenched his teeth in anger. Baekjong himself swung at the survivor, shouting that he was a dog. But he missed, and he himself caught a blow with his fist in the face. The guy struck another blow, remembering that he had prepared for this battle hundreds, thousands of times. He hit again and again. The opponent's face was warped by the attacks while Johannes thought he had to kill them. The villain could not stand on his feet and fell to his knees. After that, the young man immediately hit him directly in the throat. The dog catcher was thrown back. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. The protagonist pulled out a knife. Then he went to the enemy. The eyes of the survivors were full of horror. The fighter with a resolute look struck a blow. The image of the villain flashed before his eyes, and the survivor reminded himself that this was revenge. The survivor pointed the blade deeper. He remembered again all the atrocities that had been done by Baekjong's hands. In one movement, the guy cut the throat of his opponent, realizing that he had lived for this day. Lightning flashed over the city. Raindrops fell into a pool of blood under Johan's feet. The young man straightened up, remembering that in his previous life he could not cope with the dog catcher. The protagonist raised his head, exhaling tiredly, deciding to himself that this would not happen now. The next morning, the leader went out to the crowd of former hostages, accompanied by his fighters. The survivor turned to Mr. Sojin without looking, asking him to choose those who were unfit for the camp. The man looked at the guy in surprise, clarifying what he said. Johannes' gaze was gloomy as he clarified that it was about those who disobeyed the order, those who were against it, because the wrong choice had put the camp in a dangerous situation and caused a split. The manager looked at the leader in confusion, and realized that he already knew, but decided that he rather assumed that this would happen. Gapsa then said that he also thought that it was worth going out and fighting. Sesaon looked in front of him in confusion. He remembered that at a moment of crisis, the other leaders had followed Lieutenant In instead of the protagonist, which was why they had discovered the basement and there were casualties, and when he thought about it, anger took over. The manager clenched his fists and asked if he should name the leaders of the other camps, to which the fighter replied that it didn't matter, because they left the camp, and there would be no such thing as a leader anymore. The man turned to the trembling Suhi and Marco, suggesting that they start with them, as they staged a riot and betrayed their comrades. The guy watched as the fighter separated those who were to blame for the incident from the former hostages. Johannes looked at the guilty faces, and counted that only 20 people had made a fuss, and all those he had been following. The leader looked around the violators, and demanded to choose everyone who had at least some relation, a family, lovers or friends, thinking to himself that if someone he knew got into a new camp, there could be a leak of information. The protagonist was taken by the hand and addressed to him. Zhang Huan looked at his friend pitifully, and said that Ain had no choice, and she was still a schoolgirl. The young man arched an eyebrow and asked if his comrade would take responsibility for her. The girl looked at her savior in surprise as he firmly replied yes, and the leader agreed to leave her. Suddenly, one of the survivors turned to the leader, offering to take Capsa as well, because he had done a lot for the camp, and he was also ready to take responsibility. But the soldier looked at him coldly and asked who he was. The man was confused, and the guy added that he was not in a position to take responsibility, and since someone still did not understand, he could go. The soldiers picked up the frightened defender by the arms. The traitor threw up his hands and asked what they were going to do with them, and Johannes replied that nothing, just from now on he stopped cooperating and that's it. Then he added that now they were going to go to an even safer and more reliable place, and they could survive as they wanted. The crowd stared at the armed men in fright as the leader continued that he would leave the camp to other people, and if they wanted to stay here, they would have to obey the new leader. Moreover, there would be no food here anyway. If they wanted to survive, then they had to obediently obey. The man shuddered and asked if they would take all the food, and the protagonist confirmed that he would take every single drop of water. The survivor looked at the young man in fright, and asked how the remaining people were. He tried to persuade him to be merciful, because it was unfair. The soldier narrowed his eyes, and said that it was strange. In fact, he should have been grateful that he had left them alive. Gapsa lowered his head, and the guy reminded him that he had promised to provide them with food. In return they just had to obey him, and since no one listened, then there was no point in leaving them food. Johans looked at the man coldly, and added that he had saved them, as he did not know that they had broken their promise, and for his part, he kept the agreement, and although it was fun, he said goodbye to this. The fighters dragged the resisting traitor aside, and the young man, ignoring his pleas, informed the old man that he could take them. The veteran smirked and admitted with a laugh that he liked the protagonist. He returned the smile and reminded that the basis of the deal is trust. The man laughed louder, clapping his hands, and agreed with the fighter. Seojan walked over to the leader and reminded him that others were just pawns. Wasn't it dangerous to let go of those who had betrayed their comrades? The fighter gloomily clarified whether he wanted to kill them. The manager frowned and replied that of course. The guy approached the frightened scoundrels. Their eyes were full of terror. Johans looked at the man and asked who they had betrayed. He pointed at himself and wanted to mention someone else, but Jiha closed her eyes and shook her head. Suddenly, the protagonist put a revolver in Seokjan's hands. He looked at the weapon in confusion. The young man looked at the frightened traitors, and said that since he thought they deserved to die, he could kill them. The manager looked intensely at the traitors. He recalled that the leader had said that he only made 3 decisions: forgiveness, punishment, and exile. Then the soldier lowered his gaze and added that forgiveness is not in the sense of an act. The right to forgive is given to the victim. Forgiveness is only for violating the rules of the camp. The man pointed the gun at the villains, realizing that he had punished them, but did not forgive them their sins instead of sacrifices. A drop of sweat ran down Seohung's face. He knew that the victim was punishing herself, and the woman in front of him was the one who had pushed him to death, and he had the right to kill her. He pulled the trigger slightly, so he cowered at gunpoint, and the manager realized that he couldn't just pull the trigger, kill someone he knew. The man closed his eyes and cursed mentally. The pistol trembled in his hands. Seojan lowered his pistol, exhaling noisily. Marco looked at the manager hopefully, thinking that they had survived. The old man put his hands on his hips and suggested that we leave if we were done. He looked at the traitors with a smirk, and asked if they had anything to say. The woman with tears in her eyes shouted that they were in a hopeless situation. If they hadn't done so, they would have killed everyone, and she wanted to save at least one. The veteran grinned wider, and wondered if this was really her last word. So he looked at him in surprise. The next moment, she screamed in pain. The survivors were horrified. The protagonist lowered his head, hiding a smile. Marco screamed in panic. When the old man pointed a gun at him, the guy rushed to run, begging to save him. But the veteran fired several shots. Blood splashed onto the wall. The man blew the smoke off the barrel and grinned that this was a good example. The soldier looked at the others and said that the betrayal of his comrades was punishable by death, and if you tried to escape from him, also death. The traitors looked on in horror at this scene. The veteran turned to the boy and clarified, "Is it fair that only rebels were sent to him?" To which he explained that they were not the price of the deal. Johans raised his eyebrows, and explained that the terms of the deal were the camp and all the information about the zombies, night vision goggles and explosives, as well as deal with these people. The information about the mutants was very valuable, and it was impossible to get it. The old man chuckled and admitted that training people was his specialty. He turned to his guys and offered the younger one to train the newcomers well, and he saluted the commander. After that, he turned around and kicked the nearest rebel in the back. Gapsu collapsed on the asphalt, and the soldier asked what they were standing for, when they had to go. The warrior smiled threateningly, and threatened that if they decided to smell something or show their teeth, they would tear everything out. Let the kids prepare to die. The faces of the traitors were filled with fear. At this time, the veteran asked the protagonist to come over to show how to use explosives. The box was full of dynamite. The old man took the folder with a smile, and said that he had shown him the installation and use, and duplicated it all here. The rest would be explained to Chalga. The leader smiled and thanked his ally. The sky remained as clear as ever. Soon the convoy of cars headed for the new camp. But the main character went to another place. The guy got off the motorcycle, thinking about what else was worth figuring out. He went downstairs, mentally adding that since they had cut off the villain's head. The door opened. Johans met Seowa's distorted face. The woman sat on the chair and growled, and the young man couldn't understand why she had turned into a zombie. He noticed that there were deep scratches on the girl's wrist, and realized that these handcuffs were taken from a pile, and there were remnants of zombie blood. The protagonist looked at the mistress of the bandit leader, and thought that she had tried too hard to free herself to escape, but had become infected, thinking that she would die here being locked up. The young man coldly looked at the monster. He locked the door, deciding to himself that her sentence was not wrong. The fighter walked away, mentally adding that he had no intention of saving her. The survivor tossed the key in his fingers, and he bounced off the asphalt behind him. When the key fell into the drain, the hero decided that the condemned woman would live there forever like a zombie. The full moon came. People had dinner on the roof of the house. Hajin opened a can of beer. He lifted her up and offered to drink to her dead comrades. He poured beer from the roof of the building. Everyone followed his example. Many cried. The sky was calm. Hajin asked for attention. Johans walked forward, thinking that it was time to fulfill his promise and tell people the whole truth. He looked at the set tables full of food and comrades. He said that today people would know what he was silent about before the end of the world and the invasion of zombies into their lives. Johann stood in front of his team and said that he had already seen the fall of this world. Everyone looked at the hero in surprise. He said he didn't remember the exact start date, but it lasted 3 years. He began to remember his past life then, as now, the earth was filled with zombies and their life was like hell. Even if they managed to avoid zombies and mutants, they were still on the verge of life and death. Hunger, dehydration, fear, betrayals and kidnappings. Friends became zombies in front of his eyes many times. Johans looked down and said that after all he had seen, he was less and less grieved for the departed and was sure that he could not die. He said he wanted to live, then corrected himself and said he wanted to survive. Darkness covered the city. Johans continued to talk for a long time. He put a can of beer on the table and said that this was the whole truth. He smiled and said that now they need to go to the base of M Island. After all, he is done with his business here. Noah smiled as he said that the rest of the money had been invested there. Johann smiled and said that if the zombie invasion had not happened, and it all turned out to be just a dream, he would now be head over heels in debt, pursued everywhere by creditors. He looked at the people and said that he did not know how seriously they would take everything, but he no longer knew what would happen next. He smiled and suggested that we stick together. Sari cried at these words. Johann scratched his head in surprise and asked if he had said something wrong. Sari cried and said that the fact that the hero went through this whole nightmare twice is terrible. Everyone began to nod sympathetically. Sari said that he could not even share this burden with anyone. Johans looked at those present and said that he had ruined such a joyous moment. Swift turned around and asked for meat. He began to point his finger, apologized and asked for dried meat. Everyone looked at the guy in surprise and he said that although he was handsome, it was not necessary to look at him like that. Dried meat was thrown to him. He caught it, smiled, and asked me to serve those more peaches in the jar. Hajin cut down the jar with the blade of his artificial hand. He put everything in his mouth and said that he would eat everything himself. Sweef got angry and asked if he really wanted to degenerate into a fat pig. The guys began to argue with each other, until Johann sat down and began to drink nervously and did not stop the two friends. Many cans were drunk. The guy asked Dongwon what he and Ian were doing. He was asked, didn't he like Sari? The guy, all embarrassed, began to deny everything that had happened. The questioner kept smiling and saying that they knew everything as Sari approached him from behind. Jae-ho turned around in fright and began to deny it, saying that he was just drunk. He immediately switched to Ian. Swife drank songs and said that Jongwon was no longer a virgin. Everyone laughed. Hajin held a beer in his hands and asked Swift to shut up. Jongwon, completely embarrassed and confused, asked everyone to calm down and wait. The girls sat at a separate table and said that the guys were simply unbearable. Sari smiled and asked her neighbor not to sweat, because not all men like such topics. Swife abruptly approached and said that this was already sexism. Sari asked him if he was a girl or a guy. Swift froze in surprise. Everyone began to laugh at him. Jae-ho took out his camera and asked everyone to gather in a pile for a photo. Everyone began to gather at the wooden platform. Moments later, a photograph of the 1st of September after the fall of the world was printed, depicting the last night in the combined camp. The day came. Johans extended his hand to the mercenary and said that he was glad to cooperate with them. The mercenary kept his hands in his pockets and said that he thought that Johans would ask him to go with him. Johans said that if it was only about him, he would think about it. The mercenary asked to put the jokes aside. The mercenary handed him a piece of paper. He knew that Johans would not tell where they were going, but if he suddenly needed him, he could contact him on the radio as indicated here. The mercenary gave something else. There were 20 bulletproof vests in the boxes, and it was a parting gift from a mercenary. Johans nodded, thanked and apologized for the death of his colleagues. The mercenary smiled and asked them to forget about it. He said that no one cared anymore. All the mercenaries were smiling. Johans smiled back and wished everyone good luck. The mercenary asked the hero to visit them more often. The girl approached the hero and shook his hand. She unclenched her fingers. Johans looked at Kanmi and asked her to take care of herself. He couldn't stay this time. He asked if she had anyone to take care of. Jiangmi smiled and modestly said yes. Johans fell silent, thinking that the girl was very kind and he would not be able to help others so much out of the kindness of his heart. He turned around and walked away, thinking that there was a reason why they were not going any further. Johans was called and he turned around. Kanmi shouted after him that their agreement was still in force, and next time they should stick together. Johans just smiled. The car started moving. Johans gave the order to go. The convoy was standing on a crowded highway. The camp fighters shot at zombies with slingshots. Their heads were pierced through by stones and metal. Johans chopped down with a machete everyone who interfered with the passage further. He exhaled tiredly. The people in front of him were putting bodies out of the way. The radio sounded. The rear reported that they had destroyed 36 zombies that had been approaching for 6 hours. Johans wiped the sweat from his forehead and said that they were almost there. He thought about the fact that it takes 1 hour to get from City F by car. He looked at the wide river with wind turbines. They spent 3 days on this way. They were on the bridge. The camera lens was focused. Jaho took pictures of the island's surroundings, and he and Swift were surprised that such places existed. Jaho was writing something down. He was saying aloud that it could be accessed from the next road at the beginning of the big bridge. He thought everyone knew that. Swift stood behind him and called him clever and suggested that he go on, finally asking what he was writing down in his notebook. Jaho replied that he was writing a chronicle. His notes could become a history textbook for a new generation of mankind. Old Man Park approached Johansu and said that if this was their destination, he would ask to discuss everything again. He said that although the island is adjacent to the sea, there is no water purification system, and it will be very difficult to grow something on such dry land, and resources are limited. Johan smiled and said that Old Man Puck was absolutely right. He said that they wouldn't stay here, and the island was just a forward position. He summoned the entire search group to a general meeting. He pointed to the map, said that there were 2 bridges leading to M Island. They would blow up both and then the island would become an isolated fortress, and this land would be their protection from invaders and waves of zombies from the mainland. Johans thought that they had lost a map in the fight against the Alliance, but he managed to study the entire surrounding area to the smallest detail. He remembered the dynamite, decided that they would first blow up the bridge M, then they would rest on the island for 2 days, and then they would go to the second key position in the pier, where the boats he had prepared were moored. The crowd looked at Johans, surprised that he had even prepared the boats. He said their ultimate goal is a cluster of 3 islands that have reservoirs and arable land, as well as undeveloped mountains. The population there is small and therefore there should not be many zombies there. While the search group eliminates them on a new island, the rest are waiting at the pier. Johans leaned on the table and said that they needed to jump on a desert island, which was between the pier and the new island. He was asked why they would wander there. Johans said that there he raised chickens, pigs, mountain goats and farmed. This land is isolated and small, so the animals are completely safe. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. Johans looked at his squad seriously. He said that when everyone got to the place, they would equip a multi-story building on M Island as the main supply point. A supply point, a treasure trove of resources. He thought about the fact that most of the provisions transported to El City Airport were long-term products, and the scale. He presented a huge amount of supplies at the airport, and said that the scale was not even comparable to a hypermarket. Johans looked ahead and said that their goal was to clear the M Island of the dead as soon as possible, that in the end they were all able to survive. Everyone looked at their leader happily. Johans frowned, thought about the zombie rebirth. He didn't know what was behind all this. He looked at the sea and decided that they would not give up until all the zombies rotted and turned to dust. The sky was bright. A huge explosion rang out on the bridge. The asphalt began to crack. A huge part of the highway fell into the sea. Huge splashes of water covered all people. A bunch of dead people ran to the noise. Not noticing the pit, they all fell into the water. Jaho photographed this spectacle. He smiled, looked at Johans, and said that he had heard that even such a small bridge was very difficult to destroy, but miracles did happen, and God himself must help them. Johans smiled and agreed with the guy. Jaho paused, thinking that the more often they failed, the sweeter the hope. He asked himself, what is more important than saving life? People were dragging boxes and supplies. Sunset came, and after it the night began. A pile of dead people were inside the temple. Among them were many familiar faces. Jaho was swallowed by the crowd and tried to save his cell. The already deceased Seri was eaten by the dead. Hajin fought with the last of his strength, but even such a big man was swallowed up by the crowd. Sui smiled. He was eaten alive, and he asked his brothers if it was a complete mess. The image cracked. The girl's eyes widened. She sat up in her bed and breathed heavily. A maid peeked into the room and asked if Miss Rin had dreamed something. The girl looked at the maid in surprise and said that she had seen a group of people die very tragically, and now they were heading here. Meanwhile, the people of the camp were on the pier and sorting supplies. The men were carrying heavy boxes. Johans looked at the search party and said that they would split up and search all the nearby rooms, and as soon as they saw the zombies, they would need to be killed immediately. He said that this area was still in bloom and they would quickly deal with it. Jongwon stared at the empty road. He called Ian and said that it was too dangerous here, so she had to go back. The girl followed him embarrassedly. He looked at her with displeasure and asked her to hurry up. She began to giggle at him. Jongwon rubbed his head in embarrassment, realizing that he didn't know how to be strict. He shouted at her to be careful, because the work of the search group was no joke. He went forward. His eyes were gloomy. He thought about why it was so difficult to work with girls. He remembered Seri, who is active and outgoing, so she is easy to get along with, and Jihu is gentle and kind, which is also normal. But the rest are very difficult to get along with, even with Chung from the search group. As soon as he thought about Sari, he immediately felt uncomfortable. He had previously thought that he was incredibly in love with her. He imagined her smiling, but over time he realized that this was not the case. He used to hate Johannes because of Sari, even told him to decide on his feelings, and as he remembers it, he immediately wanted to disappear. The couple approached the brick building. Jongwon asked why the girl was following him. The embarrassed girl said that everyone else was so scary. Jongwon laughed and said that he looked pitiful compared to them, but that was not what Ain meant. She looked at the guy with big eyes and called him strong and affectionate. Jongwon blushed. He turned around and saw a dead man walking towards them. He hit him on the head. Following the first one, another zombie was already approaching. Jongwon stabbed him in the head. He froze in an attacking posture, waiting for the dead man's body to go limp. He wiped the knife and noticed that his movements were surprisingly precise today. He smiled and thought that if Swift and Hajin had seen this scene, they would have asked him what kind of action movie they were filming here. Ian hummed in delight. Janagwang pointed his finger at her. His gaze became serious. He said that it was dangerous here, and asked the girl not to come near while he was doing everything. Ian agreed, and Jongwon walked alone into the darkness of the building. He looked around the warehouse. Once inside, he exhaled in confusion and thought that they don't pay for showing off, and he also noticed that the whole building is too dilapidated and scary. He thought of Ain, who had called his brother strong and affectionate. Jongwon was embarrassed and walked on, because he is a strong and affectionate man. The boxes collapsed, and the guy screamed at the top of his lungs in fear. Dust rose. Jongwon noticed something. He saw a live puppy and the corpses of his family. He took the black dog in his arms. Johannes looked at the dog with displeasure and asked what it was. Jongwon stood in front of him and said that he had found him among the garbage, and his mother was dead. The hero asked if the guy really wanted to leave him. Jongwon looked down and said that if the puppy was abandoned, he would die when they were fighting the Alliance. Their hound found them very quickly, and he thought that the dog by their side was just what they needed. Johannes frowned. He remembered how Jongwon had caught their key figure back then. He was silent, thinking that these people needed to become more callous. He said that if the puppy did not respond to training, he would get rid of it himself, because they needed a hunting dog, not a pet. Sweef hugged the hero and noticed how gentle the commander was towards Jongwon and Hyuk, but Johan said that he himself planned to get a hound when they settled in the camp. Swift began to provoke the commander, and the commander looked at him gloomily. Hours passed. Johan stood in front of the squad and said that the ship was a bit small, so they would have to make several passes. First the advanced squad would arrive at their destination and begin clearing the island, after which the rest would carry their luggage. Johannes frowned and announced the composition of the advanced squad. These are Swift, Hajin, Jongwon, Sari and the corporal. He said that the strongest members of the team have been selected. He said that they have 5 hours to clear the area. Swift smiled and remarked that Sari was now one of the strongest. Had she really grown so fast? Hajin smiled and said that it was definitely stronger than those wet chickens. Sari straightened her hair contentedly and agreed with the words of the men. Now she can fight one-on-one with the enemy, right? Johannes looked at the girl and said that she could only count 0 as an eighth. The ship's propellers began to turn. They began to spin more and more. Swift stood at the bow of the ship, holding the axe in front of him and pretending to be a pirate. The ship was leaving. The corporal shouted for Swift to come down as he was blocking the view. Seagulls flew around the ship. The island was approaching. Johannes held the helm. Jongwon asked when the hero learned to control the ship. The hero replied that about a month before the zombie attack, he had only practiced twice. Jongwon looked at the commander in surprise. The search party landed on the pier. Swift looked at the hero. He asked what to do if they bumped into people. Johannes replied that if people pose a threat, they will need to be eliminated immediately. But first you should ask them to lay down their arms. The ship was traveling by sea. Johannes said that when the cattle and luggage were brought in, it would be necessary to load the bodies of the zombies onto the boat on the way back. Swift stretched his fists. He looked at the island in front of him with a smile and suggested that we start clearing the island. Swift fired into the air. Crowds of zombies ran to the noise. At this time, another boat was parked on the sandy shore. People caught fleeing animals. The girl turned around and asked what to do with these chickens. Johannes kept 2 chickens under his arms and said that they were all theirs. He ordered not to leave anything and to take them all. The pig grunted. Swift was slashing zombies at this time. A pile of bodies lay around him, and he was regaining his breath. The squad inspected the pier, strewn with bodies, and asked if this was all. Hajin looked at the town and said that those at the end of the island would need more time to get here. He presented a mental map of the 3 islands. Johannes ordered Sari, Heck, and the corporal to return to the pier and guard the workers, and they would split up and check the island. Jongwon looked at the boss and asked if there were really no people left here, because if someone suddenly attacked, they would be in great danger. Swift wiped the blood from his face and asked him not to worry, because there was not a single zombie to be seen, and if there were survivors on the island, they would kill at least 2. Jongwon looked at the guy in surprise and agreed. The squad decided to split. Swift and Hajin went their separate ways, leaving Jongwon perplexed. He looked ahead, where there were only mountains and forest. Swift turned around and wished him luck one last time. Jongwon, all confused, looked after them. The sun was still high. Johans was standing on the pier and asked where Jongwon was. Swift threw up his hands and assumed that he had simply not returned yet. Johans went out into the city and began to ask where Jongwon was. He answered on the radio that he would be soon. All frightened, he ran along the road to the hero, who said that he was late and was not in a hurry anyway. Workers in gloves removed the bodies of killed zombies. Old Man Pak smiled and assumed that the island's population had died 1 or 2 months ago. Johans looked at the old man and asked, how did he know? Park replied that judging by the appearance of the rice fields, it is clear that they have not long been cared for, because their condition is good. He looked at the pile of fields and said that this autumn there would be a rich harvest, and they were lucky that the annual work of the residents would not be wasted. Johans frowned, and wondered what the difference was between mere experience and age-related wisdom. He noticed that old Puck thought much more broadly, much further than the boundaries of blind joy from easily accessible food. Jeho approached Johans and said that there were 2 more fields and they were much larger than this one, and the harvest would really be huge. The 3 of them looked at the fields. Johans said that they would need more than 10 farmers to cope with this amount of food. Park sadly noted that they did not have enough people for this. Johans went back to the people and said that, as expected, there was a shortage of workers, and there were more people in the production team. He said that there were 68 of them in total and that they would be divided into 4 groups of 17. In each village there are residential buildings. The hero has divided everyone into regions, and they will choose their own place where they want to live. Everyone smiled. He said that the search party would be divided into 2 subgroups, and the first subgroup would go to the new island and watch the bridge. The second would control the pier. Johans looked at the rest of the residents and said that everyone except the technical team and management staff were joining the production team. They should focus on harvesting as much as possible. Johans fell silent and thought about the possibility of autonomous existence on the island. This is great, but the combat personnel cannot get used to stability and relax. He folded his hands on his belt and said that the activities of the reconnaissance group were temporarily suspended. They would recuperate and settle down on the island, but they must keep the bodies in combat condition in order to continue their duties in the future. Johans frowned. He understood that the battle squad was their main power, so he must always be ready for battle. Clouds floated across the sky. Everyone looked at the houses and thought about how cool it was here. Johans stood on the edge of the cliff and thought that everything was in full view here, and from here it would be quite possible to keep control of the coast. Sari behind him smiled and pointed to the side, saying that she would be living over there. Johans frowned, thinking that Sari had followed him to live next to him. The girl thought for a moment. Johans put the box on the shelf and asked what she wanted. Sari's eyes widened. She looked at the pile of fallen trees and asked if there were dinosaurs here. Deep traces of huge paws were left on the ground. Butterflies flew over the pond. Sari dived. She hunted fish with a harpoon. Here is another fish. Sari exhaled, inhaling the air, holding the pierced fish on the harpoon. She looked at the gazebo on the shore. Johans, naked to the waist, was engaged in exercises. He was doing push-ups. I did abs. He looked at the pile of fish. He froze. Sari in a tight jumpsuit asked why the hero was so sexy. Johans sat down comfortably and asked why the girl had been drawn to seduction lately. She replied that she did not know anything. They were walking along a forest path. Johans looked at the fish and asked if it was a pikeperch. Sari said that wherever she went, she saw the fish everywhere. Johans walked behind. He said that it was all because of their powerful reproductive capacity. Sari walked in front with a backpack and enjoyed the weather. Johans walked behind and thought about how they had been living on this island for a whole month, and were constantly striving for stability and a prosperous life. He looked to the side and thought it was dangerous. He realized that the peaceful days had dragged on. There is no place for peace in this shattered world, he asked himself. Where are the guarantees that they will be safe if they stay here? He smiled and thought that if it were like this, then the world would not end. He shook the fish from side to side and thought that the combat personnel were gradually losing their skill and began to seem that nothing bad would happen. He thought that it was time to stir everyone up. He looked down at his feet and thought that after all, the strongest survived. Sari saw another footprint of a huge paw. The couple bent down and began to look at the tracks. This was the 8th time. Johans was silent. When they found the tracks, he decided that a mutant lived on the island and ordered a search of the island, which took several days. As a result, people did not find anything, and then it seemed to the hero that the mutant was gone. Now he was looking at the fresh footprints and decided that now there was no certainty about it, because the footprints appeared again. After a while in a butcher's shop, Songbei came out of the kitchen and asked Sari if Johans had come yet. Sari smiled and looked at the couple behind the counter, asking if the 2 of them were living together now. The couple was embarrassed and the guy asked if they should cut the fish into sashimi or fry it. Sari asked to fry. Everything was cleaned everywhere. They were served beautiful fried fish. Sari and Johans were having lunch at the same table. Johans asked if the couple had decided to live together now. Johans looked at Jisa and asked if there was anything she could help him with. He asked to collect weapons and dry rations. Songbei looked at the hero in surprise. Johan smiled and said that he was not going to separate the newlyweds and that he did not need to join the squad this time. Songbei waved his hands and asked not to worry about him. Johan said that the most efficient composition would be assembled for the future mission, but someone needed to guard the island, right? Johan smiled and said that he was entrusting the matter to them. The next day, the grown-up dog, which was now called Chernish, stuck out its tongue. It was asked to say hello. Yezhan stroked the dog and said that he had been very wet in a month. Jiangwan said that he had not eaten much before, and so he must be a large breed. Swift smiled and noticed that he had not seen the commander for a long time. Johans looked at Swift and asked if they had a good rest. Swift remarked that rest is a mortal boredom. Johans looked around and said that in 2 hours they were leaving and the general assembly would be at the pier. He asked Jian to go to Jaiso's dining room and pick up the weapons. After a while, the ship sailed on the sea. Johans held the helm, Jeho, and said that this time he became an elite group fighter instead of Heck, and he was very happy about it. He said that he had a huge responsibility, and he didn't know if he could help in the fight in any way. Johan smiled and suggested that he train even harder and asked if he was keeping a diary. Jeho said yes and even made a copy, putting it in a safe place. He smiled contentedly and said that now he was structuring the knowledge of livestock management and crop care. Thanks to Grandpa Park, they would be able to analyze the textbooks. Johans thought that conversations with Jaso were always entertaining because he looked at everything from a different angle. He thought that his erudition would be very useful to them. An explosion rang out on the bridge. Johans was sitting in the car and said on the radio that it was a good job. Now all the roads to the island were blown up. Cars drove along an empty road. They were approaching the airport building. They found themselves in an empty huge room. Swift asked if they had been robbed. Johans frowned around. He saw tire tracks and assumed that the kidnappers had taken away all the cargo on pallets, and that was why there were no zombies near the building. The enemies first lured them out of here, and then took all the goods. Johan suddenly said that they were not alone. He turned around and said that there was a group of survivors here, and a fairly large one. Swift looked at his boss in surprise. Johans pointed to the footprints of the shoes and noticed that the unknown people managed to distract the zombies and take out all the goods at the same time, which indicated that this was clearly a large group. Hajin frowned and said that they should clearly be careful. Swift dressed up in fashionable clothes and asked everyone not to lose heart, because the unknown did not steal everything, and they are now provided with watches and handbags of all brands for the rest of their lives. Hajin approached the hero and offered to go to another airport, because most likely they did not have time to take anything out of there. The hero replied that now half of all the zombies on the island are in that place. Jeho smiled and offered to inspect the logistics center in the port of El City, because if they organized an intermediate camp in Mulchdaw, they would be able to break through. After all, there is a real treasure warehouse there. Johans presented a map. They had previously had to get to the port using an old fishing boat, but through Mulchido they would have to succeed. Johans held the map with a smile and said that when they finished clearing the island, they would just have such an opportunity. Johans looked at Jeho and noticed how talented he was and could generate original ideas, while Jeho offered to drive the car. Johans frowned and decided that he needed to take the time to teach him. He took out a walkie-talkie. Hex said that he had found traces of survivors on Shanbando Island. Johans asked again in surprise. Hex said that she saw smoke. Johans replied that he would be soon and ordered to prepare. The heroes approached the car. Johans thought that since the traces of the survivors had been discovered, the safety of the main headquarters was becoming a major concern. He suggested checking on Unseongdong and returning. Smoke was visible in the city. The hero held a map of Unseongdong. He stared at the torn paper with displeasure as the soldiers behind him killed the dead. There were traces of bullets on the wall. The hero realized that there was a shootout. He looked at the high-rise building next to him. There was a pile of bodies lying on the ground. The hero asked himself, why is a pile of bodies lying in front of this house? He saw that only a few were killed. Usually only small groups of survivors do this. He noticed a silhouette in one of the windows. Everyone stood behind the truck. Johan said he had spotted people, one or a small group, who could be dangerous. Jeho smiled and joked that someone likes fried chicken. Svife smiled and said that if he could survive alone in such an environment then he must be cool. Everyone was sitting behind the car. Johan said not to relax and act collected. Everyone was looking at the house. Johan said that the unknown person was in the zone from 101 to 103 houses. He ordered to move around the parking lot. It is common to all 3 buildings. There was a lot of garbage on the ground. Johan said that this guy survives on what he finds in empty apartments, and for safe movement, he lures zombies to empty cans in order to then kill them with a bow. The squad went forward. The hero ordered to start from the building of 101. Their task is to enter and seize. He ordered to divide into 2 squads. Building 103, Swift/Zombies. Hajin was not far behind. Johans stood on the flyway, said that the 12th floor was clean, as well as the 13th. Johans looked around, realizing that the unknown would soon appear. On the radio, it was reported that a survivor had been found in room 1405. Johans ran upstairs. He kicked the door off his foot. The girl was holding Sari at gunpoint. The corporal pointed his weapon at the girl with the bow. Sari smiled and asked to lower the bow. She said that she would not hurt, she offered to chat with her sister. The girl looked angrily at the heroes and asked them to leave. She said that she was not as weak as they thought. Sari smiled and offered to go with her, saying that it was dangerous here. The girl asked if the heroes themselves were dangerous. Jiang Huan wiped the blood from his nose. Johans apologized for scaring her. He said that she hit this guy first, and now she is still holding them at gunpoint. They are also thinking about their own safety. The girl did not look away and said that she understood, but advised them not to meddle in their own business. She told everyone to leave. Swift clung to the commander with a smile, and said that she spoke the same way he did. Sari suddenly closed the distance, and snatched the bow from the girl. She looked angrily at the girl, said what a heavy weapon. She said that the girl would use it when she grew up, but the girl screamed that she was no longer a child. Johans looked at the girl's apartment. I saw her identity card. The girl's name was Sokui. Sari looked at the girl and asked if she was really 20 years old. Is this definitely not her sister's ID? So screamed and called everyone fools. Johans clapped and asked everyone to calm down. He looked at Sari and said that he didn't hold the girl for a child from the beginning. He said she was lucky and small. He told everyone to pack up and leave. Johans turned around and said that this was an order. Everyone looked silently at his back, and they went forward. So silently watched as the aliens left her apartment. She stopped those who were leaving and asked them to wait. Johans turned sternly. The girl hesitated and said that she should think about it. The hero asked what it was about. She had already missed their invitation. So looked at the hero nervously. Johans looked at her and told her to live quietly alone, because they were not the kind of people who forcibly took people. He also said that there were armed guys scurrying around in the neighborhood. He asked if they were as generous as they were. He said that when he usually meets such people, he just kills them. Johans's gaze was stern. He told Sowa to be glad that she had a child's face, because thanks to it, she was still alive. Swift smiled and said that it was quite cold-blooded. The girl began to cry. Swift touched his forehead and asked how you could stand up to a crying child's face. Hajin said that if you were Johans, then you could. Sokui cried and asked for help. Johans looked at her silently. He turned around and walked over to the girl. He stood in front of him, asking if she knew how to kill people. So said she had killed before? He said that in this world it is no longer surprising. Johans said he wanted. He leaned over to the girl's face and said that he wanted to use the girl's childish appearance as bait so that she would sneak up on them and slit their throats. So thought for a moment and asked if the heroes were really such terrible people. Swift shouted at the girl in a caricature. Johans did not distance himself and asked if she could do it. So replied that she could, but she had a question for them. Johans asked what it was. So looked at the hero with big eyes and asked if they were good or bad. Everyone smiled. Johans turned around and said that she would decide later for herself. There was a large column of smoke over the city. The column of cars drove forward. Johans looked out of the window and asked why the girl had fallen behind. Johans did not look away and asked why she stayed when everyone had gone to the shelter. So said she had to wait for someone. She lowered her gaze and said that she thought that if she left, her older brother wouldn't find her. She was afraid of never seeing him again, so she just waited. Johans looked at So and asked where her brother was now. The car drove forward. So said that her brother was in the army. They arrived at the wharf. The corporal held out the cable. Johans asked if there were any survivors in the area with whom she crossed. So said that she saw someone from afar. Everyone looked at her. The girl said that on that day she heard the noise of engines. She looked out the window and saw many military vehicles. She couldn't see much because they were far away from her. And there were also shots, and they did not subside for a long time. So recalled the events of those days. Johans asked if they fought zombies, but the girl said that the sounds came from different directions. Johans frowned, decided that there was discord in their team. Jeho slammed his fist into the palm of his hand and decided that the military was fighting for influence, and fighting each other. He smiled, pointed to himself and asked him to listen. He said that when zombies are shot, the source of the sound is at one point, and if the shots were heard from different directions, then people are fighting. Jeho joined his fists, and said that it turned out that two armed groups clashed, and perhaps, the soldiers did not share something. Johan said that there are two military units on M Island and although they are located next to each other, their relations are not very good, so this assumption may be correct. He imagined a tank and thought that even within the same group there was often a power struggle, and if another appeared nearby, the risk of conflict increased. Most likely the reason is the supplies. On M Island they are limited, so these people must be constantly bumping into each other when it comes to finding resources. The hero was asked what they would do. The hero replied that first he needed to return to the island. He fell silent, deciding that it was not worth giving them the opportunity to unite against a common enemy. It is better to avoid meetings with the military altogether. They were approaching the boat. New Island Residence Committee. Sojin walked into the room, smiled, and asked if the hero had come back early. Johan stood at the blackboard and asked if they had found anything unusual. Sojin said that the population of the island lived quite modestly, and therefore they would have enough grain for a long time. Johans looked at Kim and asked what he had. The man said that he had finished tuning the radio for long distances and offered the hero to look at everything in the control room. Johans decided that now they could contact the mercenaries. He asked Heck to tell what happened. The guy said that it would be better if the hero saw everything for himself. They came to the edge of the cliff. On the shore they found an extinguished fire. Johans looked through the binoculars and asked if anything else had happened. Heck replied that there were no more survivors to be seen. Johans looked at the shore and said that he was declaring combat readiness, and that all who could fight should take up arms. The combat detachment was traveling by boat. They went ashore. Johans said that the second group would look after the ship, and the first was going with him. They saw the temple, from the chimney of which smoke was coming out. In masks, they secretly approached the building through the bushes. The door opened. A man came out into the street and stretched. He was warming up. The hero was asked if it was worth taking this guy. The hero said that for now we need to wait. The guy noticed something ahead. He ran back to the temple. The door slammed shut. The hero looked ahead and asked himself, could it be that they had been spotted? He knew that they were safely hidden and did not make a single sound. The guy just sensed danger. The door of the temple opened. A squad of people led by Lena came out of it. She turned to Howen and said that there was no one. The guy said that there was and offered to try to call. The girl looked into the forest and began to ask if there was anyone here. A hero came out of the bushes. Everyone came out of the bushes and pointed their weapons at the people. Howen looked around in surprise, not understanding why there were so many people here. Rin smiled at the hero and said that this was their first meeting. She introduced herself. She asked the hero if his name was Johans. He put a gun to her forehead. Everyone came close to the people. Johans looked angrily at the stranger and asked who she was and how did he know his name. Swift looked at the hero and asked if he knew her. Hajin was silent and thought about the fact that there was a SH Howen in the camp. Johans once again angrily asked how the girl knew his name. Rin smiled and said that she had been waiting for the hero all this time. He took out a knife. Lena's men tensed. Swift presented the knife to the girl's throat and said that if she continued to evade the answer, he would cut her mouth. He asked again how the girl knew him. Rin looked at the hero in fright and said that she had been dreaming about the future for some time. She had seen the dead rise attacking people, and the living robbing and killing each other, and in her recent dream, she said that she saw the heroes fighting to the death on a nearby island. Johans asked in surprise, who were they fighting to the death? Rin did not look away and said that with the dead and mutants. The hero looked away and said that she was saying that zombies and mutants appeared on the island out of nowhere. He asked where they came from. Rin looked down and said that she didn't know. Johans lowered the knife slightly. The girl said that she saw only fragments of the future, and in the last one they were attacked by zombies. And the heroes died all to one. Johans frowned and said it was nonsense. Rin said that all this was true and she was waiting for them, because she wanted to help the heroes. Together they would be able to withstand the coming adversity. Howen puffed. The hero pointed his gun at him and asked if she found a contradiction. She said that they would all die, so why unite with them? Rin looked at the evil fighters of the camp and said that the future is changeable, and the heroes may not believe and eventually die, or they can trust and together they will be able to influence future events. Johans looked at the girl and asked how she could prove it. Rin replied that they were living proof. Lena's people looked around. The girl told the hero that she foresaw the appearance of mutants even before the apocalypse began, and thanks to this they are still alive and had time to prepare in advance. She said that at first no one believed her. The hero asked what she knew about the current situation. Where did the zombies come from and whose hands were they? Rin said that she hadn't seen it in her dreams yet. The hero imagined a knife to her throat. He frowned, thought about her expression. She wouldn't look so confident in a mortal threat. If she lied, he decided that everything the girl said was true. He stared at her and thought that the reason why you can't be sure of anything is the same reason you can't be sure of anything. He pulled the knife away from her neck and thought of his rebirth. He asked where all their weapons were. Rin replied that they were inside. Johans lowered his weapon and asked if they wanted to fight with them shoulder to shoulder. Rin said yes if the hero agrees. He replied that he would make a decision after sorting out some cases. The girl asked to be allowed to introduce her friends. She looked at Howen and said that he was her bodyguard. He said that if the hero touched Rin with even a finger, he would be killed. A large girl with glasses asked to introduce herself. She called herself Bertha. She was the lady's nanny and guardian. The mustachioed man introduced himself as a doctor named Ramos, and the man in the cap called himself Luca and said that he was a Coast Guard pilot. After a while, Johans and Rin walked along the trail together. The hero noticed that Rin was a rich young lady. He said that with her capabilities, many more people could have been saved. He asked why she chose specific ones. Johans looked ahead and said that he had no ulterior motives and was just curious. Rin said that was why not everyone would be ready to believe her. Rin looked down and said that she didn't yet know what the consequences of interfering with the future would be, and so far, she was the only one who had followed the visions, but had not tried to resist them. She looked at the hero with anxiety and said that her choice was based on God's will, and she did not dare to express disobedience. Johans fell silent, thinking that belief in God was a dark topic. They approached the doors of the temple, and the hero asked to wait a little. He called Swift and Hajin to look around a little. They went inside the temple. Swift asked if they believed her. As they walked forward, Johans said that Rin knew his name, and since rebirth existed, it would not be difficult to believe in predicting the future. They pushed the door aside, and Johans said that it was still worth figuring out what was true and what was false. They looked at the pile of supplies. The hero decided that their supplies would last for a year, which means they knew exactly in advance what they needed to be prepared for, and they did not lie. Johannes opened the box and decided that he would have to believe it. Swift looked at the hero and said that he did not believe her words about their death. He said that if the captain died, he would definitely rise from hell. Johannes looked at the pile of supplies and said that if the mutants and zombies attacked at the same time, then anything could happen. However, the likelihood that they would get here was extremely low due to the body of water. Hajin frowned and asked what was the verdict. Johannes began to inspect the temple and said that they were very valuable personnel, and he thought they should unite. Howen screamed, not believing what he had heard. Johannes stood in front and said, didn't he say that they would act according to their rules? He stated his requirements, namely that the highest ranking of the rookies should join their reconnaissance group. Howen said that Rin could not fight. The hero said that she would learn. Howen shouted and said that he would be in her place, and would not let Rin go in any way. Bertha agreed with him. Johannes clutched his head in displeasure and asked to calm down Linda's henchman. She looked at him embarrassedly and said that unfortunately she really would not be of any use on the battlefield, and nothing would convince them otherwise. Hoven and Bertha hugged each other and began to chant. Johannes looked at them and said that they would take one more of them. While they were deciding among themselves, the others could rest. He said that he needed to talk to his sister. The sky was bright. Johannes opened the door and asked why there was so much noise outside. He looked out and saw Lutzow hugging Swift and both laughing at something. The hero was surprised that they found a common language so quickly. Swift smiled and asked the hero to look at the boy. He said that he was a completely different person. Bertha fought Howen. Howen easily dodged all her blows. He jumped. He turned around in the air. And he kicked Bert in the head. Johannes frowned, realizing that Hoven resembled Swift in fighting style. Howen stood in front of the defeated Bertha and said that she was still far from him. He looked at the hero with a smile and asked to grant the lady's protection to him. Johannes folded his arms over his chest and asked what he was happy about, because he had to understand that the search party was not an escort, and if his activities were interfered with by personal interests, he would fly out of the team at the speed of light. Howen hugged Jiangwan and asked if their commander had always been such a stubborn grunt. Jiangwan looked at Howen and said that he was older than him and should show him respect. Howen looked at the guy in surprise and said that he could also communicate with him if something didn't suit him. He said that she hated weaklings who didn't reach his level. Jiangwan grinned angrily. Swift grabbed Howen's head and said that this would not work. He bent the guy over and said that only he was allowed to bully Jiangwan, and when he was offended by others, he was jealous. Howen struck Swift on the arm. He looked at the guy angrily and asked, how dare he touch his head? Does Swift really want to die? All the soldiers frowned at the guy. Svife just smiled. He called to Johannes. Svife said Howen needed to be taught a lesson, didn't he mind? The hero looked at him and asked only not to kill him, to which the guy replied that he was not as bloodthirsty as him. The attendant looked angrily at the aliens. Their leader asked not to leave blood on him. He did not understand what they were carrying. The long-haired man adjusted his gloves and cheerfully said that if he won, he could behave as he pleased, but if he lost, he would adapt to their rules. He put his hands on his hips and added that if the guy was not sure of himself, then let him say so. He could give in and use only one hand, but he didn't need anything. Swift laughed and suggested that he attack so that he could show him what physical strength was. Howen rushed to the attack and ordered them to stop calling him a fool. He struck a sharp blow with his right, but Swift dodged. The long-haired man easily and with a smile dodged all the blows. The hero silently watched. He noted that the subordinate was good at dodging, but that Acorn was moving quite quickly. His eyes remained cold. He knew that with the exception of Hajin or Hyuk from the camp, there was no person who could defeat this guy in close combat. He glanced at the armed soldiers. Of course, if you take a weapon in your hands, that's another conversation. Meanwhile, the fight continued. Howen looked angrily at his enemy and asked if he could only dodge. Suddenly, Swift raised his fist with a serious expression to strike. The guy closed his eyes in fear. Suddenly, the opponent folds the gesture of peace and reminds that you need to keep your eyes open. This angers the attendant, and he kicks him. He jumps. Unfolds in the air. Sviv knitted his eyebrows. He could see these movements before. Therefore, he manages to put a side block. Howen immediately turns around and hits with his free foot. The long-haired man has time to react to this. Redhead realizes that he is starting to fall, and in order not to fall, he strikes with his forehead, but hits the block. Johann smiled, noting that it was like dog fighting, and it looked very exciting. His subordinate grabs his opponent by the collar. He lifts him off the ground, to then throw it aside. Howen does not get lost and spins in the air, lands successfully on the ground and immediately regains eye contact. All he saw was a vicious Swift reaching out to his face. The guy's eyes open wide. He does not understand why the enemy is moving so fast. At this moment, the fighter pushes him and at great speed the guy flies to the side. He crashes the back of his head into the trunk of a tree. The long-haired man remains in a frozen pose and calmly looks at his opponent. Soho opens his mouth and asks if he is a monster. Howen rolled to the ground and began to foam at the mouth. The lens adjusts to it. There is a click. The photographer pulls out the film in disappointment and says that he is just a worthless mercenary. Rin looks at his attendant and purses his lips. Swift looks at his hand in surprise and realizes that he overdid it. Meanwhile, the hero and the guide go to an unknown place. The girl accompanies the squad and shows them the helicopter. Johan smiles and asks where they got him. Lutzow looks at him and grins. He stole it from the Coast Guard where he used to work and rewired the system. The head of the squad looks at Rin's team, the medical staff who can provide assistance in the shortest possible time, and 2 strong melee fighters and a pilot with a helicopter who will give them some maneuverability. A satisfied smile spreads on his face. That's what it means to get 1,000-strong army without casualties. That was the saying. Zhang Huan sneers and helps the bruised Howen. When he was silent, he wasn't that bad. Everyone gathered at the helicopter. It was necessary to find out if there was a place at the base where the helicopter could join. The hero gave the order to first deal with people and supplies. Rin turned to the head, who asked what they would do with the supplies. He suggested that she manage them separately. The seer told her to do what was most convenient. The girl smiled and said that she believed that the hero would not make them starve. Johans frowned. So they transferred all the supplies to the ship. On deck, the leader approached the attendant. He did not understand why she trusted them so blindly. The blonde closed her eyes. She was only following her visions. If the hero could see her dreams, he would understand her. The guy stares at her and asks if she has anything else to tell him. The girl is silent for a while. The hero looks at her questioningly. She opens her mouth slightly and says in a half-whisper that she did not tell the most important part. She explained that she was talking about a dream in which she first met him. Rin stares at the boy and says that she saw their wedding in the future. At that moment, Sari is watching them. The guy looks away a little and now understands why she was so friendly with them. Sari's gaze is filled with sadness, a thing that definitely cannot come true, because Johans has no plans at all to start a relationship and even more so to get married, both now and in the future too. Rin looks at the guy knowingly and says that it's okay, it's just one of several futures. The leader looks at her and asks what else. The seer turns away. She also saw scenes of battle with people. During this battle, the hero was very sad. Everyone around was going about their business. Johans remarked that killing people was really sad, but it seemed that in her dreams, someone must die. Rin looks at the parts of the ship and says that the world is like this. However, the hero was not sad because he killed someone. A gloomy image appears in his head. Johans himself did not like this fight. It was clear from his face that he had lost someone. The hero looks thoughtfully ahead. It happened that he wanted to avoid a fight where the risk was too high, but there was never such a thing that he thought about it with sadness. He folds his arms over his chest and remembers those times where he has to kill someone in order to survive. The ship shook and Swift almost fell off the container. He looks at Zhang Huan indignantly and shouts that they are all going to vomit here now. Hajin smiles grown up and asks to leave the young man fine. For a beginner he is doing well. The ship is already approaching the island. The sky was clear. There was one church on the island. The hero offered to settle Rin's team there. He led the squad to the subordinate and ordered him to show the juniors where the dining room was and let them rest as they had dinner. Everyone would need to immediately gather in the operational planning room. Johans went to his uncle. The latter turned cheerfully at him and asked if they had already returned. The commander approached him and noted that his uncle was trying so hard. He asked to check. He pointed to the radio station. Rustles began to reverberate through the office. Johans put on his headphones and asked if he could be heard. The mercenary said that the young man was late. The guy smiles and replies that he was busy with his own business. Nothing is happening? The mercenary smiles and says that a lot of things have happened. He says that several guys got what they deserved. Johans rejoices, noting how quickly they settled everything. On the table there is a notebook. The mercenary reports the appearance of a mutant, which is long-legged. During the conversation, the uncle puts things in order. The instructor says that it was not so difficult to deal with that monster. He says that it was a rather expensive deal. But they paid with materials, so everything is fine. All the tables were filled with a bunch of items. The hero asks how it happened that the mercenaries got into the wave, whether they made a mistake with the distribution of personnel, to which the old man replies that the camp that was subjected to the wave consisted of less than 20 people. Johans is silent, and the old man reveals that this is why they reduced the number of people in the camp to 15 more people and made a deal with Seoul, which he will tell more about soon. He shouted angrily when the hero began to advise him to be careful with strangers. The mercenary looked at the training of the people that Johans had sent him, and he explained that they looked like garbage. But among them there were also those who showed good results. Johans smiles and speaks well. The men promise to contact again later and say goodbye. Night falls. The commander gathers everyone at the Rapid Response headquarters. He walks over to the plank and, since no one has spoken against it, they will keep an eye on the soldiers in Yangjiangdu. Everyone looks at the leader with satisfaction. He says that the most important thing is harvesting. He told not to rely on production or search groups. If Park asks for it, then support both mentally and physically. The hero thinks, if we summarize Rin's words, then the new type of mutant will be a variety that was not on the list. He takes a step forward and asks if they remember the strange footprints they found in the mountains. He searched the entire island, but could not find animals with similar tracks. Johans leans on a table and suggests that there is a species that can move between islands and continents. All the listeners are tense. The leader told them not to relax and always be on the alert and control themselves. Johannes freezes. He understood that zombies cannot fall from the sky, much less cross the seas. He frowns and understands that some more clues are needed, but for now, the main thing is to harvest and prepare to meet a new species of mutant. The goal is always simple and clear: survival. The radio burst into shouts. The hero was asked to go to the observation zone. Big problems were reported. Johann stares at the device. He couldn't have seen it coming. He gets to the observation post. Under the light of the moon, a large warship was approaching them. The ship was approaching the island. The hero says to himself that it was simply impossible to predict this. Johannes looks at the ship and sends the youngest to the operative room to tell all unfit agents to go to the hideout. He notices huge cannons on the deck and gives orders to Young-soo and Ji-won to go to the ammunition depot and guard it. If they hear gunfire, they will need to kill any soldiers who come close to them. The hero turns to the others and addresses the corporal. He told him to take a position and not stick his head out. Meanwhile, the ship was getting closer. The hero swears to himself, because most of all he wanted to avoid a clash with the military. He looks gloomily at the water surface. He had no other choice. The day came. The megaphone on the ship reported 15 minutes before the complete disembarkation. In 20 minutes, Captain Juha will enter the territory. Johannes watches from the bushes. A subordinate says that it is an Incheon-class frigate. Jaeho looks at the warship in amazement, and says that it is capable of carrying 60 to 120 marines. But it is a bit strange that it moves alone. Usually this type of warship conducts military operations in a row of squadrons. The hero looks ahead and says that one thing is obvious, that they clearly did not come to save them. The military had started landing, but the military system had long since collapsed. They could wait and find out what intentions they were here for, but if they were here with something bad. The guy pursed his lips. He understood that in this case, these people would just be enemies with weapons in their hands. Sweef sneaks up on the boss and asks what they should do. The hero proposes to meet them first. The Marines lined up. A foot in a white suit stepped onto the bridge. Captain Juha, commander of the Navy. A squad of heroes is approaching the military. Johannes was at the head of them. The soldiers look at them motionlessly. The hero knitted his eyebrows, was tense. He notices the gunners in positions on different decks of the ship. He understands that they are far inferior in terms of combat strength. The entire island will instantly turn into a desert if they attack them ahead of time. He looked at the captain and decided that his first words would be the most important, because depending on what they would be, it would be possible to determine their intentions. The leader of the survivors separates from the squad and goes to a personal meeting. It will be good if he calmly says his name, rank, and greets them. The main thing is that he is a person with common sense, and this will be enough. The man rubs his chin thoughtfully. He looks at people uncomprehendingly and asks why civilians are walking around armed. Johannes freezes, realizes that the situation is complete rubbish. The captain is a typical asshole commander. The hero finds the strength to keep his smile. The guy begins to beam and greets, introduces himself as a representative of the survivor camp and gives his name. The captain introduces himself as a captain. He reports that during the special operation there were some deviations and they were forced to moor here. The man folds his hands over his chest and asks again, for what reason do civilians walk around armed? Johannes stares at him and asks to himself if he really doesn't know. In response, he asks if the captain is asking this question because he does not know what is happening in the world. Juha purses her lips. Johannes looks at the fighters and orders them to disarm and immediately hand over weapons belonging to the Korean army to them. He nods and promises to put the weapon away. His gaze stops and clarifies that the transfer of weapons is impossible. At this moment, one of the soldiers takes a pistol out of his holster. Johann says that as the captain knows, the military and police have already lost all their strength and are not able to protect people. They have been coping on their own up to this point, and plan to do so in the future. Juha grits his teeth. The red-haired guy tells him that they can't give their lifeboat to the fleet, which will leave this island very soon. The captain begins to say something. Suddenly, his eyes open wide. He looks at Johann's menacing gaze and realizes that in his mind he is telling him that one more word and he is a corpse. The captain coughs and says that in any case they plan to use this place as a military base for the rest of the operation, so he asked for assistance. Johannes turned around and said okay. The man experienced a feeling of inexplicably strange danger. The commander and Swift climbed onto one of the rooftops. The hero looked through binoculars. He ordered everyone to remove their rifles and arm everyone with short barrels and hide them under their clothes. Then you need to strengthen the security at the borders of weapons depots and ammunition. You also need to monitor everything yourself for a while. The subordinate asked what if a dangerous situation develops. The hero monitored the work of the military and ordered to kill them all in this case. The walkie-talkie opened a new channel. Sari said that Jaihai asked how long they needed to hide. Johannes looked to the side and told them to return and asked them to avoid contact with the military as much as possible. He looked at the ship and promised that he would not touch them if they sailed quietly past. But if they crossed the line, he would tear them all apart without leaving a morsel. So the first day passed. Everyone was in the dining room. The hero looked at the military and asked why they were here. The soldiers smiled at him, one of them saying that he would like them to feed the soldiers. The survivors looked at the aliens gloomily and dissatisfied, their leader remarking that they had plenty of food and asking for assistance. They came closer. The hero asked how many of them there were. The cooks shuddered when they heard the number of 83 people. The hero frowned. He understood that if they continued to feed 83 more people, it would be difficult to hold out for a month with the margin they had now. In addition, they cannot touch the food intended for the duration of the battle and emergency. Frankly speaking, this is their last salvation. The Marine ran down the road, all out of breath. He saluted the senior sergeant. The officer asked when the food would be ready. The captain was waiting. The sergeant looked at him embarrassedly and told him to tell him that in 30 minutes. The guy looked awkwardly at the hero and asked to prepare 4 separate tables for them. The villagers became even more gloomy. The soldier added that there was not enough space here, so if they had already finished, he asked them to leave the table early. The frightened soldier raised his hands and asked them to act quickly. Johannes looked at him silently from the sidelines. A smile appeared on his face. He put his hand in his pocket and cursed to himself. The soldiers were placed in the fresh air. They feasted merrily on a wide variety of food. Sari looked angrily at the hero and noticed that such a decision did not look like him at all. Everyone was worried. The captain sat at the head of the table. The men were merrily discussing something. The leader of the survivors looked at them. His subordinates were standing behind. No one understood why he allowed them to abuse their positions so easily. Johannes went to the operational headquarters. He sat down at the table and laid out the documents. The girl looked at him anxiously. She understood that he could have his own plans, but people here risked their lives. A captain entered the headquarters. Chuha and the well-fed soldiers looked around contentedly. The men scattered in all directions and began to examine everything that was not nailed. Chuha assumed that this was the office of the leader of the survivors, who explained that this was the operational headquarters. The captain noted that there is even a strategic map here. Whoever sees it thinks that some kind of military operation is planned here. He frowned and added that the residents even have a warehouse where weapons and ammunition are stored. But isn't it dangerous to leave them in the hands of civilians? One of the subordinates laughed and said that apparently they need their help and care. Sari indignantly folded her arms over her chest and asked why they should be doing their business. Johannes shook his head patiently and told them to be silent. The captain coughed into his fist. I licked my lips sweetly. They noticed a place on the first floor with alcohol. How about they have a drink and discuss their future system of military-civilian cooperation? The hero smiled slyly. Juha was already going to drink. He was one of those who would go even more apart if he behaved obediently. He told Sari to talk to Jiha so that they could prepare snacks and alcohol. The girl gritted her teeth. She knew that these drinks were reserved for the celebration of the day of settlement on the island. Indignant, she walked away from the office. The soldier angrily sprayed and cursed at the women. The hero did not listen and offered to go downstairs. The leader of the survivors went downstairs and promised to prepare places for them. Some time passed. The survivors and soldiers gathered at the same table. The soldiers ate, but the heroes refrained. The men looked at each other and asked, "This is the last island on the border of the Western Sea. Above, except for the Benendo, all the islands were captured." The higher ranks laughed. They didn't even know if their fleet could be the beginning of the rebirth of humanity. Shuha looked at him happily and said that they should do their best to achieve this. Isn't it the duty of the army? The heroes sat with stony faces while the military laughed obscenely. Johannes noted that the situation was tense. Everything was going according to plan. The plates gradually emptied. Shuha said that they were actually a little surprised when they arrived at them. He put his fingers together and told them that they had already visited a large number of islands, but this was the first time they had seen the area so thoroughly cleared of zombies. With such good maintenance and everything prepared for the future, the leader of the survivors thanked him for the compliment. Shuha licked his lips again. He said that they planned to use this place as a logistical headquarters. Johannes put his hands on the table and asked them to continue. The captain waved his hands. He said that the heroes might find it difficult, because everything happens unexpectedly. But if everything is thought through, they will also find themselves in a very good situation. The soldiers nodded. They were a strong army. If they were here, he asked to introduce the heroes to how safe and comfortable this island could become. Rin looked at the captain intensely. She and many other girls were noted as very attractive. They promised to protect them well. Johann smiled and asked if he understood their words correctly, that they would protect them in exchange for providing them with an island, supplies, and manpower. Chuha slammed his fist into his palm. Everything was exactly like that. It was not for nothing that Johannes was in charge here, since he understood everything so well. The hero suddenly became serious. He asked who they were going to protect them from. He replied that from the main problem of this time, from zombies. Everyone looked at the leader of the survivors, who told them that zombies can't swim and this place is already free from their attack. Their enemies are the lack of basic necessities and hunger caused by the first point. The soldiers began to eat their food a little slower. The hero looked at them with a smile. He, of course, thought that at least once he should thank the army, which served their country before the chaos that came. Sweat appeared on the faces of the men. The commander pointed to the table and said that his hospitality today meant that he had done so, but at the moment, this island was not in a position to receive anyone's help, much less give it to anyone else. After they finished the military operation, he hoped that they would move on to fulfill their goal. The faces of the Marines turned to stone. Johannes apologized, but at the moment he did not think that they were able to solve the problem of food for the fleet, because the harvest had not even begun yet. The hero stood up and smiled. He had heard earlier that the revival of mankind would begin with the navy, and he was sure that the fleet would not want to become a burden for the inhabitants of such a poor area. Zhuhao sat the gloomiest. The leader of the survivors kept saying that he could believe in the future, because there was such an impressive army as theirs. Johan's frowned. Mentally he said that the captain must have thought about taking over this island completely. But now he had lost all the reasons and benefits. What would he do now? All the inhabitants of the island stood up. The hero suggested that they wrap up. The captain slammed his fist on the table. He pursed his lips and declared that he was not done yet. Everyone looked at him in silence. Zhuhao slowly stood up and said that according to the decree on the operation of the reserve army, all soldiers are required to transfer to the reserve forces for the duration of hostilities. Therefore, in accordance with the law, they assign all the inhabitants of this island under their command as a reserve army. Johannes frowned at him. The captain looked at him menacingly and declared that those who violated this law would be immediately executed. The main character narrowed his eyes and was surprised that his ally was talking about laws at such a time. Standing in front of him, Johannes asked if he could provide a document stating this. Zhuhao replied that it was stated in the laws of war. There were bottles and empty plates on the table. The guy explained that the reserve troops he had gathered were not part of the fleet or a special detachment, and asked if the law was about the forced transfer of people belonging to other troops. Frowning menacingly, the man said that there had already been similar precedents, and wondered if they were not in the conditions of a national catastrophe. Smiling, the young man concluded that his colleague was serious about the law, and said that in this case, he should also be tried for a violation. The admiral gritted his teeth furiously. The soldier asked what kind of army was this, in which people were executed just like that. The survivor frowned sternly and reminded them that it was their duty to protect the country and the people. The commander opened his mouth wide and asked what it all meant. Suddenly, the door of the office opened. Sari burst inside and reported that the military was beating Swift. The heroes turned around and looked at her. Barbed wire stretched along the fence. The boy clutched his head and shouted that he was about to die. The sailors surrounded him on all sides. The captain stepped forward and asked what was going on here. The soldier leaned forward and asked his opponent to repeat his words. Zhuhao frowned sternly and called out to his subordinate. Turning his head, the sergeant declared that this scoundrel was being ignored by their flotilla, and explained that they had to beat this bad habit out of him. His comrades smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Squatting, the mercenary said that he had only asked them not to go to the ammunition depot. The warrior walked over and looked at him. The insurance agent was smiling. The main character was sure that his friend had planned everything, because he could not just put his cheek under attack. The military tried to escape from the hands of his colleagues. Johannes wondered how his comrade in arms provoked him. Swift removed his hands from his eyes. The guy looked to the side and concluded that his ally knew the reason for his anxiety. Some time ago, the heroes gathered in the dining room. They had many opportunities to kill the sailors during the meal. The soldiers lined up in the street. The young man suggested that this was due to the instilled devotion and fear of state power. There were corpses of soldiers in the room. Everyone would think that the camp had turned into a mafia, since it rebelled against the government. A tank drove into the streets. The fighter realized that when the government was re-established and human civilization was restored, they could be at a disadvantage. The ground was littered with dead bodies. The survivor thought that attacking sailors for no particular reason was a risky business, because it was not the same as going against bandits. A crack appeared in the space. The warrior realized that doubts cause resistance and upset the balance, so that a team that is fighting for its life can only hope for blind loyalty. Hajin frowned sternly. The main character decided that not everyone could hope for loyalty. So's mouth opened in surprise, and Johannes realized that this was especially true for those who had joined them recently. The boy was rolling on the land. The guy concluded that they needed to identify the reason why they could kill the sailors, in front of everyone's eyes. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and called out to his ally. Zhuhao looked at him intensely. The soldier reminded him that until recently, the fleet had said that it would protect them. The survivor looked at him from under his brow and was outraged that the soldiers used violence against those who treated them with respect. The warrior averted his gaze and asked his comrade in arms to keep his subordinates in check. The sergeant opened his mouth furiously and asked if he was being too rude. Standing in front of him, the protagonist explained that he was curious about what would happen when they pulled themselves together and ensured their safety, and stated that they knew that the military treated them like slaves. The camp members looked at each other. The scoundrel pointed his finger at the leader and objected. Johannes looked around when a noise was heard. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked what was going on there. Hyuk grabbed the cabin boy by the collar and said that this man had molested Yunhui. The sailor explained that he thought it was an empty house. Covering the body with her hands, the girl asked how the house could be empty if there were people in it, and was indignant that he touched her. Smiling, the soldier replied that this was not the case at all, and stated that he had simply noticed something under the blanket. A member of the camp pointed his finger at him and called him crazy. Someone demanded that they sail away from the island. The crowd began to shout. The young man lowered his gaze and thought that the military did not plan it themselves, but still made a big mistake. The fighter lowered the corners of his lips and said that he did not want to watch his men being subjected to atrocities. Zhuhao bowed his head. Standing in front of him, the survivor asked the fleet to lay down their arms and leave this island. The man smirked and asked if he was ordering the captain of the South Korean Navy to do something himself. The warrior looked away. The holster hung on the sailor's belt. The main character wished that an ally would take it out to scare him. A smirk appeared on his face. Coming close to his comrade in arms, Johans asked if this title meant anything when the government was destroyed, and said that, from his point of view, they were nothing more than a group of armed freeloaders. The sergeant pointed a gun at him and was outraged by this behavior. The camp members frowned sternly. The guy raised his hands and decided that this would be enough. The young man knocked the weapon out of the hands of the enemy. He then shot him several times in the chest. The soldier shot the admiral. Hajin gritted his teeth angrily. The survivor opened fire on the military. Swift stabbed one of them with a knife. The man struck a powerful blow with his fist. The corpses of sailors lay around the warrior. An empty magazine fell to the ground. After reloading the gun, the main character concluded that the sergeant had never shot at people, and stated that no one points a weapon in this way. The soldiers fled, and Johans ordered his comrades to take up arms and kill them all. Members of the search team followed the traitors. A cloud of dust and smoke rose over the camp. The dead cabin boy lay on the ground. The shot hit the soldier in the head. Sitting on the roof, the sniper reported that he had killed everyone who was near the ship. The guy took the walkie-talkie and praised him for his excellent work. The prisoners were tied up with a rope. Hoven asked if they had killed all the others. Standing surrounded by corpses, the young man was surprised that they had managed to capture anyone alive at all. The fighter frowned and realized that he had to work on their behavior, because no one ever knows when the fight will begin. The soldier was sitting on the ground. The survivor decided that after the battle he needed to get rid of everyone. Power wires stretched over the field. The warrior asked On to take care of those who remained on deck. Hyuk raised his hand and asked him to stop. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and assumed that his friend was thinking that they didn't need to kill so many people. Johans put his hands on his comrade's shoulders and praised him. Frowning sternly, the young man said that he had found out what the villains were up to, and added that if they had left things as they were, the soldiers would have robbed them and tried to take over the village. The boy knitted his eyebrows sadly and asked if it was true. The wounded sailor stretched out his hand forward. The young man told me that the problems began as soon as these people arrived on the island. The soldier almost took out his assault rifle. The fighter explained that this fleet was exactly the same as the Pseudo Group or the Seoul Alliance, and was outraged that they pretended to care about the camp. Hyuk lowered his head. The survivor looked away and thought that they were not defenders or victims, nor were they the ones who did good and saved people. The warrior fired his pistol. The protagonist lowered his weapon and realized that they are the ones who steal and defend themselves. Johans looked ahead and realized that the villagers trusted the people who protected them, but even among them there would be those who would oppose their cruel methods. Dead soldiers were lying on the road. The guy thought about the fact that someone might say that they attacked innocent sailors, and others might even get upset or angry. The young man frowned and decided that most people could see and feel how the search party was protecting them. The fighter imagined people in bulletproof vests, and was happy that they were his allies. The survivor took out a walkie-talkie. The corporal reported that the upper deck had been cleared. The warrior smiled and wiped the blood from his face. A frightened Sweef approached him and asked why the leader was smiling so strangely. Sari frowned in displeasure and said that the boss looked just incredible. The main character asked what it was all about. Clouds floated across the sky. Johans walked along the embankment. The guy sighed and thought about smiling unconsciously as he thought about the prey that had fallen into his hands. The young man approached the ship and realized that he could not even imagine something like this. Climbing onto the gangway, the soldier decided that not all that glittered was gold, and remembered that they could not use the ship. The windows were tinted. The problem was not only in manpower and skills, but also in fuel. There was a rocket launcher on the deck. The survivor concluded that it was a Mistral. The warrior took hold of his hands. He pointed the rockets forward. A member of the squad approached him and asked if the boss had seen something familiar. The shells glittered in the sun. The main character said that he served in the special forces and knows how to use this thing. The soldier opened his mouth in surprise and asked if it was a rocket launcher. Johans replied that it was a guided missile installation. The corpses of sailors were lying everywhere. The guy promised to show how this device works if a mutant appears in the sky, and offered to restore order here. The heroes went on deck. The young man asked On to clean up from the guns, and the others to inspect the bodies for ammunition. A member of the search group lowered his weapon. The fighter ordered Sari to check the condition of all the villagers and calm them down. The sign had the inscription "Parking for terminal passengers," so bowed her head. The soldiers dragged the corpses aside. One of them asked his comrade to check his pockets and bandolier. Howen frowned menacingly. Someone put a hand on his shoulder and complimented him. Standing behind his friend, the survivor asked what he thought of their first battle together. Raising one eyebrow, the man called him incredible, and was surprised that they managed to defeat an opponent who outnumbered them 3 times with only their fists and firearms. The commander frowned and thought that what struck him most of all was the cruelty of his comrades. Members of the search group finished off the sailors who were allowed to pass, and shot at them as if they wanted to plunge more than one bullet into their bodies. The guys looked sternly ahead. The captain realized that he should not forget about the physical abilities of each of them, and concluded that it was on them that all the power of the group rested. The heroes came forward. The people who fought looked like children against their background. Dead soldiers were lying on the road. The soldier looked away. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The main character looked at him puzzled. Howen gritted his teeth and asked why they had killed everyone without exception. Johans gave him a stern look. The guy put his hand in his pocket and said that his friend should understand how lazy he was to answer this question. The man spread his arms and asked what it was all about. The young man said that it was difficult for him to explain this to every newcomer, and reminded him that he needed to collect weapons and supplies. Machine guns lay next to the corpses. The soldier asked if his ally really did not like to search the dead. Frowning menacingly, the commander explained that killing was bad, and looting was even worse, and asked if he himself was not disgusted. The survivor raised his pistol and told him that weapons and ammunition tend to run out, and it is wrong to leave them here. The warrior looked to the side and wondered if they had enough weapons and ammunition if they had to fight zombies to the death. Walking away, the protagonist said that searching corpses is a necessity for survival, and added that zombies and the dead are not so different from each other. So wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Looming over her, Johans declared that he would give her a chance, and concluded that she would not make a soldier. The guy looked down and explained that each of them had to earn their place. The search party was dealing with the corpses. The young man reported that his ally needed to either learn to fight, work hard, or learn a new skill, and asked what she wanted most. The girl silently looked away. The soldier walked past her and asked her to think carefully about it. Besides, she would have the opportunity to change specialties later. An arrow pierced the sailor's side. Standing in front of him, the survivor concluded that his girlfriend was already used to the murder, and thought that he would soon see her in the ranks of the search party. Clouds floated over the village. The warrior asked how everyone was doing. Sitting on the motorcycle, Sari reported that everyone was just surprised and scared. The main character asked if the villagers regretted that they decided to kill all the sailors. Smiling, the girl answered in the negative and added that people were aware that the villains were the first to start shooting. Johans turned away and said that it was good. The prisoners were sitting on the ground. The guy approached them. The young man looked down on them, not even thinking about accepting them into the camp, because they couldn't be sure that these people wouldn't betray them. The man trembled with fear. The fighter decided that it was better not to hang out with them at all, even if they did not want revenge. The survivor peeled off the tape and realized that killing them would be the right decision. The warrior lowered his hands and said that he wanted to ask a few questions. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and asked if the military could convince the others to join him. Hyunucho sadly knitted his eyebrows and asked for his life. Johans raised his eyebrows and concluded that he couldn't do anything about it. The guy pointed a gun at the prisoner. Howen raised his hand and asked him to stop. The soldier ran up to the leader and asked if he really wanted to kill them, since they didn't even fight back. Clutching his head, the commander asked the boss to understand him correctly and asked if it was too cruel. The young man looked sternly ahead. The fighter closed his eyes and thought that he and Hyuk had a lot in common. The sergeant squeezed his eyes shut. The captain offered to let them go. The survivor explained that they could give information about this base to the enemy. A member of the squad rounded his eyes in shock. The warrior lowered the corners of his lips and said that he was tired of explaining that there was a reason why there was no place for mercy in this world. Turning his head, the protagonist added that a comrade could ask anyone on the island about his motivation, and asked him to leave if he had any complaints or regrets. Stiff, smiling broadly, asked why his leader was treating the rookie so harshly, and suggested that he had made a mistake somewhere. Johans replied that he was not. The guy pointed the gun at Hyunucho. The young man frowned thoughtfully. The soldier lowered his weapon and sighed. The boy asked what was wrong. The survivor turned away and said that he had changed his mind. Jongwon flinched when the warrior asked him to start the boat and take the sailors with him. The mercenary asked what his boss was up to. The main character left, and decided to throw them away somewhere far from the island. The guys looked at him puzzled. People gathered at the pier. The soldier pushed the boat with his foot. Johans offered him a rest. The insurance agent smiled and said that he would go with them in case the military suddenly began to act weird when they were released. The guy narrowed his eyes and looked away. The propeller of the motor boat began to turn. The ship went to sea. Swift asked what its leader was thinking, and noticed that he was silent all the time. There were wires in the cabin, and the young man replied that he was thinking about Baekjong. The boy covered his face with his hand and was outraged by this. The fighter said that his friend misunderstood everything. The survivor lowered the corners of his lips and explained that he often reminisced about the chain of command that the head of the alliance had created. The warrior introduced a sequence that helped organize hundreds of people into unified command blocks. The man was sitting in front of his subordinates. The villain pointed his finger forward. The main character wondered why he needed it. Standing behind him, the mercenary asked what had come to his mind. Johans looked down and concluded that he was tired of the endless requests and people who came to him. With the captives wearing blindfolds, the guy decided that the villain had created a reliable chain of command with his body and strength, and stated that it was perfect from start to finish, just like in the army. Sadly knitting his eyebrows, the soldier concluded that Baekjong had taken on too much responsibility alone, and said that he even felt sorry for the man. The insurance agent narrowed his eyes and thought that his comrade did not want to be a villain, and knew what the camp needed. As the young man stood at the helm, Swift realized that he knew that they had to be careful at all times. A pier appeared ahead. The fighter pointed a gun at Hinucho and offered to end all this here. The boy fired several shots. The corpses of the sailors fell to the ground. Smoke poured out of the muzzle. The mercenary said that he did not like the fact that the boss always played the role of a villain. The soldier smiled and explained that the dirty work was always left to the right hand. Ash rose into the air. Watching the fire from the sidelines, the survivor praised his comrade in arms. The dead were enveloped in flames. The soldier thought that these people were simply unlucky, because the blame for their deaths lay with the officers. Standing by the burning corpses, the main character realized that he did not feel guilty, and decided that he just did what he had to do. Frowning menacingly, Johans felt that he was becoming more and more like a demon, and wondered how he and Baekjong were different from each other. Images of his allies and a prisoner flashed through his memories. The guy put his hand on his belt, and realized that anyone could call him a demon. The sun had set below the horizon. Darkness thickened over the pagoda. Rin walked the red carpet. There were no shoes on her feet. The girl looked to the side and realized that she was in a dream again. The snake opened its mouth. The monster sat on the throne. The woman opened her mouth in surprise and was amazed at its size. The monster's goiter swelled. The mutant spat out something strange. The lump fell to the floor. The white liquid began to boil. A hand escaped from her. The locust got on all fours. The man threw up his hands and asked what it was. A pungent smell penetrated his nose. The stranger grabbed his throat and began to moan. The survivor collapsed to the ground. The seer sat down next to him and asked if everything was okay. The zombie gritted his teeth furiously. The clairvoyant moved away from him in fright. The revived dead man grabbed her by the arm. The undead bared his teeth angrily. Rin's eyes widened. The girl jumped out of bed. There was a bruise on her arm. Looking down, the woman realized that there was a monster that was creating other mutants, and decided to warn everyone about it as soon as possible. The lights turned on in the building. The seer asked the nanny to wake everyone up. The sun rose behind the mountains. There were boxes on the shelves. The guys gathered in the lecture hall. The clairvoyant told them about the respiratory infection. The squad member looked around and concluded that they would all die if they encountered her. His friend asked if this creature could create new monsters. The soldier raised his hand and asked if the head of this monster did not look like a snake. The prophet raised her eyebrows in surprise and confirmed it. The main character looked around and asked what his ally knew. The boy told him that in the western part of South America, everyone worships a certain religion tied to black magic and dark gods. He introduced the cultist with the head of a bull and stated that the monster from the dream looked exactly like the god of this church. Johans frowned and asked how his comrade knew about this. A member of the squad remembered the library building and said that he had read a book from a professor who specialized in the study of these peoples and their religions. The guy tapped his finger on the table. The young man leaned on his hand and thought that humans can't become monsters, so mutants turn them into zombies first. There was a map on the wall. The fighter suggested that it be postponed for later and explained that they needed to discuss how to deal with the military bases in Yangjianggu. Rin lowered the corners of her lips and stated that she had something to say about these people. The guys looked at her carefully. The girl folded her hands in front of her and asked her ally to stop attacking humanity. The survivor raised his eyebrows in amazement. Closing his eyes, the warrior suggested that someone might think that he wanted to wipe out all humans from the face of the earth, and asked if they hadn't discussed it last week. Swift jumped forward as the woman explained that the intent to kill those they don't know was wrong. Clenching his fist, the boy asked her to shut up and not to interfere, because they were not asking her to do this, and said that they needed to follow the orders of their leader. The main character raised his hand. Omitting it, Johans recalled that everything had been quiet last week and asked what made the ally return to this topic. Hajin gave her a stern look. The seer explained that it was related to her dream, and said that their main enemy was not humans. Looking down, the clairvoyant said that they should unite and fight a common enemy, and added that when an unknown force tries to destroy people, God will try to prevent it. The guy gave her a stern look. The prophet said that she believed that God had chosen them, and asked if her companion had never felt it himself. In a flashback, the young man stretched his shoulder and thought that bad luck always go together, and that someone wants him to die, and someone wants him to survive. Smiling broadly, the squad member remarked that miracles often happen to them, and assumed that it was God who was helping them. Rin looked ahead and concluded that someone was deliberately trying to destroy humanity. The soldier frowned and asked what her words meant. The girl approached him and repeated her request. The woman confidently knitted her eyebrows and said that this was a fight for the survival not of one group, but of all humanity. The guys silently watched her. The seer said that she believed that they were all chosen for this role. The survivor locked his hands and decided that Hyuk would be happy to hear his words. A boy sitting behind him reminded him that he was here. The warrior lowered his gaze and thought that he needed to collect his thoughts. The snake spat out a ball of slime. Locusts crawled out of it. The main character concluded that the goal of these creatures is the extermination of humanity. The city is overrun by zombies. The clairvoyant narrowed her eyes in frustration. Johans realized that they had learned about all this thanks to her and her divine revelation. The guy looked to the side and wondered if God had chosen him and everyone else. The young man smirked and decided that this was nonsense. The fighter looked ahead and realized that this strange information was coming together. The piece of the puzzle fell into place. Sitting at the table, the survivor sensed that something was wrong and assumed that it was all created by someone sentient, and that whoever resurrected him had some purpose in mind. The boys stared at him intensely. The warrior suggested postponing the plan to raid the army, and said that they needed to increase the number of soldiers and train instead. The prophet flinched when her ally called out to her. The main character got up from the table. Johans knitted his eyebrows sternly, and warned that they would kill everyone if they noticed anything suspicious in the nearby bases. The guy lowered the corners of his lips and added that he could not guarantee the safety of those who tried to stop him. Rin smiled and thanked him for listening to her words. Power wires stretched over the building. The young man said that he would personally train everyone, even beginners, from now on, and ordered everyone to follow him. Clouds floated across the sky. A member of the camp cut the wheat with a sickle. The villagers worked in the fields. The old man wiped his forehead with his hand. Howen lowered his weapon and began to breathe heavily. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, the soldier was outraged that his friend interfered with the briefing, and reminded that he did not need to press the communication button. Zhang Huan approached him when the survivor asked him to. The boy's face was covered with sweat. The warrior asked why he was taking action without giving a briefing to the team. The guys were falling off their feet from fatigue. The main character asked if his comrade really wanted them all to die. The soldier knitted his eyebrows sadly and asked for forgiveness. Ragged breathing could be heard among the trees. Johans ordered everyone to stand up and start with endurance training. The guy went out onto the court. The walls of the temple appeared in the memory. Sitting on a chair, the young man asked what that monster looked like. Rin looked away and replied that this monster had a jaw like a shark and incredibly sharp claws. Leaning on his arm, the fighter thought that he had never seen such monsters, and asked if ordinary bullets could help them. Standing in front of him, the girl replied in the negative and added that she did not know how much time they had. The woman introduced the field and said that this would happen after the harvest season. The survivor narrowed his eyes and realized that the risk factors were increasing. The tank was standing in the street. The shark bared its teeth. The Hydra's eyes lit up. The warrior realized that they needed to wait and see how events would unfold further. The members of the squad ran around the stadium. They had enough reasons to become stronger in such a peaceful time. The main character frowned and noticed that the recruits were beginning to show their abilities. Howen gritted his teeth. His combat and shooting abilities only slightly lower than Swift and Hajin's. Johans narrowed his eyes and thought that his antics were a real problem, but that he would be a huge plus in their team if he learned to control himself. The girl lagged behind everyone else. The woman leaned on her hands and began to breathe heavily. The guy realized that she always took the last place in any exercise and that her skills were not getting better. The young man looked to the side and decided that if her prophecies were true, then she had a unique ability to foresee. As the seer ran across the court, the fighter realizing that her skill could change everything, and concluded that he had to be careful to maintain her trust. Trees grew near the building. The survivor announced a break. The guys fell to the ground and complained of incredible fatigue. Yunhui ran up to the leader and reported that they had received the parcel. There was an inscription on the building. There were hard drives on the table. The warrior put on his headphones and asked how his friend was doing. Smiling, the man asked him to leave the pleasantries and said that he had to tell him something. The office was empty. The main character asked what happened. A local man opened fire in the street, and the old man said he had learned from a business partner in Seoul that after Baekjeong's death, people had begun a fierce battle. Bowing his head, Johans decided that this was not surprising, and thought that most of the survivors had obeyed the boss, and that someone else should now take his place. There was a huge building in the middle of the park. The soldier explained that the largest group were the guys who had settled in Yeouido. The guy frowned and asked who their leader was. The mercenary replied that his name was Sino. The young man looked down and thought. A question came from the headphones if they were really acquainted. The soldier smirked and confirmed it. In a flashback, the friend put his hand on his shoulder. This man taught a survivor how to fight on his feet. A knife pierced the man's head, and the warrior had to kill him. The main character remembered his smile, and was happy that he finally appeared. There was a lighthouse near the shore. Bubbles appeared in the water. A giant fin appeared above the surface. The shark was approaching. The monster came ashore, leaving deep footprints behind it. The monster shuddered and headed for the camp. The zombie's white eyes lit up in the darkness. A crowd of the living dead came out of the shadows. The full moon was shining in the sky. The dog opened its mouth and howled. Jongwon pressed the switch and turned on the light. The boy yawned widely and asked what had happened. Ian went out onto the balcony and asked what had happened. The soldier looked up and replied that the black ball had started barking out of nowhere. Leaning on her hands, the girl told that, according to legend, dogs bark at an empty place when they see ghosts, and asked a friend to check if there was anyone under the bed. His eyebrows knitted in fright. The member of the party asked her not to say so, and wondered if a wild animal had come down from the mountains again. Jongwon opened his mouth in horror and shouted that 50 meters to the northwest glass had shattered. The girl stared at him puzzledly and asked what he was talking about. Blushing with embarrassment, the boy replied that it was just a habit and thought that training was driving him crazy. The soldier pressed the radio button. He went to the door and asked if his friend was asleep. The main character asked what happened. The squad member pursed his lips and wondered if their leader was awake at all. Holding the walkie-talkie in his hands, Jiang Huan wondered if the boss had not slept all this time. Johannes replied that he had just woken up, and repeated his question. Looking out the window, the boy said that he had woken up from the barking of a black ball and that someone had broken a window nearby, and said that he wanted to go check it out. Darkness thickened on the street. The guy asked his ally to give him the exact location and said that he would join him. The soldier went outside with a flashlight. Looking to the side, he doubted that anything suspicious could happen so early, and noticed that the dog had not barked for a long time. The dog sniffed the ground. A member of the squad assumed that there was something here. A noise was heard from the bushes ahead. Jiang Huan broke out in a cold sweat and reported that there was something in front of the red 2-story building in Sector 2. Glowing eyes appeared in the grass. The pet bared his fangs and growled. The boy took a step forward. The shark came out from behind the trees. The soldier's eyes widened in fright and realized that he had to leave. He pressed the radio button and reported everything to the leader. The monster violently opened its mouth. A member of the squad removed the machine gun from the safety. Jiang Huan opened fire. Bullets ricocheted off the monster's thick scales. The mutant rushed to the building. The boy opened his mouth furiously and shouted that the enemy was in Sector 2. The walkie-talkie hung on his shoulder. The main character asked him not to fight alone and said that safety is above all. The soldier ran forward. The beast approached the house. The debris fell to the ground. A member of the squad rounded his eyes in horror. They were filled with tears. The shark tore Ain in half. The monster chewed on her legs. The girl was hanging upside down. Jiang Huan wept as he watched this horror. He gritted his teeth angrily. The boy opened fire and wished the enemy death. The bullets did not leave a scratch on the monster's body. The soldier pulled the trigger, but he ran out of ammunition. The mutant turned to him. The beast bared its sharp fangs. A member of the squad frantically took out new cartridges. The shark came close to him. The shooter froze in place and stared at him in fear. Swift frowned sternly and asked what it was. The decapitated Jiang Huan was lying on the ground. The guys surrounded him. The main character lowered his gaze and thought about what a terrible death it was. The infected Ain crawled towards him. Johann stabbed her in the throat. Blood was dripping from the dagger. Putting his hand to his head, the guy asked to take everyone to the shelter and felt pain in his chest. Memories of his comrade flashed through his head. The young man realized that in such times it was foolish to be surprised by death. The soldier's eyes widened. The survivor pursed his lips and realized that he had been wrong when he thought he had come to terms with it. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. The boy bowed his head and said that now was not the time to worry, because the enemy was still alive. The mercenary looked at his leader sternly. Lowering the corners of his lips, the warrior agreed with him and asked for forgiveness. The members of the search group looked down. The house was completely destroyed. The main character forbade his comrades in arms to walk alone and said that all movements should take place in detachments. Jiang Huan clutched a grenade in his hand, as Johannes ordered his allies to focus on evacuating the civilians and asked the two teams to go after the monster. The guy took a grenade. The guy frowned furiously and mentally promised to find the enemy and kill him at all costs. The young man clenched the shell into a fist. A member of the squad walked up to him and asked if a group of zombies shouldn't have appeared at the same time. With frightened eyes, the soldier realized that he had been imprudent, and doubted that ordinary living dead would have been able to make their way to the island. Rin appeared in the flashback, the survivor realizing that her prophecy had come true from the monster's appearance to habits. The living dead opened their mouths. The warrior concluded that they would soon appear. The main character opened his eyes wide. Sitting on the sofa, Johannes watched the news. A ship was shown on the screen. The host reported that the operation to move civilians and soldiers to the South Sea across the Han River failed because one of the passengers was infected. The guy lowered the corners of his lips and said that they needed a boat. A member of the squad raised his eyebrows and asked what he was talking about. Looking to the side, the young man explained that there must have been naval operations from the Chinese coast, and recalled how Korea wanted to transport civilians by sea. The undead's eyes lit up. Zombies walked along the deck. The ship was at sea. The fighter assumed that the captured vessel was moving towards them. The soldier opened his mouth in shock. The survivor stepped forward and thought about the fact that the shark cannot summon zombies. The warrior put his hand on his belt and decided that there were enough monsters nearby to form a whole wave. The main character narrowed his eyes and concluded that right now a ship full of monsters was heading towards them. Looking towards the forest, Johann said that they should postpone the funeral, and added that the main task now was to deal with the threat. Clouds were floating in the dark sky. The guy asked some comrades to follow him, and the rest to evacuate the villagers. The building stood behind barbed wire. There were arrows in the backpack. Smoke poured out of the exhaust pipe. The young man got on his motorcycle. Sari asked where they were going. There were power lines at the top of the hill. The fighter replied that they needed to go there. Stars shone in the sky. The motorcycles were parked near the tower. The survivor asked his companion to use the sight of the weapon instead of a flashlight. The warrior climbed onto the support. The girl looked up and asked if the leader could see anything. The main character sat down on the edge of the tower and answered in the negative. A thick fog blocked the view. Johannes lowered his weapon and thought that they might just dig in if it weren't for the haze. Swift took the radio in his hand and reported that they could not see the target. The guy came down from the tower. The young man looked down and assumed that the shark had attacked Ain first. Red eyes appeared in the bushes. The fighter remembered that Zhang Huan had found the monster 50 meters from his house. The building was destroyed, and both corpses were found side by side. Empty shells lay on the ground. The survivor decided that his friend had lost his mind and rushed at the enemy alone. The warrior stopped and thought that this monster was very clever and knew when to attack and when to hide. Nothing could be seen in the dark. The main character realized that the mutant could take advantage of the enemy's weakness, so his intelligence and judgment were an order of magnitude higher than that of ordinary zombies. Johannes clung to the tower and realized that he had not felt the breath of death in the back of his head for a long time. The guy looked down and thought that he would definitely be able to survive. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened. The fighter took the radio and asked his comrades in arms to retreat to the east. The shark ran through the forest straight to the power transmission towers. A member of the squad opened fire on her. The survivor attached the knife to the muzzle. So and Sari rushed away. The monster almost caught up with them. The reflection of a warrior appeared in his eyes. The main character jumped off the tower and swung his rifle. He managed to pierce the enemy's eye. The monster began to wag its tail. It threw Johannes off her head. Dust rose into the air. Because of her, you could hardly see anything. The guy landed on his feet. The young man sternly knitted his eyebrows and realized that he had found the weakness of his opponent. The guys raised their rifles and started shooting. The beast furiously opened its mouth and roared. The fighter took out a grenade and decided to use the same strategy as with David. The fish hit the ground with its tail. Stones and splinters soared into the air. The survivor covered his head with his hand and was surprised that the enemy decided to escape. Footprints appeared on the trodden path. The warrior thought that their enemy was large and very loud. Sari ran up to him and asked if everything was okay. By pressing the button of the radio, the main character reported that the shark had knocked down the support and escaped, and warned that it was very cunning and careful. Johannes clutched the grenade in his hand and thought that they would still have a chance to finish it off. The guy put his hands on his belt and said that the goal of stopping the ship with zombies had not changed. Lutzo smiled and said that the helicopter was ready. Clouds were floating over the forest. The young man suggested that they go to the hangar and suggested that if they did not appear on their own, they would have to find them. The helicopter stood motionless. The next moment, it soared into the air. The soldier looked through binoculars. A ship was sailing on the sea. Sitting at the helm, the man confirmed the direction. The helicopter flew up to the ship. Hundreds of zombies stretched out their hands towards him. Gritting his teeth, the survivor wondered who was trying to kill them in such a stupid way, and asked his friend to go down a little lower. The warrior looked down and realized that the easiest way to remedy the situation was to change the course of the ship, but there were too many monsters on it. The monsters bared their fangs. The main character realized that going down there was suicide, and decided that he needed to move on to a backup plan. So knitted her eyebrows sadly. The girl poured kerosene. A rain of fuel fell on the monsters. Holding a canister in his hands, Johannes asked if his girlfriend could hit here with an arrow. The girl confirmed this. The guy leaned sharply. The young man tied a rope around the waist of his ally and asked her to hold on tightly. The fighter put his hand on her shoulder and said that she would succeed. The archer blushed and wondered why he had such a sweet voice. The survivor took out a lighter. A member of the squad pulled the bowstring. The soldier immediately let her go. A fiery arrow rushed towards the ship. The flames immediately engulfed the living dead. The ship began to burn. The zombies waved their arms as they tried to get out of the fire. Soon the monsters were burned alive. A cloud of black smoke rose above the ship. The warrior frowned and asked his companion to shoot again. A voice from the radio on his shoulder announced that the shark was heading for the shelter. The protagonist looked down and realized that the enemy had decided to attack as soon as they left the island, which meant that he had been watching them all this time. The steel doors were closed, so even a mutant would hardly be able to break them. Johannes imagined the monster bursting in, and decided that in that case, the worst possible option would become a reality, so they needed to stop it. Pressing the button, the guy asked his comrades not to try to fight the monster with the usual methods and explained that it could infect them, so they would have to keep the maximum distance. The blades of the helicopter spun. Sari raised her eyebrows and said that the ship had not stopped. The young man looked overboard and wondered if he would actually have to go down to manually turn the ship around. The fighter looked at the fire and concluded that it was impossible now. There was an explosion on the deck. The guys were sitting in the helicopter. The survivor smiled and realized that it worked. Explosions thundered one after another. Cargo containers fell into the water. So clenched her fist happily. The helicopter flew back. The warrior reported that their mission was completed. The ship sank. A member of the detachment reported that the shark was near the base and was preparing for an attack. Looking sternly ahead, the protagonist stated that they would be back soon and asked the allies not to try the impossible. Lutzow gave a thumbs up when Johannes said that they needed to head straight to the hideout. The helicopter headed for the island. Members of the search group stood at the barricades with raised weapons. Swift lowered the corners of his lips and noticed that this monster was actually very careful. The monster gritted its teeth. The boy frowned and offered to open fire on the count of 3. The soldier removed the safety catch from the submachine gun. The guys took aim. The next moment, They opened fire on the enemy. The beast opened its mouth furiously. The heroes shot at him from the upper floors of the building. However, the bullets bounced off the snake's sturdy scales. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and concluded that these attacks made no sense. The fish waved its tail. The shark gritted its teeth. She ran forward, despite the shots. The insurance agent took out an axe and asked his comrades to get ready. The monster broke through the barricades. Hajin took a fighting stance. Members of the search group took out knives. Swift ran forward and ordered his companions not to come closer. The boy frowned and thought that he could become infected from just one touch. The monster swung its paw, but missed. The mercenary raised his axe to strike. Its blade slammed into the monster's leg. Some of the weapons broke, leaving not even a scratch on the enemy's body. The beast immediately swung its other paw. The soldier looked up and realized that the enemy was quite fast. The man ran forward and saved him with his shield. The fish stepped aside. The insurance agent thanked his friend for his help. The taekwondo man frowned and noticed that, unlike David, this creature attacks from a distance, so they just need to dodge its claws and fangs. The shark grinned and roared. In a flashback, the main character looked around and said that the weakness of most mutants is their eyes and organs. Swift took out a grenade and decided to add fire. The guys rushed to attack. The boy asked his comrade in arms to be more careful. The monster raised its paw. The athlete raised his shield in front of him. The monster's paw stretched forward. The warrior's eyes widened in fright. He opened his mouth wide and asked his companion to duck. The beast's paw was right in front of him. The mercenary pushed his ally aside and exposed himself to the blow. A deep scratch appeared on his hand. The guys fell to the ground. The fish came up to them and stuck out its tongue. Suddenly a bullet pierced through him. Holding a rifle in his hands, An called out to his friend. Members of the search group continued to shoot. The soldier threw a grenade at the enemy. The shark closed its jaws. An explosion rang out in her mouth. The insurance agent smiled and wished her bon appetit. The monster spat out blood. Spy frowned and wondered if one grenade would not be enough. Hajin put his hand to his stomach. The boy concluded that they were not in the best situation. The monster curled up into a ball. The mercenary was surprised that his limbs could stretch, and decided that the opponent was hiding his trump card until the decisive moment. The man looked at the bloody glove and asked how long his ally would be able to hold out, the soldier assuming he had a few minutes. Smiling, the soldier said that it would be nice if they could fight without worrying about getting infected, and reminded them that they needed to avenge Jongwon. The taekwondo athlete came out in front and ordered the others to go to the hideout and wait for the arrival of the leader. The insurance agent stated that they were destined to die in battle. The corporal covered his face with his hand and cried. Swift asked him to stop crying and said that at this rate they would all die. Hyuk held out his hand. The boy gripped the handle of his axe. The mercenary took a step forward and asked if the enemy should sing a lullaby on the way to the other world. Several bullets crashed into the scales of the beast. Holding a rifle in his hands, the soldier shouted that he would stay with his comrades in arms until the very end. The athlete smiled and asked him to go to the shelter. At this moment, the fish opened its eyes wide. The mutant opened its mouth and spat out blood. After that, the shark rushed to attack. The soldier opened his mouth wide and called out to his friend. A member of the squad opened fire. The monster jumped straight onto An. The corporal's eyes widened in horror. There were boards near the neighboring building. The motorcycle drove over them and ended up on the roof. The main character jumped off it so as to push the enemy away with the wheel. Johans fell to the ground. Blood gushed from the wounds on the monster's head. The guy took out a grenade. He threw it straight into the mouth of his opponent. There was a powerful explosion. The young man grabbed a machete. The soldier spread his arms. The fighter asked him to go to the shelter. The beast turned around and roared loudly. The survivor ran to meet him. The fish bared its teeth. The shark ran away from the camp. The warrior stopped and frowned. It was dark in the windows of the building. The insurance agent smiled and said that his boss was late. The main character approached them and concluded that his friends were definitely infected. Johans's eyes widened and was amazed that he had lost 3 great guys at once. Covering his head with his hand, the guy said that they did not have time, and asked his associates to say what they wanted. Swift confidently knitted his eyebrows and wished him to avenge them. The young man decided that they would see each other again in hell. The fighter lowered his head and realized that they remained the same until the very end. The survivor looked up at the sky and felt that everything around him seemed unreal. Clouds floated across the dark sky. The hope of the camp was melting before our eyes. Looking at the hand, the boy noticed that he was much better than expected and said that it was fun. The warrior opened his mouth in surprise and asked if his comrade could feel anything. The mercenary turned his head and confirmed this. The man said that he also felt nothing but pain from the wound. The main character looked at the wristwatch and asked how long it had been scratched. The soldier replied that 10 minutes had passed. Johans frowned and thought about how the virus was spreading much faster and that it all started with a fever. The guy put his hand to the forehead of his ally and realized that there was no heat. The young man turned to Hyuk and asked him to bring disinfectant and bandages. A member of the squad ran to the shelter. Stars shone above the building. There were medical devices on the tray. The fighter said that next to the mutant, infection begins in the first 5 minutes and that people experience fever, and then hyperemia. The survivor looked at his friend and stated that 20 minutes had passed, but they still did not have any symptoms. The warrior smiled and concluded that they were immune. The insurance agent looked down at his hands and wondered what his body was capable of. Squinting, the main character was glad that there were 3 people with immunity in their camp at once, and thanked fate for such a ridiculous coincidence. Hajin put his hand on his belt. Swift asked why he had such a strange expression on his face. Suddenly the boy's eyes widened. The man raised his hand with the blade. He shed tears and asked why he had to cut off his hand then. The guys stared at him puzzled. The sun rose over the hills. There were traces of destruction on the ground. Johann stepped forward and thought that the invariable feature of zombies and all mutants is that they kill and eat living creatures. The guy narrowed his eyes and realized that they could fight back as much as they wanted, but the shark would still consider them its prey. Looking at his hand, the young man said that the monster would definitely return, and felt goosebumps run through his body. The taekwondo athlete frowned and decided that they needed to build up strength first. Members of the search group stood at the barricades. The fighter ordered them to guard the borders in shifts. Looking towards the village, the survivor hoped that this would not last long, and realized that otherwise it would be very uncomfortable in all respects. White clouds floated slowly across the sky. The military guarded the shelter. Villagers were sitting on sleeping bags. Swift raised his eyebrows sadly and reported that people were tired of what had been happening here lately. Approaching them, the warrior stated that he had gathered them here for this very reason, and added that he had a great idea. A conference room sign hung by the door. The boy opened his mouth in shock and asked if his friend was sure of this. Frowning, the protagonist replied that he didn't know because he had never done anything like that and explained that they would not be able to capture the monster. Sitting at the table, Johannes talked about how the mutant runs away every time it feels threatened, and concluded that it should be killed with a single attack. There were documents in the closets. The guy wondered if the enemy would withstand the blow of a claymore and a high-explosive mine. The mercenary folded his hands behind his head and offered to check it out. The young man turned his head and said that it would be nice for the 3 of them to leave, but just in case, one had to stay. The soldier looked at his comrade and invited him to stay, but Hajin stated that he wanted to go on a mission. His hand trembled. The man explained that he had to avenge his hand. The soldier raised his eyebrows in surprise. The survivor stared at his comrade in puzzlement and thought that he had cut it off himself. There were many folders and documents in the shelf. The main character put his hands on the table and offered to remember the situation with David, and his interlocutor said that the battle felt as if he was the main character of an action movie. Johann smiled and replied that it would be hard to believe even if he told it, and then added that he left it all to Swift. Sveif brought his palm to his forehead and with a smirk told the protagonist to rely on him. A long path could be seen in the green forest. Someone was moving quickly along it. The main character and Hajin were riding a motorcycle and talked about the fact that they needed to go further. In the distance, clouds of dust rose into the air. The huge monster suddenly broke the trees with its clawed paws. He opened his mouth wide and roared deafeningly. Johannes furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and thought that this was the strongest and most disgusting mutant he had seen, marveling at its endurance. Beyond the forest was the sea. The protagonist, who was driving the motorcycle, asked Hajin not to let him down while the monster was chasing them. They raced quickly past the trees, and Hajin said that 5 minutes should be enough for him. Johannes did not slow down, saying that if his comrade died, he would find a sunny lawn and make him a beautiful grave. The motorcycle braked sharply, and dust flew out from under its wheel. Hajin stood on the ground and took the shield in his hand. The mutant opened its fanged mouth wide, growling loudly. The main character left alone. Hajin gritted his teeth tightly, and furrowed his brows aggressively. The monster screamed furiously as he approached the man. Hajin rolled his foot on the ground. He held out a shield in front of him and shouted for the mutant to attack. The man closed his eyes and clenched his jaws as the monster attacked his shield. Then he jumped back. He landed with one knee bent. The wound on his abdomen began to bleed. Then the man smirked and thought that the monster was much weaker than a couple of days ago. The mutant had several rows of fangs, and Hajin thought that the monster's head had begun to rot, which meant that Svif's and Johann's grenades had worked well. After these thoughts, the man gritted his teeth and waved his hand, mentally telling the mutant to try to hit him again. With all his strength, he struck the monster with his shield. His hand gripped the handle of the shield, and he realized that it hadn't worked. Then the mutant stretched out a paw with long sharp claws. The man managed to jump away, and the monster hit the ground with its paw. The mutant swung its limbs in the air, and Hajin successfully dodged its attacks. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. Hajin arched his thin eyebrows and began to shout as well. The protagonist watched them from afar, not understanding why Hajin was screaming along with the mutant. Johannes put his hand on the weapon and thought that somehow they could buy time. He frowned and thought that Hajin was coping alone against the monster, and like Swift, he had already overcome the level of ability of an ordinary human. After these thoughts, the guy raised his weapon to the sky. Meanwhile, Hajin was fighting a mutant. The man was holding a grenade in his hand. Without hesitation, he threw it in front of him and smoke immediately appeared there. Then he turned around and began to run away quickly. The monster opened its mouth wide and roared in the smoke. Hajin pressed his foot on the gas pedal. The gray car instantly drove forward. But suddenly, the mutant was right in front of him. In fury, he struck the ground with his tail. Hajin immediately changed gears. The car drove back. The man drove onto the path and rushed forward. A screaming monster was reflected in the car's mirror, and Hajin said he was completely furious. At this time, a mutant was visible on the screen. Johans gritted his teeth, looking into the lens and asking that the monster be caught. Hajin was driving a car whose windshield was covered in cracks. The car drove off a cliff and ended up in the air. The main character narrowed his eyes and told the mutant to run faster. The monster immediately jumped upwards, its mouth wide open with sharp fangs. The scope caught a huge shark. Johans pulled the trigger. The main character fired a missile. The shell left behind a fiery streak in the air. The shark opened its mouth when the rocket was next to its face. In the next second, a powerful explosion thundered. Around the high rock, clouds of dust and smoke hovered in the air. Johans was riding a motorcycle. Without hesitation, he went into the sea. Once in the water up to his waist, he turned around and called loudly to Hajin. There were many bubbles on the water surface. The man suddenly emerged from the water. The protagonist turned around and saw Hajin behind him. He helped the man to his feet, putting his arms around his waist, and they walked toward the shore. Hajin fell to the sand, letting out a loud sigh. He and Johans were lying on the ground, looking up. There were white clouds in the blue sky, and the main character said that Hajin did a great job. In the middle of the forest there was a path on which there were 2 hills of earth. Sari cried, covering her wet face with her hand. 2 men with dark hair looked down silently. A chamomile grew among the stones. Johan's face darkened, and he suddenly remembered asking Jongwon to do everything right. He remembered a young man with glasses who apologized with a smile to the main character. Johans looked down and thought that the most common thing he heard was Jongwon's apology. Red hair hid the upper half of the protagonist's face, and he thought that he only wanted to help, and that it seemed to him that Jongwon would not die if he was strict with him. People silently looked at their leader. Johans put his hands in his pockets and walked away, thinking that everyone was in shock, just like him. Zombies wandered along the seashore around the corpses. The monster in the wet shirt raised his hands and roared loudly. At the same second, the main character, being in front of him, swung for a blow. The zombie flew back and fell on its back, and a fire was burning behind it. Johans wiped his sweaty forehead with his hand and sighed. He looked deep into the forest at his men. The flames consumed the bodies of the dead. The full moon and stars shone in the night sky. 3 people were sitting on the ground. A man in leather boots was walking along the path. Chomi and Hyuk looked at the man who came up to them, who told them that it was time to go to bed. Without answering the main character, the trio got up and walked away. Sari stopped suddenly, as if she remembered something. The black dog slept on the ground. The girl stroked Chernish, and said that it was not his fault. Johan suddenly grabbed his harness. He picked up the dog and yelled with an angry face that it was a useless creature that couldn't even protect its master, adding that he would chop up the black man for meat if he ran away again. Sari knitted her eyebrows pitifully and said that it was cruel. Johans frowned and replied that the dog would sit here forever if no new owners were found for him, and then asked if Sari knew anyone who could take the Black Sandman. Then the girl raised her hand and replied that she would take the dog. At the same second, the main character threw Chernish into her arms. He burned her eyes and said that Chernish should be turned into a fighting dog, not a hunting dog, because they did not need a mutt who would run away from the battlefield. Sari put Black down on the ground and asked how exactly he should be trained, to which he turned away and told the girl to just throw the dog into the crowd of zombies for him to fight, and Sari asked what would happen if Black Tiger got infected. Johans turned around and asked if she hadn't noticed that the animals couldn't catch the infection. He turned away and added that Sari should rest first because she looked tired. There was a dark night sky over the forest. A sunny day came, and the blue sea could be seen near the forest. Grass grew from the ground. A tractor drove behind while 3 people mowed the grass. A wide staircase led to a brown building. The man in the black cloak clasped his hands together, looking down. The girl was quietly praying as Johans walked behind her. He looked at her and asked if she had received an answer from heaven. Rin turned around and replied with a slight smile that she wasn't, because her faith wasn't that strong yet. The main character sat down on the bench and firmly announced that he wanted to use her people in operations from next week. There were rows of empty shops, and Rin replied that she asked to call them her people. The girl folded her hands and said that she was very uncomfortable, that she could not help Johans in any way, and that her efforts were of no use, to which he replied that there was not a drop of regret on her face. The girl smiled silently. Then Johans furrowed his brows and told her not to worry, because she would be expelled. A modified cross hung on the wall, and the protagonist added that enlisting in a reconnaissance squad would make Rin a hostage, and instead she had better stay here and report any unforeseen events while they were away. Against the background of the wall, dark silhouettes of furniture and 2 interlocutors could be seen. The girl asked if she was a hostage, to which the guy replied that it was just a formality. Then Rin smiled and replied that she was not worried and was happy to entrust everything to the main character, but she was only worried that she could not help in any way. Johannes leaned his face on his fist and said that such words sounded like empty politeness that made him feel uncomfortable. The wooden door suddenly swung open. Sari, whose eyes burned brightly, furiously asked Johannes what he was doing there. The protagonist turned around and replied that he was talking to Rin, after which he asked if something had happened, while thinking to himself that he was dying. Sari smiled suspiciously and said that she had just remembered him and wanted to see him while she was training. The door then slammed loudly. Rin opened her mouth in shock and rounded her blue eyes. Then she closed her eyes and said with a smile that Sari looks very cute when she is jealous. The main character shook off his hand on his pants and replied that Sari was such a person. He then looked at the girl out of the corner of his eye and added that that was all he wanted to say, and that Rin wouldn't complain if someone died on the expedition. The room was empty, and Rin told Johansa goodbye to be careful. White clouds floated in the blue sky. The axe cut through the log. Swift raised his axe with a grin and greeted someone. The main character smiled and waved his hand to him. Hajin, who was standing on one arm, asked how their leader was doing. Johannes approached his comrades and told them that they would have to go scouting again, so he came to say that he would leave again, to which Hajin said that they needed to prepare a little, and they could go. Swift smiled and said that their commander was indeed working hard, and then asked when they were leaving. Swift and Hajin furrowed their brows and screamed in shock when Johannes said that they were both not going this time. An axe was sticking out of the stump, and the leader explained that the newcomers needed to get real combat experience, so only a few would go. Then he smiled and said that they were going to the Incheon Port Cargo Storage and Transportation Center. Swift clenched his hands into fists, asking if Hajin could be left here and taken with him, and Johannes replied that he could not, as they did not know if there were any other mutants nearby. Swift sighed sadly, closing his eyes, and Hajin put his hands on his waist and looked at him with a smile. The long-haired youth put his fist on his side and reported that Hyuk had come again and had been doing so for days. He remembered the man lying on the ground and said that he had said that he wanted to become strong. The main character remained silent, looking ahead. There was a clear sky above the house, and Johannes said that he was leaving the island on them for that time. The building was fenced. Someone suddenly plunged a knife into a tree. The black-haired youth shouted loudly as he struck again. The protagonist, seeing this, folded his hands and asked where such ferocity came from, adding that efforts are good, but they should also be effective, because the body does not have infinite resources. Heck, his face covered in beads of sweat, turned around and asked if Johannes had come to look at him. The protagonist, standing on the other side of the fence, asked why he had such an expression, to which he asked in response if Hajin and Swift were immune to the infection, and Johannes replied that this was true, and then asked if the young man admired or envied them. When he answered in the negative, the main character furrowed his brows and asked what was the matter then. The young man lowered his head and replied that he thought it was a little unfair, because they were already very strong. Holding a dagger in his hand, he added that the difference between him and Swift and Hajin only increased, and in order to save and protect people, one had to be strong. Heck clenched his hand tightly into a fist and added that he was gradually approaching his limit. Then Johannes pushed the green door open and said that nothing could be done about it, because it was not in the power of man. He stepped inside and thought that no one knew what the criteria for antibodies were, and it wasn't clear who was predisposed to it, so it wasn't something that could be achieved with hard work. He stared at his comrade and continued to think that all that remained was to train as hard as he could, as the two of them had done, until his immunity was revealed. As Heck stared at his dagger, Johannes thought that the only option was to fight. There were curtains hanging from the inside of the windows, and Heck asked if Johannes was okay. There was sawdust on the floor, and the young man explained that he meant Jongwon's death. He then lowered his head and apologized, saying that it was impossible to be okay here, and that things would have been different if he had been vigilant that day. Then the main character narrowed his eyes slightly and thought that his friend was just a fool. He suddenly furrowed his brows and asked himself if he blamed himself for Jongwon's death. Johannes, whose face showed no emotion, said that he spoke like a leader. Heck looked dumbfounded at the protagonist upon hearing this. Johannes stood sideways, saying that the commander takes a lot of responsibility and is responsible for the others, and in their ruined world, the protagonist's responsibility is people's lives. Without taking his eyes off his friend, the guy added that Jongwon's death was his mistake. There were cuts from the dagger on the log, and Johannes added that he should have told Jongwon not to take the risk and stay home, and in that case, he would have a completely different outcome. Then the protagonist suggested that the problem was the guards. He returned to that day countless times, and each time it was regretful. He remembered the guy with the severed arm and said that this happens after every death, and every time he makes a decision that he has to become stronger. Johannes put his hands on his waist and said that he wanted to be strong enough to prevent this from happening again. Heck's eyes widened. The main character looked at his friend out of the corner of his eye and said that he would certainly become stronger. Heck raised his eyebrows at these words. Then he lowered his head and agreed with Johannes. The main character turned away and went to the exit. When he went outside, he thought that they would survive this nightmare, and Heck would definitely be able to become an excellent commander. At this time, the guy struck the tree with his dagger again. Sawdust flew into the air, and the leader thought that it was possible. It would happen earlier. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The main character scooped up rice with a spoon and asked how he met Rina. The man next to him smiled and replied that he had rather met not her, but her father, because he was in a close relationship with the chairman. As he chewed on his meal, he looked at the guy and added that he probably already knew that her family lived in Oslo and that they owned the 10 largest companies in Europe. Johannes picked up a metal mug and asked why the daughter of such a family had become a nun. Then his interlocutor imagined a girl looking out of the window, and replied that it was all because of her prophetic dream. She said that she had been dreaming prophetic dreams since childhood and because of this she was treated as possessed, although it was more likely a trick of the heirs. Rin was constantly being discussed by people behind her back. For the first time, she had a prophetic dream when her mother died in an accident with the crash of the Five Oceans airline plane. Rin cried her eyes out when they were at the airport, as she thought her mother was going to die, and she was supposed to be flying first class at the time. Leaving his memories, the man looked into the distance and went on to say that she eventually died on the way back to Oslo, but people are treacherous and superstitious, and after the girl predicted the disaster, they began to treat her like a curse. After listening to his interlocutor, the main character exhaled heavily and concluded that people are the same everywhere, after which he asked if that was why she became a nun. The tea was steaming in his glass, and the man replied that it was so, adding that she had borrowed the shell of God's revelation, because faith has the power to make you believe in the unbelievable. As soon as the guy heard this, shock appeared in his eyes, and then he asked himself if it was possible that she became a nun not because she had prophetic dreams, but to make other people believe her. The helicopter's blades didn't move, and Jahan suddenly said that he had enough of talking about it, because he felt like he was trying to find out everything behind her back, to which his interlocutor replied that it was not a secret and that if he asked directly, she would kindly tell him everything, so he could ask her in person. Putting the mug to his mouth, he added that he really hoped that he would believe her words, because he himself did not believe in them until he lost his entire family in an accident. That day, tears poured from his eyes, and he shouted loudly at the girl, asking her why she did not persuade them, to which she replied sadly that she was very guilty before him. After leaving his memories, the man lowered his head and said quietly that it was stupid of him. The main character silently looked at his interlocutor. Suddenly, he looked sharply at his hand and asked himself what this feeling was. At the same moment, the guy took out a walkie-talkie, from which Rin's voice was heard. The device fit perfectly in his hand, while the girl suddenly said that it looked like a nuclear power plant would explode. Both men were very surprised by these words. The house of the religious community was illuminated by the rays of the sun. One of the offices had an inscription that it was a conference room. When the protagonist asked if the nuclear power plant was going to explode, Rin looked at him with a calm expression on her face and replied that it was true, she had seen it in her dreams. At these words, the guy frowned in displeasure and said to himself that 3 years before the regression, he had never heard of a power plant blowing up, after which he asked himself why now. Everyone present in the hall whispered and looked at each other. Anger suddenly appeared in the guy's eyes as he asked himself if it was because the zombie spread had accelerated. Drawing a crowd of dead people in his head, he added that zombies definitely spread faster, and because of the mutated ones, the infection period is accelerated, and apparently before the regression, someone managed to turn off the nuclear power plant, but this time they didn't. After leaving his performances, Yihins put his hands on his hips and asked if she knew where and when, to which Rin replied that she had seen a sign that said Tianwan, but she didn't know when it would be, as her dream was too short. After these words, one of those present clutched his head and shouted in fright that the Tianwan nuclear power plant is the closest Chinese nuclear power plant to Korea, so they cannot avoid radioactive contamination. Hearing this, the main character shifted his gaze to his subordinate and asked what he was talking about, after which he ordered to explain in more detail. The guy abruptly raised his head and explained to the leader that since the nuclear power plant is an object to be protected first in the event of an emergency, it should have been shut down immediately after the zombie apocalypse began, but it takes 1 to 5 years of maintenance before the nuclear reactor is completely shut down. He presented a huge nuclear reactor and added that if everyone responsible turned into zombies, then as soon as the cooling liquid of the reactor ran out, the diesel engine would stall, and at the same minute, the pressure in the nuclear reactor would rise, and not only in China, Korea and Japan. In a few years, nuclear power plants would begin to explode like dominoes all over the world. After saying that, the guy imagined a terribly destructive explosion. At these words, drops of cold sweat appeared on the faces of everyone present. Then the main character imagined a completely destroyed city and asked if there was a safe zone, to which the guy replied no, unless in Korea they would dig a tunnel very deep underground. Hearing this, Jahan suddenly smiled. Closing his eyes, he said to himself that he remembered something that had happened in his past life. He put his hands in his pockets and added that before and after the apocalypse, the reality of eternity pushed him to lose, and no matter what plans he made and no matter how hard he went out, the main character imagined that he was standing on a huge hand and understood that the future was already predetermined. Keeping his eyes closed, he thought that he wasn't going to accept it meekly, and if it was all God's plan, he wanted to tell him something. Suddenly, the guy's eyes filled with rage and hatred, with which he screamed in his head that even if he cut off his breath and there was only one breath of air left, even if he had to crawl like an insect, he would survive. After these thoughts, he lowered his head slightly and calmly asked what about the borders. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Then the leader looked away out of the corner of his eye and explained that Korea was not safe, after which he asked where he could go. His interlocutor suddenly rounded his eyes and exclaimed that he needed 1 minute. He abruptly grabbed the marker and said that if the zone was expanded to the whole world, then there was a safe place. He began to draw on a huge map, continuing to say that, given how radiation would cover the world, it would be safe only in a windless zone, that is, it was mainly in the southern hemisphere, and it would be safest in Hawaii, Australia and New Zealand. The guy drew a big red circle, which meant radiation that would spread in the future. After what he had said, he suddenly lowered his head in frustration and said that it was almost impossible, because with their fishing boat and a staff of 100 people, it was pointless, because they would have to swim more than 8,000 kilometers, and they would not even reach Jeju Island. At that time, a small fishing boat was moored in the port. Suddenly, the main character took a step towards his subordinate and asked what if they tried to do it not on a fishing boat, to which he turned around in surprise and asked what then. All this time, a huge warship was parked next to the fishing boat, and then Jahans replied that they had such a huge vessel, and then asked if they could sail on it if there was enough fuel. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy replied that in theory it was possible, because if it was an Incheon-class warship, then, taking into account the carrying capacity and cruising range, you could even get to Hawaii, and if they used GPS or auxiliary radar, then there would be no problems with navigation. Continuing to keep his hands in his pockets, the leader asked what kind of Incheon-class warship, to which his subordinates spread their hands to the sides and replied that the equipment was slightly different, and in the case of the Mistral, which was used by the captain from Ulsan, then his class is most likely Pohang. Besides, he did not see the helicopter, which is always in the Incheon class, to which Lutsao, standing near the wall, replied that he was definitely Incheon class. He presented the additional equipment on the ship and explained that there was additional equipment on the Mistral. It did not belong to the Navy, but to the Air Force. Smiling, he added that if we talk about the helicopter, then someone could simply take it, for example, him. After listening to Lutsao, Jiho stretched out his hand and said that even so, it was not easy to operate a warship, and Swift added that it was worth leaving at least one Marine alive. The man then lowered his head and said that even if there were only a few people left alive, it wouldn't matter much, because due to the fact that the management of the warship is based on the division of labor, for the most part, they are not professionals. Suddenly the main character opened the window and said that in this case you need to decide on the direction. Everyone present turned sharply at him. There was a slight smile on the guy's face, with which he continued to say that all operations were cancelled, adding that he was talking about Hydra, Yanjin, and the military unit, and all attention should shift to getting out of the radioactive contamination zone. Leaning on the windowsill, he said that they would go abroad on this warship. Hearing this, his comrades opened their mouths in shock. Suddenly, Rin raised her eyebrows in surprise when the protagonist addressed her. The guy looked out the window and said that once she said that it was necessary to fight not against people, but for the preservation of humanity, to which she replied that everything was true. The leader, without turning around, suddenly asked for forgiveness and explained that it did not suit him. The girl looked at Yihans with surprise in her eyes, who continued to say that he was talking about the fact that she had come to the wrong place with a mission to save humanity. The main character frowned and firmly said that his goal is only his survival and those who are here. Turning to his comrades, he declared that all who believed him should follow him. After listening to their leader, those present nodded confidently. Swift suddenly began to beat his fists in the air and happily said that they would finally conquer the world. On a large map, the radiation zone was drawn, and the main character said that first you need to get fuel, after which he asked what fuel was used on warships. Lutzo adjusted his cap and replied that most Navy ships use low-viscosity marine fuel, the so-called F-76, a mixture of fuel oil and gasoline. Introducing the oil refinery in the port of Incheon, he added that there should be enough of it in his warehouse, since this refinery supplied fuel for the military. After listening to the man, the guy put his hand to his chin and said that now it was necessary to resolve the issue of the operation of the warship. Jae-ho suddenly spread his hands in different directions and said that the materials on the use of warships were classified, so he would have to look for everything on his own, and the best place to look for it was the Karen General Headquarters in Chungcheongnam-do, and then the Navy Officer School in Gyeongnam-jinhee, to which the leader replied that it was too far away. Then the guy looked away in confusion and remembered that there was a naval center in Yedabanro, but it had nothing to do with training. Suddenly, a huge building appeared in his head, and he loudly exclaimed that there was a national library, after which the main character asked where the classified documents came from in the library. Inside, there were books on each rack, and Jae-ho replied that the National Library stores all official and unofficial publications published in South Korea, so that textbooks for sailors should be stored in closed sections. After listening to his subordinate, Jahans put his hand to his chin and replied that no matter how you look at it, it is very strange if the library has the materials they need, to which Jiho, lowering his head, replied that he himself was not sure about this, since there were textbooks at the naval bases, but he did not know their exact location. Then the protagonist folded his hands on his chest and said with a smile on his face that they had to find out first, so if anything, he had to ask and not be shy, and in the meantime, he had to move to the nearest place, the National Library, the Naval Center, and the Officers' School, in that order. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky. After a while, a helicopter flew across the sky. There was a crowd of zombies on the ground, which was following the helicopter. Lutzo suddenly turned around and asked if everything would be okay if he shot like this. His passenger fired from a machine gun, and replied that everything would be fine, because the main character ordered to push the monsters as far as possible. At this time, the rays of the sun illuminated one of the places the children needed. Inside, the main character was killing zombies on the run. Dead bodies lay on the floor. The leader, exhaling heavily, stopped. Hajin picked up the walkie-talkie when asked how he was doing, and replied that he was pretty much done and would be done in an hour, after which he was ordered not to overdo it and block out any approaching zombies. At this time, the guys were dragging barrels of fuel. Jiho looked to the side at this time and said that all the barrels marked JP8 needed to be moved, and if they saw products labeled F76 MDOs and MFs, then they needed to store them separately. There were barrels of different colors everywhere, and the guy kept saying that fuel oil, aka G, but also heavy oil, gasoline and gasoline need to be stored separately, and you also need to take 1 barrel of naval fuel oil. There were a huge number of metal containers in the entire port. After a while, the main character patted his palms. His comrades were sitting on the ground from hard work, and he said that they were all great, and now it was time to return, and tomorrow he would have to go on a bike to the municipality of Bufang. There were tall cranes in the port. After a while, clouds floated across the azure sky. The old man folded his arms over his chest and called out to the guy. The main character, seeing his friend, smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He then shook Chalg's hand and asked how his life was, to which Chalg replied that everything was fine, adding that he still saw the same cute face. The old man put his hands on his hands and said that he had been waiting for an answer on the radio, but did not wait and came himself, adding that he had sent a message, but apparently it did not arrive. Raising one eyebrow, he mockingly said that it was an urgent matter because his blue-eyed girl had said so, and then asked if he had forgotten how to talk himself. Yihan smiled broadly and asked why they didn't use the camp near Buchin City Hall. The old man did not take his eyes off the guy, answering that the women from the family fund had already gone there, and right now someone had come to greet him. Chongmi smiled warmly and asked the protagonist how he was doing, but before the main character had time to answer, the old man raised his hand and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he offered to drink a bottle of beer for such a meeting. The area was well protected by a strong fence, and the leader replied that he did not mind at all, but they would leave soon, after which his interlocutor said that he was heartless, adding that he still had to go inside, otherwise the zombies would come to their scent. Jahans was following the old man when he suddenly greeted Gapsu, whom he had not seen for a long time. The man looked down and quietly said that it was really a long time ago, after which he wanted to ask about the other guys from the camp. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of him and angrily asked who allowed him to communicate with the commander, adding that he had to greet him and that was enough, to which he shouted loudly, apologizing. Gapsa looked after them, and the old man smiled broadly and explained to the main character that among those whom he gave him, this guy is the best, and although his mental state leaves much to be desired, he tries to fix it, to which he replied that it is a pretty good job, adding that he should have been given a good beating to obey. The warm rays of the sun illuminated a large building on the grounds. 2 guards with machine guns stood at the door to the leader's office. The old man was pouring a drink and asking what had happened when Jahans told him that he had not come here for a viewing. The main character sat opposite and answered that he needed help, to which his interlocutor asked what he needed. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes when the guy replied that he needed a document describing the operation of a warship and it would be good if it were textbooks, publications and secret documents. After listening to the end, the old man smiled slyly and asked if he really wanted to rob the Navy headquarters, to which he firmly replied yes. As soon as the commander heard this, he spread his hands in different directions and exclaimed that he was good. After all, it was a great plan, after which he asked if he would like to become his adopted son. And when the main character asked if he could help, the old man, raising his head, laughed loudly and shouted that he was still talkative, after which he replied that he could not get a military document, but he knew where they were, and he could get them, but the risk was too high. In his office, everything was in its place. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed to a more serious one, and he firmly said that first he had to talk about the fee. Then Jahans folded his hands and said that he would let him ride in a helicopter. As soon as the old man heard this, shock and surprise appeared in his eyes. Suddenly he slapped his forearm with his palm and told the guy not to think that he would agree so easily. Seeing this reaction, the protagonist smiled broadly and explained that he was just joking, after which he said that he would give him important information, to which he asked how important it was. At the same second, the smile disappeared from the leader's face, and he firmly replied, so much so that survival in the future depended on it. Hearing this, the old man frowned tensely. After a short pause, he suddenly raised his hand and replied that he refused, because no matter how he thought, it was not profitable for him. The protagonist smirked and asked him if he could ask him for something, but for free. His interlocutor put his hands on the armrests and asked if the answer would be if he was against it, so he needed to which he replied that he was not particularly familiar with Navy bases, so he was going to the National Library, but maybe he knew some naval bases nearby. Upon receiving such a question, the old man raised an eyebrow and replied that Weizong was the Northwestern Defense Headquarters and Yongsan was the Joint Headquarters, and then asked if he really wanted to read since he was going to the National Library, adding that he thought he was smart, and he was just schizophrenic. Having received the necessary information, Yihins, closing his eyes, frowned and said Jiho's name to himself. After a short pause, he raised his head and thanked the old man for his work, to which the old man, holding one eyebrow raised, said that he was dying to know what he was up to. There were 2 cups with a delicious drink on the table, and the main character asked if he really wanted a deal, to which he replied, for nothing, so he just has to hint, because he helped him. And when the old man heard that a catastrophe was imminent, from which it was difficult to escape, he shuddered sharply with surprise. His eyes quickly filled with shock, and he asked himself if it was a disaster. There was no emotion on his guest's face as he said that if he was curious, then he should go with them. After all, they didn't even have to fight, but once when they were in danger, they should help them move away. The old man stared at the guy and asked him if he was using them as insurance, and if this information was really so important, to which he replied that if he heard, he would not regret it. The commander frowned and said to himself that Johans would not talk idly, because he had seen many children, but had never met a guy who had so many secrets, so he was sure that he would get his way, and if he was preparing to shake off the fleet, then. The main character did not take his eyes off his interlocutor. After a few seconds of thought, the old man relaxed his eyebrows and said that he agreed, adding that they would be behind him and cover him in case of anything, after which he asked if he was exchanging information for lives. There was not a drop of doubt in the guy's eyes when he replied that this was the case. But there was one more condition, that if they were in danger, they would no longer be able to help. Hearing this, the old man got to his feet and said that he was a little cunning, but he still liked him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, he added that he agreed with that, adding that he had never regretted it when dealing with him. Then the old man stretched out his hand to the main character and firmly said that they would cover them and work them out properly. The rays of the sun illuminated the massive building on the grounds. Chalgu opened the door to his grandfather's office and asked if he had called him. The old man looked at the guy and ordered him to prepare for a trip to Seoul, as well as to choose 15 strong guys. Hearing this, Chalgu raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked if he would go with them, to which he firmly replied, yes. The commander smiled broadly and said that he had not had a good time for a long time, adding that at the same time he wanted to admire the views. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky. The door was closed when a knock was heard from the outside, after which the knockers were allowed to enter. 5 of the protagonist's closest subordinates entered inside. Seeing them, the old man smiled broadly and exclaimed that it was the perfect balance, 3 commanders and 2 soldiers. Holding out his arms, he explained that he would give them some leads, adding that this information was included in the cost of support. Pointing to the map, the commander said that there were different routes for the route, and he would show the safest way to Yongsan. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest and said that first they would go to the joint headquarters, and then to the National Library nearby. Hearing this, Jiho raised his eyebrows in surprise and remembered the joint headquarters. Outside the hall stood 2 armed soldiers. At this time, the old man pointed a pointer at Yodo camp and revealed that forces that could pose a potential threat were here, and they knew of 3 camps in Seoul. Focusing on the area highlighted in red, he added that the largest camp was located there. They had increased their power by absorbing the territory of the dog catchers. Introducing the group of people, the old man reported that their leader was not a bad guy. He surrounded himself with the same people who looked after the camp. And as soon as the main character heard this description, he lowered his head slightly and realized that it was Sindo. The commander suddenly folded his arms over his chest and, exhaling heavily, said that his client had once fought with these guys in Shinwon-do, and Johans came closer, saying that they were operating from Uido to Yongsan, adding that their zone of influence was quite large. The old man imagined the descent into the subway and said that to be more precise, these are Yongsan, Meipo and Uido, and they move mainly in the subway. After drawing a monster with glowing eyes in his head, he added that there must be locusts underground, but since they knew how to deal with them, it was not fatal. He looked at the map with a smile on his face and continued to explain that the next camp was located in Guro. The orange color was the Gurod camp, and the commander said that he did not really know what was there and how, because there were too many people there, and more than a month had passed since the last check. The main character also looked at the map with empty eyes and said to himself that 1 month is enough for the camp in Seoul to be completely destroyed, but this place still has nothing to do with the destination. After these thoughts, the old man pointed his pointer at the green area and said that there was finally a sports complex left in Jamsil. Imagining the huge stadium, when asked by the guy if he was still holding on, he replied that everything was so, but he wondered if some of the personnel of the capital's defense complex, as well as the tank troops of Jiangjido and Payu, were accidentally stationed there. Imagining armed soldiers next to the tanks, the protagonists remembered that this is the only remaining government-controlled shelter in Seoul, which is surprising, since a large amount of food and military power was collected there from the very beginning, after which he asked if they were still holding out normally. The commander imagined an area full of armed soldiers, and replied that it seemed that soldiers from destroyed military units, and just loners were flocking there, and although the victims did not stop because of the zombies, there was a constant influx of new power, but the main problem was, he imagined the soldiers who were killing zombies in droves, and said to himself that this camp was called the Hope of the southern part of Seoul, so the survivors were sent there to stop the attacks of zombies and mutants. But the problem was the lack of food, or rather, the commanders, because they had saved too many people. The stadium quickly filled with survivors. As time went on, food riots began, so people got more and more out of control and began to attack the soldiers. A solution was never found, so the command decided to escape from Seoul through the Han River, but in the process, everyone turned into zombies. Although there were many talents there, but due to hunger and strife between the people and the command, the camp was eventually destroyed. And when he left his thoughts, the old man tapped his finger on his head and said that this was a great squad, adding that if they couldn't unite then it would be difficult to fight against them, and there was one more thing to keep in mind. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, and he said menacingly that there was no way to shoot at Seoul. He imagined the zombies that filled every street and said that we need to think about the tens of thousands of zombies that will be attracted by this sound, and remember that there are about 10 million zombies in Seoul. Hearing this, Jae-ho looked at the leader with fear in his eyes and asked if it was better for them to go to Karen or Jinhaegu, to which he replied that he himself knew how much time they had left. Turning away, the main character firmly said that you can't regret anything and look back, adding that you need to look only forward. There were almost no clouds in the blue sky. The guy was holding on to the steering wheel of the motorcycle. A minute later, the main character and his comrades were driving quickly along the road, saying to himself that there is only one way to suppress the feeling of anxiety: you need to act, not think. The main character rode ahead of everyone and said to himself that, as the old man said, there are no zombies on this route. Lush clouds floated across the blue sky. From afar, he saw a building that was the Chunhyang camp, located on the approach to Seoul. The guys left the motorcycles against the wall. The commander, seeing the guards, smiled broadly. Come closer, he said that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which one of them replied that they really had not seen each other for a long time. Inside, the dead bodies were covered with a special material, and the old man at this time asked how Chunhyang was, to which the soldier replied that she was in the principal's office, adding that he would go and report on the guests right away. The guys were allowed into the territory without any problems. The main character suddenly stopped and said to himself that this was the result of a crazy battle, but not with zombies, because zombies do not use firearms. A wounded soldier sat on the floor in front of him. The leader suddenly turned around when he was approached and asked why these guys hadn't left Seoul yet, because they looked so bad. They walked past the injured and starving people, and Jae-ho continued to say that not only them, but also the rest of the survivors in Seoul, after which he asked why they were staying together, where there were about 10 million zombies. The guy walked on a par with his leader, who replied that he had a sharp mind, to which he stated that this was actually a stupid act, because if he were in their place, he would like to leave quickly. The protagonist then stepped forward and explained that they had their own reason, after which he asked if he had seen the people in the camp and what he thought of them. The guy looked at the people through the window and thoughtfully replied that they looked hopeless. They could not see the future and could barely survive the current day. The survivors sat on the floor without any emotion on their faces. The leader looked at them and explained to his comrade that leaving Seoul and preparing for the future was a pipe dream for them, because they were already used to this hopeless existence. From what he heard, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the guy's face. He continued to look at people, saying to himself that this atmosphere was familiar to him. After all, before he met the current leader, he and the people around him were the same. Remembering how they had recently talked about a warship, he added that the strength of a commander is not only in the fact that he saves people with his strength, it also lies in the fact that in this despair he points the goal and gives hope, and therefore he wants to help him achieve his goal by being nearby. Thinking of this, Jae-ho imagined a huge warship in front of his leader. Suddenly, the protagonist waved his hand in front of his face and asked why he was looking at him like that again, to which he stated that he respected him very much. Hearing this, Jahans began to leave, ordering him not to die. There was not a single person on the territory of the huge building. Above one of the doors was a sign that read the director's office. Inside sat Enhai, the leader of this camp, who smiled and asked the old man and the guests to come and go straight to you. The protagonist stood in front of her desk and gave his name, and when asked if he was a Christian, he replied that he wasn't, he just grew up in an orphanage run by the church. In the office, everything was in its place. Yehans looked at the girl and said to himself that he had heard that this camp consisted mainly of fighters. The leader of women was unusual. Suddenly, the door opened abruptly. A girl ran into the office, loudly greeting her grandfather. The old man immediately stretched out his hands in her direction and exclaimed that she was getting prettier day by day. Then the main character asked Enki if this was his grandfather's granddaughter, to which she exhaled heavily and replied that this was his next quirk. The leader looked at the old man rolling the girl in his arms, and said to himself that behind this mask of composure there was a place for tenderness. Suddenly the girl smiled and asked if it was true that he had caught the dog catcher. The guy looked at the leader without any emotion on his face. Enho sat in her seat and asked if he wasn't surprised, adding that when the old man told her about it, she couldn't believe it, and she still can't believe it. The main character did not leave his seat, coldly saying that although it was hard to believe, he was dead, after which his interlocutor asked to tell her about his last minutes of life. Hearing this, the guy narrowed his eyes and said to himself that their fates were connected. Clouds floated across the blue sky. After a while, Enho put her hand on the armrest and said that it was very cool, because he was that bastard, when suddenly the guy asked if she would tell him what happened between them. Raising one eyebrow slightly, the girl replied that there was nothing to tell, a typical story of the strong bullying the weak. Some time ago, in the Chunhyang camp, in a good shelter near the Seoul station, they survived by searching discounts nearby. They did this until one day a gang appeared and began to kidnap and kill the local inhabitants. Unable to bear it, Enho gathered soldiers and fought the dog catcher, and the result was a complete defeat. In the end, the dog catcher caught her and humiliated her in front of her subordinates. After that day, Chunhyang's camp fell sharply, and she was threatened that if they didn't supply supplies once a week, they would start kidnapping children, and in the end, after sacrificing half of the group, she managed to escape. After leaving her memories, the girl looked at the guest and added that the others did not go with her to Yangdungpo. Besides, there was Sin-no camp next door. The protagonist continued to stand in front of her table, asking if they hadn't touched the camp in Yeouido, to which she replied that after they hid, they ran into Shinoa's camp, and during the fight, they killed half of the gang, but the dog catchers also killed quite a few people, and after that, the dog catchers were no longer touched by Yeouido. A large map hung on the map. After listening to the interlocutor, the leader frowned, because he remembered Solwa, and said to himself that perhaps he was preparing to destroy the camp by planting a spy like Solwa in Yeouido. As he imagined the armed soldier, he thought that Camp Yeouido was focused on defending the base, which made it impossible for the dog catchers to fully defeat them. Suddenly, Enho said that then the dog catcher went somewhere far away, as if spellbound. Then the main character rested his hand on his side, asking if he had left Yeouido's camp unattended, to which she replied that it was so. He went after him. She imagined a dog catcher who was smiling madly, and said that when he left, he did not think that he would not return, and it was a stupid mistake. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy looked at his interlocutor, explaining that he had always been like this, never thought that he could lose, at the same time talking to himself, even after the death of his wife. Enho folded her arms over her chest and revealed that the people he had suppressed with fear did not even dare to think of escaping, and even when the dog catcher did not return even after a few weeks, even when rumors of his death began to circulate little by little, and then Sin-no came out. As she said that, she remembered the guy with his hand held high. Smoke was wafting all over the city and burning ash was flying, and the girl continued to tell me that because of Sin-no, everyone was on the move, collecting the remnants of each camp. He attacked the observer camp, and then most of the camps were destroyed, including them. Under the guy's long red hair, his eyes were not visible, but he replied that he could see it, while also saying to himself that knowing Sin-no's character, he would not attack a dog catcher head-on, so he came to this camp and tried to unite them into an alliance, but was refused. After saying that, he imagined his old friend leaving this office in anger, and thought that he must have felt betrayed because of the rejection, since the camp leader had survived thanks to him. There was no emotion in the leader's eyes, while he said to himself that Sin-no was the kind of person for whom camaraderie and a sense of duty that needed to be repaid were important. He had seen dozens of dead bodies on the street and knew that if the Chunhyang camp accepted his offer, they would live much better now than they do now, enjoying the patronage of a strong man. But in any case, it was bad news for them. At this thought, he opened his mouth slightly and said that he wanted to avoid a fight with Camp Yeouido. Hearing this, the girl smirked and said that even knowing how strong he was, she knew that it would be better to avoid clashes, because they weren't even afraid of mutants. The main character burned his interlocutor with his eyes, saying to himself that this does not mean that he would lose, he just does not want to fight. He suddenly remembered all his friends from the past and thought that geniuses like Sweef and Hajin were with him, adding that they had been together for more than a year since he had returned to the past, and the current comrades were dearer to him than friends from the past. After a while, clouds continued to float across the blue sky. The old man patted his granddaughter on the head and said that now he needed to talk to her mother, and she should go to play, to which she smiled broadly and replied that she would do so. After that, she left the principal's office, and the protagonist asked why the old man called her Chunhyang if her real name was Hyun-young. Young smiled and replied that she did not know, because it was her grandfather who began to call her that, explaining that as soon as he saw her daughter, he said that she was beautiful, like Chunhyang, and since then it has gone on and on. Hearing this, the guy smiled and mockingly asked if it was really so difficult with him. Then the girl put her head on her hand and replied that she was pleased that he was so worried, but they were fine, and although there was not enough food, they were holding on, and they could get water from the center 119. There was a fire station outside the window. There were diplomas and cups on the shelves and cupboards, and Jahans asked if she was going to settle here, to which she replied that she needed to take care of herself first and then the rest, adding that she was thinking of going to her grandfather in Bupin, but she was afraid that this would cause problems, since supplies were becoming more and more difficult to find. The main character nodded silently, listening to his interlocutor. Suddenly, Enho smiled and said that she was wondering what kind of person his grandfather praised so much. She folded her hands under her chin and added that she could see it now, adding that she liked him at first sight. At these words, the guy frowned tensely, and the old man suddenly shouted that they did not have time for these love conversations, because it was time to get down to business. Then the main character put his hands in his pockets and replied that it was true, because it was time for them to go, as they were going to leave right now. The commander smiled broadly and said that their kid was in a bit of a hurry, so they would borrow electric scooters. Hearing this, the girl frowned and replied that she would lend them no problem, but it would be better if they didn't go to Seoul now, after which she asked if they were going to do it anyway. Jahans looked at her out of the corner of his eye and replied that they had to go. The girl looked at the guest without a drop of fear in her eyes. Suddenly, she smiled broadly and firmly said that in this case, they would distract the zombies until they drove off along the Nodal Highway, adding that it was for him that she took revenge for them to the dog catcher. The doors in the principal's office were closed, and the director himself said that they could charge electric scooters downstairs. She suddenly called out to the main character, who turned to her and said that if he survived, she wanted to meet him again. Upon receiving such an offer, the guy smiled warmly. The rays of the sun illuminated the massive building. After a while, the guys on the street prepared all the electric scooters. The main character looked at one of them and said to himself that although they were introduced by an old man, but since everything was easily provided to them, it was a little too much. As suddenly the air shook from a loud sound nearby. One of Enho's subordinates closed his eyes, smiled and explained that this was a signal, and now they could go. Jahans, thanking him, began to move. Lush clouds floated across the azure sky, and the guy continued to say that their leader said to take care of them, and if she wanted it, then it was necessary. Less than a minute later, the main character on an electric scooter was riding ahead of his comrades. They moved quickly and silently along the road. The sky began to gradually change its colors. Encountering zombies on his way, Swift easily killed them. Suddenly, another monster with glowing eyes appeared. Seeing him, An looked at the leader with fear in his eyes and reported that there was a whole crowd of zombies in the alley to the right. The undead, baring their teeth, slowly walked in their direction. Then the main character brought a walkie-talkie to his mouth and whispered to move to the left lane and run away as quietly as possible. Giving the order, he turned left. His comrades did the same, but more zombies appeared on the road ahead. Hajin drew the blade from his hand as he walked. In one swing, he destroyed several zombies at once. After a while, they saw a bridge leading to Yodo in the distance. But suddenly surprise appeared in the eyes of the main character. Bringing the radio to his mouth, he ordered everyone to stop. When they stopped, they saw an endless crowd of zombies ahead. The leader looked at them without a drop of fear in his eyes and said to himself that at first glance there were about 600 zombies here, and on top of that, the landscape did not suit them, because of the loud noise, they would immediately be surrounded. Suddenly he saw a building made of yellow brick and said that the gathering would be in it at 7 o'clock, and in the meantime he needed to look around, assess the situation and go on. At the right time, the electric scooters were left on the ground floor. There was no one on the stairs. Jahans opened the door to the roof. Zombies immediately began to crawl in his direction. Without hesitation, the guy crushed the monster's head. His comrades followed him. Exhaling heavily, the main character looked down and said to himself that everything in Seoul is saturated with the smell of blood. Thousands of the walking dead roamed the streets, and then the leader realized that it would not be easy. Svi furrowed his brows and said that it was much more dangerous than he thought, and asked why there were so many zombies here. The street was filled with loud roaring monsters, and Swift reminded him that Johans had said that there were fights in Yodo, which was probably why zombies were flocking here from everywhere. They were standing on the roof. Looking down on the monsters, Swift said that there must be a road that the dog catchers came, and the main character replied that they would drive the zombies to another place and slip through. He looked down, and added that they would have no trouble coming off since they were on scooters, and Swift asked if they would try it. A man with blonde hair opened his mouth in shock and asked if it would be better for them to go to the subway. He said that Yangdungpo Market Station is 2 blocks away. He presented the metro lines and said that at the single station they can make a transfer to the first line. Johans touched his chin with his hand and thought that was not bad. They were standing on the roof of a brick building. The main character agreed and said that they would leave the scooters here and go on foot. A black paper was flying in the middle of the smoke. The monsters gritted their gray teeth and roared loudly. Johans furrowed his thin brows and told his comrades to prepare for battle and line up for a breakthrough. A crowd of armed men stood in the middle of a wide street. A girl with short brown hair pulled an arrow over the bowstring when the protagonist told the defense to attack from a long distance. Johans raised his hand and pointed at the zombies in the front row. The arrows quickly rushed forward. They pierced the heads of the monsters, which opened their mouths wide and screamed loudly. The zombies roared and went to meet the main character and his comrades. The newcomers, seeing this, with drops of cold sweat on their faces, began to look around in horror. The protagonist at this time looked at the monsters and thought that it was different from zombies attacking one by one, and told his comrades not to panic because they would be able to break through. One of the zombies raised his hand, and the protagonist ordered the vanguard to attack. Swift grabbed his axe and ran forward, grinning confidently. He swung his weapon, striking the zombies. The monsters opened their mouths, their round eyes shining brightly. Smoke rose in the street, there were splashes of blood in the air. Eddie gritted his teeth as he attacked one of the zombies. The protagonist turned around, holding a weapon in his hand, and told Hajin and Swift to slow down and Eddie to speed up. Johans looked at Eddie intently. He approached the young man, telling him to go on the defensive, and to replace someone if he saw that someone needed a break, to which he obediently accepted the order. The blond youth breathed heavily through his mouth as beads of sweat trickled down his face. The zombie raised his hands and shouted loudly as he approached him. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the monster's eye. The girl was holding a bow in her hand, and the leader was ordering Jaiwan to swap with Jiangsu. The girl took aim again, and the main character thought that she was accurate, much better than he expected. People were fighting a crowd of zombies, and Johans yelled for Eddie to come on as a substitute. A long-haired girl with a knife in her hand turned around and reported a bunch of zombies from behind. There was gray smoke in the air. Johans ordered Swift to switch with Jeans, and immediately blood spurted. Sari attacked one of the monsters. Heck clenched his jaw and waved his arms. He stepped into a pool of crimson blood and sighed heavily. Johans attacked the crowd of zombies that were reaching out their hands towards him. Dark blood sprayed from their bodies. The main character frowned thin eyebrows and yelled that it was time to finish. The three youths, whose faces were covered in sweat, smiled happily. They immediately rushed to attack the monsters. Gray smoke filled the space. The main character, whose pale face was dripping with drops of sweat, breathed a sigh of relief. The corpses of monsters lay on the ground, and Johans praised his comrades, ordered the vanguard to walk around the perimeter, and the defense to collect arrows. He suddenly turned sharply. Looking at his comrades, he asked if Hajin and Swift had any strength left, and the men replied with smirks that they did. Then the main character turned away and said that since the others were tired, they would run through the subway. Hajin and Swift closed their eyes and agreed. On the ceiling hung a plaque on which was written elevator. In an empty room with turnstiles, red prints of human hands could be seen on the white walls. Suddenly, the monster's face was cut into two halves. Swift and Hajin destroyed the zombies in front of them. The protagonist bent down, waving his dagger in the air. Bloody corpses lay on the floor. The men were looking at them when suddenly Johans asked if this was all, and Hajin confirmed it. The man grabbed the metal beams. The young man was sitting on one knee, touching the iron door, and the others fell to the floor, and the main character said that they would rest for half an hour, and that there was something else they should know. Human bodies were lying on the floor, and Johans revealed that they were in the territory of the Yoido camp, where the local leader is called Sinno. The protagonist furrowed his brows and said that Sinno was his comrade. Looking at his subordinates, Johans added that Sinno has a rather aggressive personality, and asked everyone to avoid clashes with the locals if possible, because their target is Data. The young man with blonde hair looked at the protagonist anxiously, and asked what would happen if they stumbled upon them. The leader then put his hands on his waist and replied that they had to come to an agreement, and that from now on it was forbidden to kill or attack anyone they met. There were red blood stains on the turnstiles, and the main character would add that his subordinates should avoid them if they could, otherwise they might come to an agreement, and if it came to a fight, capture them alive. Hajin raised one eyebrow when he heard this, asking if they should be taken alive if they attacked first, as the attackers might not be from Yoido camp. Johans lowered his head and thought. Hajin furrowed his brows and told the protagonist that it was a matter of life and death. The guys looked at each other with fear at such words. After a short pause, the protagonist looked up and asked himself if he should find Sinno himself. He imagined a man sitting on a bloody throne and assumed that he was no longer the Sinno he knew, and if they didn't get along, it would be like going into a tiger's den. Some of the windows in the tall building were broken, and Johans thought that if the joint headquarters in Yongsen was abandoned, there was no reason to contact the Yoido camp. After thinking about it, he sighed heavily. The leader furrowed his thin brows and concluded that there was nowhere to retreat because he had already spent a lot of time. The white building had an entrance with big red letters, and Johans thought that it was unknown if the materials were in Siocho or Weizong, and Jinhee and Karyeon were far away. The protagonist imagined a huge building in the middle of green trees and came to the conclusion that whatever direction he chose, it would lose to the current course. Johans put his hands in the pockets of his gray pants and thought about what he had decided from the moment he returned, that whatever was preventing him from surviving, he had to step over it and move on. The protagonist looked down and thought that whether it was the dog catchers or Sinno, he would take them down, and in any case, he didn't even have the strength to stand up to the dog catcher. Johans thought that he needed to overcome the feeling of not wanting to fight him. Resting his hands on his hips, he said that if a clash with the survivors could not be avoided, then no one should be left alive. People looked attentively at their leader. The main character suddenly lowered his head and frowned seriously. Hajin smiled and said that he understood him. The main character with an angry look thought that he just needed to destroy all the evidence, and that the dead did not speak. There were red blood stains on the wall and doors, and Johann said that they would leave as soon as they had rested. A crowd of people descended the dark staircase, illuminating the space with a flashlight. The girl, looking to the side, tried to say something. The zombie, whose head was covered in blood, opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Eddie and Hugh gritted their teeth and sweated in fear. The monster was nailed to the wall by a sharp object, and Johannes looked at the zombie and asked if he was from Gold Moon, to which he was told that the name had not been heard for a long time, and that it was all the beginning. Swift suddenly smiled and asked if their legend had begun, and Hajin replied that he should not have met him then, and Swift asked if he would have died in such a case. The main character approached the zombie, leaned closer and reported that he was injured. He took out a blade and plunged it into the monster's body, saying that he didn't know why. Then he stepped away and turned away, asking if Swift felt someone watching. He stepped forward and called to Swift. The protagonist opened the metal doors and asked if Swift remembered what he said when they first met at Gold Moon. Johannes jumped downstairs, saying that Swift had come to the department store to find something. A long dark tunnel was visible, and the guy was surprised that the main character was asking about it only now, and Johannes said that he had somehow forgotten, and there was no time to ask. Then Swift lowered his head in silence. Johannes turned to his comrade and asked about the secret, but Swift said nothing. Shifting his gaze to the side, the leader said that he could not speak if he did not want to. The long-haired young man smiled and said that this was not a secret, but rather his dark past. A circle from the light of the lantern could be seen on the dark wall. Johannes walked in front, followed by his subordinates. The red-eyed zombies were screaming deafeningly. Sari knitted her thin brows, cursed, and asked her comrades to wait. Behind the doors with glass notches, a huge number of aggressive monsters could be seen, and the girl asked if it was dangerous. Swift looked at the leader in surprise when he said that it was dangerous. The red-skinned monster's eyes burned brightly. The main character shined a lantern on him, and the monster roared loudly. There was a creature on the wall that resembled a huge insect, and Johann said it was a mutant. His comrades looked up, their mouths open in shock. They all froze in place, and the main character asked if everyone knew how to fight a mutant, and explained that you can't use firearms because it can become an annoyance for zombies. The train was crowded with zombies with glowing eyes, and Johannes ordered Corporal An, and Sari to shoot arrows, while Swift and Hajin prepared for close combat, and the others were on the alert. At this time, the monsters were trying to escape from the closed train cars, and the main character said that if the zombies on the train broke the glass, then his subordinates should deal with them. He took the dagger by the blade and added that they would finish everything in 20 seconds. The dagger flew towards the mutant who was sitting on the wall. The weapon pierced the monster's head, which squealed loudly in pain, so pulled the arrow on the string of her bow. The mutant opened its mouth wide, screaming as many arrows pierced its back. The monster rushed to the side, trying to avoid the attacks. The main character spread his bent legs wide and furrowed his brows. He then jumped up as the mutant tried to attack. Hajin clenched his hand into a fist and swung. He struck the mutant in the face with his fist, and the dagger flew out of his forehead. The monster fell to the floor and rode over it, kicking up dust in the air. The survivors ran through the dark tunnel. Johannes gritted his teeth in exertion. Swift made a quick blow in the same second. The mutant squealed deafeningly, and a green liquid flowed from his nose. The warriors began to beat the monster with their feet in a rage. The newcomers opened their mouths in shock at this. The main character, whose face darkened, turned around and addressed them as children. They sweated with fear and instantly responded. Standing next to the fragments of the mutant's body lying on the floor, Johannes asked who would monitor the situation. Metal structures were visible on the ceiling. There were pieces of the mutant's body lying on the floor, and the protagonist said that they would get a reward if they were in the game, and so their only reward is strength. Sveif put one hand on his waist and grabbed the handle of his backpack when Johannes reported that the zombies would break the glass if they hesitated, and if there is a mutant, zombies become several times more aggressive. The monsters inside the train calmed down, and Swift said it was creepy. The crowd of people went deep into the long tunnel. Day came outside and the sky turned blue. Johannes and his comrades walked forward, and the protagonist said that they would stop here today and move to Namyan Station before dawn tomorrow. A dark, empty bridge could be seen, and Johannes explained that there might be survivors at Yonsen Station, so it was best to move in the semi-darkness to avoid colliding with them. They stopped, and the leader added that it might be uncomfortable, but they would sleep in the same place, and the watch would change every 2 hours. The newcomers sat on the floor, saying that this mission was so difficult that they thought they were going to die. Johannes also sat down, and Hajin asked what happened to the mercenaries who followed, and the main character replied that they had a halt, so there was nothing to worry about. In the evening, the sky was pink. Then night came. People were walking across the bridge, their silhouettes darkening against the sky. The fence bounded the territory. Hugh furrowed his brows and reported that the road was blocked. The main character arched his thin eyebrows and remained silent. Suddenly, the blond youth slapped his hand with his palm, saying that it was burning. Johannes turned around, asking what was wrong, and the young man replied that he had cut himself with something like a sharp thread. He rolled up the sleeves of his sweater. His wound was bleeding, and the main character told him to disinfect and then bandage it. The guy opened his backpack and thought that he could not see anything because of the darkness. He turned on the flashlight. Jansu sat down, looking inside his backpack, and the comrade behind him said about the light, but at the same moment a bullet pierced his head. Shock immediately appeared in the eyes of the main character. Blood spurted into the air, and he called out loudly to Jansu. Johans frowned furiously and shouted for everyone to lie down on the ground and turn off the lights. It was a dark night, and the main character thought that the shooter was very accurate. Then he took out a walkie-talkie and said that there was an excellent sniper there, and ordered the second group to prepare to infiltrate, and the rest not to panic, and to be ready to shoot. A few minutes later, the wire cutters gnawed through the metal fence. The guys crawled through the hole. Outside the window, I could see the silhouettes of men with machine guns. Johans took aim and saw an illumination flare. The bullet broke the glass and hit a person. Hit the target perfectly. The protagonist turned to his comrade and thought that the sniper's skills were unmatched. The opponents suddenly opened fire. Johans brought the radio to his mouth and ordered the second group to attack, and the rest to support with fire. His comrades immediately began to shoot. Bullets shattered the windows of shelters. Machine guns fired bullets with bright flashes. The main character sat down on one knee and told the first and fourth groups to enter, and the third group to cover them, distracting attention to themselves. In the darkness I could see bright flashes from gunshots. Johans ran quickly, dodging many bullets. In a spacious room with a high ceiling there were many empty benches. The main character ran up to Hajin, who was holding a gun in his hand, and reported that the first floor was free. Johans stood against the wall and ordered Hajin and Jeans to go to the second floor, while he and Corporalon were about to go to the third floor. His subordinates crowded behind the protagonist, and he ordered Pio and Verde to make sure that no one escaped from the first floor, and Jeho and Soiwei to block the plaza in front of the entrance. The broken escalator was covered in stains of dirt and blood. There was no one in the corridor with white tiles on the walls. Suddenly, the enemy soldiers were hit by bullets. Hajin came around the corner, pistol in hand. There were bullets on the floor in a pool of blood, and he reported that the second floor had been cleared. Hajin squatted down and said that the enemies had run out of ammunition and retreated. Suddenly, a broad-shouldered soldier appeared behind the guy and raised his fist. He hit the intruder with force at the same second. Hajin immediately turned around and called to his comrade. Seeing his opponent, he gritted his teeth and raised his pistol. Without hesitation, he fired, but the enemy dodged, avoiding the bullet. He grabbed Hajin's pistol at the same second. The enemy forcefully pressed Hajin against the wall by the throat. The guy shivered from lack of air. Suddenly, a blade came out of his hand. Shock appeared in the soldier's eyes from what he saw. At the same second, Hajin attacked the opponent, who dodged. Then he abruptly raised his leg for a blow. Hajin made a quick shot. But unexpectedly for him, a soldier grabbed his foot. He held the intruder's leg tightly. Suddenly he rushed forward. He led the enemy to the glass sides. Shock suddenly appeared in Hajin's eyes. He fell down, where zombies with bloody faces crowded. The soldier stood by the broken glass, looking at Hajin. There was tape and a box cutter on the floor. A young man with dark hair was tied with tape around his hands and feet. A voice came from a walkie-talkie on the floor, asking if they were okay and why they didn't answer. The man took the walkie-talkie. The soldier turned away and reported that the invaders had counterattacked, and there were many of them. The room was dark, and the voice on the radio told me not to overdo it. A man with a hat on his head looked at the radio and said that he was going to kill everyone except the prisoner he had captured. Suddenly there was horror in his eyes. A huge blade protruded from his mouth. His eyes quickly filled with blood, and he asked himself how. He had clearly seen himself bitten by zombies. Hajin stood behind his opponent. The sharp end of his metal arm stuck into him. With a sudden movement, he raised his hand. There was a dark sky above the tall building. Soldiers in identical uniforms held machine guns, telling Sinnoh that they were ready, so he only had to order. The events at Yongsan Station continue. The protagonist's subordinates examined the corpses. Kivin raised his head. Hajin, covered in blood, was descending the stairs. Approaching his friend, he asked if he was all right. The guy raised his hand and nodded. Johans, turning around, said that he didn't know much about immunity, but he had better try not to be bitten again. Hajin, moving his lips, said that he would try. But what about the enemy? Looking at the prisoner, the protagonist said that they had killed 7 and taken 1 alive. Looking around, the guy said that he had a bad feeling. There was no sniper among them. It seemed that he was waiting elsewhere. Suddenly, the radio buzzed. The protagonist frowned, realizing that it was Sinnoh's voice. Hajin, approaching the corpse of his comrade, asked what they would do now. The young man, after thinking, replied, saying that they first needed to deal with the corpse. Looking at the guy's face, he said that they needed to fold Yoon's things. Yihans couldn't help but remember how the boy smiled, delighted when he complimented him. The protagonist began to inspect the station. Looking at the excavator, he asked how many people were on the floor. They needed to be lifted and checked. Blood was flowing from the mouth of Javan's corpse. Hajin, standing next to the boss, asked if he knew him. The protagonist involuntarily remembered how the man, clenching his fists, shouted, cheering everyone up. The guy narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that Javan was a brave and strong man. He had survived even the fight with Senin. Hajin, turning his head to the boss, called out to him. The young man turned away, saying that he did not know him. Soon they found themselves near the entrance to the subway. The protagonist covered the girl with a jacket. The guy behind him said that the bullet went through. It was not life-threatening, but it would hurt. Jongmoon, crying, said that she did not want any more pain. Seri and the young man bowed their heads. Yihans, lowering his head, told Jongmoon to rest. He gave her first aid, so everything will be fine. The protagonist stared at the windows of the station. He sat down on a bench. Suddenly, the radio buzzed. Sinnoh called the invaders of the station. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that the sniper had reached Sinnoh. Suddenly, the man shouted through the radio, demanding to answer. Jahans picked up the radio. Holding it up to his face, he told the man that he was being listened to. Seri and the others began to approach as Sinnoh began to demand that Suku be released. Looking at the prisoner, the protagonist said that they would let him go when they were done with business. He should not approach or attack if they did not want their comrade to die in vain. The people crowded in front of the boss when Sinnoh said that if he didn't let Sokka go right away, they would attack immediately, and they wouldn't leave until they had killed them all. The protagonist lowered his gaze, realizing that the man was speaking sincerely. Looking at the corpses, he asked what the guarantees of their safety were if they let him go. After that, the guy looked at the radio. His interlocutor asked him what their goal was. Parting his lips, the young man said that they were looking for something, and as soon as they found it, they would quietly leave. The guy stared at the ceiling as Sinnoh asked him if there was any confirmation of his words, if there were any guarantees that they would let Suku go. Jahans replied by saying that there were no guarantees, but he promised. The guys standing nearby frowned. Jahans looked at his radio again when the interlocutor offered to meet and talk. The protagonist froze in amazement. People opened their mouths in shock when their boss asked why he had to take this risk. The radio vibrated when Sinnoh said he didn't want to lose his comrades, and apparently he didn't either. The young man's pupil dilated. He knew that if the guy didn't want to lose his comrades, he wouldn't have sent them to attack. His subordinate standing in front of him froze. The protagonist pressed the radio button. Moving his lips, he said that in 20 minutes they would meet in a cafe in the passage to the Noryangjin station. Seri frowned and screamed. Swift retorted, saying that it could be a trap. The protagonist, lowering the radio, said that he had deliberately chosen a place at the intersection. Swift crossed his arms over his chest and said that he would not advise them to do this, which they could talk about with people who had just tried to kill them. Hajin, who had just bandaged his wounds, said that he thought the same, that he had better change his mind. The young man, parting his lips, said that he would not go alone. Turning around, he said that they would ask for help from a gang of mercenaries, and since there was no time, Swift would explain everything to the old man. The guy smiled as he accepted the order. Looking around the station, Jahan said that they would send mercenaries to the station first, as soon as he had suppressed Sinnoh, given the signal, and they would go forward under the cover of the mercenaries. Glancing at the walkie-talkie in his hand, he said that he would press the radio transmission button twice, and if the negotiations were successful, then only one. His subordinates nodded, accepting the order. Jahans himself frowned. He knew that Sinnoh was too honest. He was not the kind of person who would rack his brains over the creation of a trap. Because of this charm, many trusted Sinnoh, but because of this, the dog catcher destroyed him and burned the corpses. The protagonist, glancing at the city, said that in his absence, Swift would be in charge. The guy began to cross the bridge. Soon he found himself near the Noryangjin station. The armed guys were now in cover. The heads of the two gangs were now inside the cafe. Inside the cafe, they went into the staff room. Sinnoh and Jahan sat across from each other. The man smiled, saying that he was very self-confident. The guy also smiled, saying that he was not one to set traps. Sinnoh's eyes widened in surprise. Frowning, he asked if he knew him. The young man replied, saying that he knew him. Glancing at the locker, Sinnoh asked how he knew about it. Sinnoh replied that he would like to tell him, but he would hardly believe it. The man narrowed his eyes. The guy, looking at the interlocutor, asked why they attacked. He raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. The protagonist, squinting, asked if he didn't know. Yihan's pupils shrank as he said that he had to control the entire camp since he didn't know. Squinting, he asked if they really had an internal split. There must be forces in the camp that insisted on shooting the invaders. Throwing up his hand, the man smiled, saying that he wouldn't be able to find out during a simple conversation. Frowning, he asked if he had sent a spy. Yihans, after a moment's thought, said that it was not so. Sinnoh, hearing him, jumped up, saying that in fact, if it were so, it would be even better. Opening the refrigerator door, he said that he was sorry that they attacked first, but they were the first to invade, ignoring the warning. Taking a can of drink in his hand, he said that he had hung a warning sign at the Singil station. The protagonist frowned, immediately understanding everything. He remembered the zombie hanging and that strange feeling of awkwardness. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had one question. The man threw him a drink, saying that he could ask as many questions as he liked. The young man, hearing him, asked how they knew that they were coming. Sinnoh bowed his head. The young man moved his lips and asked if they had a spy in the Chunhyang camp. He involuntarily remembered the smiling boy. Looking at the drinking interlocutor, the young man said that he was careless. Sino agreed with him. The young man, after thinking about it, asked what was the connection between them and the Chunhyang camp. Smiling, the man said that everything was not as terrible as he thought. They just didn't attack them, but they gave them information. The guy, remembering how they collected the corpses, said that they could pretend not to know anything and escape. But after seeing that he killed the remaining servants of the dog catcher, they had no choice. Frowning, Sino said that he was a man who always paid back debts, and they knew it well. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He knew this friend better than anyone. Clutching the jar in his hand, the man said that he could not just let them go. His comrades had died, and he valued them very much. Jahans, frowning, said that they had attacked first, and that their comrade had died too. Gritting his teeth, Sino said that they attacked first, ignoring the warning, and he couldn't let go of those who had killed his comrades. The protagonist, clutching the gun in his hand, asked why he called if he was not going to let go anyway. The young man shuddered when the man said that he wanted to meet him. He wanted to get to know him and thank him. Sino smiled broadly and said that he had done away with the dog catcher, that they had survived thanks to him, and that he should be thanked. The protagonist, pondering, asked the interlocutor opposite why take such a risk. He replied, saying that it was his duty. Jahans interrupted him, saying that it was nonsense. The man laughed, saying that he was really straightforward. Looking around the room, the guy said that since he thought that he had a debt, and he had to pay it back, he should just let them go. The man, hearing him, said that he was saying all this as if he knew him well. The protagonist, moving his lips, said that he knew him best. Thinking back to his friends from the past, he asked if Sungi, Suyun, Xiangji, and Sunhwa were okay. The man's eyes widened in shock. The guy parted his lips and said that he probably hadn't told his current comrades yet that he had worked at LIDT, but it wasn't such a secret to hide it. Sino slammed the table. Gritting his teeth, he asked who the hell he was. The young man replied, saying that he might not believe what he said, but his words were true. Clenching his jaw in anger, Sino said that he should say everything now, before he ripped open his mouth. The guy, squinting, said that he had returned to the past, which meant that he died and then returned to the past. In his past life there was also a zombie-calypse, in which he survived for 3 years. The man's eyes widened in shock. Jahans, squinting, said that before he died they had known each other. He had been comrades with him for a whole year. He and their other comrades fought, opposing Sokolov, but lost. Lowering his head and sighing, Sino said that it sounded like the ravings of a madman. The guy's pupils dilated when he told the interlocutor that he knew his sister well, that he was like in hell, but he was in a hopeless situation. Frowning, the protagonist said that he didn't want his current comrades or his former comrades to die. They had better just stop fighting. The guys froze, looking at each other. Jahans pursed his lips, not knowing if he would believe it. Clutching his gun, he said in his mind that if Sino believed, they would unite. If not, then they would have to fight. Parting his lips, the man agreed. He smiled, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jahans jumped up in shock. Holding out his hand to the boy, Sino said that although he didn't know him, he had known about him for years. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he was glad to meet him. After shaking hands with the protagonist, the man said that judging by his expression, he was also glad to see him. So was it worth it to observe manners with a former comrade? The guy smiled. Looking at his hands, he realized that if he died this time and went back in time again, he would also be glad to meet Swift and Hajin, who did not remember him. Smiling, the man told his friend that he had already done a great job twice. The young man, resting his hand on his side, asked how the others were doing. Turning away, Sino said that Sungi and Sunhwa were dead. He had better not ask how it happened. The protagonist frowned. They were not supposed to die for 3 years, but died in the first 10 months. The zombie apocalypse began only 3 months earlier, and so much has already changed. Johans couldn't help but think of Sunhwa and said that she was his ex-girlfriend. Sino slammed the wall. Looking at his fist, he said that he just didn't know what to do with his eyes. Lowering his eyelids, the guy said that everything was fine. He had already avenged them. Trembling with anger, Sino said that even tearing this bastard to pieces wasn't enough. He was the only one he couldn't kill. Gritting his teeth, he said that he hoped that Sokolov had suffered enough. The protagonist, recalling how he killed the enemy, said that he did not just kill him, he cut his corpse into pieces. Turning to the guy, Sino said that after his words, he felt a little better. Events in the cafe continue. Jahan smiled and said that he was pleased to see his friend after a long time, but that they should stop talking about the little things and get back to business. The man chuckled, saying that even though it was his first time communicating with him, he felt that they would get along. Maybe they should spar? The protagonist, sitting down at the table, said that this was unlikely. He could hardly stand on his feet. The man stopped smiling abruptly. Frowning, he said that he would forgive him the death of his friends for killing Soboklov, and now he could rejoice, for it was the first time he had done so. Jahan smiled and thanked his friend, who, hearing him, said that they had better not return here. He looked away, saying that if he simply let them go, there would be a riot, and if they also walked through their territory, he would be removed from his post as camp leader. Even now his position was unstable. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Everything was as he expected. Sinna failed to capture the camp despite the strength because they lacked core unity. All the people were divided. Among them was someone like June, a spy, a dog catcher, whom he had planted in advance. Jahans, tilting his head, asked if there were other authorities in power. He would like to talk to them. He just had information, so it would be worth meeting and deciding everything. The man rubbed his chin, saying that Mr. Moon was acting as his advisor. If he could convince him, then negotiations were quite possible. The protagonist, taking a walkie-talkie in his hand, told his subordinates that another person would come here. Sin-no, who was sitting opposite, said that he had brought the men. Jahans agreed, saying that they were in the passage, and he probably did the same. Glancing at the boxes, the man asked Moon to come over. Soon the door opened. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock. A man came in, smiling, and asked Jahans why he was there. The guy immediately remembered Songchio from the security team of the industrial facility in Gyeongsang. Turning to Sinna, he asked why he was there. Songchio, approaching the guy, said that it turned out that it was his camp that attacked them. The protagonist objected, saying that it was their camp that attacked first. The man gritted his teeth. The guy addressed him as, "You," forgetting about manners. The young man stood up, saying that he was not a company or a school here, but he was the leader of the camp, so he should watch the speech. Songchul sneered, calling the guy a goat. Sinno warned him, telling him to watch his words. Songchul turned to the leader, saying that this guy cheated and did a lot of things when they were still working in the company, and he was eventually fired due to absenteeism. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, realizing that political games had begun. Pointing at Yehans, the man said that this bastard had killed 7 of their boys. He had to remember the rules of the camp. The guy looked away, mentally saying that he himself would blame the fact that the negotiations had failed. Songkal slapped the guy's chest and said that even if they killed all of them right now, it wouldn't be enough. The protagonist took a walkie-talkie in his hand and gave a signal. The man frowned at him, asking what it had just been. The guy frowned and said that he had told him last time that he would die if he touched him again. Moving his lips, the young man told Sinna that he was glad to meet him. Frowning, Jahan said that he was not as capable now as he was in his previous life. He felt very sorry for those who died first. The leader of the group, puzzled, asked what he wanted to say. The guy hit Songchul sharply. He fell to his knees in pain. Jahan shot him in the head. Sinno opened his mouth in fright and asked what his friend was doing. The main character frowned menacingly and asked him not to move. Johans pointed a gun at him and said that all his words were true. Looking at his comrade from under his forehead, the guy explained that he could not negotiate with a man who could not take control of the camp, was under the control of a spy, and decided that he could get stabbed in the back. The man's eyes widened in surprise and asked if Kim Jun was Seong the spy. The corpse lay in a pool of blood. The young man ordered his comrade in arms to stand still and said that he did not want to kill him with his own hands. Gritting his teeth, the soldier recalled that his ally did not want to fight and said that many people would die. Without lowering his weapon, the fighter said that most of the dead would be from his camp. The commander asked him not to talk nonsense. The survivor frowned and offered to check it out. The corridors of the building were empty. There was an armor-piercing board on the carts. Sveif looked at his friend in surprise and asked where it came from. Hajin replied that he had taken it from a nearby construction site. The man grabbed the carts and explained that he wanted to use this wall to ensure the safety of the boss. It was light in the corridors. The boy looked away and admitted that he considered his comrade a straightforward and muscular loser. The taekwondo did not want to fight. The mercenary smiled and said that he liked him at such moments. The athlete raised one eyebrow in puzzlement. The soldier bowed his head and asked if the guys really wanted to leave their leader in the enemy lair. The members of the search group answered in the negative. Turning to them, the insurance agent ordered his comrades to cover them and the armor-piercing plate and asked if An could be trusted. The corporal struck his chest with his fist and replied that he could be relied upon. Swift slapped him on the shoulder and called his ally reliable. A ringing sound was heard from the radio on his shoulder. The boy took it in his hands and asked if everyone was ready. An affirmative answer was heard from the speaker. The mercenary said that it was time to start. Hajin gritted his teeth and drove the armor-piercing wall forward. The heroes ran after him. The enemy peeked around the corner and asked what the sound was. The bullet immediately pierced through his head. The military hid behind the wall. A member of the camp opened fire on the corridor. The villain fired several times at the wall. The soldier pulled the trigger. Blood gushed from the wounds on the villain's body. The guys continued to shoot. The man pulled the pin out of the grenade. He threw it forward. There was an explosion at the end of the corridor. Clouds gathered over Noryangjin Station, 5 minutes before the clash at Yodo Camp. The old man put his hand in his pocket. Chalgu reported that the platform had been cleared, and suggested that they go to the 9th Metro line. The heroes attacked zombies. They climbed the viaduct. The commander knitted his eyebrows sadly and asked his friend to go ahead and remove the people who stood in their way. On the other side of the bridge was the entrance to the station. The man cut off the monster's head with an axe. The members of the squad ran forward. There was a guard at the metro. The mercenary approached one of the enemies from behind. The soldier covered his mouth and plunged a knife into his neck. The soldier hid around the corner and reported that they had eliminated 2 opponents, but there were still many of them ahead. The captain's voice came from the radio. The leader lowered the corners of his lips and reminded him that he had taught his comrade not to complain. The old man lowered his gaze and asked his companion to be silent and finish off all the scoundrels. Chalgu raised his rifle and agreed. The bars rusted. The man said that they were starting an operation. Standing on the viaduct, the commander asked if they had dealt with everyone who was there. The mercenary replied that they had captured the enemy leader, and that the allies could have fun with the others. The captain smiled broadly and noticed that his friend looked very much like his superior. Gray clouds hung over the metro station. Members of the detachment opened fire to kill. The heroes approached the entrance to the station. The soldier reported that there was a sniper on the top left above the switchboard. The leader went inside and said that he would deal with him. He threw off his cloak. The old man took a machine gun in his hands. The commander shot all the villains on his way. The ashes rose into the air. The captain bowed his head and asked if this was all. The answer was affirmative. There were pools of blood under his feet. The guys gathered at the coffee shop. The leader put his hands on his belt and asked what they were up to. Swift stated that they were not done yet. The soldier kicked down the door and asked what kind of business he was talking about. The protagonist and Sino looked at him. The old man asked if his comrade had been captured. Johann smiled and was glad to see him. Frowning in displeasure, the commander asked what he was talking about, and wondered who he would have to deal with if his comrade died. The guy confidently knitted his eyebrows and asked what the situation was. The captain narrowed his eyes and replied that they had destroyed the enemy and that only one of his men had died. The man rounded his eyes in shock. The young man expressed his condolences. The camp leader put his hands on his belt and was indignant that the ally used them as a human shield. The soldier closed his eyes and shook his head. Standing in the doorway, the soldier asked what they would do with this person. The survivor ordered him to be tied up and explained that they needed to talk a little more. Crossing his arms over his chest, the old man asked if they had anything to talk about and offered to simply kill him. There were boxes on the shelves. The warrior asked his friend to be silent. A gray sky hung over the Noryangjin station. The commander gritted his teeth and declared that he would have killed Ms. Chunhyang's mother with his own hands. The protagonist frowned and thought about the fact that she had gone over to the side of the enemy and downplayed their number, and this made the traitor believe that they were easy prey. The scoundrel was tied up, and Johans realized that Enho had forced the three strongest formations around the camp to fight, and that this was her plan. The guy turned his head and suggested going to Buchin, because soon the enemy would be targeting the abundant supplies of the Bupyeong area. Turning away, the captain said that they needed to return, and asked his comrade to do what he thought was necessary. The office door slammed shut. The villain opened his eyes wide and asked if all his subordinates had been destroyed and they had only lost one soldier. The young man looked at him and reminded him that he had said that most of his camp would perish. Sinno looked away and called him incredible. The soldier raised his eyebrows and was surprised that this was the reaction of a man who valued the lives of his comrades above all else. Sitting on a chair, the man asked what he would do with him. The survivor replied that he could kill him painlessly or give him the opportunity to start all over again. The commander grinned and asked if it was possible to calmly send him to the camp after killing his subordinates. Barely smiling, the warrior replied that he would be uneasy, and said that he could take him with him. The main character narrowed his eyes and said that he was ready to do it in memory of an old friendship. The captain stared at him in amazement. Johann suggested that it would be difficult for him to fit in, and explained that it was not unusual to lose teammates and join new ones. Closing his eyes, the soldier called it a good attempt and said that he was a little sad. The guy looked at him carefully. Sinno turned away and revealed that he had devoured all the camps after rumors spread that the dog catcher was dead. In a flashback, the man was standing on the bridge in front of the allies. He didn't want a new Senyan to appear. Kim Jun adjusted his glasses. The commander added that there were many belligerent but unruly people among his subordinates. The soldiers opened fire on the zombies. The captain admitted that it was not what he wanted and explained that they killed random invaders and forced the survivors to join. The soldier frowned menacingly. At some point everything got out of his control. He didn't want to fight with the guys who killed the dog catcher. Sinno introduced Javan, the only person who supported him, and said that he had moved all of his associates to another area. The young man raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man frowned and said that he was just acting leader here and that all his real comrades were in Mapo. The camp members smiled broadly. The commander said that they had all stayed with him from the beginning, except for Sung Hee and Seonghwa, who had been killed by the dog catchers. The soldier smiled and thought that his friend would not call his comrades subordinates. The survivor put his hands on his belt and deduced that he had separated them for his own protection. The warrior looked to the side and decided to withdraw his words about his incompetence. The captain lowered his head and explained that from the very beginning he had created this camp as a means of protecting his people from such as dog catchers. The military man concluded that it was too greedy and presumptuous. The protagonist, standing in front of him, said that no one could handle it better than him. A smile appeared on Sinno's face. The man asked who the leader was in his previous life, and Johans looked down at him and replied that it was him. The commander narrowed his eyes and thought about the fact that they had lost last time, but this time everything turned out differently. The corpse lay in the corner of the room. The guy assumed that he was able to defeat the enemy because he knew about his existence and about his habits. Bowing his head, the captain realized that he had to be objective, and said that this time it was his turn. The young man knitted his eyebrows, puzzled. Without raising his head, the camp leader asked his friend to take care of his people. Sino smiled broadly. The fighter frowned sternly and promised to do his best for the sake of his new comrades. The boxes were lying on the cabinet. The man noticed that it sounded very pretentious. The survivor asked him not to say that. The guys were waiting inside the cafe. The door of the office opened. A warrior came out and asked if the operation had begun. Swift confirmed this and said that it was time for them to hurry there too. The commander stepped forward. The main character called him his new comrade in arms. The members of the squad looked at him intensely. Johans asked them to relax. The boy gave him a stern look and asked if everything would be all right after their recent fight. The soldier pointed a pistol at the captain. The corpse of the enemy lay on the floor. The leader took his bloody machine gun. Members of the search group raised their weapons against him. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy asked his allies to calm down and said that everything was fine. Sino fastened the belt to the rifle. The young man said that this man went to the negotiations without even taking a weapon with him. The man threw the machine gun over his shoulder. The fighter said that in his past life he was his most reliable comrade. The mercenary threw up his hands and concluded that they had nothing to worry about anyway, because there were many times more of them. The guys silently turned away. The commander lowered his head and said that he was interested in something. After fixing his hair, the captain asked if their boss had always been so cool, and decided that it would be difficult for him to get used to it. Howen's eyes widened in amazement. So covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. At the entrance to the cafe, loud laughter was heard. A large sign hung above the metro station. The soldier put his hand on the shoulder of his new friend and said that everything would be fine. Turning away, the leader asked not to praise him and called himself an incompetent commander who condemned all the people in the camp to death. The girl blushed and asked if he had any girlfriends. Sino opened his mouth in amazement and said no. The girl smiled and asked if there was his ideal type among them. The man rounded his eyes dumbfounded and said nothing. An enthusiastic exclamation was heard outside the cafe when the commander answered in the affirmative. Looking around, the protagonist asked his comrades to finish with the greeting and asked if his ally was going to take the people out of the camp. There was a backpack on the bench. Johan said that the luggage would be his responsibility. The captain picked up the walkie-talkie, and a member of his camp asked if everything was all right. There were bullet marks on the walls. The leader asked all his associates to go to Yongsan station. The guy offered to go right away, throwing up his hand. The military asked to give him some time, because he needed to put the bodies of his subordinates in order. There were corpses lying on the floor. The young man asked if he needed help, but Sino replied that he wanted to do everything with his own hands, because this was the only way to repay them. The fighter looked to the side and confirmed it. The door of the cafe was open, and the survivor invited the others to go inside and take a break. Thick clouds hung over the city. There was a round glass building on the street. People gathered at the terminals. The warrior smiled and noticed many familiar faces. The boy frowned and asked if it was really her. The guys hugged. Sari was surprised that such coincidences happen. The ceiling was supported by iron supports. The main character offered to rest and go to the joint headquarters tomorrow. The man turned to him and asked if they were going to headquarters. Johan said that they had planned to do so from the beginning and asked what the problem was. The commander sternly knitted his eyebrows and told them that a month ago they had already made a sortie for food. Then a huge mutant with the head of a snake appeared in front of him. The guy rounded his eyes in fright and realized that he was talking about a hydra. Darkness thickened over the administration building when the dog catcher disappeared. The camp began to grow, and the captain was harshly criticized by the leadership. Barbed wire stretched over the fence. The doors of the department store were closed. The leader broke the window with an axe. There was a zombie inside. Javan punched him in the face. The thug stepped over him and assumed that this man had hidden here and blocked the door because he was thinking only of himself. The guys began to search the store. The boy approached the boss and asked where they would go now. The military replied that they needed to go to the supply warehouse. Sino turned around when he heard a scream and asked what had happened. The camp members turned into zombies and began biting their friends. The monster grabbed the soldier's neck with its teeth. The man swung his axe. The monster's eyes were bloodshot. Javan pushed him away with force. He pressed the head of the living dead man into the wall. The zombies fell to the floor. With his mouth open in shock, the commander asked how this could have happened, and thought that no one had bitten or injured them, but they had become infected anyway. The captain clutched the handle of the axe in his hand and asked for forgiveness. Blood splashed in the air. The thug approached the boss and asked what had happened. The leader replied that he also did not know what it was. The boy went to the mirror. The camp member began to cry and asked what was happening to him. The soldier stared at him in fear and wondered if such a thing was possible. Sino hit his colleague on the head with an axe. The window broke. The man offered to leave and said that this was a very strange place. The commander took a step forward. A hydra sat in front of him. The captain looked up in horror, and the soldier asked what it was. The leader looked down and said that at that moment he was very scared. The main character narrowed his eyes and asked what happened next. The guys watched them carefully. The military explained that he rushed at the enemy, but for some reason the mutant did not resist. The snake opened its mouth wide, Sino stated that the enemy did not attack, but only screamed heart-rendingly. Blood splattered his suit, and with each blow, a strange liquid spewed out of the monster's mouth. The body of the monster fell to the ground. The man said that they escaped before other zombies approached them. Johannes frowned sternly. The commander admitted that he did not know. He was soon on the verge of death that day. Scratching his chin, the guy concluded that the Hydra was incapable of fighting, and assumed that his friend was immune. The captain raised his hand and asked what it was about. The young man asked if he knew nothing. Swift smiled. The fighter said that there are people who are immune to the virus and who will not turn into zombies, even if they are injured or bitten. The leader rounded his eyes in shock. It was dark outside the windows. The survivor asked if there were no such people in their camp. The soldier covered his face with his hand and explained that they had a rule that a person who was bitten had to commit suicide immediately in order to die without pain or suffering. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the warrior said that it was the right decision and asked his comrade not to blame himself for it. The main character frowned and said that Hydra is the name of one of the types of mutants that can infect people just nearby. With no lights on in the windows of the administration hall, Johannes assumed that it was these monsters that had pushed the world to destruction, and decided that they appeared when the area was full of zombies. In the flashback, the reanimated dead had bitten him and his companion. In a past life, they definitely did not have immunity, so no one knew under what circumstances it was produced. The guy introduced all his acquaintances with immunity, and concluded that this time there are quite a lot of them. So Balikov and the Messiah grinned. The young man wondered what the common denominator was for people with immunity. The fighter lowered the corners of his lips and realized that he should not worry unnecessarily. Advertising posters hung on the walls. The survivor said that the advance team would be the first to enter the joint headquarters. Sino approached him and said that he knew where the supply depot was. The warrior explained that they didn't need it because they had enough supplies. There was a tower on the roof of the building. The main character offered to go to the office with 4 of them. The man raised his eyebrows and asked if it was too dangerous for the advance squad. Johannes looked away and replied that they should make sure there were no Hydra and other mutants in order to reduce the risk to the general group. The guys smiled and agreed. The commander mentally called them too reckless. Iron pipes stretched against the walls. The guy ordered Hyuk to protect the entrance to the office and go inside on a signal. The windows of the building were broken. All the corridors were stained with blood. The captain's eyes widened. A powerful blow blew the zombie's head off. The camp leader knitted his eyebrows and realized that his comrades hardly needed his help. The guys easily dealt with all the monsters on their way. The military realized that they were no longer at the level of ordinary people. The guy swung a machete. He sliced open the monster's body. The young man frowned sternly. Blood spurted in all directions. The fighter held out his blade in front of him. Traces of blood appeared on the wall. The survivor approached the chopped Hydra and noticed that it was not dead yet. The scraps of her body continued to move. The warrior offered to burn the mutant. The monster was enveloped in flames. Approaching the building, the main character said that this was the entrance to the joint headquarters, and added that the only problem was how to get there. Johannes looked up and explained that the easiest way to enter was through the roof garden. The living dead gathered in the building. The guy said that if they broke the door, the alarm would go off and they would be surrounded by enemies from all sides. Sino took off his jacket and decided to go upstairs. The man grabbed the ledge and said that it would not be a problem because he knew how to knock out the alarm. The commander began to climb up. Hajin called him quite capable. Clouds gathered in the sky. Smoke was pouring out of the window. The young man suggested that we first go to the operations center, then to the strategic control center, and only then to the military support center. The soldier entered the building and asked to collect all the information related to the fleet and bring it to the garden on the 4th floor. On the roof of the building there was a terrace with live trees. After a while, many books and folders appeared on Earth. As the camp members stacked everything, the survivor concluded that they were very lucky to have found all the information they needed. Jiho approached the boss and wanted to ask something, but the warrior immediately answered in the negative. The main character looked around and suggested that a friend wanted to ask about going to the National Library. The boy said that it was not far away. The building was in front of the park. Johannes asked what would change if his comrade found a book that explained the reasons for everything that had happened. The soldier explained that this was their last chance to check everything before leaving Korea. The guy frowned and said that he could not help when his colleague risked his life. There was a TV tower nearby. The young man asked if such curiosity and thirst for knowledge was really worth it. The shooter confidently knitted his eyebrows and confirmed it. The fighter stepped away from him and warned that they would leave if the ally did not come soon. The survivor narrowed his eyes and thought that he had no right to stop him, because he was ready to risk his life for the sake of his beliefs. Clouds were reflected in the windows of the administration. The soldier ordered the others to collect documents. Smoke was coming from the windows. Jiami's corpse lay on the floor. The main character frowned menacingly. The old man lit a cigarette and put his hands in his pockets. The emergency exit door opened. Chaldu went inside and reported that he had killed everyone. Johannes looked down. In a flashback, the soldier smiled broadly. The man was holding his head in his hands. The guy approached his comrade. The commander told him that Chunhyang's mother was trying to protect her daughter. The captain knitted his eyebrows sadly and said that he did not know what she had been through and what situation she was in. Smoke swirled in the air. The mercenary declared that he wanted to find and tear her to shreds, and wondered if he would do the same if he had a daughter. The young man looked at him and said nothing. There were bars under the ceiling. The soldier cursed this terrible world. Ashes rose high above the building. The heroes went outside. The fighter reported that the nuclear power plant would explode. The old man concluded that there was no way to stop it. Squinting, the commander realized that he would have to sit and do nothing, and asked if the guys who followed him had died in vain. His hair covered the survivor's eyes, and he explained that he had gone to Yongsan to find documents to operate a warship and sail away from the zone of radioactive destruction, and that he had managed to do so thanks to them. The warrior looked down and said that he felt sorry for those who had died, but his friend was not one to be shaken by someone else's death. The mercenary looked around. The main character invited him to go with him and promised that his comrade would not regret it if he followed his instructions. Johannes frowned and hoped that they would be together to the end in this battle, because their main enemy was the apocalypse itself. The soldier looked at him intensely. The guy approached him and promised to create a place for him in their ranks. The members of the search group turned around. The old man smiled. The commander slyly knitted his eyebrows and asked if he would have to rely on the leader. The young man confirmed this. Clouds were floating in the sky. The captain said that he did not need it. The mercenary stepped aside and repeated his words when the young man asked him again. The soldier asked why so. The soldier turned around and explained that he was ready to trust him, because they had been through a lot together. The survivor flinched when the soldier said that they were like father and son. Smiling broadly, the old man declared that he could not do wrong to his children, whom he had before, and suggested that he stop at the fact that he had listened to his order. The soldier decided to pretend that nothing had happened. The commander frowned in displeasure and said that it was a joke. Barbed wire surrounded the building. The captain asked if his friend had studied abroad. The main character replied that his maximum was a trip to Chanip. White clouds hung in the blue sky. Sitting on a bench, the mercenary asked if his comrade wanted to take revenge on the Chunhyang camp, and remembered that one of his men had already died. Johannes closed his eyes and replied that he would have destroyed everyone if he had intended to stay here, but they were not in a position to get involved in battle right now. The military man looked around and said that it was quite unexpected. The guy looked ahead and explained that he didn't like unnecessary murders because they only added to the hassle. The red-walled building looked abandoned. Chalga looked up and asked where they were going. The old man smiled broadly and replied that they were going to travel abroad. Sweef approached the boss and asked if they would come with us. The young man confirmed it. The boy looked away and concluded that with this grumpy but reliable commander, their military power would increase. The boat was standing on the pier. The soldier approached the embankment and contacted the headquarters. Rin picked up the phone and asked if they had returned. There was an inscription on the building. The survivor answered in the affirmative and asked if there was anything strange. The girl replied that everything was quiet. The warrior looked to the side and asked her to send a boat to the pier from the direction of Yangjiang. Howen and Bertha stared at him in surprise. The man spread his arms and thanked him when the protagonists promised to entrust them with the task of protecting the seer when they completed this mission. Johannes frowned and thought that this was not just a courtesy to the two. In a flashback, the woman sternly knitted her eyebrows and said that the fight for the survival of humanity, as a species, had begun. The guy realized that she needed special protection because she had an incredible skill. The heroes gathered on the embankment. The young man thought about the fact that now, unlike the moment when they arrived, more than half of their personnel are military power. Behind the old man were mercenaries. It was a fairly solid force. The camp members followed Sino. They were also very talented and did not need to be tested. Suyun threw the rifle over his shoulder. In his previous life he was considered the best marksman. The fighter raised his eyebrows and realized that he liked that these people had come together because they would be able to work well together. The warehouse was full of supplies. The survivor decided that there would definitely be no fights for their redistribution. The team commanders were chatting about something. The warrior realized that he could fully trust them. Approaching the boss, Sejun said that he was glad to meet him and noticed that there were more people. He saluted Gaps. The man gritted his teeth when he saw him. The captain grabbed the subordinate by the hair and asked the ally not to worry. Because he had learned the appropriate lesson, the soldier said that he would not repeat the same mistake twice. The main character put his hands on his belt and explained that his teacher could train a tiger. Johannes approached his comrades and assumed that they would like each other. A member of the squad said that he was also pleased to meet him after a long time. Sojin raised his fist to his mouth and wondered if this person had really changed. Iron supports supported the canopy. The guy said that they were already waiting for them, and explained that due to the fact that there were so many people, they had to come here a second time. The boat sailed away from the pier. The road stretched to the settlement. Sino looked around. There were chickens and pigs in the pens. The machine was harvesting wheat in the field. The man smiled and said that he couldn't believe there was so much in abundance. The warship was moored at the pier. Rin smiled and praised her allies for their excellent work. The villagers crowded around the boss. The young man asked if there was anything strange. The seer answered in the negative and was glad that they were fine. Black Ball ran forward. Sari stroked him and asked him how he was doing. Members of the camp began to deliver things. The fighter asked if there was any news. The clairvoyant replied that she had no more new dreams. Someone stepped forward. The survivor was glad that nothing had happened. The warrior looked back when he was called. Jai-hai knitted her eyebrows sadly and asked where Jonisa was. The guys looked away in confusion. Sino's eyes widened strangely. The main character lowered his head and asked his ally to bring it. Sari approached her friend. The girl asked what it was. There was a ring on the bloody rag, and Johans told him that they had taken care of his body, but had not been able to bring it back here. Turning away, the guy explained that Jonisa had died in battle, and asked for forgiveness. The woman fell to her knees and said it was a lie. The man took a step forward. The young man put his hand on his shoulder, thereby stopping him. The soldier shook his head. Jabum hugged his colleague and asked her to take care of herself. The locals bowed their heads sadly. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The heroes took the cook away from the pier. The survivor approached his friend and asked what had happened to her. Sojin scratched his head and replied that she had recently become pregnant. The soldiers knitted their eyebrows in frustration. The man said that he understands how dangerous it is to have children nowadays, but this will be the first child born after the world collapsed. Clouds floated over the ship. A member of the camp said that Jai-hai had even chosen a name for her child, which means hope, and was waiting for the squad to return to tell Jones. The commander frowned tensely. Lightning flashed in the sky. It began to rain over the town hall. There were folders on the table. The soldier asked his comrades to familiarize themselves with the documents and train the personnel who are necessary to operate a warship. The guys gathered at the table. The main character relied on his friend, who had extensive experience in the army. The old man took the papers in his hands. Johans asked him to find out how to handle the equipment and how much material he needed to load. The guy ordered Puck to choose products that can be stored for a long time. The commander raised one eyebrow and was indignant that the boss calls them the same. The young man looked at him and stated that he would call him Yun. The captain was angry that the leader was changing his last name at will. The fighter asked if they could take the cattle with them. The man clasped his hands together and replied that they could eat some of the cattle before leaving, and then cook the meat. A map hung on the wall. The survivor offered to throw a meat party and asked his allies to collect food with the maximum shelf life. The warrior asked what about the engine. Kim looked down and replied that the ship's structure needed to be inspected. The sun broke through the clouds. The main character asked his friend not to worry about the workforce and go check on the ship. Holding the papers in his hands, Swift explained that the sonar, which is mounted on the bottom, picks up sound waves within a radius of 10 kilometers. Johans put his hands on his belt and was surprised that his friend knew English. The boy replied that he had studied abroad. The mercenary smiled and told him that this was an era of eternal competition and incessant education. The stars were shining in the night sky. The guy offered his comrades in arms to rest, because from tomorrow they would have a lot of things to do. A clear morning came. In front of the ship were crates of supplies. The guys gathered on board. The young man asked how long it would take. Smiling, Lutzo replied that everything would be ready soon, and asked if Kim was just the owner of a metal store. A member of the camp said that he was called a master of open equipment. The man opened his mouth in surprise and asked what this meant. The mechanic examined the pipes. It turned out that this is the name given to specialists in nonverbal communication in conditions where there is no communication or the internet. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the pilot decided that in a couple of days they would be able to do a test run, and said that taking into account refueling and loading luggage, it would take 4 days to prepare for departure. The captain's cabin was empty. There were chains on the bow of the ship. The fighter's hair fluttered in the wind. Watching his comrades work, the survivor realized that all they had to do was wait for Jiho to return. Clouds gathered in the sky. The staircase led to the library. A corpse lay on the floor. Books were scattered around. There were traces of blood on the wall. The boy stretched out his hand to the old book. The soldier took it and was glad that he was able to find it. One of the pages depicted a hydra. The shooter rounded his eyes in shock. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. A member of the squad gritted his teeth and asked how he could accept this at all. The book depicted terrible monsters. Ashes rose in the air. On the grill lay the carcass of a pig. A member of the camp was chopping vegetables. The main character washed tomatoes under the tap. Jiha approached him. Johans asked her to go to rest. The girl tied her apron and said that she had to do her job. Steaks were roasted on the fire. The guys happily closed their eyes and decided that they were in paradise. The soldier raised his hand and wished that this happened every day. The guy asked his friends not to leave a piece. The heroes grabbed pieces of bacon with chopsticks. Local residents gathered under awnings. Sweef took a bite of the ham. Sari handed her friend a piece of cabbage. The young man turned to her and said that he would not eat while he was roasting the meat. The girl asked him to just open his mouth wider. The soldier stuffed his cheeks full of food. The boy approached him and offered to take over his duties so that the boss could talk to the people. The survivor said that he was almost finished. Hajin raised one eyebrow and explained that they had already eaten. The mercenary wanted to eat with him. The warrior closed his eyes and sighed. Yun waved his hand and called his friends to his place for a drink. The awnings fluttered in the wind. The old man explained that he could not change seats at another table because it would only spoil the whole atmosphere. The soldier suggested that he call those who liked to drink. The commander smiled broadly and asked him to do it himself. The heroes clinked their mugs. The captain closed his eyes and was glad that the beer was cold. The main character was standing at the grill. The military invited him to join and asked if his boss had decided to work part-time in a butcher shop. The guards were standing on the pier. Johan said that at least one person should stay sober. Yun asked him not to worry about it because the recruits wouldn't drink. There were umbrellas outside the cafe. The old man asked if they could have normal fun when their leader was not in the mood. The guy took a couple of sips. Sari leaned over and asked if she could sit with them. The young man looked at her and asked if she shouldn't have fun with her friends. The girl replied that it was much more interesting, and wondered why their glasses were empty. The commander handed her a bottle of beer and said that their friend knew how to behave. The woman took a sip. The captain asked if she liked the drink. After emptying the mug, the camp member replied in the affirmative and decided to tell what the boss had told her. The soldier crossed her arms over her chest and stated that the leader had praised her. The guys smiled broadly and started laughing. Sari explained that this was after she made a couple of enemies crispier. The sunset painted the sky pink. The full moon rose during the night. Jiho was collecting empty glasses on a tray. The fighter approached her and asked her to go rest. The girl said that it was not difficult for her to clean up here. The survivor smiled and said that he would finish everything himself. The woman looked down sadly. There was no one in the cafe anymore. The warrior sternly knitted his eyebrows and promised to make sure that his girlfriend could give birth in peace. Her eyes filled with tears. The cook smiled and said that she would be forever grateful to him. She folded her hands in front of her and bowed. The main character looked at her thoughtfully. At night the sea was calm. The waves turned into foam near the shore. Johan sat in a chair and looked into the distance. Sari approached him with cans of beer and asked if he could not sleep. The guy looked at her silently. The young man frowned and asked his ally to stop drinking, because tomorrow they were sailing. The girl sat down next to her and explained that this was their last night here. She touched her friend's hand. Her cheeks flushed. The young man gave her a stern look and was about to say something, but someone called out to him. A soldier standing outside the base shouted that Jiho had made contact. The woman took a sip from the jar. A member of the camp was left alone and resented her boss's behavior. In the morning, the weather was cloudy. The motorcyclist arrived at the camp and called his comrade in arms. The boy leaned on his knees and told him that he had almost died. The boat was at the pier. The soldier was glad that everything was all right with his friend, and asked how he was doing. Books fell out of the backpack. Taking them in his hands, the shooter said that he had found books that are related to navigation, and explained that there was information about logistics centers that would allow you to refuel in the middle of the voyage. The soldier asked if the leader had decided on a destination. The survivor raised his eyebrows and replied that he was going to sail to New Zealand, and worried that the GPS was not working. The warrior took a piece of paper and said that only 1 year was enough for his functions to turn off. The main character drew a path on a map and suggested following the west coast to Jeju Island, then south along China to Taiwan. The line stretched through the Philippine archipelago to Papua New Guinea and then directly to New Zealand. Holding the map in his hands, Jiho decided that it was a longer but safer path and realized that they would be able to dock on land if something went wrong. Johan smiled. There were lifeboats on the boat. The guy asked his friend to take over the steering. The village was located near the hills. The warship was moored near the shore. The young man announced that there were 15 minutes left before departure, and ordered everyone to go to their places. Sin-no approached him and told him that he had never thought about having to sail on the ship again. The fighter concluded that it was fate. The survivor took the walkie-talkie and asked if the engine room was ready. Standing at the engine, Kim said that there were no deviations in the operation of the diesel compartment. Sitting at the helm, the boy said the same thing. Standing on the deck, a member of the search party reported that there was nothing strange about it. While on the helipad, Lutzo said that everything was fine. The door was open. The warrior frowned menacingly and ordered to sail away from the shore. The ship moved away from the island. It swam straight into the open ocean. Behind him stretched a white plume of foam. 9 months later, black smoke rose over Oakland. The window was broken. The man with a weapon in his hands looked around. Sari ran forward and opened fire to kill. The wounded enemy stretched out his hand to the machine gun. Black Ball opened its mouth wide. Blood spurted. The dog wagged its tail. The girl lowered the weapon and asked the pet to leave the deceased. Eddie walked over to her and told her not to rush so much. Looking around, the woman explained that they wouldn't be able to adjust to the speed of others if they didn't hurry, and asked if they had any idea what monsters were on the other teams. In the corner of the room there was a spiral staircase. The boy knitted his eyebrows, dumbfounded. An explosion rang out in the building. Dead bodies lay in the corridor. The scoundrel gritted his teeth as the gun was pointed at him. Looking at the other hostage, the soldier decided that they were the last survivors from the West and asked if they spoke Korean. The bound scientist shook his head. The villain frowned furiously and asked if these were the same Asian monkeys. Smiling, Sari said that she did not know what was going on in other parts, and added that she knew one monkey for sure. The girl shot the enemy. There were many chemical devices on the table. The woman squinted tensely and asked if everything was all right. The researcher sitting in front of her assumed that a rescue squad had come to them, but the soldier did not understand a word of English. The researcher trembled with fear and asked if they were Asian devils. A member of the squad put her rifle on her shoulder. The dog bared his fangs. The man knitted his eyebrows excitedly. Sari smiled and said that she had come to save those who had been captured. There were test tubes and microscopes on the shelves. The girl concluded that she would have to wait for her friend. The helicopter flew over the island. There was a sign on the street that read "Stop Erit." Holding a tablet, Lutzow asked people to disinfect and put on new clothes. The scientist frowned. In a flashback, he saw the ship through a window and assumed it was an American rescue team. The building exploded and collapsed. The researcher called the Koreans invaders. Bullets pierced the bodies of the locals. The invaders appeared suddenly and began to destroy zombies and mutants, and then began to organize armed squads when the area became habitable. The protagonist stood in front of corpses. The atrocities of those who brutally suppressed any attempts at resistance quickly became a scary story in Auckland. Darkness enveloped Johans's face. He was called the devil who came from the east. The researcher changed his clothes and thought that it had taken the invaders 8 months to become the masters of Auckland. The heroes were walking along the corridor. The boy realized that they were collecting survivors on this artificial island. The door of the office opened. The scientist squeezed his eyes shut and realized that he had to be the person they needed to survive. Sitting on the chair, the guy clasped his hands together. The young man frowned and asked his friend to act as an interpreter. The researcher raised his hand when Swift asked who the representative would be. The researcher shook the soldier's hand and introduced himself. Raising his eyebrows, the survivor noticed that he looked like he came from the east, and asked if it was true that they were studying the situation. Looking away, Jack confirmed it and said that they came from the United States. Bringing his hand to his chin, the protagonist explained that they would like to know about the results of their search and asked the prisoner to tell about them. The boy trembled and replied that there was nothing that could be called any result. Zombies were placed in a capsule. Local scientists studied the process by which the human body turns into a monster. The most common hypothesis was a virus, but it turned out that this was not the case. The monster opened its mouth. Apart from hyperemia and fever, no other biological symptoms were detected, and there was no difference between living and dead zombies. Vital signs were displayed on the screen. The revived dead were no different from corpses, starting with metabolism and ending with brain activity. All processes were stopped. Johans frowned and asked how they moved and attacked people. The researcher looked to the side and said that their team had concluded that it was impossible to explain it scientifically. The researcher frowned and explained that this was a real curse. Standing next to the boss, the mercenary translated his words into understandable language. The book fell to the floor. Jiho picked her up immediately. Someone kicked down the door. The guy looked around and asked what happened. Sari replied that it was related to Jiha. The heroes ran forward along the corridor. The doors were open. Jabun looked down and announced that the baby had been born healthy. Pulse and blood pressure indicators were displayed on the device. The girl was wearing an oxygen mask. Smiling, the young man praised her and asked how she was feeling. Lying in bed, the woman replied that her body was numb and that she was in pain and hot. Her skin turned green. The cook asked if she was infected and said that she could not leave her baby. The soldier's eyes widened. Some time ago, the doctor covered her face with his hand and explained that due to the fact that the mother's body was extremely weakened by childbirth, she had symptoms of airborne infection. After patting his ally on the head, the survivor asked her not to worry, because she was fine, and said that these were just complications after childbirth. Leaning over her, the warrior said that she needed to rest now and asked her to close her eyes. Jai-hai decided to sleep a little. Her pulse line became even. The main character took out a knife. Johan slit his comrade's throat. White clouds floated across the blue sky. Sino stared at the child in silence. The guy went up the stairs and reported that his mother had died. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The young man approached him and reminded him that his friend wanted to take responsibility for Jones's death. The commander promised to take care of this baby and raise him well. The baby was lying on the bed. In a flashback, the girl smiled and said that she would name the child Adam or Eve, depending on the gender. The woman stroked her belly and decided that he would have her last name. The little boy was asleep, wrapped in a blanket. A view of a tall tower opened up, and it turned out that among the survivors in Auckland, New Zealand, there are people who are called a squad of zombies. A lot of bright rays seemed to pierce the monsters, and it was said that they were given this name because their movements were not human, and they also wore bulletproof bizarre costumes and literally swept away zombies and mutants. Suddenly, the fighter abruptly took off. The wounded monsters lay humbly on the asphalt, and it became clear that this group had appeared like a meteor in Auckland, where humanity had already lost hope, and began to hunt zombies and their varieties. Empty cartridges flew out of the survivor's machine gun, and it turned out that they first indiscriminately swept away people and zombies, and then crushed several enemy factions. And among these people there are 4 survivors who tirelessly fight monsters, especially mutants. The bone-armored warriors marched forward, and it was said that they had another name, namely the 1st Advanced Detachment of Johans. Suddenly, a helicopter raced across the sky. The pilot looked at the city through the glass and informed the captain that they had arrived. The main character sharply tilted his head down. The mantle behind the soldier fluttered in the wind. Sveif grinned and remarked that the leader had done a good job, when he suddenly clarified if there were any special incidents. Standing in front of the interlocutor, a guy with black hair said that there was a wave of zombies, but there were no casualties, to which he said that he was handed over, and asked if it was a mutant chameleon. A view of a large building opened up, and the survivor asked if there would be a meeting, to which the protagonist replied that he was scheduled to go to the office right away. Suddenly, the door to the room swung open. The soldier grabbed his black cloak with his hand. The head of the survivor camp looked away in bewilderment. At the same second, empty cartridges began to fly off from the machine gun. Armor made of bones could not be pierced by shots. Grinning, Johann said that it was surprising. The tester held a folder with documents in his hands and said that it was the skin of a mutant gravedigger, after which he added that it had an unusual tissue structure that could not be explained by any mineral or skin existing on Earth. The guy in the bathrobe smiled and explained that her epidermis was incredibly strong and resistant to damage, and then noticed that it was light. The body of the monster lay on the ground, and the tester said that now it was clear why mutants with such a strong skin could move quickly, because usually strength is proportional to the mass, so it is not easy to move with a shell of such strength. Scales were visible on the monster's skin, and the scientist said that this material completely ignored the laws of nature, but despite its small mass, it was incredibly durable. Lowering his chin, the young man stated that the strength of the shell inside and outside is different, therefore, under the influence of prolonged intense influences from the inside, the outer part weakens, so the weak point of the mutant is the digestive system. Gladly rounding his eyes, the researcher said that with the help of modern technology, they were able to cut and process it, after which he added that he could confidently say that there is no stronger armor in the whole world. There was a view of a concrete building, on which there was a sign that it was a laboratory. The soldier stepped on the ground with his heavy foot. The front doors began to open. Entering the room, Johannes greeted his partner. Folding his hands, the old man asked the guys to take it off, and then added that sometimes it seems to him that they are mutants, so he gets scared and wants to shoot. Grinning maliciously, Swift asked if his grandfather was jealous, and advised him to capture one of the mutants to get such a suit as well. Lowering his jaw, the mercenary was indignant at this and clarified why he needed to go out and catch this gravedigger. Holding a folder of papers in his hands, Jiho asked if they were starting, to which the captain replied in the affirmative. A projector hung from the ceiling, and the survivor remarked that in this case, they would begin a meeting of the Production Directorate, the Combat Intelligence Directorate, and the Strategic Research Directorate. A view of the endless blue sky opened up. The guy stood in front of the audience and said that at the end he wanted to present the NGH-2 model, which was developed by the Research Center, and then added that it was a hand grenade that could be tracked after the explosion, and after tomorrow's meeting, they would be doing a demonstration in the lab, so everyone needed to bring in the battle groups, and that was it. Resting his elbows on the table, Johannes asked if anything had happened. Mrs. Rin's eyes widened happily and replied that everything was calm. The windows in the room were covered with thick fabric, and the main character said that this was good, and in this case, that's all for today. Sojin approached the camp leader and said that they had to resolve one issue. Armed soldiers were standing outside the laboratory building. The manager took it one step at a time. Wrapping his hand around the folder with documents, the man explained that he had called him separately because the others would be worried. A large garage door could be seen ahead. Suddenly, the doors began to rise up. Looking at the boxes near the far wall, the manager said that they were somewhat self-sufficient due to fishing, hunting and gathering, and then added that the supplies were running out faster than expected. Turning his head to the side, Sojin noticed that the increase in the number of people played an important role in this, because only on this island their number exceeded 100. Lowering his eyebrows, Sinnoh said that they had lived here for 11 months and had no food problems, but it seemed time to move on to the capital. Suddenly Johannes closed his lips. Looking straight ahead, the main character thought about the fact that, unlike Korea, mutants often appear here, so he did not dare to expand, because there is a strong scoundrel outside who is difficult to deal with. Lowering his chin, the fighter said that he would figure it out, but thought about the mutant mosquito. Bloody corpses of people could be seen in the forest, and the protagonist asked Swift, Hajin, and Sinnoh to get ready, because there was work for the first squad. There were a small number of boxes of provisions on wooden pallets, and the young man recalled that long before the current food crisis occurred, they had tried to explore the outside a couple of times, but to no avail. There was a view of a large stump in the middle of the clearing, and Johann said in his mind that the cause of the failure was a mutant mosquito that lived in the mountains around Auckland. The monster quietly made his way through the tall grass, and the main character thought that his level of strength was the same as that of David or the shark, but the real reason for the danger lies not in power, but in habits. It seemed as if the monster had pierced through the man's body, and the guy said that he lived hiding deep in the mountains, and infected people, stinging with his long, mosquito-like tail. There were black dots on the bodies of the wounded survivors, and the soldier noticed that the problem was that every time they arrived to capture him, he had already disappeared. There was a view of the abandoned buildings in the city, and the protagonist said in his mind that the search for the mutant requires a lot of effort, and will lead to great losses. But if everything is left like this, then even if he does not touch the city, their situation will be no better. The laboratory room appeared, and one of the survivors was heard to report that he was running away without taking part in the battle. Sin-no admitted that they hadn't even seen the end of his nose when Hajin closed his eyes and said that they didn't know what he looked like. But from what he was doing, only a mosquito came to mind. Raising his hand, the guy assumed that it was all because of the mutant costume, to which his partner remarked that this was probably due to the fact that the smell of these clothes interrupted the human one. Furrowing his brows angrily, Johans revealed that the last 2 attempts had been hard because their goal was to cross the mountains, after which he added that this time they would concentrate on finding and destroying him, as well as searching all the mountains. There was a projector hanging from the ceiling, and the survivor said that the target was good, but he didn't understand how the leader was going to find it, to which the leader replied that he was going to use Sari and the pet as search dogs, since the 2 had the best sense of smell, when suddenly he was asked if everything would be okay. There was a view of white clouds in the endless sky. Looking out from behind the door, the girl asked if her name was called. Suddenly, the main character turned back. Furrowing her brows angrily, the survivor wondered if something had happened, to which he replied that during the next sortie of the first squad, they were going to find and destroy the mutant mosquito, so she would join them. Grinning in bewilderment, the lady remarked that the last time she had wanted to go with them, he had chased her away. Looking at the interlocutor, the protagonist said that she had a vacation, to which she shouted that there was nothing to worry about, because she was not going to rest anyway. At the same second, the leader of the group of survivors narrowed his eyes. Lowering her jaw, Sari said that she agreed to it anyway, after which she added that she would try. Swift put his fingers to his chin, and someone could be heard saying that this was dangerous, which was why the first squad consisted only of those who were immune. Lowering the corners of her lips, the girl said that everything was fine, and then added that if she died, she would die. Stretching his palms forward, Jiho said that in this case, they would start the meeting. Hajin raised one eyebrow and was indignant that they didn't know anything about him, to which the guy replied that they really didn't know much. Johans explained that due to his sneak attack and guerrilla warfare, it was difficult to determine how strong he was, and if he was, it would not be easy to win, to which Swift smirked and echoed his words. Running his fingers through his hair, the survivor noticed that they had never used such things as tactics, so first he had to gather equipment, hand grenades, and nets. There was a folder with documents on the table, and the main character told him to do so, to which he agreed. Putting his hands on his side, the fighter asked how long it would take to prepare, to which Swift replied that he did not even know, although all they needed to prepare was just to get up from their chairs, and asked for Sari's opinion, to which Sari said that everything seemed to be fine, but she had not been on search operations for a long time, and the dog needed to rest. There were small bars in the concrete wall, and the survivor said that it was good, and in that case they would be out in 2 days, after which he asked Jiho to prepare everything, to which he agreed, and the leader let everyone go. A view of a roadside cafe opened. The girl turned her head towards the window. Suddenly, the soldier banged his fist on the wall. Grinning, Swift asked if his partner was training, to which she replied that she was eating. The survivor put a fork and knife to her plate, and her interlocutor noticed that she had gone overboard with the slicing, and then added that he thought she was training by imagining a mosquito. A slight grin appeared on the lady's face, when suddenly the guy clarified why she was so crazy. Red sofas were visible inside the establishment, and the survivor called out to her uncle, to which he asked to be called something else. Sadly lowering her gaze, the girl asked if he also thought that she was not very good. Throwing his hands behind his head, Swift replied that it was not a bad idea to want to be like someone she liked, but it seemed to him that she was asking him the wrong thing, to which she cried out that she did not think she was quite good. Pressing his palms to his face, the fighter clarified whether it was a woman, to which he received a positive answer. Grinning, the guy remarked that she must know what place Johans occupies. Lowering his jaw, the young man explained that he had no time to be distracted, because each of them was doing what they had to do in their position, and Sari said that she knew it well too. Turning his head towards the window, the warrior said that his interlocutor was special and attractive. Putting her palms to her chin, the girl clarified if this was true, and then asked him to continue. Swift noted that now it would be better for her to focus on a search sortie into new territory, which made her indignant, as it suddenly seemed like the main character was fixing a metal mesh on the fence. The camp leader's face was dripping with sweat as his partner asked the survivor not to interfere with his battle, and then spoke of disaster, mutants, and humans. At the same moment the lady closed her lips. Looking out the window, the guy asked if she thought that when the situation got better, and when they created a safe zone for the people who needed to be protected, then there would be no place for her in his heart. It seemed as if the survivors were sitting on chairs by the ocean, and the fighter admitted that he really would like to see it. Muscles were visible on Johans's back, and the young man stated that he was now protecting everyone, including her, after which he added that he was trying so hard that it hurt him to watch. Sari squeezed her eyes shut in sadness, and the interlocutor noted that this is why for the time being, all she can do is help as she is now. Giving a thumbs up, Swift said that what he saw was that she was number one for the protagonist. A slight grin appeared on the survivor's face, and she said that she also wanted it to be true. Suddenly, the lady jumped up from the sofa and said that she would be the only one, and now it was time to feed the pet. Lowering her gaze, the survivor thanked her uncle, and then remembered that he had asked me not to call him that. At the same moment, Sari rushed to the exit from the cafe. Folding his hands, the guy said that it was really time for him to have a snack. There was a view of a roadside establishment with homemade burgers, and the fighter decided to go visit cute Adam. There were traces of blood on the iron gates. The old man smiled maliciously and wished the protagonist good luck and that he should make sure that he did not die, to which he asked him to take care of those who remained. Looking back, the mercenary noticed that some of them had gone mad lately, so they needed to be educated, and called their subordinates bastards. It seemed as if the soldier tightly wrapped his fingers around the handlebars of the motorcycle. Johans concentrated on the road and drove fast. The team of survivors advanced along the forest path. Thick clouds could be seen in the endless sky. Pressing his fists to his chest, the main character asked Sari to come up to him. The leader asked her to put things on. At something in bewilderment, she lowered the corners of her lips. The protagonist's body was wearing equipment made of bones. Turning her head to the side, the girl noticed that it was easier than she thought, to which her friend said that for the time being she would put on his clothes, because it was dangerous there. Looking after the departing survivor, the protagonist suggested that Sesaon finish and set up camp for the day. A large hole in the mountain appeared, and the fighter said that he had just seen a cave there, after which he asked if Swift and Hajin would help him, since he was going to install an alarm on the search route, to which they agreed. Holding on to the strap of his backpack, the leader of the group said that he and Sari would cook food for the time being. Soup appeared in a large pot. Lowering his chin, the guy clarified whether something had happened, to which the girl asked the same question. Resting his knee on the ground, Johans noticed that Sari was lagging behind, to which Sari replied that she was just a little nervous, having not been on the front lines for a long time. Inside the cave, you could see the dark silhouettes of the heroes, when suddenly the survivor said that she was not made of iron. There was a view of pink clouds in the sky at sunset. Sesaon smiled broadly and was surprised to see that the inside smelled delicious. Suddenly, Swift ran quickly behind him. It quickly got dark outside, and the main character did not understand why his old comrade was slowing down. A fire was lit next to the clean dishes, and the leader of the survivors' camp announced that Sesaon, Hajin, Swift, Sari, and himself would be on duty, and that the shift would take place every 90 minutes, to which everyone agreed. The dog stood on the cliff and began to howl at the moon. Burnt logs could be seen on the ground. The survivor took a step forward on the grass. The dark silhouettes of the vanguard moved forward cautiously. The vegetation in the field swayed in the wind. Grinning angrily, the beast began to roar loudly. Raising his head, the black ball shouted again. Turning her head back, the girl assumed that their enemy was not far away, to which Johans told everyone to stand in a circle. The foot of the stone rock was stained with blood. Swift lowered his hand with the axe down. Suddenly, someone quickly slipped through the tall grass. At the same moment, the face of the protagonist appeared through the mouth with sharp fangs. A mutant mosquito jumped on the leader of the group of survivors. A moment later, blood spilled out of the monster's body, causing it to scream loudly. The fighter swung his axe sharply. The guy made a crushing blow, but the enemy dodged. The monster flew sharply high above the grass. Grinning maliciously, the warrior noticed that his opponent was fast. The members of the vanguard formed a circle as the protagonist ordered them to surround him so that he could not escape into the forest. After the attack, the mutant mosquito opened its mouth wide. Pushing off the ground with his paws, the dog began to bark loudly. The monster swung its tail sharply through the air. Flying high into the air, the dog howled in pain. Sari tilted her head forward, when suddenly her comrade shouted that it could be dangerous. With the help of a sharp blade, the girl cut off the head of the enemy. The guys bulged their pupils in bewilderment. The animal's eyes shone brightly, and it could be heard growling softly. Putting her hand in front of her, the survivor praised the pet. Gritting her teeth tightly in anger, the lady declared that anyone who touched the black ball would die. Coming closer to his partner, Johans asked if she was okay, to which she replied that she was slightly aching in her side, and his friend asked to take a look. Removing the powerful armor, the survivor clarified whether she managed to cope well alone. The main character rounded his eyes in confusion. Suddenly, a slight grin appeared on the guy's face. Bending down, the leader of the advanced detachment praised her, after which he added that if he went on his own again, he would scold her. The monster's body was lying in the grass, and the protagonist noticed that it was fine, presumably due to the fact that the armor was a bit large, and then informed them that they were returning. Smiling broadly, Hajin said that Sari had indeed grown a lot. The guy did not understand why Swift gritted his teeth angrily, to which Swift replied that his partner was very unwitting, and urged him to pack his things and not interfere with them. The soldier raised one eyebrow in bewilderment. There was a memory of the girl looking down sadly as her interlocutor asked her not to interfere with his battle, and asked if she thought that when they created a zone that would be safe for humans, there would be a place for her in Johans's heart. The heroes discussed what had happened, looking at each other, and Swift stated that he wanted to become stronger than the leader. Grinning maliciously, the young man said that the main character liked her, and then clarified whether it was true that it was cool. Putting his palms on the shoulders of his comrades, the warrior invited them to go get their things. The soldiers looked at each other sharply. Closing his eyes, the guy said that they understood everything. A view of the endless blue sky opened up. The laboratory building appeared to be there, when suddenly someone asked if they had come to the morning meeting. The old man answered in the affirmative and clarified why the boy was so absent-minded, to which he lowered his jaw and replied that there was nothing special about it, because he did not need to report. Folding his hands in his pockets, the mercenary asked whether the commander had told him so, to which he received a negative answer. Inside the room was a staircase to the first floor, and the field captain said that in that case something would be found, after which he asked if he would like to do military training again, to which he apologized and replied in the negative. A sign hung above the entrance to the briefing room. The survivors sat down at the table together. Turning the pages of the book, Jiho thought about the fact that the commander was holding a meeting with the coordination of the search team, but now the search team had temporarily suspended its work, so it was pointless. Folding his hands, the old man called the guy a puppy, to which he responded. Raising an eyebrow, the mercenary said that he didn't know him very well, since he hadn't seen him too often before he joined the camp, and then asked why he seemed to be looking more and more tired. Lowering his jaw, the soldier said that he did not know what kind of problems he had there, but it was not good, and he could not even imagine what would happen if the commander suddenly died. Closing his eyes, the survivor thought that the camp would come to an end. On the abandoned street of the city, the corpses of the military were visible, and the young man realized that this would be a complete disaster, and although they had 4 combat captains, they all recognized only one person, so they would not fight each other, but there would be problems with making decisions. It seemed as if the survivor was standing on the roof of a rusty bus, and Jiho decided that in any case, someone should eventually take up arms and run the camp, and if we talk about a successor, then he himself will not be able to become a leader, because he has no experience. Hajime furrowed his brows angrily, and the guy noticed that the position of leader was burdensome for him. Sino lowered his jaw, and the survivor thought that his camp was too weak. The old man gritted his teeth tightly in anger, when suddenly the survivor realized that he was too rude, and besides, he was a field commander. Swift looked away, and the young man said in his mind that he was the complete opposite of a mercenary. The sky above the city turned red, and Jiho realized that they were too indecisive for a direct confrontation anyway, so they would simply disperse, and their current commander was a great man. It seemed as if Johannes was standing in front of his comrades, and the guy reflected on the fact that he had bound strong people with loyalty to his person. Suddenly, the survivor bulged his pupils in bewilderment. The laboratory building was visible, and someone was heard saying that the time had run out, and today everyone had done their best, to which the subordinate noted that he wanted to be like the commander so much that he even imitated him in everything. All the windows in the big house were closed. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, the young man did not understand if he really looked like this. As he was about to sit on a chair, the survivor remembered that there was an unsolved problem, or rather a question that no one would answer. Opening the drawer in the desk, Jiho said in his mind that at first he thought it was just shocking, but over time, it began to consume his mind. Furrowing his brows angrily, the guy realized that it was all because of the last chapter. Suddenly, the leader of the group of survivors entered the room, which greatly frightened him. With alarmed rounded eyes, the subordinate noticed that the commander had come early, to which the commander asked if he had done a lot of business here, and received the answer that nothing of the kind had happened. Looking at the interlocutor, Johannes called his name. Lowering his chin, the main character said that he saw that something was gnawing at him, but did not ask questions. Dark cheekbones were visible on the guy's face, and the fighter noticed that now he just looked terrible, so he could no longer pretend that nothing was happening to him. After a pause, the survivor tilted his head down and began to speak. Putting his palms to his knees, the young man asked if he knew why he had gone to the National Library, to which he received a positive answer and again asked why he had never asked if he had found anything there. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said what he himself would have told if there had been what was necessary for their survival. Suddenly, Jiho grabbed his head with both hands, and the interlocutor asked if he was so badly hurt by what he saw there, and what he was still hiding. Tears began to appear in the young man's eyes, and he asked the commander to save him. Raising one eyebrow in bewilderment, Johannes asked him again. Squinting his eyes, the survivor admitted that it was becoming harder and harder to endure, and if he knew that finding out the truth would be so painful. The main character was standing next to his subordinate. Wrapping his fingers around the book, the guy said that he had actually found a book that day, and it contained pictures that depicted the current situation. Stretching his hands forward, the survivor remarked that it would be better if the camp leader took a look at it himself. Suddenly, the protagonist took up the cover of the textbook. At the same second, the soldier stared at the pages. On the paper, there was an image of a crowd of zombies on the street of the city. The pupils of the main character noticeably increased in size from anxiety. The commander began to quickly turn over the sheets. Lowering his head, Jiho reported that it tormented him, after which he added that he went crazy when he worried about what would happen when the truth came out. An explanatory text was written next to the images of the 3 mutants, and the survivor said that it depicted all the monsters they had dealt with. Frowning, the protagonist did not understand how this was possible, when suddenly his comrade asked him to watch the next chapter. The silhouette of Mrs. Rin appeared, and the young man wondered if Mr. Johans had ever felt as if someone was deliberately destroying humanity. The main character slammed his fist sharply on the table. The fighter's face was hidden in the shadows, and he realized that this was a book of prophecies. A page with the image of unusual figurines opened, and the protagonist said in his mind that these are not exactly prophecies, but rather details of the future, because until now the story has flowed according to the scenario that is written in the book. There were frightening drawings on the entire back of the textbook, and the camp leader wondered if these creatures were using them like pieces on a chessboard. Tightly grasping the cover of the publication with his fingers, the main character decided that this alone devalues his life. It seemed like the monsters in the pictures were eating people, and the warrior did not understand what the end of the story in this book was like. Sitting on a chair, Jae-ho admitted that at first he thought of just committing suicide, after which he added that he did not know what kind of battle was depicted in the last scene, but it was obvious that a tragic ending awaited them. Gritting his teeth in fear, the survivor stated that no matter how hard they tried to survive, it was just a game for them in the end. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought that for people this world is an arena of life and death, and for others it is just an entertainment spectacle, and if this is true, then all people will die a sad death by their decree. There was a memory of how the infected girl began to cry. The lady, whose body was stained with blood, was lying on the floor. Tears flowed sharply from Jongwon's eyes. A fragment from the past appeared, in which an infected Minseo rips organs out of a person. At the same time, the limbless Khan was lying in a hospital bed. Suddenly, Johans wrapped his fingers tightly around a wooden stick. Breaking the glass with a chair, the main character sent the monsters away. At the same second, a piece of furniture fell into the water. Going to the window, the camp leader thought about what they were probably still observing. Thunder and lightning broke out in the sky, and the protagonist decided that since they deliberately decided to exterminate humanity, then watching how people are trying their best to survive is quite a show for them. Grinning maliciously, the fighter wanted them to look at him. In the middle of the black clouds there were glints of light, and the main character thought that usually you can't see the stars in the rain. The dots grew brighter and brighter, and the camp leader realized that these were not the stars, but their eyes. I could see how the raindrops were rapidly falling down. The protagonist continued to stand by the broken glass. Closing his lips, the fighter reflected on his experience before returning, and then suggested that it could be a restart. Looking straight ahead, the young man said in his mind that this was not their style, so they needed a way to ruin their plans. Jiho was standing behind the commander when the commander suddenly told him not to tell anyone about what had happened. Lowering his gaze, the guy agreed, and his interlocutor noted that it was hard, after which he added that he knew how difficult it was to experience alone that the meaning of life was lost. At the same moment, tears appeared in the eyes of the survivor. Turning to face his subordinate, Johans asked him to calm down and get ready for radio broadcasting. There was a lot of sound equipment on the table, and the main character said that they needed amateur radio communication, and then added that the young man should be ready to broadcast around the world as soon as possible. There was a view of white clouds in the endless sky. All the soldiers gathered on the territory of the camp. The squad leader's leg was shrouded in armor. The soldiers were holding machine guns in their hands. Standing on a wooden bridge, the protagonist asked if everyone had gathered. Strix smiled contentedly, and asked if anything had happened. Abruptly turning away from the audience, the soldier asked the commanders to go inside. A staircase leading to the second floor appeared. The survivors sat in chairs, and the camp leader said that he had a message for them, to which they asked why he did not immediately tell everyone. Lowering his chin, Johans explained that this was very important, and then added that if the decision was made unanimously, he would pass it on to the commanders. The survivors closed their lips in bewilderment. The roofs of abandoned buildings in the city were visible, and the main character said that until now, for safety reasons, they have been slowly expanding, but now he plans to speed up. The arrows on the map led in different directions from Auckland, and the camp leader said they would work in 2 directions, as well as expand the search area up and below their location. Putting his fingers to his chin, Swift exclaimed that it was very interesting. Pressing his hands to his body, the protagonist noted that the more time passes since the beginning of the apocalypse, the more the chances of survival for others are reduced, and then added that they must find those who are still left as soon as possible. Animals roamed the forest clearing, and the commander said that it was worth looking for wild farms and the like at the same time. Sitting on the couch, Hajin said that this time the directions of the search are different, to which the chief replied that this is because the goal is different. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, the warrior asked him again. Johan's eyes were hidden under his hair, and he explained that the goal had changed from the survival of his men until the end of the apocalypse to the rescue of all survivors. The guys rounded their eyes in fright. The old man clenched his teeth tightly in alarm. A wooden bridge was visible, and the main character asked if he had hearing problems due to his age, to which he replied that he must have heard something strange. A view of thick clouds in the endless sky opened up. The armed soldier pointed the machine gun down. With the help of a special tool, the man broke the asphalt. Suddenly, the front doors began to open. Johans asked if everything was ready for broadcasting, to which Jiho rounded his eyes and replied that everything was ready, after which he asked whether to prepare the radio room. Approaching the computer screen, the main character said that there was no need to worry about this, and then added that he hoped that the noise would not attract zombies. Smiling broadly, the guy asked if they were still there. Standing behind the commander, the survivor chuckled quietly but quickly stopped. Lowering his chin, the protagonist said that he would be busy, so he would not be able to think about anything else, and as he immersed himself in work, then negative thoughts would gradually disappear. Looking ahead, the young man thought that his words sounded very cool, and then exclaimed that he would remember it. There were communication towers on the roof of the building, when suddenly the protagonist began to shout out the code that radio operators used to attract attention many times. His pupils bulging in surprise, Jiho shouted that there was a station that had answered the call, to which the captain asked to connect. Shifting his gaze to the side, the leader of the group of survivors reported that this was Johan's camp. The signalman was holding the radio in his hand when the survivor was heard to say it was canon, and then said that they ignored the rules of radio communication and continued to call, and asked if they were looking for someone. The main character stood behind the subordinate and stated that they were not looking for a specific person, but for all the survivors, after which he clarified whether the only survivor was talking to him, to which he replied that this was not the case, but he was not allowed to go into details. Looking at the screen, the camp leader asked if they could get to New Zealand, to which he was told that it was too far. Looking down, the protagonist revealed that they are survivors based in New Zealand, and then added that they now have about 200 people, and they have also restored military power, communications, and agriculture. Sound waves were displayed on the screen, and the interlocutor shouted that this was nonsense. The signalman brought the walkie-talkie to his mouth, and the soldier explained that they wanted to share the information that allowed them to survive, and also hoped that they would survive and pass this information on to others. Numerical values were displayed on the monitor, and the survivors said that they would not be able to pay, to which Johannes replied that the payment would be that they would distribute this information to the others. After handing the documents to the signalman, the main character asked him to translate them, after which he said that they rely on their conscience. There were many books on the shelf, and the commander said that there was a lot of information, so that everything had to be checked so that the connection did not break in the middle, and that everything should be written down, and then added that they could start when they were ready, to which they replied that everything would be done. A view of the communication towers on the roof of the building opened, and the protagonist began to talk about the fact that the weak points of zombies are the head and heart, and next to the mutant hydra, you can get infected even without being bitten. After a long time, the sun was seen setting at sunset. Several coffee glasses were on a metal shelf, and the young man said that was all, after which he asked if they had any questions. Members of the survivors' camp were standing in front of the displays, when suddenly the interlocutor thanked them and clarified how he needed to repay. Lowering his chin, the fighter explained that they had the right to doubt the reliability of the information, but advised them to use it if necessary, and wished them good luck. Colorful sound waves were visible, and the survivor stated that he believed him, because most of the information coincided with what they already knew, and also dispelled some of the doubts he had. The survivors raised their eyebrows in sadness and admitted that the existence of other survivors was great news for them, so they would like to join them if possible, and then asked what they were doing there. Drawings of sinister monsters appeared, and Johannes revealed that those who looked down on them wanted the races to kill each other. Frowning, the main character explained that this is why the first step to turning the game around is recovery. The car was seen driving off-road. A motorcycle appeared ahead of him. Soldiers were sitting inside the transport. Suddenly the soldier raised his hand and told him to stop. The guy abruptly opened the door of the truck. Sino then took off his helmet. Hajin, turning his gaze to the side, asked if the typhoon had passed here. The road was heavily blocked, and the leader replied that he did not think that it was formed naturally. A broken tree trunk appeared, and then the fighter noticed that it was not the work of human hands, and if a mutant did it, then it would be bigger than a shark. The survivor, turning his head, clarified about sharks, after which his partner said that it was an incredibly large mutant. The big man, standing in front of the cave-in, said that it seemed that there was no point in removing all this, and at the same moment he asked how long it was to their destination. Holding the map in his hands, the motorcyclist explained that it was about 30 kilometers, and the soldier said that it was impossible to drive here, and therefore he would have to walk. A view of the daytime sky opened up. Suddenly, the zombie opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The guy, raising his eyebrows, asked who was stuck in the fence here, and then his friend told where to go. The corpse of a monster lay on the ground. Frowning seriously, the young man remarked that it looked like the corpses of the couple from the farm, and the survivor added that they were fighting that zombie outside. A group of survivors was visible. At the same time, the cow was chewing grass, and it was heard that they were lucky. The soldier, looking in the direction of the animals, said that when they returned, they would eat beef, and if they got permission, they would cope with one right there, after which his partner asked to stop, saying that he began to get bored. With his hands at his sides, Sino laughed and said that no one had died from this yet, and at the same time the sniper reported to him that they were done with the inspection of the borders. A destroyed building appeared, and the soldier praised Suyun and said that he could go to rest. The shooter, sitting on a stump, noticed that he would die if he had to transport all these cows by car. Looking at the ruins, Hajin asked if there could be a chainsaw in that collapsed barn. Turning his head, the big man called two guys. Crossing his fingers, the commander asked to be careful, and explained that if they rubbed next to his hand, they could cut themselves. A second later, the soldiers fell off their feet in surprise. The jock, pulling out his weapon, said that they should not be afraid, because this is all for real, and from here he also shoots a laser. In bewilderment, the survivors opened their jaws and wondered if this was true. Clenching his fist, the soldier said that they could watch. Then the sniper fell to the ground and screamed loudly. The leader, happily closing his eyes, exclaimed that he knew that the newcomers would have such a reaction. The gunner, his mouth wide open, said that they needed to learn more about life, and at the same moment, Sino remarked that it was certain, and the corporal knew better than anyone else, because he was a soldier. Through tears, the soldier asked why he always called him a soldier, because even if there was still an army, he would have already been demobilized, after which he asked to be called a sergeant. Hajin, hugging the guys, said that it was time to stop making noise, and they needed to go look for a chainsaw. The walls of the room could be seen, and it was heard that they needed to divide into groups of 4, and he and Hajin would search the surroundings, and the corporal would search the road. Putting his hands on the table, the commander said that there was a truck in the garage and a chainsaw needed to be loaded into it, and the others should stay here with Su-hyun and guard the borders. The guy, with his eyes rounded in surprise, asked if it was only the 2 of them who would go, to which he received the answer that they would quickly search everything, and therefore he could not worry and wait, and in case of danger they would call for help. The soldier crossed his arms and asked what he was smiling at, and the corporal explained that because they preferred the complexities of a simple life, their authority as commanders was growing. Frowning menacingly, he said that it was all because they had fallen for the trick of Johan's sweet words, and now he rode them like dogs. The sniper, sitting at the table, said that it was still cool, and the young man noted that his flattery would not reduce the work, and therefore let him go and rake the road until it was impossible to drive along it. A view of the roof of the building opened, and at the same time it was heard that today they would rest, and tomorrow they would start. The daytime sky appeared. Thick bushes could be seen. Suddenly a small animal appeared. On the radio they reported that there was no one in the area, and the soldier gave his name, and added that there was nothing strange here. Holding a means of communication in his hand, the military man listened that there was nothing suspicious, and whether he was in order, to which he answered positively, and said that he seemed to be going for a walk. The jock asked if they needed help, after which the shooter, opening his jaw, exclaimed that it was not needed, and the felling was going according to plan. Turning his gaze to the side, the commander asked to be careful while the forest was cut down. A shoe mark appeared on the ground. Bending down, the leader said that there were traces of a survivor, and therefore he needed to give a signal and ask for support. Suddenly yellow smoke appeared. A view of a dense forest opened up. Hajin turned his head sharply. A huge amount of firewood was visible. Sweat was dripping down the girl's body. The lady was chopping down a tree with a sharp axe. The guy raised in surprise and looked ahead. Parting her lips, the lady sighed heavily. The lady's gaze was frightened, and she asked who he was. The commander quickly raised his hands, and the survivor said that he did not seem to be a monster, and then clarified if he was Asian. Clenching her jaw, the survivor asked what his purpose was, and what kind of smile it was, as well as whether she wanted to die. Closing his eyes, the soldier muttered that she spoke English, and he was a fool, because in such a situation he enjoys listening to a woman's voice. Standing in front of the girl, the soldier explained that he did not speak English very well, after which he added that they were the rescue service and wanted to save her, and she asked what they meant, to which she received the answer that there were several of them. Looking ahead, the lady asked if he could have a cure. The guy shook his head. Smiling, the lady noticed that although he called himself a rescue service, there was no reason to trust him, and then she asked how they got here, and whether they were from the city. The young man said that he had already said that he did not know English well, which made the survivor bared her teeth in displeasure. Parting her lips, the survivor thought that he must have been hanging around to rob her, and at the same moment she apologized and said that there was no food, and they themselves had been starving for a long time. Hajin asked the girl again, and then she lowered her eyebrows and replied that they were starving. A butterfly was sitting on a log, and the commander asked to wait, explaining that he had left his backpack nearby. A small hut appeared. Suddenly, a huge amount of sweets poured out of the backpack. Opening her jaw in bewilderment, the lady asked where so many supplies came from, and if he would give it all to them, after which the leader said that they should have a snack first. The lady's expression was joyful, and she said that he was indeed from the rescue service, and also gave her name and clarified whether he was Korean or Chinese, and how his hand became so. Stretching out his hand, the soldier introduced himself and added that it was a laser gun. At the same time, the survivor ate a candy bar. Clenching his fingers, the soldier offered to go to the camp. Leaning her head on the palm of her hand, the survivor noticed that his straightforwardness was very charming, and then apologized and said that she could not. Hajin asked her again, and the girl explained that her mother was sick, which made the woman raise her eyebrows in surprise. Frowning seriously, the commander muttered that she had lost her mind, and at the same moment the radio clarified whether everything was all right with him, because he did not get in touch. Taking a communication device in his hand, the leader replied that there was nothing out of the ordinary, and communicated with the survivors, after which it was heard that the check was over. Sitting at the table, the lady asked if they were friends, and then the soldier said that they were his comrades, and again offered to go together, to which he was refused. The warrior said that they had a doctor, which caused the lady's pupils to dilate rapidly. Looking down, the survivor did not know how dangerous the place was, and at the same moment she said that she needed to think about it and consult with her mother. Closing his eyes, the guy muttered that he did not think that in her condition she was able to advise anything, and said that he would come again. Holding out a signal pistol, the young man explained that it was in case of danger, and then the girl thanked him. An axe stuck in a stump could be seen. Hajin shuffled his legs. Frowning sharply, the commander noticed the smell of corpses. Stopping in place, the leader turned to the lady, after which she asked what it was. Opening the door to the barn, the soldier asked if there could be a zombie inside. Suddenly, Olivia asked to stop. Turning around, the soldier asked if she had gone crazy. Clenching her jaw, the lady was indignant at his current behavior, and then ordered him to move away from there right away. A small barn appeared, and the fighter asked why there was a zombie, to which he received the answer that it was her father, but his consciousness was simply confused. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy muttered that her father was already dead, after which he said his thoughts aloud. Baring her teeth, the survivor explained that if he touched her father, she would die. Looking ahead, the young man realized that he needed to create a suitable environment for conversation. After a moment, Hajin grabbed the doorknob. Suddenly, the survivor took off. Swinging her axes, the girl shouted that she had told him to get out. The commander quickly dodged the blow. The leader touched the back of her head. Olivia quickly lost consciousness, and the soldier picked her up. There was a view of a small hut. The soldier took hold of the wheelchair tightly. The woman, raising her eyebrows, clarified where they were and what was wrong with her daughter. The boy's expression was stern. Hajin could be seen walking along the path. The daytime sky appeared. The guys, smiling, noticed the captain. One of the fighters asked who it was, to which the commander, putting the girl on the table, replied that, as he said, they were survivors. Sesaon parted his lips and asked why she was unconscious, and if she had been bitten. The lady lay with her eyes closed, and then the leader explained that she did not want to listen to him, and therefore she had to be knocked out. The soldiers looked ahead in confusion, and at the same moment they thought that this is not the way to save people, and also called him a demon. Opening his mouth, Hajin clarified what their faces were, and then said that she was protecting zombies in front of the house, and it was difficult to talk to her there, so he brought her here. He could see the daytime sky, and he could hear that he had to call Jason and talk her into it when she woke up. A view of low houses opened. Olivia began to open her eyes. Scratching her head, the girl asked where she was. A bright light appeared outside the door. The lady abruptly grabbed a wooden stick. The lady came to the exit. At the same time, the captain was feeding her mother, and she noticed that it was delicious. The survivor looked ahead in surprise. The guy wiped the crumbs from the woman's mouth. The soldier, noticing the survivor, said that she should come out already, since she woke up, and her close relatives supported the words of the fighter. Hajin asked the young man to call Jason, after which he, holding a machine gun in his hand, answered positively. The warrior smiled, greeted him, and told his name. Olivia crossed her arms in displeasure, and introduced herself. The commander, standing in front of her, noticed that at first the situation looked dangerous, and therefore he had to move it here, and then the girl asked who allowed her, and he explained that they were constantly in danger. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady listened attentively that he did not kill her father, who had become a zombie, because the rule of their camp was that if one member of the family became a zombie, then the other members of the family must put him to rest. Frowning seriously, the leader said that it seemed that she hadn't even thought of killing her father, and since they weren't going to kill him, it was dangerous to stay around, and so he moved her to safety. Looking ahead, the lady said that she would return there, and she did not need handouts, and also added that they would not die of hunger. Parting his lips, the captain noticed that there was no cure. Introducing the scientific center, the guy said that they have a laboratory and professional researchers from the United States, and they say that zombies are not a virus. A diagram of a man appeared, and Hajin added that they were all already dead. Being near the survivor, the commander said that he should let go of regrets for the dead and live his own life, because her father would have wanted it too. The woman opened her mouth in surprise, and then the captain asked the survivor to think about her mother, whom she was supposed to protect. Olivia's expression was displeased. The leader's back was visible, and he said that he was not going to force her, but in 2 hours they were returning to the camp, so let him not think too long, and at the same moment Jason told him that they had to go. The soldier turned abruptly when asked why he was helping her. The military man suddenly blushed and replied that it was because she was strong and beautiful, and would have a good effect on the camp. Sweat quickly flowed down the girl's cheek, and she called him an idiot. Suddenly, cows appeared. Sesaon smiled and asked if Olivia was awake. The guy, keeping his hands on his sides, asked if she would go with them, to which Hajin said that he did not know, and then he asked if he had advertised everything correctly, and if he had spoiled it. The sniper looked in the direction of the animals, and the commander explained that he had done everything possible, and also heard that as soon as the trucks arrived from the city, they immediately left. Approaching the shooter, the leader praised him, and he said that he had not done anything special. There was a view of the old huts, after which the captain asked if she had made up her mind. The lady, raising the corners of her lips, replied positively and added that she needed to pack her luggage. The soldier's expression was pleased. A wooden fence was visible, and then the warrior offered to go together, because it was dangerous, to which the lady thanked him. After some time, the trucks took off. The daytime sky appeared. Suddenly, a view of the ruined city opened. 4 vehicles raced across the sand. Olivia stared out the window. The survivor noticed an abandoned building. Suddenly the cars stopped in place. The cow stuck out her tongue, and it was said that there were many of them, and it was also heard that there were actually more of them, and therefore he would have to go 2 or 3 times. Johannes, parting his lips, remarked that this was excellent, because there were survivors, after which the assistant reported that they were in that truck, and Hajin found them. The lady was standing next to her mother, and then the main character asked what language she spoke, to which he received the answer that he knew only English. After shaking the lady's hand, the protagonist said that he was the leader of this camp, and asked to take care of him, and then she gave her name, and said that she should also take care of her. Squinting, the guy muttered that she had calluses on her hands, which meant she was a hardened warrior. Frowning seriously, the young man ordered them to be sent to the kitchen right away for registration, medical examination, and basic military training, and at the same moment, Sino obeyed the order. Touching the woman, Johannes asked what kind of relationship they had, to which he received the answer that they were mother and daughter, and it seemed that the mother had senility. Opening her jaw sharply, Olivia shouted what he was doing, because he was treating them like cattle. Turning his gaze to the side, the main character said that he only wanted to check her condition, because they were survivors. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl thought that he was a goat. Moving his legs, the protagonist said that he would send the woman to the island so that she could heal, and she must work diligently for both herself and her mother, after which the commander called him heartless. A truck with a trailer was visible, and then the guy said that let the drivers change to rest, and they return. Then the young man pressed the engine start button. A moment later, the fighter grabbed the steering wheel. Hajin, looking in the direction of the departing vehicle, asked what it was and suggested that we go. A view of the ruined city opened up. The wagon was speeding down the road. The lady turned and asked why he was staring at her so intently. The commander, smiling, noted that he did not know himself, and maybe this was because the longer he looked, the more beautiful she seemed. Parting her lips, the lady wondered if he was guileless or playing with her, and also wondered if the guy was the leader. Turning his head, the captain replied that it was true, but not a young man, but a comrade, and at the same moment the survivor called him petty and impudent. The soldier said that it was not good to say that about the captain and asked Jason if it was true, and Jason raised his eyebrows and echoed his words. While the soldier, waving his palms, told her something, the survivor thought that everyone seemed to be possessed by him. After a while, tall buildings appeared. Olivia, looking up, clarified if this was their base, to which she received the answer that it was a checkpoint, namely the gate to the camp. The guy was holding a box in his hand, and then Hajin added that boats moored and departed here several times a day, and therefore within a day she would be able to get to the first island. Armed soldiers were visible, and the girl exclaimed that the checkpoint was simply incredible. The young man, pointing to the baskets, asked to leave personal belongings and clothes here, wash thoroughly in the shower, and then proceed to the next room. Suddenly, a strong pressure of water appeared. Raising her hand, the lady was surprised by the hot water. Then the lady sat down on a chair. There was a red book on the table, and at the same moment it was heard that military training was carried out within the framework of theory and combat training, and no matter what position she held in the camp, it was a mandatory course for self-defense. Smiling broadly, the guy said that he should come tomorrow at the same time if he wanted to register as a resident, but in the meantime he could look around here. Suddenly, Jasmine entered the room, and at the same time the young man turned to her for a tour, to which he received a positive answer. Raising the corners of his lips, the manager of the Camp Survivors Registration Office remarked that if she refused to register as a resident and then entered Auckland, it would be considered an invasion, so she should be careful, and they had been heard recommending that she leave as far as possible. The survivor, approaching him, asked what would happen if I invaded here, after which the guy said that she would be killed. Olivia asked why, and then the young man, closing his eyes contentedly, explained that this was how Camp Johannes eliminated the causes of anxiety. After a while, it seemed as if the girls were standing at the railing. There were many tents, and then the lady said that these people had been exiled here, and asked what the problem was. Jasmine, holding a folder in her hand, replied that this is their territory, which they have liberated from zombies, and their boss has declared this area to be the territory of the Johannes camp and is fighting to protect it. The soldiers were armed, and the secretary said that therefore everyone had a choice, namely, to join, to leave, or to fight. The survivors were walking down the street, and at the same moment the assistant added that most of the expelled were people who had committed murders, rapes and other serious crimes, and when they ran out of supplies, they raided the reconnaissance group, and of course no one survived. Crossing her arms, the survivor couldn't understand what the strange way to maintain internal order was, namely to set up an enemy camp outside and watch their deplorable fate. But these were the basics of politics, and only then would the people inside be satisfied and follow the established order. A view of the huge structure opened up, and the lady said that this is a training center for beginners, and here she will stay for a day, and also hopes that she will be comfortable. The woman, with her jaw open, listened to the fact that she was originally allocated the upper floor, but thought that it would be inconvenient to move, and therefore placed it on the lower floor, to which she expressed gratitude. A bright room was visible. The girl opened the refrigerator. Taking the jar in her hand, Olivia wondered where the electricity came from, and muttered that she thought that there was nothing more surprising, but this place was like an onion, because the more she peeled, the more surprised she was. Then a ladder appeared. The lady opened the door and said that it was the upper floor. There was a view of the huge city, which stunned the lady. Smiling, the survivor thought it was cool and added that it was like a medieval kingdom. The moon shone brightly at night. The woman was sleeping on the bed. The survivor, biting her lips, realized that registration as a resident is consent to all the rules and punishments. Holding the book in her hand, Olivia said that the 24-hour grace period was needed not so much to decide whether she wanted to live in the camp as to ask her if she was ready to live by its rules in this beautiful place. Looking at the contents of the textbook, the girl wondered if any position provides for a 50-hour working week, after which she whispered that these are good working conditions, and the person who made these rules could certainly create a great company himself. The lady's expression was pleased, and she added that with the exception of the managers. Turning the pages, the lady thought that some of the rules seemed a little dangerous, but it felt like a survival guide written from her own experience. The survivor's pupils then dilated dramatically. On the paper, it was written that the orders of the camp leader took precedence over all other rules. Throwing the book on the floor, the survivor realized that this was a dictatorship, because all power was in the hands of one person, and this was even spelled out in the manual, and then she wondered how it was possible to be so impudent. After a while, Olivia went to the window. It seemed like the main character was holding on tightly to the steering wheel. Stretching out her palm, the girl muttered that she did not like it. Looking down, the lady noticed that this camp was strange, but in general she liked it. The daytime sky could be seen, and it was heard that they would live here. The guy, smiling, asked to sign first, and explained that the signature gives them the right to partially restrict their freedom. Sitting at the table, the young man said that she did not have to worry, because while she was studying, they would do everything possible to take care of her mother, to which the lady thanked him for his care. Suddenly there was a view of the Auckland Military Training Center. The soldier followed the old man. The military raised their eyebrows in bewilderment when they heard them called puppies. The mercenary, standing in front of the students, was surprised that there were 16 of them, because it was a lot, after which he announced that he was the leader of the 4th search group, as well as the instructor who would make people out of them. The field commander raised the corners of his lips and added that from now on they would gain experience, and therefore should not complain even if they died, and also wondered that dying here or outside was not the same thing. Suddenly the fighter, with his mouth wide open, laughed loudly and asked what kind of nonsense this old man was talking about. Olivia, through the sweat on her face, thought that this was not the time to laugh. Frowning menacingly, the teacher asked if he was amused. The boy's eyes bulged out in fear. The instructor kept his hands at his sides, and then the girl said that as the silence dragged on, those sitting in the classroom trembled more and more, like dogs in front of a dog catcher. A huge number of disciples could be seen from afar, and then the lady added that they had spent the next month training to the point of exhaustion, and it was heard that they could not be left behind. The lady abruptly covered her mouth with her palm. The leader, looking down, noticed that even crawling would be faster than her. The old man asked if he thought the zombies wouldn't attack her since she was a woman, to which the soldier, through the sweat on his face, replied in the negative. Turning his gaze to the side, the mercenary said that he had 30 more circles, and if he shirked, he would make him shave his hair, and also turned to 2 guys. Suddenly, the field commander grabbed one of the soldiers by the clothes and loudly asked if they were girls, and why they were plotting like this, after which he shouted that if they did not run normally immediately, he would tear off their bells with his bare hands. Smiling, the head clarified whether it was the first. The instructor called Olivia a tough man and added that it was commendable, and then she leaned down and thanked him. The commander, looking at his students, ordered them to continue in the same vein, and explained to the survivor that if these idiots loaded her, he could just throw them to be eaten by zombies. The daytime sky appeared, and it was heard that these were the last 300 laps, and let them vomit with everything they had eaten. Suddenly the old man hit the guy on the cheek. The young man quickly fell off his feet. Pointing a gun at him, the mercenary asked again if he wanted to stop, and if he knew what was in the document he had signed. Frowning seriously, the field commander said that after the start of training, there were only 2 options for how to get out of here, namely either he would finish them off or finish you off, and then asked if he chose the second option. Blood ran down the fighter's face, and then he answered in the negative. Olivia, turning around, muttered that this was not normal. After a while, a view of the night sky opened up. The students slept in their beds. Looking up, the girl thought that she could not fall asleep because of the pain in her muscles, and then wondered if it would be better for her to die. In the past, the lady had lashed out at the soldier, and she whispered that this was actually just the beginning, and the last training session was so excruciating, as if they were already in hell. 3 months later, the old man, smiling happily, noticed that now the faces were just right. The military could be seen frowning seriously. Crossing his arms, the mercenary said that the last stage of training was a real fight, and they planned to clear certain areas of Auckland, and if they did well, they could live there, and therefore let them be on their guard and not die in vain. Tall buildings appeared, and at the same moment a loud cry was heard. A lot of cars were driving along the road. Suddenly, the man, holding a machine gun in his hand, asked the newcomers to listen to him, after which he explained that if they were bitten by zombies, they should not return to their comrades. The soldiers, looking at him, listened attentively that if they were bitten, they would have to fight with the idea that they had to take another creature with them to the next world. There was a view of the tall buildings, and then the commander shouted that it was necessary to move forward. The fighters opened fire on the crowd of undead. Olivia, through the sweat on her face, muttered that she was nervous because she had been waiting for this practice for so long, but now she was shaking all over, thinking that she would die soaked in the stench of these zombies. It was heard that they would take over this block, and at the same moment, the guy, shuffling his legs, asked if she was Olivia, and said that as the head of the newcomers, she should provide them with access. A second later, the girl began to break the wooden fence. Terrible monsters appeared, and one of the warriors exclaimed that there were 2 zombies in the northwest. Suddenly, the soldier shouted to the lady that the enemy was on top, causing her eyebrows to rise in surprise. A monster could be seen jumping on her. The lady jumped abruptly to the side. The survivor then gripped the axe tightly. The survivor unexpectedly cut off the head of the enemy. There were bursts of blood, and the fighter called him a weakling, and muttered that she had never had such a weak opponent in hand-to-hand combat. Olivia opened fire on the monsters. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The man, lowering his eyebrows, ordered them to stop, and added that they were retreating for a breather. There were corpses of zombies on the asphalt, and then the commander praised them for their good work, and also said that it was time to return. After a while, a lot of soldiers appeared from afar. Barbed wire was visible. The guy, knocking on the dishes, exclaimed that the squads could come up for food. Taking the tray in her hands, the girl thought that it would be covered in blood. Looking at the leader, the lady noticed that he had killed a huge number of zombies, and the clothes were clean, to which he replied that she would also get used to it, because when there is too much blood, she quickly gets tired of washing. At the same time, the guys were having a snack, and the captain said that in time he would also come out of the battle clean, like him, and also said that he should see that all the commanders of the squads were in clean clothes. Turning her gaze to the side, the lady wondered how many zombies they had killed to feel so confident, because she could not even imagine. A full tray appeared, and then the soldier asked what kind of relationship she had with Commander Hajin, after which the survivor asked him again. Imagining how a big man stands behind the fence, the man clarified why he always comes to look at her. Sitting down at the table, the survivor replied that there was nothing between them yet, and then the fighter asked what he meant so far, and she exclaimed that there was simply no relationship. Chewing on the food, the leader noticed that he was a tough guy and hoped that she would hold on to him, and then Olivia muttered that he was cool, but he was very interested in other people's love stories. A gray walkie-talkie could be seen, and suddenly it was reported that a large number of zombies had appeared in the northwest, and therefore it was a wave. Clenching his jaw, the old man was displeased with these waves, and at the same moment asked if he could already eat. This mutant could be heard to be Iron Fist, after which the mercenary abruptly dropped his spoon. Frowning in bewilderment, the field commander clarified whether he really existed. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. Johans, standing near the table, said that they had shared information about this mutant, and information about him was found in the records, and he was called Iron Fist. The leader, introducing the terrible undead, asked what kind of scarecrows they were, and whether it was possible for a mutant to work with other mutants. Parting his lips, the main character replied that he was not sure if he really existed, but judging by the records he existed, but no one had seen him. The monster stared menacingly ahead, and then the protagonist added that it was therefore possible that it was not there, and the instructor clarified how to stop it if it existed. Suddenly, the undead furiously opened their mouths. His eyes burned brightly, and at the same time the radio reported that many mutants were approaching. A lot of terrible monsters were visible, and at the same moment it was heard that they needed to send a request for help to the camp. The old man, with his mouth wide open, ordered all the squads to prepare and stand in 9 ranks, all the commanders to the vanguard, and the newcomers back. Suddenly, one of the fighters opened fire. The monster stared in his direction in bewilderment. The soldier's eyes widened in fear. In a second, part of the building flew high. The mercenary, standing on the roof of the car, exclaimed that the young ones were taking on ordinary zombies, and the commanders should focus on the mutants, and then asked if everyone understood, to which he received a positive answer. A view of the high fence opened. Suddenly, the monsters broke through the iron barricade. Holding on to the machine gun, the leader said that it was time to attack. The guys could be seen shooting at the undead. The soldier fired bullets from a machine gun. A huge horde of zombies appeared. Lowering his eyebrows, the instructor shouted that let them die. Shells pierced the heads of evil spirits. A number of mosquitoes were descending the building, and one of the fighters said that they were gathered in a swarm. Opening his mouth wide, the commander shouted loudly. Suddenly, the monster pierced his neck. The guys opened their jaws in puzzlement. The monster gnawed at the leader's body. From afar, there was a view of an incredible number of undead. The grenade tore the zombie's head into small pieces. Behind Chalbu, several more explosions rang out, killing the mutants. Members of the search party continued to shoot. Someone shouted that the monster's weak point was the digestive system, and ordered grenades to be thrown into his mouth. Flames burst out of the shark's mouth. The monster swung his fist. It struck the ground with force and destroyed it. Fragments of stones flew into the air. The commanders of 3 detachments were wounded. Jan took up the machine gun. The old man opened his mouth wide and wished his enemy's death. The captain opened fire on the thug and asked him in his mind if he knew how long it would take to train one squad leader. Bullets ricocheted off the giant's thick skin. The giant clawed at the asphalt. The zombie threw a huge piece of stone forward. The fragment fell next to the machine gun. The mercenary managed to run away. The soldier tore off the pin of the grenade. It exploded at the mutant's chest. The military continued to throw grenades at him. A cloud of smoke appeared above the ground. The man opened his mouth furiously and called out to his comrade. The monster swung 2 fists at once. The crushing blow lifted fragments of earth into the air. Nothing could be seen because of the thick dust. A member of the squad pulled the trigger, but he ran out of bullets. The soldier rounded his eyes in fright and said that they would all die. The living dead surrounded him and sparkled with red eyes. The monsters attacked the warrior and ate him. The axe split the zombie's head. Olivia continued to fight despite being surrounded. The girl gritted her teeth and thought that she could not die here. The woman's eyes widened. A huge shark approached her and bared its teeth. The mercenary frowned and wondered why she was destined to die. Her hands trembled. The soldier asked herself why she had suffered so much if she was going to die anyway. Yun ran forward and ordered her to get out of the way. The beast fell to the ground. Ash rose into the air. A cough was heard. The old man was covered in blood. The commander gritted his teeth and realized that his body was not moving. The zombie slowly walked towards him. There was an army of monsters behind him. The warrior closed her eyes and asked her mother for forgiveness. Suddenly, a well-placed shot pierced the monster's head. It fell to the ground. Rockets flew forward one by one. A military helicopter was hovering in the air. The explosions tore the mutant to pieces. Olivia looked away in surprise. Several helicopters were approaching her. The main character looked out of the window of one of them. Johannes picked up a walkie-talkie and ordered the first squad to kill the enemies. The tank drove into the square where the living dead were. The undead died under his tracks. A shell burst out of the muzzle. He destroyed David. The guy asked if everything was all right. The commander smiled broadly and confirmed it. Members of the search party came forward. The young man asked if his friend had been bitten by a zombie. The captain said that he would have already grabbed him by the head and forced him to kiss the grenade if he had been bitten. The soldier asked how many legs the enemy managed to tear off. The leader brought the radio to his mouth and replied that he could not do it because the enemy had thick armor. The survivor frowned and thought about the fact that for 4 months, their reconnaissance teams had not found a single mutant. As the boys continued to fire at Iron Fist, the warrior realized that there were too many of them now and that their camp was suffering huge losses. The tank drove forward and fired. The shell exploded at the shoulder of the thug. The helicopter fired at him from the air. The giant clutched the ground with his hand. The giant threw a huge stone at the helicopter and blew it up. The zombie jumped forward. The monster struck the tank with his hand. The ensuing explosion destroyed the combat vehicle. The main character pursed his lips tensely. Swift saluted when Johannes asked him to help Sino. Haji nodded as the guy ordered him to get ready to come in. The young man stretched his shoulder and asked An and Sari to stay in the helicopter and cover them from above. The soldier jumped down. He landed on his feet. The survivor inserted a shell into a grenade launcher. The warrior shot the monster in the back. The thug bared his fangs angrily. The giant struck the ground, but missed. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and thought about how his overwhelming speed and strength make him feel insignificant. But he must definitely have a weak point. Johannes jumped on the enemy's arm. The giant tried to brush it away, but to no avail. The zombie's eyes widened. The guy shot directly at one of them. The mutant opened its mouth wide and screamed. The young man frowned sternly and realized that his opponent was the same as most of his kin. The fighter plunged a knife into the monster's body. The survivor hung on it and called out to his friend. There were many grenades hanging on the rope. Hajin swung this bundle. The checks were left on the ropes, and the shells fell down. A powerful explosion occurred under the helicopter. The man jumped right into the monster's mouth. Olivia opened her mouth in fright and asked him not to do it. The living dead man slammed his jaw shut. There was some movement under his skin. The soldier shot at the enemy from the inside. The Iron Fist rounded his eyes in horror. A member of the squad cut his way out. An explosion rang out behind him. The mutant spread his arms. Yun smiled and called his comrade too cruel for an ordinary person. The guys stared at their comrade in arms in amazement, and wondered what it was. Frowning, the warrior asked why they were standing idle and explained that they had to deal with the zombies and finish it all. Svith fought monsters. The heroes took up axes and began to shred the monsters. Smoke and ash rose into the air. The corpses of the monsters were burned in the fire. The main character approached the search group and asked to count the number of victims, and send the old man to the helicopter. Olivia looked ahead and realized that her leader had no joy in survival, no guardianship before death, no grief for the dead. The mercenary dragged away the corpse of his comrade. The girl thought that such an everyday and natural atmosphere reigns here, because everyone is already used to this way of life. Hajin approached her and asked if everything was all right. The woman raised her eyebrows and cried. The soldier rested her head on her ally's shoulder. She silently closed her eyes. The man praised her for her excellent work and offered her a rest. The squad member narrowed her eyes and mentally wondered what kind of battle they were fighting while she was hiding for survival. The mercenary approached the boss and reported that 48 people had died and 2 more had been bitten. Olivia frowned in thought. Johans looked around and asked his friend to tie up the bitten and let him know if immunity was confirmed. The guy looked away. The girl mentally called him the last hope of humanity. Clouds floated across the blue sky. The bright sun illuminated the city. 3 years had passed since the beginning of the end of the world. A game appeared on the screen. The young man clutched his head and sighed. Svith and Sari were playing a shooter game on joysticks. The soldier closed his eyes and asked what was happening during the long-awaited vacation. The boy looked around and said that he had come to him because he liked to play with the boss. The refrigerator was emptied. The survivor was outraged that his friends were not doing anything useful. The mercenary winked at him and grinned. The soldier took the machine gun. The soldier asked him to stop. A clear sky hung over the cottage. Clasping her hands, the girl apologized and asked if she could continue playing. The main character crossed his arms over his chest and asked them to calm down. The insurance agent smiled and told him that Hajin had gone on a date, and Sinno was looking after the child. Sveif fell onto the couch and explained that he was looking at the sky and following the stars. But he had been unlucky lately because there were no new humans, zombies, or mutants. A bell rang at the front door. Jiho entered the house and apologized for interrupting the vacation. Johans asked what had happened. The guys gathered in the corridor. A member of the camp reported that a new survivor was looking for his boss. Smiling, the guy asked what a new one meant, and said that it needed to be registered and sent for military training. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked if the camp commander was the kind of person a survivor could meet whenever he wanted. The boy scratched his head in embarrassment. The soldier slapped him on the back and said that it was a joke. Jiho explained that he first saw this man because he appeared suddenly. The young man looked at his friend tensely. Looking down, a member of the detachment said that he had checked all the border barriers and that everything was in order, and added that yesterday the head of the border detachment was Alexei. Sveif scratched his chin and decided that this was rather strange. The girl was standing outside. The boy told me that she looked like a high school student and wanted to meet the boss. The stairs led to the second floor. The soldier offered to go and check everything. Clouds were floating over the cottage. The stranger stood in front of the members of the search group. Suddenly, the child opened her mouth in surprise. The girl rushed to run to the survivor when she saw him. Suddenly, the mercenary pointed a gun at her. The soldier smiled and explained that she couldn't just run around here if she didn't want to die. The girl looked to the side. The warrior said that everything was fine. The schoolgirl hugged him tightly. The insurance agent rounded his eyes in shock and assumed that it was his secret daughter. The student closed her eyes and smiled happily. The main character lowered it and asked his friend not to say nonsense. Johans looked at the guest. The stranger said that she had made a mistake with the incarnation, so she had to wander around for a while. The child narrowed her eyes and added that she missed them very much and was waiting for the day when they could meet. The guy knitted his eyebrows suspiciously and wondered why she spoke like an old woman. The young man frowned and asked how the visitor had come here and how she knew him. The girl spread her arms and wanted to talk to him alone, because the others shouldn't listen to this story. The sun's rays illuminated the house. The soldier slammed the door. The survivor looked around and warned that the guest would begin to lose one part of her body after another if she said all sorts of stupid things. Sitting on a chair, the girl said that she knew what kind of person was in front of her, and what kind of life he had lived. The warrior put his hands on his belt and asked what it meant. The schoolgirl said that she did not know where to start. Smiling, the disciple introduced herself and explained that people call her by different names: ghost, angel, demon, or god. The main character narrowed his eyes and assumed that she was crazy in front of him. Stella put a finger to her chin and wondered how she could explain all this. In a flashback, Johans was standing by a broken window. The child recalled that her friend had already seen them when he moved to New Zealand a year ago. Johans remembered that lightning flashed in the sky then, and white eyes were visible in the darkness. The girl went to the cabinet and assumed that this could explain everything. The girl picked up an old book. The schoolgirl pointed to the illustration of the monster and said that it was her. The guy rounded his eyes in shock. The student asked why her comrade was silent. The young man clenched his fist and asked if it was her fault. Scratching her cheek, the god said that it was quite offensive, and added that she could not call herself completely sinless. In the past, there were members of the camp behind the fighter. Stella explained that they too were fighting for survival and that this land was a simulator of the War of the Gods, a form in which everyone had a representative who fought for him in their own ways. The survivor frowned sternly and asked what it meant. The illustration depicted horrible monsters, the child saying that beings who live in a higher dimension are at war, and that their world is free from material limitations, and the earth is a copy of him. The warrior called her words nonsense, The girl smiled and said that it was difficult to explain. The game was turned on the TV. The girl asked if it was possible to explain the concept of space to a game character who lives in a flat world. Sari grabbed Swift's arm and asked him not to eavesdrop. The main character threw his legs over his legs and asked why they created zombies. The schoolgirl replied that they needed to understand which of the people could fight on their side. The disciple frowned and added that they needed people with will. The planet was shrouded in darkness. The god told that there are things in the universe that are invisible to the eye, such as gravity, and said that this world was created by the will of an absolute being. The book depicted idols. Stella stated that they gave gifts to those who showed potential. Johannes leaned on his hand and concluded that it was about immunity. The child confirmed this. The girl introduced Rin and how the guy dodges attacks, and added that the more higher beings love a person, the more and more special the gifts, such as prophetic dreams or the ability to anticipate a crisis. The young man covered his mouth with his hand and asked if the memories of his past life were fake. Smiling, the girl denied this and explained that due to her friend dying in less than the 3 years they had set, they had to turn back the clock. But such a violation of the rules would lead to chaos. There were books on the shelves. The schoolgirl said that they decided to leave his memories intact, and decided to call it a mini award for the winner. The fighter realized that in his previous life, the dog catcher died faster than him. The student cunningly knitted her eyebrows and confirmed it. The survivor stared at her in amazement. With a difference of just a couple of moments, the villain trampled on an iron fist. The warrior crossed his arms over his chest and asked why the guest had come to him then. The god replied that she would like to give him a prize. Stella approached her friend and decided to give him what he still wanted most of all. The main character asked what it was about. The child held out her hand to him and declared that she meant eternal life. Johannes looked at her and asked if this was his wish. The girl confirmed this and reminded her that he had come all this way for survival. Bending over to him, the girl wanted to give him the opportunity to live forever and added that her friend would become a god like them. Her hair covered her eyes. The schoolgirl explained that the gods are immortal, so their war never ends. The angel spread his wings. The apprentice concluded that the boy deserved a place next to them and that none of the gods would object to his joining. The young man looked down and asked if the guest had come here to hear his answer. Stella narrowed her eyes and said that his will was important to them. The fighter bowed his head and asked if she was also immortal. The child answered in the affirmative. The survivor reached for the knife. The warrior cut off the girl's head. She fell to the floor and rolled to the side. Holding the blade in his hands, the main character felt as if he had cut rubber. The girl knelt down to find her head. The schoolgirl put her in her place. The wound on her neck healed immediately. The student straightened her hair and asked her friend to warn her about this next time, because it was not very pleasant. Johannes narrowed his eyes and realized that he had never felt that what was happening was so real, since the first zombies appeared until now. The guy looked to the side and said that there was no need for his answer. Spreading her arms, the god asked why he was giving up eternal life, and called this gift his salvation. The young man lowered the corners of his lips and decided that the guest could read minds, but could not understand what was in a person's heart. The soldier looked at her and remembered that, having gained eternal life, he would have to prepare for war. The survivor frowned and asked if this would lead to the end of the zombie apocalypse. Stella's eyes widened in surprise. The sky could be seen through the windows. The warrior said that, according to her, the alternative war on Earth was over. Hundreds of copies of the planet hovered in space. The child explained that the duration of the simulation was 3 years. The monsters opened their mouths. The girl said that now all mutants, as well as the infection caused by them, would disappear. There were corpses on the road. The girl added that they would gradually rot. The main character put his hand on his belt and asked what would happen to this place in the future. The schoolgirl replied that since the war was over, everything would continue to happen without their intervention. The student narrowed her eyes and said that she wished her friend only happiness. God smiled and confessed that she had been watching him all the time and waiting for him to win. Stella looked to the side and said that she was glad to see him now. Johannes frowned tensely. Clasping her hands, the child asked him to say what he needed and promised to fulfill any of his wishes. The guy turned away and replied that there was no need for that. Memories of his murdered comrades flashed through his mind. With a stern knitting of his eyebrows, the young man declared that he did not want to receive help from the scoundrels who gambled with human lives for such delusional reasons, and added that the only thing that mattered was that it was over. The fighter narrowed his eyes and decided that the only thing the guest could do for him was not to invade the human world anymore. The girl's eyes widened. The girl looked down and agreed. The schoolgirl approached the survivor. God took him by the hand. Suddenly, her body turned to dust. Finally, Stella smiled and said goodbye to the warrior. The main character was left alone in the room. Clouds floated across the blue sky. There was a tower with a bell on the street. The guys looked at each other happily. Johannes took a step forward. A huge crowd gathered in front of him. The guy approached the microphone. The day after the end of the 3-year period, he officially announced the end of the apocalypse. People in the square began to rejoice. A new era began. A view of the mountain valley opened. The heroes walked through a flower field. The young man looked to the side and called out to his girlfriend. Sari flinched and raised her eyebrows. The fighter lowered the corners of his lips and asked if she knew what he was thinking. The girl looked away in thought. The survivor put his hand on her waist. The warrior embraced her and clasped his arms. The guys looked at each other. The main character kissed his comrade in arms. The soldier narrowed her eyes. Then she closed her eyes. The camp member tilted her head and returned the kiss. The sea was calm. The ships were at the pier. It happened in May 2020 in Incheon. Scalf smiled and said that it was so, and decided to leave the rest to his friend's imagination. The signalman jumped up from his seat and asked if his subordinate knew what would happen if everything continued like this. There were empty canisters under the guy's feet. He wondered what would happen. A corpse was lying on the floor. The man said that he did not want to describe the process in detail. The young man explained that he was too annoyed by all this. The mercenary asked his colleague to be quiet and slammed the phone. The soldier opened the doors and said that only the result was important, and it was boring to describe everything in detail. The soldier bowed his head. A fire broke out in the house behind him. After adjusting his cap, the military man said that the mission was accomplished, and decided that now he had some free time. Swift took out his phone and heard the bell. An incoming call appeared on the screen. The guy wondered why he needed to use such a terrible phone just because of wiretapping. The signalman reported that he had processed and sent the report. Walking through the forest, the young man thanked and praised him. There was green grass under his feet. The man asked when his friend would return. The mercenary replied that he had not been to his native land for a long time and that he wanted to take a couple of days off, and asked if there were no more jobs in Korea. Holding the report in his hands, the employee said that nothing was happening in Northeast Asia at all, and promised to report to the management that his colleague would take a day off. The soldier wanted to go on a date. The worker asked him not to get caught. The soldier frowned in displeasure and asked if his comrade did not know who he was. The signalman recalled how Swift had wreaked havoc on the streets of Hong Kong and asked if his ally understood how difficult it was for them to hide his identity. Turning away, the guy asked for forgiveness and promised to be quiet. Raising one eyebrow, the young man asked when this phone would be changed for him, and asked a friend to write to him about new missions in SMS. Clouds were floating in the sky. The man was outraged that his colleague was trying to change the subject, and asked him not to get into trouble. The mercenary walked through the forest and enjoyed the weather. The sun was shining over the city. People walked the streets and went about their business. On the table was a plate of meat and vegetables. The soldier looked at his reflection in the window and mentally called himself very beautiful. A girl in a blue dress entered the cafe. She approached the soldier and called out to him. He thought that he had not yet lost his charm. Swift looked around and wondered why he didn't have fun. The woman smiled and asked for forgiveness. Raising her eyebrows, the stranger noticed that the visitor was in a good mood, and asked if he believed in God. The guy threw up his hand and said in another language that he did not understand her. The blonde smiled broadly and laughed at her friends pretending to be a foreigner. The young man closed his eyes and asked who could have known that she spoke good English. The visitor to the cafe stared at him in surprise. The mercenary asked his girlfriend not to laugh so loudly, because it was embarrassing. The girl grabbed her stomach and asked for forgiveness. The soldier thought that after a few attempts, the hunt was a success. The woman looked happily at the interlocutor. The fighter realized that he had no hidden intent. He just did not want to spend time with strangers. Swift spread his arms and decided to just chat and drink beer until the sun went down. The beauty took out her phone. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the guy realized that it was time for the next step and asked what had happened. The girl handed him the phone and said that this broadcast flew into trance. In the video, a man was running away from zombies. It turned out that it happened in Seoul, although it was more like filming. Holding the phone in his hands, the young man asked if it was a zombie. The woman noticed that they had very cool makeup. In the video, monsters walked the streets. The mercenary noticed that it looked very realistic. The beauty twisted the tube and said that she would be scared to be alone today because of these horrors. The soldier frowned and realized that this was a signal. Crossing his arms over his chest, the fighter said that he just had nowhere to spend the night and asked if she really lived alone. The girl called him too straightforward. Swift leaned on his arm and asked if it was bad. Suddenly the stranger stretched out his hand to the table. The zombie grabbed the woman's neck with its teeth. His red eyes lit up. The guy immediately swung his fist. A powerful blow threw the monster back. The monster collapsed on the tables and knocked down the furniture. The young man looked around and asked if his companion was all right. The living dead man rose to his feet. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary asked what was going on, and thought that he had hit quite hard. The zombie opened its mouth wide and roared. The soldier raised his eyebrows in surprise and concluded that he was real. The monster rushed to meet him. The soldier froze in place in bewilderment. Swift dodged all of the monster's attacks. The guy jumped back and noticed that the enemy's body was surprisingly light. The young man kicked him with his foot. The revived dead fell to the floor. The mercenary asked him to lie down for a while, and warned him that he could not control his power now. The zombie rose to his feet again. The soldier grabbed the first chair he came across. Visitors to the cafe watched in horror what was happening. The fighter scratched his head and wondered why the opponent kept getting up. Black smoke rose over the city. The soldier put the phone to his ear and asked what had happened again, and why the numbers of the rescue services were not answering. A police car drove onto the road. A voice from the loudspeaker reported that everything that was happening was real, and asked citizens to evacuate from the area. Swift looked out the window and concluded that the world had gone mad. Putting his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder, the guy asked her for forgiveness and promised to bring help from the hospital. Clouds gathered over the building. Patients and hospital staff have turned into zombies. The young man put his hands on his waist when he saw them. There was a fire extinguisher on the floor. The mercenary took it and swung it. The fire extinguisher broke the fire shield. The soldier grabbed the axe as the monsters approached him. The fighter made a dash forward and destroyed them all at once. The sign read Starkuns. The soldier entered the cafe and said that he was not even surprised. His companion threw up her hands and growled. Swift wondered if he should kill her. The guy looked away. A camera hung from the ceiling. The young man thought that if it was over, this situation would be a headache. The mercenary headed for the exit and decided to find a safe place and food first. White clouds floated across the sky. The living dead walked the streets. The soldier closed the window with a latch and said that he was tired of it. Zombies surrounded the shop windows. The soldier looked to the right. The seller, who was bitten by the monster, asked for help. The military man put on a mask and realized that soon there would be 2 monsters here. Swift leaped forward. He tore the CCTV camera from the ceiling. The living dead came up to him. The guy grabbed a mop. The young man struck the enemy in the lower jaw. The zombie collapsed to the floor. The mercenary jumped on him and sliced his skull in half. The cashier tried to crawl up to him and asked for help. The man raised his hand. The soldier asked him to stop, and saw that before that, he had enough to deal with 1 monster alone. The fighter threw a can of soda into his hands. Taking a sip, the soldier said that it was time for him to flee, and promised to remember him. Raising the axe, Swift explained that there was nothing that could be done, and said that he would break his head if he did not stop moving. The salesman gritted his teeth and cried. A shop sign hung on the wall. The guy put the groceries in a bag. The monster jumped at him from behind. The young man turned and cut off his head. It fell nearby. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, the mercenary concluded that it took 7 minutes to transform into a zombie, and suggested that this time could vary depending on the situation. Sunset came. Empty packs of chips were lying on the floor. The soldier asked if monsters had appeared in the main office. The fighter was standing at the window. The signalman explained that he could not get through to anyone, and said that this was happening all over the world. Frowning, Swift thought about the security of the main office comparable to a military facility, and was surprised that he had been captured by monsters. The guy looked out the window and asked what about other branches. The man replied that most were waiting for a signal and were trying to get in touch with their agents. The young man frowned. The employee asked how the situation was in Korea. There was real chaos in the streets. The mercenary said that it was a real hell here. The living dead surrounded the building. The corpse was lying on the barricades. Sitting on the roof, the soldier concluded that the country was over. Looking sternly ahead, the fighter was amazed that this had happened in just a week, and wondered how zombies could ruin an entire country. The military were standing on the stairs. Swift remembered that communication with the operational headquarters had been lost, and decided that he could get some information from them. The axe pierced the monster's head. The man raised his rifle and ordered the civilian to stop. The guy raised his hands and called himself a survivor who needs to be rescued. The streets were filled with monsters, and the soldier asked how he had managed to get through them. The guards were standing on the balcony. The young man replied that these creatures were too slow. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise. On the wall hung the inscription, "Shelter." The mercenary asked how they arranged everything here. The man asked him to go inside first. The soldier asked if he was definitely not bitten. The agent climbed the stairs and replied that everything was fine. A thick fog enveloped the building. On the table was an agreement on conscription into the reserve troops. The soldier said that he could not sign them. Raising his hand, the guard said that he was obliged to do so, and told him that the conscription orders were spreading throughout the country. The fighter showed him his identity card. The card showed Swift in an officer's uniform, and the military asked what the UN peacekeepers were doing here. Smiling, the guy replied that he had been here on a mission, and explained that he could not belong to 2 organizations at once. The man saluted and promised to report this to the battalion commander. The soldier ran away. The young man thought that his ID was fake, but no one would check it, and was glad that the status of a foreigner worked well in Korea. People were sitting on the floor. Someone was lying on sleeping bags. At the door hung a sign with the inscription "Administration." Placing his hands on the table, Hyunchil introduced himself and asked if the survivor belonged to the UN peacekeeping force. The mercenary crossed his arms over his chest and confirmed this. The man was surprised that he had such long hair, but it turned out that it was not forbidden. The soldier frowned and asked why he was moving alone. Smiling, the agent replied that he had stopped for a vacation in Korea after a special mission, and said that now he had no way to return. The warrior scratched his chin and stated that he had contacted the branch office and requested help. The commander opened his mouth in shock and asked if he had a connection to UN. The fighter thought it was a lie and decided that it would be good to be taken for an important person. The captain asked if they could get help. Swift raised his eyebrows and asked what the situation was like now. The soldier put his hand to his forehead and told me that after the declaration of martial law, all troops, except for the advanced detachments, had been reorganized, and each group had been ordered to use shelters in its area. There were boxes on the floor. After receiving the decree, The connection was lost and the supply stopped, so now they are on the edge of the cliff. Fog hung over the city. The guy said that there was a lot of food nearby. Hyuncheol said that they had certain problems. The soldier knitted his eyebrows in fright. The man reported that zombies were running to the sound of gunshots, and that all his subordinates were just people with little training. The commander closed his eyes and added that they did not have an order to kill. An interview was shown on the news. The captain explained that they could not shoot civilians because they could develop a cure, and stated that in the early days, the rights of the infected caused a lot of debate. Scientists were sitting at a table. Before the TV was turned off, the development of a drug was mentioned during the broadcast. The people in the shelter were also against killing the infected. Monsters have tried to break into the house, and many people have relatives who have become infected, so they don't want to be killed. Frowning, the soldier decided that it was time for him to make a choice and asked his comrade to convey a request for rescue to Yuen. Hyuncheol jumped up from his chair as the young man said that such chaos wasn't just happening in Korea. The man bowed his head. The mercenary explained that a similar situation had unfolded around the world, and added that he had sent a request for help, but it was not known whether anyone would answer it. Gray clouds hung over the city. The commander turned away and asked if his colleague could keep it a secret. The soldiers clutched their heads. The captain told them that everyone was in despair and that bad news would get them out of control completely. The agent agreed. The soldier raised his hand and said that he had an offer. Frowning, Hyuncheol asked his comrade to select a few survivors and form an advance squad and promised to agree to the sortie. The man pursed his lips. The warrior replied that it was an extra burden for him, and wondered why his ally was looking at him so strangely. There was a box on the cabinet. The commander asked if he could announce to the survivors that UN forces would soon begin a rescue operation. The fighter agreed. People were sitting in the gym. The backpack fell to the floor. The guys immediately turned around and looked at the newcomer. Crouching against the wall, Swift assumed that his scam would soon be discovered, and thought that he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. The guy noticed a group of survivors and wondered what he should do now. The stranger put his hands in his pockets and grinned. The young man raised one eyebrow and asked in his mind who they were. Suddenly someone came up to him. The girl gave him an excited look. The agent asked what was wrong. Seeing a bottle of water on the floor, the warrior realized that he had taken its place and asked for forgiveness. The child smiled and said that she could sit next to him if he moved. The girl grabbed her knees. The fighter noticed that her parents were not there. A gray mist enveloped the building. Svife ate chips. People were watching him carefully from the sidelines. The schoolgirl was also looking at him. The guy handed her a pack and offered to have a snack. The student took it and said thank you. The girl bit off one slice. She threw the whole pack into her mouth. The young man asked if she needed more food. The child smiled broadly and nodded. The mercenary cunningly knitted his eyebrows and said that he would not do this. The girl lowered her head sadly. A box of chocolate fell to the floor. Taking it, the survivor expressed her appreciation and asked her friend to tell her if he needed anything. Lamps burned under the ceiling. The schoolgirl handed her friend a bottle of water. The soldier looked at her thoughtfully. The student explained that he was late and would not be able to get the water because it had been distributed in advance. The soldier clutched the bottle in his hand and noticed that the water was slightly cloudy, which meant that it was taken from the tap and it was dangerous to drink it. The doors of the hall were closed. The military man thanked his new girlfriend anyway. The guys went out into the corridor. The girl was waiting for her friend at the door of the toilet. Then they came back. Looking around, Swift asked why she was following him, and explained that the smell of cigarettes at the toilet could cause lung cancer. The child confidently knitted her eyebrows and declared that she would outlive him. The guy smiled and called her annoying. People were discussing something in the corridor. The young man asked since when they began to starve. The girl replied that it happened 3 days ago. The heroes headed for the door. The mercenary wondered if they had been malnourished all this time. The soldier raised his eyebrows and concluded that they should find a better shelter. The schoolgirl said that several people had already left and had not returned. The zombie furiously opened its mouth. The student added that many are very afraid to go outside because of them. Sitting on the bench, the fighter decided that it was because they were weak. The girl said that everyone was weak in the face of disaster. The couple left the room. The child decided that there was a lot going on here that she should not know about. Swift crossed his arms over his chest and called her an old woman. The girl called herself Hardy and said that she had not eaten lately. The schoolgirl turned away. The guy asked her not to pay attention to the others. People were sitting on the floor. The young man wondered if his girlfriend had changed in the last couple of days or had always been like this. The student suggested that it was too early for her to grow up. The woman was sitting on the stairs. The mercenary was surprised at how old the children seemed at this time, and asked what her friend's name was. Bora introduced herself. Walking forward, the soldier asked what happened to her parents. The girl stated that it was a tactless question. The fighter scratched his cheek and explained that he could not have known this because he had no parents since birth. Zombies walked through the square. The child told that she was brought here straight from the academy, and her parents should be in another shelter near their work. Stars appeared in the sky. The girl said that someday they would meet again. There were dry noodles on the floor. The schoolgirl said that her friend would get dehydrated if he ate too much sodium. Swift took a bite and asked her not to be clever. The guy looked around when someone approached him and asked what had happened. The stranger narrowed his eyes and asked if he could see that everyone around him was starving. The survivors surrounded the young man. The man asked him to share, because the situation obliges him to do so. The bully knitted his eyebrows and asked if his words sounded like a joke. The student grabbed her friend by the hand and whispered that these people frightened her. After patting her on the head, the mercenary asked her to close her eyes and promised that it would be over soon. The soldier rose to his feet. Bora covered her head with her hands and screamed. Tears appeared in her eyes. The beaten hooligans fell to the ground. People opened their mouths in amazement. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The fighter took a step forward. The scoundrel threw up his hands in fright. Svife smiled madly. The guy swung his leg. He struck a powerful blow to the jaw of his opponent. The stranger swung his fist. The young man dodged his blow with ease. The mercenary stabbed the enemy in the stomach. The survivor fell to his knees and grabbed his side. The shocked boy watched what was happening. The soldier approached the leader. The man gritted his teeth. The rest of the people decided that they should take the side of the fighter who defeated him. The thug attacked the soldier. The peacekeeper grabbed him by the jacket. Swift took him by the collar with one hand. The bully hit his head on the floor. The guy grabbed his leg. The young man knocked his opponent to the floor and twisted his ankle. The scoundrel opened his mouth in horror and asked him to stop. The stranger began to wave his arms. The mercenary asked if the leader should not be held responsible for his mistake. The soldier gripped his leg tighter and thought that everything would be quiet for a while if his ankle was broken. A heartbreaking scream swept through the entire gymnasium. The military ran inside. Smiling, the soldier said that they were just in time, and reported that one of the survivors had sprained his ligaments. The bully was lying on the floor. The guard asked what happened. Swift scratched his head and replied that these guys wanted to take his belongings. Looking at the beaten people, the man remembered that this gang always causes them trouble, and asked his colleagues to move them to the infirmary. The soldier raised one eyebrow and asked if the peacekeeper had started a fight. The guy said that it was not at all. People looked around when the young man asked if it was his fault. The mercenary closed his eyes and concluded that it was just a misunderstanding. The soldier narrowed his eyes and noticed that they were just all intimidated. The stands were empty. The agent remembered that Sesaon had been appointed captain of the 1st Assault Brigade. Opening the backpack, the fighter decided that he needed to eat and smoke well before leaving, and said that he had prepared something special. Inside the bag were sausages and cigarettes. The man opened his mouth in shock. The warrior explained that his friend deserved much more, and offered to end this conversation upstairs. The subordinates stared at their commander with displeasure. The guard said that he knew that they would get along with each other. The guys turned away when the soldier ordered them to check on the condition of the civilians and report to him. Bora ran up to her comrade and was surprised that he fought so well. Swift asked her to wait here and promised to return soon. The girl smiled and agreed. The heroes headed for the exit. The survivors wondered what kind of person he was who was friends with the military, and who had a lot of food. People rounded their eyes in fright, and concluded that they shouldn't deal with him. The full moon was shining in the sky. The soldier entered the hall and asked for a little attention. Standing behind the pulpit, Hyung-cheol introduced and greeted the citizens. Residents of the city were sitting on the floor. The man explained that he was well aware that it was difficult for them due to the lack of basic necessities, and said that for several days they had been waiting for the government to save them, but it was not possible to establish communication. The man clutched his head and whispered that they were finished, the commander suggesting that the government apparatus had suffered from the disaster as much as they had. Squinting, the captain asked them not to worry and promised to take responsibility for protecting them. The survivor put his hands to his mouth and asked loudly how this would change the situation. Everyone was extremely dissatisfied. Lowering the corners of his lips, the soldier announced that they had taken certain measures, and asked Swift to come out to him for a minute. The guy pointed his finger at himself in surprise. Hyung-cheol took his hand. The man picked her up and announced that there was an officer who had been sent by the UN peacekeeping force to rescue them. The guys opened their mouths in amazement. In a flashback, the commander looked at his comrade and asked if he could tell civilians about the rescue operation. The young man closed his eyes and thought that he had made a fuss too quickly. The captain smiled broadly and shouted that the lieutenant had requested help from UN, so they would all be rescued soon. The people of the city stared at him dumbfounded. The light was on in the windows of the building. The military offered to thank the peacekeeper who got to Korea, risking his life. The woman put her hands together and said thank you. The soldier clenched his fist and smiled awkwardly. Swift raised his hand and smiled. Hyun-cheol inspected the stadium. The officer noted that the man is well versed in politics. He would succeed as a politician or religious leader. The crowd rejoiced. The guy who was sitting on the ground began to say that people locked up went crazy. The guy turned to the commander and asked when the rescue mission would come. The man coughed into his fist and said that he didn't know for sure, so they would have to join forces to survive. The survivor angrily shouted that this was no different from the fact that now, everyone is starving, even drinking water is not enough. People began to look at each other and began to agree. Hyung-cheol thought for a moment and asked the survivors not to worry. He waved his hand and called to Staff Sergeant Sun. The soldier saluted. He was asked if the training had been completed. The detachment was already on alert. The crowd looked at them dumbfounded. Hyung-chil looked at the crowd and said that from now on, they planned to use a mobile assault squad to obtain supplies necessary for the military and civilian railways. He frowned and promised that he would never let them starve to death. People froze and a wave of surprise passed through the entire hall. Swift looked away and noted that this was such a show, but it was staged well and would be quite effective in maintaining order. It was a bright day outside. The squad was about to leave. The soldiers went to the parking lot, began to take shelters and check sectors. 20 hours later, the sky was overcast. One of the fighters died in a crowd of zombies. The whole building inside was filled with the dead. People from the second floor looked at the meat grinder inside with horror. In the office of the administration, this failure was discussed. The lieutenant sat trembling with excitement. They were ambushed in front of a large supermarket to save Private Park. He fired a pistol and that was the beginning. Dozens, hundreds of zombies appeared. They all stayed and there was no end to them. As they piled on Staff Sergeant Song, he quickly ordered a retreat, but even so, only half of them were able to return alive. They ran into the room with a report. The soldier froze in the aisle and reported that a corpse had been found in the toilet. It looked like suicide. The commander's face froze. The soldier added that there were signs of a riot. The lights in the main hall were turned off. The time on the phone showed 3 minutes past 10. Swift looked at him with a cold look. There was no communication with the headquarters. Instead of waiting for salvation, you need to do everything possible on your own to survive. Some people looked at him angrily. The hero looked at them and realized that now they were aiming at his bag. Apparently this place no longer had hope and he needed to molt. He looked at Vogue as she slept. The baby pulled his clothes. The guy said that this is why he hates people. Morning came. The girl woke up and began to tie her tail. Swift woke up and asked where she was going. Vogue smiled at him and said that it would be difficult to get water for distribution if he came later. The hero got up and began to dress and said that he would now get her for her himself. The girl looked at her in surprise. The officer silently walked aside. Several hours passed. Swift climbed onto the roof and asked the watchman to lower the ladder for him. The guy leaned against the wall and asked where the lieutenant was going. Swift, meanwhile, began to chop down the dead and shouted that he was going shopping. The soldier looked at him in amazement and asked again. The shopping center was on fire. Inside the supermarket lay the dead. Swift wrapped one of the boxes with tape. With the help of it, he threw a few on his back. New creatures discovered him and rushed to kill him. The hero ran away. He ran as fast as he could and screamed, complaining that his life was a tin. After a while, he returned to the military base, dropped a pile of supplies on the ground and asked if there were burners in the warehouse. The military stared at the precious resources. There was a pile of dead zombies lying around Swift. The military asked if he was okay, but was there something wrong with it? The guards lowered the ladder. Swift ran away and ordered the objects to be picked up, and in the meantime he would bring more. The military froze with boxes in their hands. Night fell. Udon was boiling appetizingly in the plate. People ate hot food. Everyone got a portion of noodles. The hero watched them from the sidelines. What he saw was a reward for his hard work. Fresh calluses became inflamed on his hands. The guy killed about 300 people. Hyung-chil approached the officer and asked how the officer did it. Swift smiled and admitted that he was a little heavy. The soldiers looked at him with admiration, but he no longer liked this look. The commander smiled and asked why he went to such difficulties alone. He warned that next time the soldiers would go with him. The hero looked at them and replied that it was much safer to be alone. Hyun-chil knew that he didn't trust them, but you couldn't do everything alone. It was too dangerous. The long-haired man folded his arms over his chest and said that then he needed to give him one hardy guy, but it had to be a volunteer. Suddenly, the military salutes him. His soldiers are also doing the same. Voga takes out a pack of popcorn and admires, says that the uncle is cool. He puts his hand on his leg and says that now she knows this, he told her to eat more. The girl smiled and thanked the hero. At this moment, the soldier bursts through the emergency entrance and falls. Hyung-chil looks at him warily and tells him not to make any noise. The corporal looks at him in horror and shouts that there is something strange there. Thousands of zombies have begun to gather around this place. Swift freezes at what he hears. A horde of the dead is heading through the streets of the city towards them. The main ones go out onto the roof to check. Sweat appears on the commander's face. A bunch of red eyes are fixed on him. The officer jumps down. He realizes that no one can stop such a number of zombies. They need to get out. Until they were surrounded. He looked intensely ahead. He understood that if he delayed, he would die. He grabs Vogue on his shoulder and says that he will explain everything later. They need to escape first. The crowd begins to gather at an accelerated pace. The soldier blocks their exit. People look at him angrily and tell him to get out of here. But he shouts that the commander has not yet given the order. The crowd looks at him in horror. The bravest tell him to move away and say that it is even more dangerous to be inside. Bayonets are raised. Hyun-chil goes to the second floor and tells everyone to take a step back. As there may be zombies outside the door, they can safely evacuate. The subordinate turns to Woo-jin and asks him to sit down, but his friend had already applied. He jumps on it and sinks his teeth into his neck. The survivors watch in horror as they eat their comrade. Zombies appear from behind. Chaos begins. People demand to open the door. They swing open, and a huge infected crowd bursts in. The bodies are piled up in one heap. Shots thunder, but the dead with their pressure do not allow you to aim normally. The commander turns and asks which of them fired. Swift angrily watches from the stands. More and more dead people run inside. People scream in horror. It was already night outside. The zombies were endlessly heading to the base. Swift looked out the window and cursed, but noted that they were not yet completely surrounded outside. Volga straightens up and asks to put her down, because she is dizzy. She looks around sadly and says it's over. The officer goes to the window and says that nothing is over yet. They can hang their noses. They can still go downstairs. He feels the window and says that he will carry the girl. Can't they die here? He points to the courtyard. There are the least zombies. The only question is how to break away from them when they come down. The guy calmly examines the area. If they are surrounded, it will be bad if they had a car. The girl remembers that Uncle Bansu has a moped. Volga points to a pink moped. Her uncle came here from time to time and said that if anything happened, he would run away on it. The hero turns to the window again. He understands that a large and durable car would be better, but sometimes a maneuverable moped will be even more useful. He takes out a knife and talks about green hair. The knife was handed to a little girl. She had to wait here and not go anywhere. Svith runs away and promises that he will return quickly. He goes down to the stairs. He makes his way through a crowd of zombies. His green hair does not allow him yet. He cuts off the head of the dead man and again green hair. Dozens of corpses flash before my eyes. Swift stops. There is no end to the zombies, so how can he find Bansa among them? He looks at the hundreds of dead in front of him. Drops of sweat appear on his face. He had to go back. He turns into an empty wing. There he finds Bansa. A dead man with green hair stared at him. The hero swings an axe. He notices the key on the belt of the murdered man. He tears them off by force. Vogue was no longer there. Swift stops and calls out to her. He looks around intensely and calls for the baby. His hand begins to tremble with anger. Suddenly, a lump of clothes moves nearby. Voga shows himself from under him and tells him to be quiet. The hero smiles and asks what she is doing there. The girl said that she saw on TV that if you do this, the zombies will not be able to find you. The officer smiles contentedly and suggests that we go. Outside, Swift descends the chimney with the girl on his shoulders. The foot touches the ground. Zombies are looking at them. The survivors will have to run as fast as they can. The hero smiles and tells us to just follow him. Voga clutches the knife and says yes. The guy ran with an axe to the crowd. He cuts off heads. He cuts them. Above our heads there is a beautiful starry sky. The entire yard was cleared in a few minutes. A couple gets on a moped. Swift's hands are all flayed and aching. New zombies are already running at them. The officer begins to drive the moped through pain and drives forward. Climbing onto the rear wheel, Swift and Voga pull ahead. Meanwhile, the base was surrounded on all sides. 6 months have passed since the start of the zombie apocalypse. The hero breaks down the door, and he finds himself in a looted warehouse. He looks at the empty shelves and talks about those idiots. His hand rests on his face. Swift has been frowning too often lately that it seems that wrinkles will soon appear on his face, he swears. A sound is heard behind me. At one of the exits, the survivors carried boxes. The armed man told the workers to be quieter and more lively. Behind him, Swift appears with a crowbar in his hands. The blow flies into the survivor's head. The hero snatches a machine gun from him. The man grabs his bruised face and swears. The guy hits him in the face with a rifle butt and calls their group brothers in mourning costumes. He knocks out the next one and reminds them that he told them not to come here again. With the muzzle, he breaks the nose of another brother. Everyone is writhing on the ground in pain. The guy asks if they will come to their senses only if their arms and legs are broken. The hero smiles and says that he will confiscate the firearm. They will leave it here and must continue to give it to their boss, so that he doesn't send them here again, because next time everything will end badly for them. The brother's face is bleeding. He said that the boss is giving him one last chance. If he doesn't listen and join him in a good way, he will finish him off. Swift stabs him in the leg when they start talking about the family's threats. The man is all trembling and moaning. The hero asks, was it clear that he was joking? The long-haired man's face becomes demonic. He promises to kill them if he sees them again. Have they beheaded? The bandit looks away and is silent. The guy changes his smile to a calm one and says that if he doesn't touch them first, he won't bother him either. Let his subordinate tell him so. And now he told them to go down and hope that they wouldn't see each other again. The gang led the wounded man away. Sviz stared after them for a while, knowing that it wasn't very good to leave them just like that. He began to collect the supplies he had taken. If he had a reliable comrade, he would not let them get away with it now. Swift wandered back and heard a sound. He looked at the buildings from the side. It turned out that he felt someone's gaze on him. The guy stood for a few more minutes at the exit from the warehouse. There were abandoned shelters and traps on the roads. A red-haired girl was cooking. She met a hero. Swift took one piece, smiled, and asked where Voga was. She was upstairs. The guy reached for another snack, to which the girl told him not to touch the food with his hands. But he told the Nuna that he was hungry. He put the box on the table, and today he brought something. Nuna began to open it, and said that her brother always brings something, although it is dangerous. The guy went further and said that those idiots packed everything beautifully for him, and he only brought. The girl clarified and the brother said that those from Gold Moon. They all keep coming, so the girls should be careful. The man who was sitting nearby and chopping vegetables and said that Swift had been worried about him for 2 months, he would also like to help, but he could not even repay for saving his life. The hero examined the machine gun and said no, even if he went with it, it would be difficult for the two of them to bring them all down. His hands carefully glided over all the details of the weapon, the hero of the story that today he got it, and he can use it. He instructed to shoot only at the invaders, and not at the zombies, because as soon as he shoots, the gates to hell will open. He put the machine gun in the man's hands and added that there was not much ammunition there anyway. The hero headed upstairs. Voga slept in her bed in the semi-darkness. She looked warmly at the guy. He asked how she felt. She felt bad, but she did not think that she would die. Swift looked at her seriously and named the symptoms of weakness and apathy. He said that today he passed by her house. There is no normal shelter nearby. Everyone was torn apart by the zombies and there were no people left there. Probably they live scattered, like them. The girl looked down. Swift asked her not to worry. If they were alive, she would meet them someday. Suddenly, the sound of a slap and a scream was heard. Voga clutched her forehead. The guy asked why she made a face again. As if she were some kind of old woman, he told her to go to bed. In the new world you have to get up early to work. Voga looked angrily at the hero and told him not to say such a thing to the child, who asked where she saw the child. Some time passed. The girl was lying on her feet, and then Swift was lulling her and asking her to live a long time, and she promised that she would do so. Some more time passed. Swift knocked out another bandit. He put the water on his back, which he collected. A sound rang out ahead. Their fortification stood without signs of life. Inside, Swift looked at what was in front of him with fatalism in his eyes. Members of his group lay dead in the middle of the mess. Among the dead lay a brother in a suit. The hero immediately ran upstairs to Vogue. The door to her bedroom was open. Swift ran inside with an axe. The girl was not inside. Swift gritted his teeth and cursed. There are traces of soul treads on the floor. His hand tilted the axe down slightly. The guy gloomily walked away, just as he thought. He should have killed the bandits in the warehouse. One of the buildings was engulfed in fire. Bandits in jackets watched from the window. A long-haired guy with an axe appeared in the darkness of the corridor. He raised his hand. The survivor looked at him in surprise. The Avenger hacked the first one. The alarm was raised. It was necessary to report to the boss as soon as possible. The man began to shout that Swift was here, but the axe plunged into his throat. The bandit fell to the ground. His partner shuddered with fear. He turned and ran away. The axe followed him. Blood spurted from the hit. The Avenger walked leisurely over to him. He took the axe and walked on, leaving 2 bodies behind him. Empty shopping center. The dead wandered around the first floor. The hero was watching them from a hill. He had a bad feeling. These zombies were let in by the boss so that the survivors could not escape. His eyes swept over the area. The guy had been in this building before, so his scheme remained in his head. I would like to capture and kill those idiots, but saving the baby is now in the first place. He began to monitor the movements of the enemies. They knew for sure that he was dangerous, so most likely they took Vogue hostage to control him, which means that the girl is alive. Then he notices something. A red-haired survivor with a crossbow on his back approaches the Marine. He quietly twists his neck. Svi folds his arms over his chest and is surprised. He decides that it will not be difficult to do everything if he teams up with that guy. There was silence. The red-haired man carefully moved from cover to cover. He leaned against the wall and watched the situation. Swift was behind him and asked if he had anything to do in this camp too. The main character, Johannes, raises a crossbow from his back. The arrow is aimed at Swift's face. He realizes that the situation is dangerous. He manages to knock out the weapon with a kick. He looks at the red-haired man and wants to offer him to talk, but he is already reaching for the gun. The hero notices this. There is nothing to be done. The first impression is spoiled, so you will have to tame the stranger first. He hits the hands of the main character, but he puts a block. Swift is confident in himself. He has never lost in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, he brazenly kicks the survivor on the head. Swift's eyes widen. The stranger dodged, or even predicted his movements. Therefore, he broke the distance. Johann sighed. The hero looks at him angrily and realizes that he may not even be able to touch him. A terrible aura emanated from the red-haired man. He was very dangerous. Swift began to block all blows and decided that he would not lose to him. After all, as soon as he learned to walk, hell-like training awaited him. Johannes was hit in the cheekbone. The hero reached for his pistol, and he kicked him off. The gun fell out, but the main character stood on his feet. The weapon bounced off the tiles. The stranger spat bloody saliva. He wiped his mouth. The long-haired man managed to get up. There was still a terrible aura emanating from Johannes. It seemed that he was angry. The opponents ran into the attack. He tried to strike, but Swift evaded. The main character did not calm down and continued the series. The officer grabbed his clothes, and he hit his forehead. Johannes stepped back. The hero kicked him from the left with his foot. The stranger blocked everything again. Swift stared at him. He knew that the winner was already a foregone conclusion. After all, the red-haired man managed to raise a gun and pointed at the hero. The long-haired man raised his hands, and it turned out that Johannes had another pistol. So that's why he hit him so hard to make him move away from the cannon that it fell to the floor. The guy pulled off his mask, smiled and asked the respected man to calm down. He only wanted to talk, why attack so immediately? The stranger still held the pistol pointed. The long-haired man thought to subdue him if he could not talk, but it turned out quite the opposite. Johans noticed that the hero approached too suspiciously. He apologized for it. Walking silently became his habit. He smiled and said that it would be dangerous for both of them if he fired, because there were a lot of bandits down there. The answer was the silencer that the main character screwed on. At this point, Swift was really frightened and again said that he just wanted to talk. He asked him not to be so ruthless. Johans told him to talk to the point. Judging by the fact that he searched every corner here, he had some business. But the red-haired man said that it was none of his business. Swift noted that the main character was too rude. Bandits walked around the lower floors. The hero said that he also had business here, so why shouldn't they cooperate? He smiled and told her that he was the only survivor and asked to be called Swift. Johans asked if he had nothing more to say. The hero looked at the pistol. His eyes widened. He decided that there would be a shot and, cursing loudly, jumped down. He caught on the railing and jumped down to the lower floor. He landed and asked loudly if the protagonist really wanted to kill him. The guy pointed the bandits to Johans and shouted that the invaders were on the third floor. The brothers looked at the two survivors in surprise. Swift smiled, looked out to the third floor, and advised me to take care of myself. Johans looked at him with a stony face. The long-haired man ran away. He looked ahead and assumed that the gang would kill the red-haired man, but he knew that with his skills, it wouldn't be easy. In addition, Johans wanted to kill him. He would give him enough time until he found Vogue. Dark rooms awaited him ahead. The guy stopped and noted that everything was somehow strange. Dozens of people rushed at that hyun, and it was so quiet here. Then a bandit appeared around the corner and shouted that he was here. Swift turned and ran away and asked why everything was always like this. Maybe they were at the same time. He remembered how the main character broke the neck of one of the gang members and decided that it was unlikely. The bandits ran after the long-haired man, were going to surround and seize him. Swift began to cut down the first attackers. While he had killed a few, an even greater number of enemies surrounded him and said that it was all over. They told him to surrender and throw down his weapons. The hero looked at them menacingly and told them to get off if they didn't want to die. They only made puzzled faces. One of them took out a machine gun and shouted that the officer would not run anywhere. If he jerked, she would die by his hand. Then Vogue was pulled out of the darkness. The guy's eyes widened. He broke down and began a massacre, shouting for everyone to get out. A moment later, the survivor was next to the shooter. Without hesitation, he hacked him to death. Then he picked up and examined the machine gun. He pointed it at the surviving bandits. His finger pulled the trigger, and there was no shot. Swift looked at the weapon in surprise, which turned out to be unloaded. The whole center shuddered. A blow flew to the head from behind. Darkness filled everything. When it dissipated, the hero saw red hair. His vision focused, and Swift saw Johan staring at him in silence. He got up and asked if the main character had been caught. Because he thought that he had been killed, he swore and told him to shut up. The officer smiled and said, "Shut up yourself." Suddenly, a blow flew into his face. The man in the white shirt pulled his hair and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Didn't he say that he would kill him if he came here again? The guy looked at him angrily and asked if he would have come back if he hadn't touched him when he was asking for good. The boss took him to his office. He looked at him calmly and said that it was fun to play with him this time, so let him wait a while, although it might be better to just kill him. The hero looked at him menacingly and mentally said that he must kill him. Evening came. The boss looked at the bound Johans and said that his death would be a loss. He would give him a chance to work under his guidance. Swift smiled as he thought of the headmaster. He looked at the protagonist and asked him in his mind, "Isn't he too good to work under someone?" The men were talking, but the hero could not make out anything. The boss turned to his subordinates. Anyway, he had to go in person. Only he would stay, and let the others prepare their weapons and tools and follow him. Some asked if they should call the border guards. The director said no. He told me to keep a close eye on everything. The sky outside was ablaze with fire. Johans got out and began to strangle the guard with a fishing line. His body went limp and the red-haired man loosened his grip. Swift looked at him and asked if there was a need to kill. He noted that the protagonist of the movement has a well-trained agent. He looked at him and explained that it was necessary self-defense, and from the moment he started brandishing a deadly weapon in front of him, all his actions were considered self-defense. The long-haired man smiled. He liked this answer. Johans went to the window. He looked arrogant, but he was definitely very capable. He exuded charisma. His mentor would surely say that his codename was Messiah. The guy walked away. The officer shouted and "Thank you. Didn't he forget anything?" He turned and replied that no, he had not forgotten. The main character left, and Swift began to shout after him. He took back his words about the stranger's coolness, but he had already left. Silence fell in the office. The hero took out a lighter and began to set fire to the rope. The corpse lay nearby. The ropes were dropped. The guy stretched his stiff arms. The ropes were too strong to break free from the shackles. It took too much time. He looked in the direction of the sounds. Before they returned, he needed to find Vogue. A bandit burst into the office and began to shout. His partner was already sitting in front of the corpse. He reported that Director Minsik was dead. The whole group gathered inside. The subordinate reported that the prisoners had grabbed his radio. Swift at that moment was hiding behind the table. He noted how untimely everything was. The boss crushed the radio in anger. He turned to Chief Kim and told him to take 5 or 6 boys and go to help Chief Shin, while the rest should follow him. The bandits began to leave the office. Fortunately, Johannes drew attention to himself. The hero got out to the shopping center. Patrolmen were running everywhere. The survivor kicked the dead man in the back. He fell down the escalator and frightened the patrolmen. A group gathered around him, killed the zombies, not understanding where he just came from. At this time, Swift snatched into the free passage. It was empty ahead. The officer moved forward carefully. He was sure that there must be people locked up somewhere here. In one of the stores, he found people. They were lying exhausted. Someone began to rise. Swift asked if he had seen a child here, a little girl. The emaciated guy trembled and said that he did not know anything. The long-haired man waved at him and asked him not to pay attention. He ran on, not understanding where the baby was. Suddenly the hero stopped and thought about the roof. Meanwhile, zombies raged in other parts of the building. Some bandits fell from their fangs. All the streets of the city were filled with the dead. Swift looked out the window at them. The zombies went into frenzy mode. But why now? He ran on. Where could they hide the baby? He decided to look upstairs. His foot stepped into a pool of blood. All the bandits upstairs were killed. The hero stopped. He realized that this was the work of that Hyung. Therefore, the guy returned to the shopping center. At high speed, he ran along the shops. The boss fired his revolver. The officer looked to the side. The entire first floor was filled with the dead. The gang was fighting with them. He saw how the main character is saved from zombies by another survivor. The dead were approaching the boss of the gang. Swift ran to him. He knew that if he grabbed him, then the hide-and-seek would be over. Suddenly, someone appeared ahead. The man took a few steps forward. The hero's hands began to shake. He looked anxiously at the one he saw and asked, "Why did the damn baby come here?" Volga looked at him with a mad look, blood flowing from her mouth. When they were sitting in their shelter, the girl asked to wait for her uncle for 10 years. Swift asked what would change then. The baby rested her hands on her hips. She fervently said that now he treats her like a child, but soon she will become beautiful and adult. However, now the infected Volga was on her way to him. The hero slapped himself in the face and said that that's why he didn't like these children. He took a closer look at the girl's body. He saw the bruises she had received before she became a zombie. The guy suddenly hugged and pressed the girl to him. The dead man broke free and growled. She sighed hoarsely and threw her head back. Swift gently lowered the body of the baby he had killed to the ground. There was a bloody piece of glass in his hand. He promised that he would take revenge. The hero's face was filled with terrible anger. The evening dragged on into the night. The surviving guy was dragged by the hair. The remaining bandits moved through the territory. The director looked angrily ahead and cursed. He looked at the building. Until a few days ago it was his kingdom, where he dominated the men and had women, and no one could say anything to him. The dead noticed them and ran to kill. The director thought that a couple of idiots had killed all his servants, and the zombies had gone crazy. The prisoner tried to hold his scalp with tears in his eyes. Who would have thought that his well-coordinated kingdom would collapse in an instant? The man begged for mercy. The director immediately slapped him in the face. He grabbed him by the hair again and said that he could run if he wanted to live. He pointed at the crowd of zombies and added that perhaps the prisoner would understand, but perhaps he would be able to get out of this zombie cauldron. He kicked him and told him to run. The guy fell on his face, and the first zombies were already at arm's length. They attacked the innocent victim and began to eat. The head looked at this sight and told Chief Kwan and Ode to prepare to break through. The peasants began to fight with the sick. They fought as much as they could, but the walking corpses only remained. In the battle, the director noticed a door near which there were few dead and ordered to run there. The bandits immediately headed for this place. The subordinate began to fiddle with the lock. The survivors ran there and began to barricade themselves. The director looked at his hand and noticed a bite on it. He looked at her gloomily, and when asked if he was all right, he replied that he was fine. Suddenly his subordinate bit into his shoulder. The head grabbed his face. With his other hand, he brought a brick, and furiously began to hammer it. He rose above the corpse and began to catch his breath. The remaining subordinate looked at him in fear and said that he had just been bitten. The latter cast a terrible glance at him and asked what if he would really kill him. The man just shook his head. Suddenly, a brick flew into his face. The villain picked up the hammer and beat him to death without delay. Then he headed for the stairs. The man staggered. The city was shrouded in darkness. The director found something inside the building. He examined his hands. For some reason he did not become a zombie, although enough time had passed. A smile appeared on her face. The director began to laugh majestically, because God had not abandoned him and he would not die here. Even if he gets bitten, he won't turn into a zombie, and now he doesn't care about his hideout. Suddenly the window opened. The man looked at him in fright. A frightening long-haired man with an axe sat right on the ledge. He looked at him terribly and said that he had found him. After that, he jumped on him and hit him in the face with his knee. The director closed his eyes from the blow and gritted his teeth. He fell to the floor. The figure of the Avenger slowly approached him. The head came to his senses and got to his feet. The hero raised his fist and greeted him. A new blow threw the bandit back. With his carcass, he overturned the table. Dust rose in the room. The sky outside the window was on fire and red. The head opened his only eye. His hand reached for the revolver. He fired back, but Swift was not caught. He slashed the enemy with an axe. The man managed to break the distance, but he still received a wound. The hand began to point the weapon. Swift sat the headmaster on his lap with one hand and raised his fist. Another blow flew into his face. The man fell to the ground. The hero took a few steps towards him. He pulled his enemy's hair and asked if it hurt him. He began to say that he would not die here. But he did not finish, because he was hit in the face again. Swift told him to come to his senses. Remembering how much he had done, he must die here. The hero exhaled heavily. He folded his hands together and asked why he had done this. He had said not to touch him, then he would have been quiet. The director, nailed to the wall with a bat, turned into a zombie and began to growl. The guy looked at him and said that God did not abandon him. The dead man looked at him. There were still remnants of reason in his eye. The Avenger said that God had saved him for punishment. The fire flared up more and more. Swift bandaged his arm. He took revenge and asked the baby to rest in peace. The guy sat on a chair in front of the window for a long time and thought. He looked up, felt so empty that words could not express what now. The building was consumed by fire. The survivor wanted to live. He told himself that he would live, because if he died, it would not be clear whether he was really dead. A little later, the officer climbed into the hatch. He began to make his way through the dust through the shopping complex. Although at first they did not succeed, but the main character gave him a lot of help with Goldman. The dead below raised their heads, hearing the noise in the ventilation. The hero thought that it would be nice for the red-haired man to survive. A branch appeared ahead. Swift stopped at the hatch into the room from which the voices came, the voice saying that it was not in his nature to be in debt. Johans talked to the survivor, who told him that it would be dangerous to survive alone, so what would they do next? Hyunim put on his vest and said that they needed to look for another exit. Somewhere there must be a place where they could break through. Swift kicked out the bars and said he knew the way. The men shuddered at the fallen hatch. Swift jumped down and greeted him again, asking if they remembered him. Johans looked at him questioningly. The long-haired man offered to get out of here together. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He was surprised that the main character has such a stupid expression on his face. The officer smiled. He felt the pain of losing Vogue raging in his heart, but at the same time, he felt the joy of meeting his new comrades. A memory popped up in his head where Vogue promised him to live a long time. Swift began to stretch out his hand to the main character, and inside himself he told the baby that she would live a long time because he would keep her in his heart. Johans and his new partner sternly stared at the alien, who begged the main character not to push him away, asked him to accept him inside. The smile fell from Swift's face. He also did not want today's events to happen again. He needed a strong comrade. Johans was silent for a few moments, but in the end, he shook hands with his new partner. Their meeting became a hope for humanity.